a young man named Mochen found himself in love with Zhu Huntian, the daughter of an imperial family, only to awaken from a dream and realize he had returned to his past life. In the year 529 of the Cultivation era, in the city of Yinyu, Jiangnan Province, at Tianshui High School, a teacher was passionately recounting the history of the spiritual energy revival 500 years ago. From celestial phenomena and the emergence of secret realms to the advent of an era where everyone pursued immortality, it all indicated that not cultivating meant being left behind by the times. Mochen suddenly awoke from his desk, flooded by a chaos of fragmented memories. He dreamt of being a dignified sword immortal, shattering stars with a wave of his hand and traversing the universe. He also saw terrifying creatures descending from void whirlpools, culminating in a spear piercing through his chest. Yun, don't be upset, Su Jipang, with his round face, leaned over and said, you and Zhu Qingyan were never meant to be. She's the daughter of an imperial family, the cherished jewel of Zhu Emperor, and she's already reached the third layer of the foundation establishment stage. You, on the other hand, are only at the seventh layer of the qi refining stage. Besides your looks, you don't really match her. The mention of Zhu Qingyan made Mochen clench his fists. A year ago, this innocent girl, who grew up in her family, was sent by her father to Tianshui High School for training. She was drawn to Mochen's aloof demeanor, and 3 months ago, during a walk, they confirmed their relationship. However, this dream ended abruptly last night with a cold call from Zhu Emperor. I'm Zhu Qingyan's father. Meet me at the school gate tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. Today, Zhu Qingyan did not attend class. As Mochen was lost in thought, the spot on his textbook soaked with drool began to writhe, forming 2 lines. Hello, Mochen. Congratulations, you've returned. He tugged at Su Jipang's sleeve in surprise, but his friend could only see the original text. The liquid continued to change. I am the steel of time and space, and in your current world, I have a corresponding name Tongzi. Mochen immediately understood, his heart trembling with excitement. Let's cut to the chase. Do you want to bind with the system? But there's a price. Facing this mysterious offer, Mochen, envisioning a future of traversing the universe and becoming an emperor, agreed without hesitation. A stream of light entered his brow, and he felt as if he had lost something important inside. Then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the system. Su Jipang glanced at his trembling friend and sighed. Ah, that woman must have hurt Yin deeply. Tongzi, the mysterious encyclopedia and treasure trove of the universe, quietly arrived in Mochen's life. It promised that in exchange for blood energy, he could obtain rare treasures and answers to difficult questions. Mochen's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Tongzi, what is blood energy? Tongzi patiently explained. Blood energy is the essence found in the blood of humans or beasts. The higher the cultivation, the denser the essence, and the more points you earn. It paused, then added mysteriously, close your eyes, and I'll show you the true form of Tongzi. Without worrying about being in class, Mochen immediately closed his eyes. In an instant, a blue screen appeared in his mind, displaying a large wheel. Tongzi's voice sounded again. Do you see the wheel? It takes 100 points for a spin. As your cultivation improves, the wheel will upgrade too. Mochen examined the wheel closely, noticing it was divided into 6 sections labeled red, black, green, yellow, white, and punishment. What on earth is punishment? Mochen's mouth twitched, a hint of exasperation on his face. Tongzi chuckled. Exactly as it sounds. The rewards on the wheel decrease in level from red to white. As for punishment, it's a special task from Tongzi. Do it well, and there are rewards. Fail, and, well, let's just say I haven't seen a master streaking or live streaming toilet time yet. Alright, stop. Mochen quickly interrupted, his face twitching. He muttered to himself, wondering if this system was a bit twisted. After gathering his thoughts, Mochen asked, by the way, Tongzi, what was the cost you mentioned? No worries, master, you've already paid it, Tongzi replied nonchalantly. It doesn't affect you now. Mochen was silent for a moment. Since the system didn't want to elaborate, he chose not to press further. With the system by his side, he figured any trouble could be managed in the future. Tongzi, do you have any beginner's perks? Mochen suddenly remembered to ask. No, Tongzi replied bluntly. Disappointed, Mochen said, every novel has them. Seems like your system isn't that great. I wouldn't have bound to you if I knew. Tongzi's tone suddenly became impatient. Fine, fine. I'll give you 600 initial shares, no more. Mochen grinned. All right, I'll use them all for spins. At his command, the large wheel in his mind began to spin rapidly. A mechanical voice chimed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn a punishment. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn a punishment. 5 consecutive punishments left Mochen's face dark, breathing heavily. Seriously, are you messing with me? Is this a fake system? Tongzi responded calmly. Master, please don't insult the system. If you're dissatisfied, I could self-destruct. Yun Mochen was bewildered. Fine, there's one last chance. Yun Mochen took a deep breath, eyes fixed on the pointer, praying frantically. Red, 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 ding. Congratulations, you've drawn a red reward. Overturning Heaven Technique. The Overturning Heaven Technique, rank unknown, but extremely powerful. Features, lightning fast cultivation speed, requires a large amount of blood energy. Awesome. Yun Mochen almost shouted in excitement. Thankfully, he hit the jackpot on the last spin, otherwise, he would have been furious. Yun Mochen was lost in a dream when a sudden shout jolted him awake. Yun Mochen, the college entrance exam is coming up and you're still sleeping. Stand outside the door. He snapped his eyes open, meeting the piercing gaze of his homeroom teacher, Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing, in her 20s, was stunningly beautiful with a single braid and a white dress. However, her mysterious background was even more captivating than her looks. The year Yun Mochen enrolled, Luo Wuqing began teaching at Tianshui High School. She faced harassment from the former principal, and everyone thought she was doomed. But the next day, the principal, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, was found dead on the street, his lower body taken away by wild dogs. Astonishingly, after the investigation, not only was Luo Wuqing unscathed, but she was also inexplicably promoted to grade director. All right, I understand, teacher Luo Wuqing. Yun Mochen chuckled awkwardly and obediently stood outside the door. After school, Yun Mochen was called to the office by Luo Wuqing. Mochen, I know living alone isn't easy, Luo Wuqing said more gently, but with the college entrance exam approaching, you can't slack off. You're currently at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, which is above average in the class. But the exam is a competition against the best in the country. Are you really ready? In fact, Luo Wuqing took special care of Yun Mochen. She often transferred money to this child, who grew up in an orphanage. Whenever Yun Mochen declined, she would coldly say, "What are you thinking? This is a loan from your teacher. If you don't repay it, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." With that, Yun Mochen had no choice but to accept. I understand. Teacher Luo Wuqing. Yun Mochen nodded in agreement. Good, you're old enough to understand. Go home and review today's lessons where you were distracted, Luo Wuqing advised. By the way, do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some more. It's enough? Really enough. Yun Mochen ran off without looking back. He knew that even though Luo Wuqing was a grade director, her salary wasn't high, yet she always gave him 5,000 yuan. The debt of gratitude was too heavy, and he feared he wouldn't be able to repay it in the future. Leaving the office, Yun Mochen sighed in relief and suddenly remembered something. Huh? What was the dream about during class today? Why can't I recall it? He tried to remember, but it only brought a headache. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, it was just a dream. There's no need to worry about it, but perhaps you should think carefully about whether you've forgotten something important. What? It's nothing, just losing some lifespan and cultivation, Yun Mochen muttered to himself. Suddenly, he was startled. Oh no, I must have kept Zhu Qingyan's father waiting for too long. Yun Mochen snapped back to reality and hurriedly headed towards the school gate, his heart racing with uncertainty about what awaited him. Outside the school, a luxury car was parked quietly. A burly middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, stood by the car, a cigar in his mouth and dressed impeccably in a suit. He turned to the car interior, his voice low and commanding. Qingyan, stay in the car. Do not come out without my permission. Through the tinted window, a glimpse of an exquisite face could be seen. The woman's hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her features were as flawless as those of a fairy. Her fair skin had a subtle pink hue, and her eyes sparkled like stars. This ethereal beauty was Zhu Qingyan, and the man outside was her father, known to the world as Emperor Zhu, Zhu Huntian. Zhu Huntian took a deep drag of his cigar, his brow furrowed. I let you out early to get a sense of the world, and this is how you do it? Another year or two, and will you be bringing me a grandson? He suddenly thought of something, his expression growing even darker. Falling in love is one thing, but look at whom you've chosen. Can't even be on time. Surely a wild child without any proper upbringing. Inside the car, Zhu Qingyan felt a sting at her father's words about Yun Mochen. Her fists clenched tightly, her face as cold as ice. Dad, you're being too harsh. She knew Yun Mochen's family circumstances, and her father's words pained and angered her. Despite her attempts to stop her father's actions today, she had evidently failed. Seeing his daughter genuinely upset, Zhu Huntian fell silent, taking another fierce drag of his cigar. At that moment, a young man walked up to Zhu Huntian. He appeared calm and spoke politely. Hello, Uncle Zhu. Yun Mochen immediately recognized the prominent figure often seen in the media. Zhu Huntian scrutinized the young man before him. So, you're Yun Mochen, my daughter's so-called boyfriend? Yes, Uncle Zhu. Yun Mochen replied, meeting Zhu Huntian's gaze with a steady voice. I was hoping you could tell me why Qingyan didn't come to school today. Yun Mochen's demeanor surprised Zhu Huntian. Although he wasn't intentionally imposing, his authoritative presence was usually enough to intimidate even seasoned practitioners. Yet, Zhu Huntian quickly returned to his disdainful demeanor. Only at the 7th level of Qi refining? Zhu Huntian scoffed. Do you know my daughter's level? I do. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. Yun Mochen answered truthfully. Humph. That's just to keep you from feeling overwhelmed. Zhu Huntian's tone was filled with contempt. Her true level is already at the 4th layer of the golden core stage. Understand? Do I need to make it even clearer? Yun Mochen was inwardly shocked. Despite spending over 3 months with Zhu Qingyan, he had no idea she was so powerful. Reaching the golden core stage at 18 was a talent unmatched in the nation, except by descendants of other imperial families. Yet, even faced with such a daunting gap, Yun Mochen remained composed. He knew that the conversation ahead would determine his future with Zhu Qingyan. Yun Mochen calmly met Zhu Huntian's gaze, without any hint of evasion. His demeanor made Zhu Huntian feel both amused and irritated. Kid, Zhu Huntian said, suppressing his anger. I know it's useless to talk sense into someone as headstrong as you. You might tell me some cliché like, the wheel of fortune turns. But do you really understand what reality is? A trace of disdain flashed in Zhu Huntian's eyes as he continued. Let's not even talk about your family background. Do you know what kind of upbringing my daughter has? She was born with a silver spoon, and it's all because of the empire I built for her. Even without me, with her talent, she deserves someone better. To be frank, her servant is already at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, at just 18. Zhu Huntian's tone grew harsher. So, kid, I hope you can distinguish between reality and dreams. Don't let me see you around her again. Otherwise, Yun Mochen interrupted him directly. Otherwise what? Do you want to kill me? This took Zhu Huntian by surprise, and his hand in his pocket trembled slightly. If it weren't for being in public, he would have wanted to teach this audacious kid a lesson. However, he had to admit a grudging respect for Yun Mochen's courage to confront him so boldly. Yun Mochen continued. Uncle Zhu, let me be straightforward. As long as Zhu Qingyan hasn't personally told me to break up, I won't give up. Don't even think about it. Zhu Huntian shouted angrily. I'm telling you, I'm here today to handle her transfer papers. You'll never see my daughter again in your life. Oh, is there anything else? If not, I'll be going. Yun Mochen responded calmly. Inside the car, Zhu Qingyan watched the scene nervously. Her big eyes were glued to the window, and her fists were clenched tightly. She had been worried Yun Mochen would stubbornly argue with her father, but seeing his steadfast attitude, which even unsettled her father, brought a hint of joy to her heart. You insolent brat, don't push me. Zhu Huntian gritted his teeth. Yun Mochen replied calmly. Uncle Zhu, I have never pushed you from the start, and my relationship with your daughter isn't one-sided. I am not after her background or family status, nor the talent you value. I just want to be with her, happily and simply. Zhu Huntian didn't want to waste more words. He took out a black card from his pocket. There's $1 billion on this card. If you want to exchange it for spirit stones, you can get a 30% discount at Tianbao Pavilion with this card. This amount is enough for you to live a happy life. Don't be afraid to take it because it's too much. My daughter is worth it. I have only one request, stay away from my daughter. Zhu Huntian was confident that such a significant offer was irresistible for a young man. In fact, with his status and influence, if he really wanted to deal with Yun Mochen, he wouldn't need to appear personally. A mere glance would be enough for his subordinates to find countless ways to end Yun Mochen's hopes. He was intervening personally because he feared for his daughter's feelings. Having once been young himself, he understood how deep and unforgettable youthful infatuation could be. He believed that showing his daughter the world in his way was the best choice. However, Yun Mochen's response was unexpected. Uncle Zhu, in my eyes, your daughter is priceless. So if you want me to give up, please abandon that thought. Zhu Huntian's eyelid twitched, and alarm bells rang in his mind. The boy in front of him was behaving completely differently from what he had expected, prompting him to reassess the situation. Inside the car, Zhu Qingyan was gasping for air, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Mo-chun, you're absolutely amazing. Zhu Qingyan secretly admired in her heart. However, Zhu Huntian's patience had run out, and his expression was as dark as ink. Suddenly, a powerful pressure erupted from within him. Ugh! Yun Mochen was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with his face contorted in pain. Despite this, Zhu Huntian held back some of his strength. Otherwise, with his power, he could have killed Yun Mochen on the spot. No, Dad, don't. Zhu Qingyan was terrified, frantically pulling at the car door handle. However, an invisible force blocked her actions, leaving the car door immobile, and her cries unable to reach the outside. Zhu Huntian coldly looked at Yun Mochen on the ground, took a deep drag on his cigar, and said, Kid, let me tell you the truth. I've already arranged a marriage for my daughter. Do you know who it is with? Jiang Di's son, Jiang Nantian. He's the same age as you, taking the same college entrance exam this year. But guess what his level is? He's at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Even in my younger days, I couldn't compare to him. With that, Zhu Huntian waved his hand, releasing the pressure on Yun Mochen. Yun Mochen felt a sudden relief, but was still in great pain. He endured the pain, coughing as he slowly stood up and staggered over to Zhu Huntian. Machen's eyes were unusually calm, hiding something deep within. He looked directly at Zhu Huntian without fear, his voice hoarse yet firm. Uncle Zhu, I've said it before. Unless Zhu Qingyan breaks up with me on her own, I won't give up. Are you deaf or something? Zhu Huntian was furious. Boom. At that moment, both Zhu Huntian and Zhu Qingyan were stunned. The system in Machen's mind excitedly shouted, Master, you're amazing. Zhu Huntian reassessed the young man in front of him, noticing that while everything about him seemed soft, his backbone and words were steadfast. Machen's fierce and decisive gaze forced Zhu Huntian to reevaluate him. He thought to himself that someone with such determination, if placed in the military, could at least become an officer. Unfortunately, this young man had no remarkable talent for cultivation. With ordinary potential, reaching the nascent soul stage in his lifetime would be considered an achievement. Just then, a live stream host who called himself Guagu happened to pass by, excitedly reporting to his audience, "Oh my! Guys, come to the live stream, there's major gossip." The live stream chat exploded. Deep love. What's up with Guagu today? Starting the stream so early, whoa? It's Emperor Zhu. Star Void. Nice one, Guagu. The gossip level's gone up. Even Emperor Zhu's involved. Guagu not tasty. Don't talk nonsense. Emperor Zhu's here because of his daughter. I just overheard a bit. It's about his daughter being taken away by a reckless young guy. And Emperor Zhu's here to throw money at the problem. Sugar 3 spoons. Oh yeah, this gossip is intense. Look, that kid dares to talk to Emperor Zhu like that. Doesn't he know the sky's the limit? Suddenly, Zhu Huntian sensed something, raised his hand towards a trash bin not far behind, and with a pull, a figure flew into his hand. It was the live stream host named Guagu. Guagu, gripped by the neck by Zhu Huntian, stammered in fear, Emperor Zhu. Zhu Huntian released his grip, causing Gage to collapse to the ground with weak legs. Without wasting time, Gage scrambled to pick up his phone, aiming it at Zhu Huntian and Machen. The live stream room instantly erupted with excitement. Countless comments flooded in like a tidal wave, filled with praises like, "Long live Emperor Zhu. Emperor Zhu is so cool," and "Immortal luck prospers." Zhu Huntian's lips curled into a slight smile as he unconsciously tilted his head up in response to the compliments. The number of viewers skyrocketed, surpassing 100 million in no time. For many, having the chance to witness these legendary figures, known only from textbooks and the internet, up close through a live stream was a dream come true. Clearing his throat, Zhu Huntian got straight to the point. "I'm here in Yinyu City today regarding my daughter's relationship. This young man, Mochen, claims to be her boyfriend. However, he doesn't seem to understand my reasons for opposing it. Therefore, I want to make a wager with him here in the live stream, in front of everyone." The live stream exploded again with a flurry of shock and speculation in the comments. Is there really someone daring enough to stand up to Emperor Zhu? This Mochen must be quite brave. What does Emperor Zhu want to wager? Could it be the little princess? Who could even dream of vying for the little princess? Some noticed Gage's shaky camera work and jokingly remarked, "Gage, your stress tolerance needs improvement. Don't even mention it. If I saw Emperor Zhu, my legs would have given out long ago." Machen remained calm, thinking to himself, a battle of public opinion? No matter, with the system on my side, my strength will ultimately crush everything. He looked directly at Zhu Huntian and reiterated, "Uncle Zhu, I've said it before, you can't change my mind." Zhu Huntian sneered, pulling Machen closer and facing the livestream audience to announce, "I, the Emperor, hereby promise that if he defeats Jiang Nantian, the son of Emperor Jiang, in this year's college entrance exams, and becomes the national top scorer, I will personally go to the Jiang family to annul my daughter's engagement to Jiang Nantian." This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the live stream room with skepticism and mockery pouring in. Hilarious. An unknown nobody daring to compete with the son of Emperor Jiang for the top scorer. Don't be surprised. Maybe he's the heir of some hidden noble family? Wake up. Jiang Nantian is already at the golden core stage, 7th level. This kid probably can't even touch his shadow. Machen stared at Zhu Huntian and calmly asked, "So, Uncle Zhu, is this how you plan to make me back down?" Zhu Huntian's eyelid twitched as he gazed deeply at Machen. He really couldn't understand this young man anymore. Even he, caught in the whirlpool of public opinion, would inevitably be unsettled. Yet this young man seemed like a statue, maintaining a surprising calm in the face of the ridicule and doubt flooding the live stream. In those clear eyes, there was even a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of confidence. For a moment, he found himself expecting this young man's performance in the college entrance exams. But soon, he dismissed the thought. At the age of 18, reaching the 7th level of the golden core stage, such talent would surely lead to greatness if not squandered. Only such a prodigy of the human race was worthy of his daughter. Entrusting his daughter to someone of such caliber would give him peace of mind. Time was pressing, and he needed to make a decision quickly. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Yes, you and my daughter are in love on your own terms. As an elder, if I were to judge someone solely by their background and family, you'd be underestimating me. He paused, a glint flashing in his eyes. However, I am, of course, considering my daughter's future. I want you to recognize your own limitations, to retreat in the face of difficulties, and completely rid yourself of arrogance. So, do you dare to accept this bet? At that moment, a loud banging suddenly came from inside the luxury car nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Then, an angry female voice shouted, Dad, if you don't open the door, I'll make you regret it. Zhu Qingyan's voice was clearly laced with threat. She understood all too well the terrifying power of public opinion, and how important a man's pride and dignity were. What worried her even more was that this was an impossible bet. If Yun Mochen accepted it, he would face nationwide scrutiny. She feared that if Yun Mochen failed on the day of the college entrance exam, he might do something reckless. The next second, the car door was flung open, and a stunning face appeared before Yun Mochen. Zhu Qingyan anxiously cried out, Yun Mochen, are you insane? Leave, don't make a bet with my dad. Yun Mochen's body trembled slightly, and disregarding Zhu Huntian beside him, he reached out to hold Zhu Qingyan's hand. However, just as he was about to touch her, Zhu Qingyan stepped back slightly, her gaze instinctively dropping to her toes. But soon, she lifted her head again, as if struggling to suppress some emotion. Her voice trembled slightly. Yun Mochen, just go. I don't like you anymore, really, really. So don't make this bet with my dad. It means nothing. Yun Mochen's hand stopped midair, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He slowly withdrew his hand, fingers trembling slightly beneath his sleeve. His voice was low and resolute. Qingyan, please believe in me. Won't you? Zhu Qingyan shook her head, her tone turning cold. Enough. I've made up my mind. Jiang Nantian is the son of the Jiang Emperor, and I am the daughter of the Zhu Emperor. He and I are a perfect match. While you are just an ordinary person, your cultivation talent far inferior to his. So, I've decided to break up with you. With that, Zhu Qingyan turned decisively and said to Zhu Huntian, Dad, let's go. Zhu Huntian was momentarily stunned, this outcome completely unexpected. He quickly responded, Oh, okay. My good daughter, let's get in the car. Once inside the car, Zhu Qingyan's tone suddenly became serious. Dad, if you still want me to call you Dad, I hope you'll suppress the public opinion this incident has caused. I don't want him to be affected mentally. Zhu Huntian was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The media person named Guagu, seeing Zhu Huntian leave, was still awkwardly holding his phone for the live stream, unsure whether he should leave or not. Qingyan, people can lie, but the heart cannot. Yun Mochen recalled Zhu Qingyan's reaction that day she suddenly pushed the door open, desperately trying to stop him from accepting Zhu Huntian's bet, and then turned to flee. These details spoke volumes without a word. Yun Mochen chuckled softly and shook his head, as if letting go of something. He lifted his gaze, looking determinedly at the camera in the live stream. Bro, hold on a second, I want to say something in the live stream. Oh sure, no problem, Gage replied. As a seasoned media personality, he had seen all sorts of people. But this young man, with his fresh-faced sincerity, reminded him of an old saying. A golden carp is not meant to stay in a pond. When the wind and clouds meet, it transforms into a dragon. For some reason, Gage felt a strange sense of admiration. Buddy, life is full of ups and downs, and things don't always go our way, Gage said, patting Yun Mochen's shoulder with a heartfelt tone. If she doesn't like you, just move on. Why hang yourself on one tree? As he spoke, he seemed to recall something from his past, letting out a soft sigh. Yun Mochen shook his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the camera, and began to speak. I'm Yun Mochen from Yinyu City, and I've been on my own. Zhu Qingyan, the daughter of the Zhu Emperor, brought a ray of light into the first 18 dim years of my life. I know my talents, and I'm aware that compared to her family, my background is laughable, but I will do everything I can to repay her with a brilliant son. He paused for a moment, then continued. As for the Zhu Emperor looking down on me, I don't resent him. If I were him, I'd also want the best for my daughter. But that doesn't mean I'll compromise or give up on pursuing Zhu Qingyan. So, Emperor Zhu, Uncle Zhu, in front of everyone in this live stream, I solemnly tell you, I accept your bet. With these words from Yun Mochen, the live stream, which had been losing momentum, erupted once more. Comments flooded in like snowflakes. Love gives my bro Oreos. Dude, you're awesome. Plain milk is bitter. Ah, unrequited love. Kid, don't dwell on things that won't work out. I hate fishing. Yeah, exactly. Even a toad can find love. Don't keep staring at the swan. Cast a wide net, and you're bound to catch something. Can you banquet? Are you a wild chicken? This is pure love. You know nothing. I hate fishing. You're the wild chicken. Your whole family is wild chickens. I'll spray you with salty soda. Talk smack, master. But I feel that a woman as stunning as Zhu Qing and should be conquered by someone like me. Faraway bagpipes, ugh. The reactions were mixed, some laughed, some sympathized, and some admired. But Yun Mochen didn't care about these. In his heart, even if the whole world abandoned him, as long as she was there, he was happy. Meanwhile, Zhu Huntian was on his way home. Emperor Zhu, do you want to check the trending topics? The driver asked cautiously. Check your head. Just drive properly. Zhu Huntian roared. If you look at your phone again, I'll smack you. Fuming with anger at his rebellious daughter Zhu Qing'an, Zhu Huntian was looking for an outlet for his frustration. The driver's words seemed to provide just that, and he lashed out without hesitation. Despite this, Zhu Huntian instinctively clicked on the top trending topic. Breaking news. Emperor Zhu and a mysterious young man make a bet, and the young man fearlessly accepts. Old Lu, if you tell me this kind of news late again, I'll smack your face swollen. Zhu Huntian said coldly. Old Lu looked puzzled. Zhu Huntian was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that young man to actually accept the bet. He instinctively rolled down the car window, lit a cigar, and took a deep puff. In the smoke he exhaled, his face showed more disdain and amusement, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. This young man, whether genuinely naive or just pretending, has not only offended me, but, more importantly, the entire Jiang clan. Zhu Huntian frowned in thought, his gaze drifting out the window through the swirling smoke. For the first time in years, a young man had stirred his emotions so profoundly. Mochen, an 18-year-old boy, clearly had no understanding of how the world operates. He believed his straightforward actions were honest, but in reality, he had unknowingly offended many people. The Jiang clan, being a prominent cultivation family, was supposed to celebrate the union with another esteemed clan. However, the situation turned sour even before the marriage could take place, as a scandalous affair had already tarnished their reputation. This was nothing short of a public humiliation for the Jiang clan. Zhu Qing'an sat in the back, arms crossed, maintaining her silence. Her cheeks were flushed, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with inner conflict. She didn't want to see Mochen hurt, nor did she wish to part ways with him. Yet she felt this was the best solution for now. Her father's words weren't entirely unfounded. There was indeed a significant gap between her and Mochen in terms of family background and talent. If she insisted on being with him, she dreaded what measures her father might take against Mochen. This incident had already subjected Mochen to widespread ridicule online, and she feared his heart might not withstand the next blow. What Zhu Qing'an didn't know was that to Mochen, she was his entire world. Yet she had chosen the clumsiest way to break his heart. In the Jiang clan's council hall in the capital. Bang! A deafening crash sent eavesdropping disciples scattering in fear. Gentlemen, how should we deal with the mess caused by that Mochen from Yinyu City? Elder Jiang Mo was furious, veins bulging. Humph. He really has some nerve. Does he not understand what it means to be an imperial clan? He dares to steal the woman of our imperial heir. He slammed the table, shattering it, and questioned the elders present. Elder Jiang Xiaoyao leisurely sipped his wine, speaking nonchalantly. Elder, if the Jiang Emperor isn't worried, why are you? Xiaoyao. Jiang Mo glared in anger. Is this really the time for your drinking? If this Mochen's antics are blown out of proportion, it won't just be our Jiang clan's reputation at stake, but even the Jiang Emperor's. Who knows what the Zhu Emperor is thinking? After all this time, he finally decided to make a move, and he couldn't handle it privately? He had to blow it up for the whole country to see. Jiang Xiaoyao took another sip of wine, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. So what do you suggest, Elder? Should we just kill the boy? Or perhaps, silence all the media in the country? You. Jiang Mo was rendered speechless by Jiang Xiaoyao's sarcasm. He knew full well that even an imperial clan couldn't just kill at will within the jurisdiction of the Huaxia nation. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly, a middle-aged man's figure appeared at the entrance. Everyone's gaze followed as Jiang Di walked unhurriedly to the main seat. His footsteps echoed clearly in the silent council hall, each step seemingly carrying an invisible pressure. The crowd quickly cupped their hands in salute and respectfully lowered their heads. Jiang Di sat down at the main seat, his eyes sharp as he scanned those present. A slight, enigmatic smile played on his lips. The quality of this table isn't great. It's practically turned to dust. As soon as he spoke, Grand Elder Jiang Mo's face turned deathly pale. He trembled, cold sweat pouring down, and fell to his knees with a thud. Jiang Di, it was done in a moment of anger. Please forgive me. Jiang Di waved his hand gently, and a breeze seemed to lift Jiang Mo up. Grand Elder, there's no need to be so upset. His tone had a hint of teasing. I've heard about what happened in Yinyu City. It's just two kids playing at romance, a mere childhood infatuation. In some ways, we might be the villains breaking them apart. Jiang Di's words were like a spring breeze, dispelling the heavy atmosphere in the council hall. The crowd's expressions relaxed slightly, though they remained cautious. Suddenly, Jiang Di's expression changed to one of seriousness. Our immediate concern should be how to deal with the media. Soon enough, those relentless reporters will be knocking. At this moment, Second Elder Jiang Xiaoyao spoke up, his voice steady and powerful. Jiang Di, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Jiang Di raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Jiang Xiaoyao bowed slightly and spoke directly. Jiang Di, over the years, the Jiang family's fortune has been steadily rising. But surprisingly, the Yun family's fortune has been growing even faster. He paused, then continued. Although a prosperous era is approaching, and every family's fortune will increase, we have Jiang Nantian, the emperor's son. What does the Yun family have? Just a daughter who will eventually marry, yet their fortune keeps inexplicably rising. I find this quite unusual. Jiang Di appeared thoughtful, a slight smile playing on his lips. Go on, I'm interested in your perspective. Jiang Xiaoyao took a deep breath and began. 19 years ago, a prophecy emerged from Zhitian Pavilion. A millennium of prosperity begins next year. The day of tribulation for all clans follows. So, almost the next year, all 5 of the Cultivation Emperor clans had offspring to seize the great fortune of this prosperous era and prepare for the unknown tribulation. His gaze swept over everyone present. Among them, our Jiang family has Jiang Nantian, the Zhu family has Zhu Qingyan, the Luo family has Luo Zihan, the Ming family has Ming Yuan, and the Yun family has Chu Shaoling. But, his voice suddenly lowered. I wonder if Jiang Di remembers the latter part of the prophecy? Jiang Di didn't hesitate, reciting it immediately. Mist and rain fall, immortals descend to dust, clouds and fog obscure unfamiliar paths. Jiang Xiaoyao nodded, continuing. Initially, we thought the 2 parts of the prophecy were unrelated. But over time, we've noticed that, including our Jiang Nantian, 3 of the Emperor clan offspring have connections to Yinyu City. I believe this is no coincidence. Grand Elder Jiang Mo interjected. Aren't there only 2 Emperor clan offspring? Who's the third? At this point, Jiang Xiaoyao took out his phone, opened the photo album, and found a picture. He turned the screen towards Jiang Mo and asked, Grand Elder, do you recognize this young girl? Jiang Xiaoyao stood at the bar counter of a street pub, holding a steaming cup of liquor. He picked up his phone and flashed a tipsy smile at the camera, preparing to take a selfie to post on social media. Just then, a little girl inadvertently appeared in the frame, a sight that shocked the elders of the Jiang clan and Emperor Jiang far away. How could this possibly be Chu Xiaoling? Emperor Jiang exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Chu Xiaoling was the imperial daughter of the Yun clan, the biological daughter of Emperor Yun. Emperor Jiang urgently asked, why didn't you mention something this important earlier? Jiang Xiaoyao awkwardly scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed grin. I was on holiday in Yinyu City that day, heard the liquor there was particularly good. Couldn't resist and drank a bit too much, only just remembered. Sorry about that. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths at his words. When it came to being carefree, no one could quite match him. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyao's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. So I believe one major reason for the Yun clan's surge in fortune is Yinyu City. As the first part of the prophecy says, drizzle falls, immortals descend. Drizzle falls likely refers to Yinyu City, and immortals descend means immortals falling to the mortal world. The 5th elder, who had been silent, suddenly asked, what about the second half? What's the connection there? Jiang Xiaoyao replied without hesitation. Misty fog, in my view, refers to a significant event that no one can understand or see the outcome of, like having one's eyes obscured by a fog. Strangers means 2 people who don't know each other. Putting these fragmented explanations together, I believe it means an immortal will appear in Yinyu City, and neither you nor I will recognize them. Only when an unforeseen major event occurs will we come to know. Jiang Xiaoyao's deduction left everyone in silence. After a moment, Emperor Jiang suddenly spoke. So, in your view, do you think this major event is the bet between Yun Mochen and Emperor Zhu? Jiang Xiaoyao chuckled and took another sip of his drink. Haha, Emperor Jiang, I'm just speculating, can't guarantee its truth. But I think this event could not only link Prince Jiang Nantian to Yinyu City, but also earn him the admiration and attention of everyone. This is part of accumulating fortune as well. Jiang Xiaoyao continued to explain that although fortune seemed intangible, its existence couldn't be denied. Whether a family or a nation can thrive for a long time depends significantly on fortune. The source of fortune is quite mystical. It could come from a new offspring in the family, ancestral blessings, or even accidentally acquired treasures. As the imperial child born in a prophesied golden age, he is, to some extent, the main source of his family's fortune. If the imperial child makes a major breakthrough in cultivation or mindset, or receives widespread societal or national attention and admiration, his fortune will increase invisibly. Emperor Jiang nodded approvingly after listening. Xiaoyao, I find your deduction quite reasonable. Tell me what kind of liquor you like, and I'll bring you a few bottles next time. Jiang Xiaoyao chuckled as he moved to the door of the meeting hall. Emperor Jiang, no need, no need. Just don't punish me. Emperor Jiang looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Jiang Xiaoyao didn't answer, as he had already slipped out the door. Emperor Jiang was about to savor a wine he had treasured for years, only to find that the bottle had been tampered with. Enraged, he was about to explode when a violent coughing fit interrupted him. At that moment, his son, Jiang Nantian, entered the room and gently patted his father's back to comfort him. "Father, why are you so upset?" Jiang Nantian asked with concern. Emperor Jiang waved his hand, calming himself down, and then asked, "Son, have you heard about the incident in Yanyu City?" Jiang Nantian nodded, his expression calm. "Father, there's no need to worry about it. It's just the wild boasts of a nobody. Let it be." Emperor Jiang was a bit surprised. "Aren't you worried about your reputation?" Jiang Nantian shook his head, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "Father, apart from the Yun family, the other small hidden families are insignificant. More importantly, I have great confidence in my own abilities, enough to silence any doubts. If that young fool insists on seeking trouble, I won't hold back during the college entrance exam." With that, a trace of ruthlessness and disdain appeared on his face. Emperor Jiang laughed heartily and patted his son's shoulder. "Good boy." Then he turned to the gathered elders and solemnly instructed, "Remember, don't trouble that young man privately. We are a family of cultivation, and any small matter can be exaggerated by those with ill intentions. Nanshan's talent is destined to top the entrance exams this year, and we only need to wait for that day to see that rash youth make a fool of himself. As for Zhu Qingyan, I'm sure Emperor Zhu will handle it appropriately." The elders trembled slightly at his words and respectfully replied, "Yes, Emperor Jiang." As the sun set, Yun Machen's slender figure walked alone in the twilight. Passers-by recognized him as the main character from today's trending topic and began to gossip. However, the young man ignored these comments, firmly believing that life is lived for oneself, and as long as he has a clear conscience, that's all that matters. "Master, you were amazing today," the system spirit said excitedly. "What about the reward?" Yin Machen asked. "It's already in the system space. Just let me know when you need it, and I'll get it for you," the spirit replied. "Luckily, we have a divine grade foundation pill with a 100 success rate, or today's events would have been more upsetting." Though Yin Machen understood that Zhu Qingyan might not mean what she said, being dumped face-to-face by someone he liked still left a sting. Deep in thought, his phone rang. "Hello, Teacher Luo Wuqing. Is there something you need from me?" "Machen, are you alright?" Luo Wuqing asked with concern. "I'm fine, Teacher Luo Wuqing. Thank you for your concern," Yin Machen replied, exchanging a few pleasantries before ending the call. Somehow, the conversation warmed his heart and lifted his spirits. To save money, Yin Machen chose to walk home. As time passed, the bustling cityscape gradually turned old and narrow. An hour later, he arrived at a bustling market, filled with vendors loudly hawking their goods, offering a variety of fish, shrimp, meat, and vegetables. "Hey, our Machen is back." A burly man with a bushy beard waved at him. The man was shirtless, wearing a black apron with suspenders, and had just set down a large cleaver, a kind smile spreading across his face. "Butcher, what do you mean by your family, Machen?" "Clearly, he's from my family, Kaidama." A middle-aged woman at the vegetable stall in the market glanced at the butcher next door with a sarcastic tone. "You just love that 2 ounces of meat in your shop the most." At that moment, Yun Machen walked over with a bright smile on his youthful face. "Hello, Uncle Butcher, Auntie Kai. Good afternoon." Yun Machen lived right next to the bustling market. Because of the remote location and noisy environment, the housing prices were quite low. He met the butcher and Kai Dama after leaving the orphanage, as their shops were on his daily route to school. Over time, the three became familiar with each other. After learning that Yun Machen was an orphan, the two began to look after him in their own ways. The seemingly gruff butcher especially tried to give Machen meat whenever he could. Initially, Machen declined, but then the butcher cleverly asked him to help with chores like taking out the trash and cleaning the slaughterhouse, paying him with several pounds of meat as wages. Whenever Machen tried to refuse, the butcher would put on a stern face and say, "What? You don't appreciate your Uncle Butcher? I just don't want to hire someone to clean, and I can afford this small wage. If you don't take it, don't call me Uncle Butcher anymore. Let's just pretend we don't know each other." Machen could see the butcher's kindness. In his heart, these two were more like family to him in this world. "Machen, don't let those things online get to you," the butcher suddenly said in a lowered voice. "If it really gets to be too much, I'll have a word with that so-called Emperor Zhu." Machen quickly stepped forward to cover the butcher's mouth. "Uncle Butcher, don't say such things. He's a big deal, and if I curse him, he might overlook it because I'm just a kid. But it's different for you. If he hears and takes you away, that won't be good." Auntie Kai snorted and handed Machen a bag full of vegetables. "Machen, don't listen to your Uncle Butcher's boasting. With him going to talk to Emperor Zhu, he'd wet himself before getting close. Here, these are leftover vegetables from today. They won't sell tomorrow in this weather. Take them home and eat them." Knowing he would be scolded if he refused, Machen grinned and said, "Thank you, Auntie Kai. When you're old, I'll definitely take care of you." Auntie Kai waved him off. "You rascal, your Auntie Kai is still young. Hurry home and cook. It's getting late. You must be starving." The butcher glared at Auntie Kai and tossed a pre-prepared bag onto her stall. "Machen, inside are beef bones from today. No meat to sell. Take them home. Make some soup to nourish yourself. Look how thin you are." Just as Mochen was about to think of another way to refuse, a yell erupted beside him. Butcher, are you tired of living? You've crushed all my vegetables. Mochen shivered, sensing the situation wasn't right, and hurriedly left with the 2 full bags. He was used to the butcher and Auntie Kai's bickering. With the heavy food on his back, Mochen headed home, feeling warm inside, knowing he wasn't alone in this world. Yun Mochen stepped out of the market, and a narrow alley caught his eye at the corner. At the end of the alley stood a small, low-roofed house's home. Lush green ivy cascaded down like a waterfall, cleverly concealing the weathered walls. The uneven blue stone slabs at the entrance seemed to tell tales of the passage of time. Master, your house is really small. The system's voice echoed in Yun Machen's mind. Yes, it is quite small. Yun Machen chuckled as he retrieved a key from under a flower pot. He pushed open the creaky wooden door, revealing a 30 square meter space. Though compact, it was complete with a kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and even a makeshift living room. Surprisingly, despite the sparse furniture, the room was tidy and orderly, with essentials carefully arranged, showcasing the owner's attentiveness. Yun Machen entered the kitchen and opened the black plastic bag given by the butcher, only to be taken aback. Instead of the expected bare cow bones, there were large, tender pieces of meat-covered bones. He then checked the vegetable bag from the old vegetable lady, which was filled with freshly selected vegetables, shiitake mushrooms, spinach, celtis everything he could need. A warm feeling surged in his chest, and Yun Machen murmured to himself, perhaps, I've never been truly alone. He gazed at the plastic bag in his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he gathered his emotions and prepared to make a pot of rich beef soup. After 3 years of living alone, Yun Machen's cooking skills had reached the level of a small restaurant. If not for his tight budget, which made him reluctant to buy various ingredients, his culinary skills could have improved even further. After all, with a monthly government subsidy of 2,000 yuan, once rent and utilities were paid, the remaining amount barely covered his living expenses. Tongzi, bring out the technique I drew, Yun Machen said. As soon as he spoke, a book glowing with golden light appeared in his hand. The cover bore the words Heaven Overturning Technique, in bold, radiant characters, exuding a powerful aura. How bold, daring to name it after the heavens, and even overturning them. Yun Machen was amazed and eagerly opened the book. With a rip, the sharp page cut his thumb, and blood immediately welled up. Before he could react, the blood seemed to be summoned, rushing into the book. In an instant, the book, sparkling with golden light, transformed into countless golden specks, which flew into Yun Machen's forehead. Yun Machen was deeply shocked as the heaven overturning technique appeared in his mind, lying quietly beside a large spinning wheel, radiating a mysterious, ancient golden glow. As if his memory had been altered, he instinctively raised his hand and began to move according to a profound, mysterious trajectory. Instantly, the thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth quietly gathered around him. Yun Machen sat cross-legged in the center of the room as the air around him grew dense, shrouded in white mist. His body began to emit a faint golden glow, as if enveloped by a divine light. He closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy in the surrounding space. The Futian Gong technique circulated within him, transforming the blue spiritual energy into golden spiritual power, nourishing his meridians continuously. Yun Machen wondered, isn't spiritual power supposed to be light blue? Why is mine golden? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Master, the levels of techniques and martial arts in this world are ranked as Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, in descending order. While I can't specify the exact rank of Futian Gong, it's at least above the advanced Tian level. The golden spiritual power is just one of its hidden perks. As for its other extraordinary aspects, you'll need to discover them yourself. Yun Machen gasped, overwhelmed by the realization. In the entire Huaxia country, only the 5 imperial clans might possess Tian-level techniques. Ordinary people might never even see a D-level technique in their lifetime. He couldn't help but think, does this mean I'm invincible? The system promptly doused his enthusiasm. Master, there's no such thing as absolute invincibility in the world. What seems invincible to you is only relative within a certain circle. There's always someone better and a higher sky beyond. Like in Huaxia mythology, where a genius who trains all his life might end up as just one of the 100,000 soldiers blocking Sun Wukong. So, Master, never be arrogant or complacent. Humility and keeping a low profile are the most formidable strategies. Yun Machen fell silent for a moment, a bit embarrassed. Realizing his thoughts were indeed naive, he whispered, thanks, system. He then calmed his mind and immersed himself in cultivation. Each breath was accompanied by the surrounding pale white spiritual energy, enveloping him in a mystical aura. An hour later, the system suddenly reminded him, Master, the pot. Huh? What pot? Yun Machen was startled, and then he exclaimed, oh no, my beef soup. He jumped up, rushed to the kitchen, and hurriedly moved the large pot of beef soup off the heat with a damp cloth from the counter. The rich aroma wafted towards him, tantalizing his taste buds. Mochen felt an unprecedented hunger, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. Ignoring the heat, he grabbed a large chunk of beef bone and stuffed it into his mouth. "Ah, it's hot," he exclaimed, blowing on it, yet couldn't help but praise, "Delicious." In less than half an hour, he had devoured the entire 3 pounds of beef and broth. Mochen, patting his round belly, collapsed into a chair. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Wait, did I just eat 3 pounds by myself? That's my usual intake for 3 meals. Recalling the intense hunger he felt earlier, he frowned and asked, "System, why is my appetite like this? And what about that uncomfortable hunger I felt?" The system calmly replied, "Master, this is the only drawback of Futian Gong." Mochen suddenly understood, recalling the information the system had mentioned before. He realized that powerful techniques often come with corresponding costs. After obtaining the heaven-covering technique, Mochen was astonished to discover his craving for blood energy was beyond his imagination. He devoured 3 pounds of beef, yet still felt unbearably hungry. The system explained, "Master, the heaven-covering technique not only accelerates cultivation but also absorbs a large amount of blood energy. Your internal blood energy has been depleted, which is why you're so hungry. The blood energy in this beef happens to replenish your consumption." The system suddenly paused, and Mochen eagerly pressed for more information. The system continued, "Master, this beef is likely not ordinary. It's a top-grade product raised in a place rich in spiritual energy." Mochen was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. How could such rare beef be available in an ordinary market? He questioned, "System, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The system was adamant. "There's no mistake. Typically, replenishing the blood energy consumed by cultivating the heaven-covering technique would require at least 8 pounds of regular beef. But you felt full after just 3 pounds, indicating this beef has an exceptionally high blood energy content." Mochen fell into deep thought, a bold hypothesis flashing through his mind. Could it be that Butcher Uncle is a hidden cultivator? Perhaps this beef comes from the nearby Tianyao Mountains? Recalling the butcher's habit of going out early every morning for supplies, this speculation seemed increasingly plausible. However, the immediate issue was solving the meat supply problem. Mochen worriedly calculated. According to the system, he needed 8 pounds of beef per hour, which meant nearly 100 pounds for a night's cultivation. At market prices, that would cost nearly $3,000. His monthly allowance was only 2,000, which was far from sufficient. Just as Mochen was at his wit's end, the system suddenly reminded him, "Master, blood energy doesn't have to be absorbed through eating. The heaven-covering technique can directly absorb it. Isn't Butcher Uncle's shop a place rich in blood energy?" Mochen's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "System, you're a genius." As night fell, Mochen lay in bed, his thoughts wandering far away. He opened his phone to find that the contact name, "Give Candy, No Trouble," had changed to "White Tea, Clear Joy." After much hesitation, he finally sent a brief message. "Chi and Mochen, waiting." After sending the message, Mochen put down his phone but couldn't resist checking it repeatedly. Until late at night, the expected reply never came. He comforted himself. Maybe the phone was confiscated. Tossing and turning, dawn quietly arrived. With a crisp rooster's crow, the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness. Mochen checked his phone again, still no reply. Shaking his head, he decided to go talk to Butcher Uncle first. A new day, a new hope. Perhaps it would bring unexpected surprises. Mochen dragged his tired body out of bed, his dark circles particularly noticeable. After a quick wash, he headed out and ran into Uncle Tu, who was about to drive off. "Morning, Uncle Tu." Mochen suddenly popped up at the car window, startling the butcher. "Morning, my foot, Mochen," the butcher grumbled, giving him an annoyed look as he turned off the car he had just started. "Why are you up so early instead of sleeping?" Mochen awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Uncle Tu, I'm running short on my allowance this month. Can I help process the meat you bring back? I don't need any pay, just 2 pounds of meat." In truth, his real aim was to absorb the blood energy, but he feared Uncle Tu would refuse if he knew. Hearing this, Uncle Tu took out his phone and tapped a few times. Mochen's phone soon chimed with a transfer notification. "Uncle Tu, I don't want money," Mochen quickly said. Ignoring him, Uncle Tu started the car again. "The college entrance exam is coming up. Don't worry about making money. Borrow more if you need it, but remember to pay it back." Mochen clung to the car window. "Uncle Tu, if you do this, I won't go to school. I just want to help you a bit after school. It won't affect my studies." "Mochen, do you want me to give you a beating?" Uncle Tu huffed. "Uncle Tu, you're the best. If Auntie Kai argues with you again, I'll be on your side," Mochen said playfully. Uncle Tu's expression changed, and he looked around before whispering, "Don't take my side. You'll really make her angry. I just tease her for fun. If you actually help, it'll change everything." Mochen stood there stunned, thinking, Could it be that Uncle Tu has feelings for Auntie Kai? Have I become part of their game? All right. Uncle Tu interrupted his thoughts. If you really want to work, come find me after school. Don't return the money, or don't come to my shop. With that, Uncle Tu hit the gas and drove off. Mochen shook his head helplessly, glancing at the time. 5:46. It was still early, but too late to go back to sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that Uncle Tu wouldn't lock the shop when he left, and with Auntie Kai there, he got excited he could go absorb the blood energy. He ran towards the butcher's shop and from a distance saw Auntie Kai arranging vegetables. Oh, Mochen, off to school so early today? Auntie Kai asked with a bright smile. Mochen waved back. Good morning, Auntie Kai. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd help Uncle Tu clean the meat shop. A hint of concern appeared on Auntie Kai's face. Mochen stood in front of the vegetable stall, his eyes flickering with obvious concern. The vegetable lady noticed his unease and asked kindly, Mochen, are you still upset about what happened yesterday? Mochen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. No, don't worry about it, vegetable lady. Maybe I just ate too much yesterday, and it got to me. Eager to change the subject, he added. Once I'm done cleaning up at Uncle Tu's butcher shop, I'll help you organize the vegetables. Before she could ask more, Mochen hurriedly dashed into the butcher shop, as if fleeing from further questions. To him, Uncle Tu and the vegetable lady were like elders, making conversations with them sometimes awkward and uncomfortable. The vegetable lady watched Mochen's thin figure disappear, her brow furrowed with worry. She absent-mindedly gripped the cucumber in her hand, and to her shock, it floated up and was instantly crushed by a mysterious force, yet her skin remained untouched. The master must know what's happening with the young master. Zhu Huntian, you really are asking for trouble, she murmured to herself, her voice filled with deep concern. As soon as Mochen entered the butcher shop, he began practicing Fu Tian Gong, greedily absorbing the blood energy from the pork, beef, and lamb on the counter. In his mind, the blood energy indicator was clearly displayed by the system. Blood energy 1. Blood energy 1. Blood energy. Seeing the numbers rise, Mochen felt a surge of joy. He asked the system, should I use the blood energy for a lottery draw, or should I focus on cultivating Fu Tian Gong to break through my current level? The system immediately suggested, Master, considering the treasures you possess, it's best to first reach the 10th layer of the Qi refining stage. Then use a foundation establishment pill to advance to the foundation establishment stage. As for using blood energy for a lottery, once your level is higher, acquiring blood energy will be easy. Mochen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, isn't the Qi refining stage only 9 layers? The system explained, not quite, Master. That's because the cultivation system in your world isn't complete. The true Qi refining stage has 10 layers, with the final one known as the Extreme Realm. Extreme Realm? Mochen asked curiously. The system continued. Master, the Extreme Realm isn't something just anyone can reach, but once achieved, it means one's combat ability increases exponentially. Crossing levels in battle becomes effortless. Of course, it's not absolute, as many exceptional geniuses have unusual methods, and some even practice both body and technique. So in future encounters, never underestimate anyone. Mochen pointed to himself and asked, do you think I can reach the Extreme Realm? The system replied confidently, of course. Master, don't underestimate your cultivation technique. It's incredibly powerful. Reassured, Mochen let out a long breath, feeling greatly relieved. He then asked, so, do you think I'm a genius? The system bluntly replied, no. Mochen twitched his mouth, secretly grumbling at the system's straightforwardness. Feeling a bit disheartened, he asked, compared to the geniuses and prodigies you mentioned earlier, what advantage do I have? With confidence, the system answered, Master, you have me. Together, we can dominate the ages and surpass all the world's talents. So rest assured, with me around, we will make the world bow at our feet. The system's words were audacious, even a bit sinister, like a villain's declaration. Yet, they unexpectedly resonated with Mochen. His blood surged, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he shouted inwardly, awesome. It's a shame you don't write power fantasies, system. Then he glanced at the chunks of beef yet to be fully absorbed of blood energy, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's absorb it all. Half an hour later, Mochen looked at the panel with satisfaction, feeling elated. Over 500 blood energy points. Mochen expressed his gratitude to Aunt Kai, saying, thanks to Uncle Tu's top-quality meat. Otherwise this nearly 200 pounds would only provide a little over 200 vitality points. He nodded in confirmation, then glanced at the time, which was already nearing 6:30. I need to hurry home to break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, and then head to class. Mochen thought to himself. After the 3 pounds of beef he had yesterday, he vaguely felt his cultivation loosening and was now eager to advance. After helping Aunt Kai tidy up her stall, he hurried back home. Once home, Yun Mochen immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, his hands following a specific trajectory as he began to cultivate the heaven-covering technique. Instantly, white spiritual energy converged from all directions like mist, enveloping the entire room. A faint golden glow emanated from his body, as if shrouded by a mysterious power. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suddenly, a deep boom sounded from within him. The golden spiritual power inside Yun Mochen erupted, dispersing the surrounding white spiritual mist. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his arms, where golden veins appeared faintly, mysterious and profound. The 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Yun Mochen joyfully confirmed his breakthrough and then asked the system, "System, why do I feel stronger than I expected at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage?" The system replied, "Master, the heaven-covering technique has begun to transform your physique and meridians. In short, you are evolving." Hiss! Yun Mochen took a sharp breath, the power of the heaven-covering technique far exceeding his imagination. He even had the illusion that he could now rival a foundation establishment cultivator. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Yun Mochen quickly picked it up to see a message from Bai Chakingwen. "Mochen, my dad introduced me to Jiang and Tian. Not only is he handsome and charming, but his talent is also astonishing. At that moment, I realized maybe my other half should be such a towering figure, invincible in the future. After thinking it over, I understood my father was right. Jiang and Tian and I are well matched, while between you and me, there is ultimately no result. Mochen, these 3 months with you have been joyful, but dreams must end, and we should return to reality, don't you agree? I wish you find someone better." "I'm sorry." In an instant, Yun Mochen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen as if his blood had turned to ice. His face turned deathly pale, and his thin body swayed uncontrollably, forcing him to lean against the wall, gasping for air. "Pain, my heart hurts." Yun Mochen instinctively tapped on the screen, but after countless attempts at writing and deleting, the chat box remained blank. He didn't know how to express himself or how to respond. After a long while, Yun Mochen finally managed to type a few difficult words. "I wish you happiness too." After sending this message, Yun Mochen felt as if he had lost something inside, leaving a void. His eyes were filled with endless despair and self-mockery. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family home, after returning home that day, Zhu Huntian angrily confiscated Zhu Qingyan's phone, his face so dark it seemed he could devour someone. Beside him, Zhu Qingyan fought back tears, trying hard to lift her head to keep the tears from falling. "Umph, Qingyan, look at the kind of people you associate with." Zhu Huntian's voice boomed like thunder, echoing through the spacious living room. Zhu Qingyan lifted her head defiantly, her eyes shining with an unyielding spirit. "Dad, it's my freedom to choose who I want to be with. Did you bring me into this world just to use me as a tool for a family alliance?" Before she could finish, a loud slap cut through the air. Smack! The sharp sound made everyone present hold their breath, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Zhu Qingyan looked at her father in disbelief, her small hand trembling as she gently touched the burning red mark on her cheek. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, which spilled over like a string of broken pearls. "Fine. I understand. Dad, you are no longer my father." Zhu Qingyan gritted her teeth as she spoke, then turned to leave. Zhu Huntian took a deep drag from his cigar before putting it out in the ashtray. He hid his slightly trembling hands behind his back, trying to appear composed. "If you leave, he won't survive," Zhu Huntian said coldly. These words struck Zhu Qingyan like a bolt of lightning. She stopped abruptly, turned around, and questioned with tears streaming down her face. "Zhu Huntian, what do you mean?" Zhu Huntian's eyelids twitched as he suppressed his complex emotions and replied coldly. "Do you realize that if I don't make this public today, once the Jiang family finds out about you and that boy, what do you think they'll do?" Zhu Qingyan's heart sank, and her expression turned panicked. She realized she had never considered these consequences. As an imperial family, the Zhu family valued honor and dignity above all, and the Jiang family, also an imperial family, was no different. By dating Yun Mochen despite having an engagement, she was essentially humiliating the Jiang family. "Dad, do you mean they would target Yun Mochen?" Zhu Qingyan's tone softened, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress, desperate for answers. Zhu Huntian snorted. "Not anymore. Now that I've made this public, if anything happens to that boy, who do you think people will suspect first?" Zhu Qingyan hesitated, struggling to believe it, then asked, "Dad, do you mean you support me and him?" "Of course not." Zhu Huntian interrupted her. "That boy is a nobody, barely reaching the Qi training stage before exams. He's from a different world than you. Besides, he has no real skills, just a big mouth and some courage, but nothing else. I'm only doing this to prevent a living being from becoming a pawn in our family's honor. The boy isn't at fault, but being useless is. Not just anyone can become an imperial family's son-in-law." "Dad!" Zhu Qingyan shouted angrily. Zhu Huntian snorted again, his anger evident. "You and him, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it." "Qingyan, Jiang Nantian, the son of the Jiang Emperor, has a good character, exceptional talent, and he's not less handsome than your father. How is he not better than that Mochen boy? Marrying him would be no loss to you. In a few years, you'll thank me for this decision. You're too naive now. Suddenly, Zhu Huntian seemed to remember something and added, besides, if I really wanted to use you as a tool for family alliances, I could have 10 or 8 more children. But that boy is just a bit braver than ordinary people, and you're simply not from the same world. Hey, don't go. Don't go, my dear daughter. Zhu Qingyan didn't wait for her father to finish. She angrily snatched her phone back from Zhu Huntian's hand, gave him a fierce glare, and walked away. Zhu Huntian stood motionless, watching his daughter's retreating figure, surrounded by the lingering smoke of his cigar, which seemed to express his inner helplessness. Raising a daughter is tough, Zhu Huntian muttered to himself. Back in her room, Zhu Qingyan didn't immediately message Yun Mochen. Her father's warning made her realize that treating Yun Mochen as she had before might actually harm him. After much hesitation, she finally decided to send him a message. However, just then, Yun Mochen's phone suddenly rang again. With nothing but the simplicity of white tea and a quiet joy, Yun Mochen stared at his phone screen, deeply puzzled. He had imagined countless possibilities but couldn't grasp what Zhu Qingyan was trying to convey. Tongzi, can you figure something out? Yun Mochen couldn't help but ask the system for help. Master, of course I know. 1,000 blood energy points. Deal or no deal. The system opportunistically bargained. Get lost. Yun Mochen frowned, silently cursing the system's lack of tact. He had just been dumped and was heartbroken. With no other choice, Yun Mochen replied again. Qingyan, your message. What do you mean? His message seemed to disappear into the void, with no response. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingyan was fuming, her face flushed red, pacing back and forth with her hands on her hips. Idiot. You're supposed to connect this sentence with my online name. She shouted internally but didn't tell Yun Mochen, as it would undermine the meaning of what she had said before. Despite the pain of saying those words to Yun Mochen, she didn't hesitate when it came to his safety. That phrase was meant as a form of hope. White tea and quiet joy, nothing else. I'm waiting for the wind. And for you. Zhu Qingyan murmured, idiot. If the whole world is against us, then wait for me to become a true, unrivaled strong person. Then, I'll let the world know that you are my man. The words, nothing else, echoed in Yun Mochen's mind. He chuckled bitterly, thinking, perhaps it's a kind of comfort. Unknowingly, Tianshui High School was now just ahead. Morning, Brother Yun. A chubby figure waved a skewer of quail eggs at Yun Mochen in greeting, his body jiggling with emotion. It was Su Jipang. Jipang, morning. Yun Mochen responded. Su Jipang grabbed Yun Mochen's arm excitedly. Brother Yun, you're famous, did you know? Yesterday, you stood up to Emperor Zhu, and it was the top trending topic. But strangely, this morning, I couldn't find any news about you. Still, on my way to school, all I heard was people talking about you. Brother Yun, you're amazing. Just as Yun Mochen was about to reply, an unwelcome voice cut in. Yun Mochen, I've always said it. You and Zhu Qingyan are from different worlds. She's a swan, and you're not even a toad. At most, a rat in the gutter. The speaker was Lu Ming, Yun Mochen's classmate and one of Zhu Qingyan's many fervent pursuers, with cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining. Lu Ming, watch your mouth. You looking for a fight? Su Jipang, not waiting for Yun Mochen to speak, unleashed his 9th level qi refining aura, forcing Lu Ming back a few steps. In Su Jipang's eyes, only he could joke about Yun Mochen, no one else. The reason Su Jipang respectfully called Yun Mochen Brother Yun dates back a year. At that time, Su Jipang, due to his excessive eating and spending, ran out of his generous allowance. Desperate, he secretly sold his father's treasured bracelet at a low price. When his father found out, he was so furious he kicked Su Jipang out of the house. Coincidentally, Yun Mochen, walking home, stumbled upon him. Su Jipang was in tears, sobbing like a child. Despite his large, over 200-pound frame, he seemed particularly vulnerable at that moment. Yun Mochen handed him a tissue, and Su Jipang took it, then poured out everything that had happened. After listening, Yun Mochen softly suggested, why don't we head to my place first? You must be hungry. Su Jipang nodded in agreement. They went to Yun Mochen's house, where Yun cooked a hearty meal. Su Jipang devoured it, praising, Yun, your cooking is amazing. He swallowed a big mouthful and added, from now on, I'll call you Brother Yun. Yun Mochen laughed and reminded him, you're welcome to eat more, but remember to bring your own ingredients. My supplies won't last long with you around. Got it. Su Jipang nodded vigorously. From then on, Su Jipang often visited Yun Mochen's home with bags full of ingredients. He frequently said, even dogs won't eat my mom's cooking. To him, Yun Mochen was like a brother, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone bullying Yun. One day, Lu Ming tried to provoke Yun Mochen. Su Jipang immediately stepped forward, glaring at Lu Ming. What do you want? Say one more word, and I'll make you regret it. Get lost now. Although Lu Ming was already at the 8th level of qi refining, he was no match for Su Jipang, who was at the 9th level and a top student. He didn't dare to provoke him easily. Their confrontation quickly drew the attention of nearby classmates. Look, isn't that Yun Mochen? The guy who stood up to Emperor Zhu. He really is handsome. Is Lu Ming out of his mind? Yun even faced Emperor Zhu without fear, and yet Lu Ming dares to provoke him. With Su Jipang backing him up, Lu Ming is in trouble. Lu Ming clenched his teeth, trembling with anger and indecision. Finally, under the scrutiny of everyone, he left reluctantly, pretending to be tough without the strength to back it up. Su Jipang said disdainfully, "Come on, brother Yun, let's not bother with him." "Wait, Lu Ming," Yun Mochen suddenly called out. To everyone's surprise, he walked up to Lu Ming and spoke bluntly. "You left because you're afraid of him, right?" Lu Ming was furious. "What else? I've already been humiliated enough. What more do you want? Do you think I'm afraid of you? A 7th level Qi refining weakling?" Before he could finish, Yun Mochen's right fist shot out like lightning, striking Lu Ming in the abdomen. With a thud, Lu Ming spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Yun Mochen coldly looked down at him, suddenly releasing the powerful aura of an 8th level Qi refining practitioner. The crowd was in an uproar. When did Yun Mochen reach the 8th level of Qi refining? He's been hiding his strength. It looks like he has a shot at getting into a top university. Don't you think Yun Mochen's 8th level seems stronger than Lu Ming's? Yun Mochen looked down at Lu Ming, his tone icy. "I hope you learn to keep your mouth shut. Remember, even a mouse can be deadly. Besides, who's the mouse and who's the cat? You should think about that. Also, my issues with Zhu Qingyan are none of your business. Next time, I won't hold back." With that, he signaled Su Jipang to leave. Lu Ming lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Just wait. Yun Mochen. So cool. Brother Yun." Su Jipang excitedly waved a skewer of ballot eggs in Yun Mochen's face. "Want some?" Yun Mochen looked at the eggs, still covered in feathers, and felt queasy. "No, I'm not hungry." Su Jipang asked again. "Brother Yun, don't let this small stuff get to you. By the way, have you and broken up?" "Kind of." Brother Yun, Jiang Nantian is already at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. You're in trouble for the college entrance exam. Chatting along the way, they reached the classroom. Today was the weapons combat class, taught by their homeroom teacher, Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing stood at the podium, holding a long sword. Choosing the right weapon is crucial for every cultivator. The sword is the most common choice because it is the king of weapons, capable of breaking all spells with one strike. As she spoke, she lunged forward with the sword. With a clang, the sword vibrated, clear and resonant. "Wow, Teacher Luo is amazing. So cool." The female students exclaimed in admiration. Luo Wuqing, in her white dress with her braids slightly swaying, wielded her sword with both intensity and grace. Su Jipang, having pulled out another skewer of ballot eggs from somewhere, whispered to Yun Mochen while munching, "Brother Yun, Teacher Luo's legs are so fair." Yun Mochen stood to the side, watching Luo Wuqing's demonstration intently. Luo Wuqing, expressionless, sheathed his long sword and then picked up a spear, his movements fluid and seamless. "Of course, no weapon is the most powerful. It's about finding the one that suits you best," Luo Wuqing said as he swung the spear. Take the spear, for instance. Many people prefer it. It has a large attack range and high damage, making it more suitable for strength-based cultivators, like body cultivators. As he finished speaking, Luo Wuqing swung his arm, causing the spear to cut through the air, creating ripples. He then picked up a sword and continued to patiently demonstrate the use of dozens of weapons, each showcasing its unique charm. At that moment, a voice in Yun Mochen's mind asked, "Master, what do you want to use as your primary weapon?" Yun Mochen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Images of the various weapons Luo Wuqing had just demonstrated flashed through his mind as he weighed each one's pros and cons. After a while, he firmly declared, "I want them all." "Ah, just like before." A faint sigh seemed to echo in Yun Mochen's mind. "What?" Yun Mochen asked, puzzled. The system quickly denied. "Ah, Master, you must have misheard. I didn't say anything." The system's strange reaction left Yun Mochen feeling perplexed. Curiously, he asked, "Why can't I train in all of them?" "Master, you can't focus on two things at once," the system advised. "With you here, how could I not learn?" Yun Mochen replied confidently. "But Master," the system tried to continue. Yun Mochen interrupted. "System, think about it this way. What if one day my sword gets lost or damaged? If there's a spear nearby that I can't use, should I fight barehanded?" "But Master," the system attempted to argue. "No buts, system. I trust in your abilities." Yun Mochen insisted. "It's just a matter of blood energy. Once I've advanced in my cultivation, I'll hunt a few hundred beasts, and blood energy won't be an issue." With a few words, Yun Mochen silenced the system. After a pause, the system relented. "All right, Master." Yun Mochen chuckled. "Of course, I'll focus primarily on one weapon as my specialty. That's the sword." The system inquired. "Master, why choose the sword?" "Because sword cultivators are cool," Yun Mochen said excitedly. "Flying with the sword, roaming the world, slicing the sky with a smile." At that moment, Luo Wuqing addressed the students. Class, you should know that choosing a weapon that feels right is easy. But achieving mastery in any weapon field is very difficult. Take the sword, which most of you have chosen. In fact, sword cultivation is the hardest to master. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, "Why, Teacher Luo? I thought the long sword was quite easy to handle." "Yeah, Teacher Luo, I also think sword cultivation is simple." Lu Ming chimed in, deliberately waving the long sword in a supposedly handsome manner in front of everyone. Having embarrassed himself earlier, he wanted to regain some face. Luo Wuqing shook his head helplessly, trying to suppress the hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and explained, "To become a true sword cultivator, you must first achieve the ability to cut a strand of hair with a single stroke. If you can't even do that, don't even think about it." Saying this, Luo Wuqing gestured for Lu Ming to come over. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Teacher Luo," Lu Ming exclaimed. Luo Wuqing glanced at him, took a strand of hair from his head, and tossed it into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, a flash of sword light passed by. The crowd, once they realized what happened, widened their eyes in amazement. A 10-centimeter strand of hair had been split in two, gently floating to the ground. The entire place fell silent, everyone stunned by the impressive swordsmanship. Two strands of hair fell neatly and precisely to the ground. This astonishing sight made Yun Machen's eyes light up with excitement he could hardly contain. Although he had watched numerous sword cultivation videos online, witnessing Luo Wuqing's performance in person was an entirely different and overwhelming experience. "Teacher Luo, are you a sword cultivator?" A girl in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly, then said, "Now you can choose a weapon to try. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." This acknowledgement immediately stirred up a commotion in the classroom. Luo Wuqing's already mysterious image became even more intriguing, and many boys secretly admired her figure, whispering among themselves, "Teacher Luo is amazing. If only she could be my girlfriend." "Humph, you're clearly just attracted to her looks." "Shoo, be quiet, or Teacher Luo will deal with you." "TCH, I genuinely admire Teacher Luo's character." "Get lost." Yun Machen listened to these comments with a smirk, then turned to Su Jupang, who was focused on finishing his quail eggs. "Jupang, what weapon do you plan to choose?" Su Jupang swallowed the last quail egg and waved the bamboo skewer in his hand. "Brother Yun, I want to practice with a spear. Isn't it cool?" "A spear cultivator?" Yun Machen pondered. "The attack range is indeed large, but it's heavier than a sword, which suits your build." He patted Su Jupang's shoulder. "Go for it." Su Jupang grinned widely, suddenly remembering something. "Brother Yun, what about you?" "I'm going to practice them all, with a focus on the sword." "What?" Su Jupang exclaimed. Practicing one or two weapons simultaneously was one thing, but what did practicing all of them mean? "Ha!" Lu Ming suddenly laughed, interjecting. "Classmates, come and see. This guy who boasted about defeating Jiang Nantian, the son of the Emperor of Jiang, in the college entrance exam now claims he'll practice all weapons. It's hilarious." For a moment, the whole class was abuzz with chatter. Yun Machen must have maxed out his looks and forgot to add points to his IQ. Multitasking? His brain must be fried. Coming from an orphanage, all he knows is how to boast. Enough. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept through the room. The students who had just spoken out of line, including Lu Ming, were all knocked to the ground. Luo Wuqing's stunning face was covered in frost, her voice icy. "If you continue speaking about your classmate like this, be prepared to have your parents pick you up from the infirmary. Mochen, come with me." After Luo Wuqing left, Lu Ming trembled as he got up from the ground. "Guys, did I feel it wrong? Or did Teacher Luo actually release killing intent?" "No, it was killing intent, but it was mine." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Jupang's size 40-foot kicked Lu Ming square in the face. Lu Ming was sent flying several meters, passing out. Su Jupang released his 9th-level Qi refining aura, raising his hefty fist and scanning the room. "Anyone else who dares talk about Brother Yun will meet the same fate." Seeing this, everyone quickly scattered, leaving Lu Ming lying on the ground in a starfish position. Outside the door, Luo Wuqing asked with concern, "Machen, did yesterday's incident affect you?" Your cultivation has improved. Not bad." Yun Machen shook his head with a wry smile. "Teacher Luo, really, it didn't." Luo Wuqing gently tapped his forehead. "Then why say such boastful things? Weapons are important, but we can't become slaves to them. If you want to practice every weapon, where will you find the time to improve your cultivation level?" The matter of the system couldn't be disclosed to anyone, so Yun Machen could only lower his head and admit his fault. "I'm sorry, Teacher Luo. I want to become a sword cultivator. I was just a bit vain." Luo Wuqing didn't say more, instead taking a long sword from her spatial ring and handing it to Yun Machen. Yun Machen stood at the school gate, tightly gripping the mid-tier Xian sword that Teacher Luo Wuqing had just lent him. The sword's blade was entirely silver-white, resembling jade, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, and the hilt was delicately engraved with the character Yun. This sword, worth millions, was an astronomical figure for him, yet the teacher lent it so easily. The sword and the spatial ring are for you to use temporarily. Luo Wuqing's words echoed in his mind. Return them if you want a beating. With that, she turned and walked into the classroom, leaving Yun Mochen standing there, feeling a mix of emotions. Master, since the teacher lent them to you, just accept them. You can return them after the college entrance exams. The system's voice chimed in his mind. Yun Mochen snapped back to reality and carefully stored the sword in the spatial ring. Throughout the class, Yun Mochen was distracted, his mind constantly replaying the image of the sword. He speculated that it might be an heirloom from Luo Wuqing's family or a precious gift from someone else. As the school bell signaled the end of the day, Yun Mochen stepped out of the school gate only to be surrounded by a swarm of media carrying various live streaming equipment. Among them, a familiar face caught his attention. Guagu. Hey, little brother, we meet again, Guagu greeted with a smile, though there was a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. As a seasoned gossip journalist, he didn't want to intrude on Yun Mochen's private life, but orders from his boss were unavoidable. Before Yun Mochen could respond, several high-definition cameras were thrust into his face. Mr. Yun, today Emperor Zhu announced nationwide that you and Zhu Huntian have broken up. Meanwhile, Jiang Nantian, son of the Jiang Emperor, responded to your challenge, saying, I will shatter all your illusions on the day of the college entrance exams. Hope you won't back out like a coward. What is your response to this? The reporters bombarded him with questions, leaving Yun Mochen momentarily at a loss. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Just an hour ago, he was worried about a single sword, and now he had to face nationwide media scrutiny. Yun Mochen stood amidst the circle of media, and at the mention of Zhu Huntian's name, his heart ached again. Brother Gua stood protectively by his side, live streaming with his phone while shooing away journalists who got too close. Hey, young man, if you can't say it, just shake your head, Brother Gua said gently, all the while unapologetically pushing back a few unruly reporters. Hey, don't crowd. Why are the cameras so close? Yun Mochen didn't answer immediately. He took out his phone to check the trending topics. The screen displayed Jiang Nantian in a luxurious living room, giving an interview filled with disdain and mockery. After a moment of silence, Yun Mochen chuckled softly and looked directly into Brother Gua's phone camera. Yes, Zhu Huntian and I have broken up. I'm very sad, but I won't cling to her. I'm a man of my word, unless I'm dead. He paused, cleared his throat, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Jiang Nantian, I admit your strong reaching the 7th layer of the golden core stage is impressive. But I promise you, on the day of the college entrance exam, I'll beat you so badly you'll regret it. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar at the scene. The reporters looked at each other in disbelief at this audacious young man. The live stream chat exploded, with comments flying in rapidly. Oh my god, has Yun Mochen lost his mind? He's only at the 7th layer of the chi refining stage. Isn't this suicide? Yun God is awesome. If you win, I'll eat dirt live for a month. Meanwhile, Jiang Nantian, watching the broadcast, was furious, smashing the coffee table in front of him with a single blow. He glared at the screen with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Fine, Yun Mochen, just wait. On the day of the college entrance exam, I'll make you wish you were dead. In another office, Luo Wuqing crossed her legs thoughtfully and set down her phone. She murmured softly, at least he's not defeated. Don't worry, no matter what happens on the day of the exam, you'll be fine. As she spoke, she removed her phone case, revealing a hidden photo in Zidea, chubby little boy hugging a little girl, with tens of thousands of cultivators kneeling behind them. Yun Mochen glanced around, a bit impatient. Anything else? If not, I'll be going. He was eager to head to the butcher shop to absorb some blood energy and enhance his cultivation, not wanting to waste time here. Mr. Yun, there's one more thing. Oh, never mind. Young man, you can go now? Brother Gua grabbed Yun Mochen by the shoulder and pushed him out of the crowd without giving him a chance to protest. Before the other reporters and media could ask questions, Brother Gua waved Yun Mochen away. Yun Mochen nodded gratefully and ran towards home. Although Zhu Huntian had broken up with him, for 18-year-old Yun Mochen, it was both an end and a new beginning. Life was just starting. What obstacle couldn't be overcome? However, this didn't mean he would give up easily. The gap between the 7th level of the golden core stage and 2 major realms felt like an insurmountable chasm. Yun Mochen snorted coldly, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. He didn't need to prove himself to anyone, nor was he trying to win Zhu Huntian's favor. If it was lost, so be it. It was just a fleeting love. However, the dignity that had been trampled upon, he must reclaim with his own hands. Half an hour later, Yun Mochen arrived at the small vegetable market, panting. He habitually greeted the vegetable vendor lady and then excitedly rushed into the butcher shop. Uncle Butcher. Hey, I'm here. Yun Mochen called out with anticipation. The butcher glanced up at him. Mochen, you're back early today. Go on inside. I've got 2 cows ready for you. That'll keep you busy for a while. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Yun Mochen replied, I'll get it done. The butcher handed him a large cleaver and advised, Mochen, Check online how to properly butcher them. Don't just cut randomly, or it'll be hard to sell. Yun Mochen took the knife, grinning. Uncle Butcher, I did my homework before coming. A cow has 8 main parts, namely the shoulder, rib, and so on. The butcher, slightly surprised, feigned annoyance. You should put that effort into your cultivation. Yun Mochen scratched the back of his head sheepishly and quickly entered the slaughterhouse. Gazing at the 2 premium cows weighing over 1,000 pounds combined, his eyes lit up as if he saw piles of glittering gold. Tonight, I can break through. Yun Mochen thought with delight. The next moment, a satisfying voice echoed in his mind. Vitality points 1, vitality points 1, vitality points 1. In the afternoon, the market was bustling with people, mostly office workers just off work. The butcher was busy serving customers and had no time to pay attention to Yun Mochen. Just then, a striking father and daughter duo entered the market, capturing everyone's attention. The middle-aged man was tall, wearing a luxurious robe embroidered with cloud-like patterns and a black and gold mask, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. Beside him stood a young girl, dressed in equally elegant attire, her body adorned with shimmering glass-like jewelry. She too wore a mask, but her exquisite features were still evident beneath it. Her skin was as white and tender as jade, and her cherry-red lips were alluring. It was clear she was a stunning beauty. Dad, why did you bring me here? It's so dirty and messy, the girl asked, frowning. The man walked steadily and replied in a low voice. Lingling, I'm bringing you to meet an old friend. Dressed so lavishly, how much money do they have at home? Do you think they might be from some wealthy, influential family? In the marketplace, a father and daughter dressed in luxurious attire caught everyone's attention. The middle-aged man and the young girl wore masks, adding an air of mystery. The women shopping for groceries quickly slipped into gossip mode, whispering among themselves. How could it be? Someone so important wouldn't come to a small place like this. That's just ridiculous. One woman scoffed dismissively. The girl seemed a bit annoyed by the surrounding chatter, pouting slightly as she obediently followed her father. The middle-aged man led her to a butcher's stall and joked. Boss, your meat seems a bit stale, not much blood left in it. The butcher flared up immediately. That's nonsense. My meat is the best for miles around. Who can beat it? His words trailed off as his eyes met the deep gaze beneath the man's mask, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The butcher's expression changed instantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What was that? The middle-aged man chuckled, interrupting him. Nothing. Nothing at all. The butcher forced a smile. Huh? I was saying that after transporting it for so long, sure, the meat loses its freshness. The nearby vegetable seller noticed the situation and froze in place. The butcher seemed to remember something and quickly called inside. Mochen, bring out a prime beef rib. Got it, Uncle Butcher. Yun Mochen responded, carrying out a large, fresh beef rib. He was so focused on absorbing the blood from the beef that he forgot to wear his black coat, leaving his face splattered with blood and his clothes filthy. The girl saw this and immediately tugged at her father's coat, her face full of disdain beneath her mask. Dad, he's disgusting. Let's go. However, the middle-aged man seemed rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Yun Mochen, unresponsive to his daughter's urging. The butcher, noticing this, forced a smile and waved his hand in front of the man's face. Boss? Boss, your meat is here. Oh right, it's good meat. Really good. The man snapped out of it, speaking in a daze. Yun Mochen felt uncomfortable being stared at by this stranger and directly asked, Mister, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? The middle-aged man finally came to his senses, pulling a gilded handkerchief from his pocket and tossing it to Yun Mochen. Kid, your face. Yun Mochen touched his face and realized it was covered in blood. He chuckled awkwardly, not caring about the cost of the handkerchief as he wiped his face with it. Hey, you dirty boy, the girl suddenly screamed. That's my dad's personal handkerchief. Do you know how expensive it is? And you're using it to wipe your filthy face. Before she could finish, her voice abruptly stopped, as if silenced by some mysterious force, unable to speak another word. She frowned, stomped her foot, and glared at the middle-aged man, her dissatisfaction clearly written on her face. Suddenly, the handsome face of Yun Mochen, once hidden under a seal of ox blood, was revealed to everyone. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, pointing at Yun Mochen, and hurriedly tugged at her father's sleeve. Wow, Dad, why did you cover my mouth? Before she could finish, she realized she could speak again. Shocked, she blurted out, He is Yun Mochen. The middle-aged man gently patted the back of her head and, with a smile, whispered, Isn't he the boy you always wanted to meet, the one your sister and was in a relationship with? The girl suddenly understood. Her father had brought her to meet this acquaintance. However, the scruffy, disheveled boy before her, though somewhat handsome, was a far cry from the spirited Yun Mochen she had in mind. Disappointment was evident on her face as she shook her head and said, Dad, let's go. I don't want to see anymore. This place is so dirty, and the people here feel so filthy, so disgusting. And him. He's definitely not worthy of sisterin. only at the 8th level of chi refinement. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly and was about to leave when Mochen spoke up. Uncle, thank you for the handkerchief, but I got it dirty. I'll return it to you next time you come by. I want to take it home and wash it. The girl was about to speak, but her father stopped her with a look. She could only pout, cross her arms, and turn her face away in displeasure. No need, it's just a handkerchief. It's yours, the middle-aged man said, tossing a handful of spirit stones to the butcher. No change needed, the meat is good, I'll take it. With that, he picked up the meat and left with the girl. As they passed by the vegetable vendor's stand, the middle-aged man paused, picked up a small pumpkin, and after examining it for a moment, mused to himself, this pumpkin is well grown, it's time to take it home. In the bustling marketplace, an elderly vegetable vendor just finished bagging some produce for a customer and turned to a middle-aged man. She forced a smile, her voice tinged with fatigue. Sir, would you like to buy some melons? I grew them myself, they're guaranteed to be delicious. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the stall. Noticing his interest, the vendor's tone became slightly plaintive. The weather's getting hotter. If you don't buy now, the rats and bugs will ruin them. She quickly moved to the front of the stall, deftly bagging a few pumpkins and handing them to the man. Sir, consider these pumpkins a gift to welcome a new customer. She suddenly became more enthusiastic. Take them home and try them. If you like them, remember to come back. Otherwise, she paused, her voice dropping, they'll be ruined by those pests. The word ruined carried a weighty significance as she said it. As soon as the words left her lips, the butcher at the neighboring stall shivered, sweat beading on his forehead and rolling down his thick beard. The middle-aged man accepted the pumpkins, his expression complex beneath his mask. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Thank you. I'll be sure to give them a try at home. By the way, his tone turned suggestive. If there are a lot of rats because of the heat, just catch and kill them. The vendor trembled at his words, instinctively nodding with a shaky voice. Yes, yes. The man then left the market with a young girl at his side, getting into a luxury car without license plates. As soon as the door closed, the girl couldn't help but complain. Dad, why did you bother talking to that vegetable seller? It's beneath you. The man glanced at her, his tone calm. You'll understand someday. Whatever, the girl pouted, then opened her phone to reveal an interface called Virtual God Space. She excitedly showed it to her father, boasting, Dad, I ranked in the top 5 nationwide in this season's Virtual God rankings. The man chuckled and shook his head, lingering. Out of the 5 major cultivation clans in the country, our Yun clan is the strongest. His voice held a touch of pride, but also hinted at something deeper. The atmosphere in the car suddenly grew heavy, and the girl seemed to realize something, falling silent. The car quietly drove away from the market, disappearing into the city streets. Beneath the calm surface, it seemed a greater storm was brewing. The top 4 places were taken by heirs from other powerful families. How can we face Dad now? The young girl furrowed her brows and began to complain to her father. Dad, that Jiang Nanshan who took first place is unbelievable. I'm already at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage at 18, which is a level higher than Sister In, but he's already at the 7th level. She continued. And then there's Sister In 2nd place and Sister Ming in 3rd. Their martial arts techniques are all about wide-range attacks, which definitely give them an advantage against beasts. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes as she went on. Dad, the sword techniques you taught me are only powerful in unknown situations, so I can't keep up with them in terms of points for slaying beasts. She paused before adding, and that 4th place Emperor's son from the Luo family, no one even knows what he looks like. He's so mysterious, but definitely not weak. He must be a big guy who's too embarrassed to show his face. Finding an outlet for her frustration, she poured out all her grievances. The middle-aged man looked at her indulgently, then rubbed his temples, appearing quite helpless. At that moment, the girl suddenly sighed, her tone tinged with longing. If only brother were here, he would definitely take first place. She turned to her father and curiously asked, By the way, Dad, what does brother look like? It's so sad that he was sent away by the family for training since he was little. Will he be taking the college entrance exam this year? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, his body slightly trembling. His gaze drifted through the car window towards a small meat shop in the market, and he said thoughtfully, You'll know soon enough. Dad, the girl was about to press further when she was interrupted by an excited shout. Ha! I've struck it rich. Mochen exclaimed after absorbing the energy. He quickly returned home, unable to contain the smile on his face as he looked at the panel displaying over 2,000 energy points. System, remind me when my energy points are about to run out. I'm ready to break through. Mochen said excitedly. No problem, Master, the system responded. In the next moment, Mochen began to circulate the heaven-covering technique. White spiritual energy gathered around him, flowing through his golden meridians. The amount of spiritual energy increased, becoming more substantial. As the heaven-covering technique circulated, the energy flowed continuously through his meridians, each cycle making the spiritual power within him more solid and powerful. After some time, there was a loud boom, and Yun Moching's lips curled up slightly. Ninth level of the Qi refining stage, he thought joyfully. But it wasn't over yet. Yun Moching sensed that his meridians could handle even more. Suddenly, the heaven-covering technique began to operate on its own. An immense amount of spiritual energy from the world poured into his body. His golden meridians visibly grew thicker and more numerous. Master, don't stop. You're entering the extreme state, the system warned. With his eyes closed, Yun Moching immersed himself in this profound state. He felt as if he were the master of the world, able to control the flow and path of his spiritual energy through his meridians. Time passed quickly, and before long, another, even louder boom echoed. 10th level of the Qi refining stage. Yun Moching discovered with delight that he had broken through again. System, administer the Foundation Establishment Pill, he commanded immediately. Understood, Master, the system replied. In an instant, a green pill emitting a rich fragrance appeared in Yun Moching's hand. He inhaled deeply, feeling a tingle on his scalp. Unable to resist, he swallowed the pill. Damn, that's delicious. Yun Moching couldn't help but exclaim. The next moment, he felt a surge of heat within him as countless spiritual energies rushed through his meridians, flowing wildly. Oh, system, my stomach's going to explode. Yun Moching shouted in pain. Master, quickly circulate the heaven-covering technique to absorb the energy, the system urged. Yun Moching hurriedly resumed the heaven-covering technique, enduring the discomfort as he bit down hard on his tongue. Yes. Haha. More. Bring it on. Yun Moching's face twisted in agony, yet his expression revealed a strange kind of madness. Boom. A powerful aura burst forth from Yun Moching's body, marking his successful breakthrough to the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Moments later, he felt the spiritual energy within him gradually calm down and start to circulate according to a mysterious rhythm. Yun Moching took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of white mist gently escaped his mouth, swirling in the air. He looked down at his right hand. Although it seemed unchanged on the surface, he could clearly feel the immense power contained within. To test his hypothesis, Yun Moching raised his hand and punched the wall with force. With a bang, a moderate-sized fist imprint appeared instantly. This sight made him gasp, astonished by the leap in his strength. He estimated that he could now easily defeat 100 of his past selves without breaking a sweat. As Yun Moching was reveling in the joy of his newfound power, the system's voice echoed. Master, the reason you feel so powerful is not just because you've reached the Foundation Establishment stage, but also due to your inherent potential. Huh? Yun Moching was puzzled. The system patiently explained. Master, the heaven-covering technique has subtly transformed your physique, enhancing your meridians and body strength far beyond before. Plus, since you broke through the extreme state, entering the Foundation Establishment stage brought about such a significant qualitative change. After listening, Yun Moching excitedly asked, so can I now beat Jiang Nantian? The system quickly poured cold water on his excitement. No, Master. Your current strength is at most equivalent to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage for ordinary people, which is still far from Jiang Nantian. Moreover, you haven't mastered any martial skills, so your combat capabilities are insufficient. Compared to such a meticulously trained genius, you currently stand no chance. The system's words instilled a strong sense of urgency in Yun Moching. After pondering for a moment, he asked, System, with only a few days left before the college entrance exams, is there any way for me to quickly enhance my abilities? Relying solely on Uncle Tu's little butcher shop won't suffice. Yun Moching understood that as his level increased, the blood energy required for cultivating the heaven-covering technique would grow exponentially. The blood energy obtained from the butcher was far from enough to meet his cultivation needs. The system suggested, Master, as far as I know, your country has a system called the Virtual God Space. There's a particular reward there that you should pay attention to. Being familiar with the widely known system, Yun Moching immediately searched online for related information. Various enticing rewards filled the screen. 100,000 points could be exchanged for the Earth-level beginner's Dawn Wind-Chasing Sword, 10,000 points for a high-grade mysterious elixir, 5,000 points. Just as Yun Moching was getting overwhelmed by the dazzling array of rewards, the system reminded him, Master, look at the last few items. Yun Moching quickly scrolled to the bottom of the page, his eyes widening in surprise, exclaiming, 100 points. Vitality Supplement. System, you're amazing. Although the primary function of the Vitality Supplement was merely to replenish a cultivator's energy, ensuring they remained refreshed, and thus wasn't expensive, for Yun Moching, it was like a gift from the heavens. The system continued to explain, Master, acquiring the Vitality Supplement from the Virtual God Space is just one part. More importantly, you can enhance your combat awareness inside, and train your compatibility with various weapons. Yun Moching was thrilled beyond measure and, without hesitation, quickly retrieved his student ID from his room. He swiftly input the necessary information, clicked the confirmation button, and prepared to enter this opportunity-filled virtual world. The next moment, Yun Machen's phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar video call request. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Yun," came a voice from a staff member. "Are you confirming the application for the virtual God space simulator?" "Confirmed," Yun Machen replied without hesitation. "Then please hold your student ID up to your chest, ensuring it is completely unobstructed." Over the next few minutes, Yun Machen went through a series of tedious authentication procedures. Finally, the staff informed him that Dongfeng Express would deliver the equipment to his home via drone in 2 hours. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Yun Machen's mind. "Master, you should be mentally prepared." Yun Machen felt a sense of foreboding. "What do you mean?" "Master, in the virtual God space, your senses are indistinguishable from the real world. This means you can vividly experience everything that happens in the virtual space, including the moment of death. And the lowest level of the beasts inside is at the first layer of the Foundation establishment stage." Yun Machen scoffed. "Death? What is there to fear? Some people are dead even while alive. Even in death, I want to enjoy life." 3 hours later, when Yun Machen finally entered the virtual God space, he was amazed by the realism of this world. As he explored with curiosity, a sudden roar erupted from his mouth. "What the hell, Tongzi? You didn't mention the beasts inside could go into heat." It turned out Yun Machen had accidentally wandered into a banana grove, only to be surrounded by a group of gorillas wearing large shorts. These gorillas were all at the 5th or 6th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, and Yun Machen was beaten without any ability to fight back, lying on the ground with a face full of despair, awaiting his fate. However, at that moment, Yun Machen saw the gorillas slowly removing their large shorts one by one. This scene completely enraged him. "Damn it, I can die, but I can't lose my dignity." A surge of power erupted from deep within Yun Machen. He suddenly propped himself up, his legs sprang into action, and he shot off into the distance. As he ran, Yun Machen recalled the rules of the virtual God space. To exit, he must return to the beginner's village, where he could freely exit under the cover of the large blue crystal light. For someone like him trying to force an exit, the cooldown time from entry was at least an hour. Even suicide was not an option. Just then, Yun Machen noticed a vaguely visible woman ahead. As he ran, he waved to warn her. "Miss, run. These guys are after bodies, not lives." To Yun Machen's surprise, the woman did not flee, but instead slowly drew a tang sword from her waist. Under her veil, her brows furrowed slightly, showing no sign of fear. She actually walked unhurriedly toward Yun Machen. Suddenly, the sound of air being sliced rang out. Yun Machen focused his eyes, and the woman's figure vanished from her spot. Immediately afterward, a tremendous noise erupted behind him. He turned abruptly, only to see dozens of lecherous gorillas had been cut in half. Yun Machen stared in shock at the scene. Sensing the aura faintly emanating from the woman, she was at the 4th layer of the golden core stage. He finally realized he had encountered a true expert. Incredible! Yun Machen was internally astonished, and the sight before him made him gasp in disbelief. He quickly recalled the rules of the Void God space. The maximum entry age was 22, typically the age of a college graduate. Yet the cultivator in front of him, at the golden core stage, seemed even younger. A prodigy, definitely a prodigy. Yun Machen thought to himself. Could they be a descendant of a powerful cultivation family? Seeing the battle still ongoing, Yun Machen didn't hesitate any longer and joined the fray. He targeted the nearest lust demon ape, his fist striking like lightning at its vital points. "How dare you be lecherous? I'll destroy you," he shouted angrily, his fists whistling through the air. The lust demon ape let out a heart-wrenching howl, staggering a few steps before collapsing with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Machen leaped onto the fallen ape, raining down punches on its head until it was utterly crushed. Suddenly, Yun Machen remembered the mysterious woman and felt a pang of concern. He turned quickly to see her calmly sheathing her tang sword, with several lust demon apes lying sliced in half around her. At that moment, Yun Machen realized the vast gap between himself and a true prodigy. "My name's Sword Immortal. Thanks," Yun Machen said as he approached, using his alias in the Void God space. He knew better than to reveal his true identity, aware of the dangers in the cultivation world. The woman replied coolly, "No need. You warned me earlier, so we're even. These beasts disgust me. Take them if you want." With that, she turned to leave. Yun Machen raised his hand, and the corpses transformed into blue light, converging into his palm. A new number appeared on his wrist, 2583. "What's your name? I'll hunt some other beasts to repay you. These points are too many," Yun Machen called out, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Empress, no need to return the points," she said, her steps never faltering as she vanished from sight. Quite the aloof woman. Yun Machen muttered to himself. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Sensing danger, Yun Machen looked far into the distance. There, banana trees were toppling over as a massive lust demon ape, towering several dozen meters high, charged towards them. Master, run now, you've beaten the small one. Now the big one is here. This lust demon ape is at the nascent soul stage. Even the two of you together can't handle it. The system's voice chimed in. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she soared into the air, grabbing Mochen by the collar and rushing toward the crystal's location. How long until your cooldown is over? She asked urgently. About 23 minutes. Mochen replied, secretly amazed that she chose to rescue him in such a situation. Clearly, with her golden core stage abilities, escaping alone would have been easy. Mochen found himself burdened, slowing his pace noticeably. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Empress, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Shut up, the Empress coldly retorted. Mochen gave a wry smile, feeling a surge of emotion. Just entering the void god space, he was already in such a sorry state, relying on a woman to save him. He was amazed by her kindness, willing to rescue him after just a brief encounter, something even he couldn't bring himself to do. Suddenly, Mochen's pupils dilated, a bold conjecture surfacing in his mind. Could she be Zhu Huntian? Old Zhu had mentioned that her true cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the golden core, which matched the woman before him. His heartbeat quickened, and Mochen tentatively asked, Empress, do you know what Wu Bi sure means? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief beneath her veil as she looked at the young man she was holding. You're Mochen? Zhu Qingyan's heart raced with excitement. Those 3 words only, she had ever said them to Mochen. Mochen was overjoyed internally. Her reaction confirmed his guess. However, the system's cold reminder interrupted his thoughts. Master, what are you grinning about? That big creature is catching up. Are you still hung up on someone you broke up with? Mochen's mood plummeted, and he forced a smile, saying, Huh? You know him too, huh? That guy's been trending for days. I just wanted to ask what this phrase means. My girlfriend and I argued last month. After she said that, she stopped talking to me, and I haven't had the courage to reach out. So I wanted to ask you girls if you know what it means. Oh, and she changed her username to White Tea and Simple Joy, which I don't really get either. Zhu Qingyan's beautiful eyes filled with an endless sense of loss, pondering. This person is at the 1st stage of the foundation establishment. Mochen is at the 7th stage of chi refining. He wouldn't be here. At that moment, Mochen felt the space behind him tremble violently, and a massive black palm suddenly attacked. Empress, dodge right, he shouted. Cold sweat broke out on Zhu Qingyan's back. She instinctively flung Mochen to the right and turned to confront the attack. With a puff, blood splattered from her mouth. The immense gap in cultivation power sent her flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Her veil fluttered away, revealing her stunning true face to Mochen. Seeing Zhu Qingyan's face covered in blood, Mochen's heart twisted in agony, his expression turning fierce. Damn it! Touching my woman, my former woman. Steadying himself, Mochen retrieved a sword from his spatial ring, his eyes filled with a fierce determination, rage surging from within. Without hesitation, he charged at the terrifying demon ape. Master, you can't defeat it, the system warned. Even if I can't, I'm going to fight. Mochen roared defiantly. Moments later, Mochen reached the demon ape's feet, his face twisted with anger as he gripped his sword tightly, stabbing it with all his might at the creature's big toe. Roar! Hello! The demon ape howled in pain. Zhu Qingyan stood frozen, incredulous at the boldness of this young man at the 1st stage of foundation establishment, choosing to fight rather than flee. Empress, run. If it kills me, I can escape this place. If you fall into its hands, it might be worse than death. Mochen shouted. Zhu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, watching as the young man was kicked away by the demon ape. But in the next moment, in the banana grove, a bloodstained figure darted once more. Zhu Qingyan gripped her long sword tightly, drenched in blood, and resolutely launched yet another attack on the lustful ape. However, the struggle within made her hesitate. Her father's words echoed in her ears. The world of cultivation is full of bad people. She gritted her teeth and finally chose to turn and flee, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. At that critical moment, a deafening explosion sounded. Mochen was struck by the ape, instantly turning into blue specks of light and dissipating into nothingness. Mochen jolted awake from the virtual space device, gasping for air, sweat streaming down his face. It was his first time experiencing death so vividly, and the thrill made his heart race. He murmured to himself, System, did Qingyan escape? Should I go back and check? Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. The virtual space software had a message. The Empress has requested to add you as a friend. Mochen quickly clicked accept, and the chat window lit up. The Empress, thank you. I've transferred 5,000 points to you as a token of gratitude. Mochen shook his head with a smile and replied. Sword Immortal, no need. You could have escaped on your own, but you chose to save me. You owe me nothing. Before he finished his thought, his phone buzzed with a notification. Mr. Sword Immortal, 5,000 points have been credited to your virtual space account. Zhu Qingyan sent another message. The Empress, I have plenty of points. It's no big deal. By the way, Sword Immortal, the phrases no other matters and white tea and clear joy should be understood together. White tea and clear joy, no other matters. I'm waiting for the wind, and also for you. Haven't you read any sweet romance stories? Your girlfriend probably has something unspeakable on her mind, which is why she chose to say such a riddle. So remember not to let her down. She surely still cares about you. Mochen stood frozen, his mind blank. He felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken, his breath becoming shallow. It was as if molten lava had been poured over his long-sealed heart, and his eyes lit up instantly. After a moment, he smiled and replied with a few words. Thank you, I will. I won't let her slip away, even if the whole world is against it. Zhu Qingyan exhaled deeply as she looked at the reply on her phone screen. Although she didn't know the other person well, listening to the young man talk about his love story felt like hearing her own story with Mochen. She couldn't help but assume the role of a strategist, worried the other person might miss out on a girl because of it. If only that fool knew. Zhu Qingyan's thoughts drifted to the times she spent with Mochen. She could easily explain the meaning of the phrase to someone she just met online, yet couldn't bring herself to speak to the one she liked, filled with helplessness. As a member of the Imperial clan, Zhu Qingyan was somewhat familiar with her family's ways. Now that everyone knew about her breakup with Mochen, it ironically became the best protection for him. She couldn't speak out because she didn't trust Mochen to hide his true feelings in front of everyone. Even if Mochen provoked Jiang Nantian online, her father could easily intervene without endangering his life. The Jiang family wouldn't make a fuss over the private squabbles of two youngsters. The night was deep, but Mochen's thoughts were unusually active. Suddenly, he remembered the 7,000 plus points he had accumulated, and a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. That's over 70 bottles of qi and blood supplements, he murmured to himself, eagerly opening a mobile app to start exchanging points. 2 hours later, 75 bottles of qi and blood supplements were neatly arranged on Mochen's bed. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, quickly opening one bottle and downing it in one go. As he swallowed, the system's notification kept chiming. Qi and blood value 10, qi and blood value 10, qi and blood value 10. 10 minutes later, Mochen had converted all the supplements into qi and blood value. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he couldn't wait to check the system panel. Wow, over 9,000 qi and blood value. This is awesome, he shouted in delight. The system promptly suggested, Master, it's recommended that you use half of your qi and blood value for cultivation and the rest for a lottery draw. This will boost your strength the fastest. Mochen's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, System, give me 50 consecutive draws. I want to draw like a true lucky master. In the next moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Mochen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a penalty. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a penalty. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a yellow reward, a low-grade comprehension stone. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a red reward, the divine demon vein. After the 50 draws, Mochen had a complex expression on his face, unsure whether to laugh or cry. System, 9 yellow rewards are okay, 1 red reward is good, but what's with the 40 penalty rewards? The system awkwardly explained. Master, be content with the red reward. As for the penalty rewards, don't dwell on them too much. May I ask, esteemed master, what kind of penalty would you like? 40 small penalties, or? Mochen's face darkened as he interrupted. Just stack them into one penalty. I don't have time for that. Ding. Congratulations, master, for accepting the penalty task, which has been successfully issued. The blue panel displayed the task details. Task. Become the top on the virtual god ranking. Reward. 1 divine grade core formation pill 100 success rate. Task failure. Forcefully kiss Jiang Nantian a deep kiss. Staring at the panel, Mochen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. System, am I your idea of a joke? The system defended itself. Master, certainly not. Then take a good look at the task you gave me. Forcefully kiss Jiang Nantian? How is that different from emasculating him? System, what if I can't complete it, and I refuse to carry out the penalty? What can you do to me? The system sternly warned. Master, do not underestimate the power of the system. If the task fails, the system will mercilessly exert absolute power over you, forcing you to stop. Cut it out. Mochen shook his head in exasperation, giving a thumbs up before turning to check the other rewards. He received 9 identical yellow rewards of low-grade comprehension stones. The system explained, low-grade comprehension stones contain the essence of various weapon intents, such as sword intent, blade intent, and so on. System, what is intent? Mochen asked curiously. The system patiently explained, Master, every weapon has its own intent, a formless yet existent force. For instance, in swordsmanship, only by comprehending sword intent can you be considered a true sword practitioner? Of course, not every sword practitioner can comprehend sword intent, as it requires talent. According to the system's knowledge, fewer than 1,000 people in your country have comprehended sword intent. Sword intent is also divided into levels. Levels 1 to 3 are yellow grade. Levels 4 to 6 are profound grade. Levels 7 to 9 are earth grade. And only by breaking through the 9th level can one achieve heaven grade sword intent. Wow. Mochen felt the pressure mounting. He had thought that being a sword practitioner was just about practicing with a sword or developing sword energy, but it turned out there was so much more to it. Then he asked curiously, so, if I use these low-grade comprehension stones, will I be able to grasp the intent? Mochen stared at the system interface, his brows slightly furrowed. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Master, using all 9 low-grade enlightenment stones on a single sword can only elevate it to the 2nd level of sword intent. Beyond that, more stones will be needed. Mochen nodded, his gaze drawn to the flashing red reward labeled Divine Demon's Bloodline. The system continued. This is the bloodline of one of the 5 creation gods. Once integrated, you can unlock 5 major realms: blood refinement, heart scorching, demon transformation, heaven seizing, and god sealing. Each realm you unlock will exponentially increase your combat power. Mochen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, if I unlock all 5 realms at once, wouldn't my power increase 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold? The system's voice turned serious. Master, while it's theoretically possible, your body must be strong enough to endure it. In your current state, even unlocking the 1st realm, blood refinement, is already challenging. Unperturbed, Mochen asked, what if I try to unlock 2 realms simultaneously? The system's response was like a cold splash of water. Master, you would die. Within 5 seconds, your meridians would shatter, and you would explode. Mochen felt a chill run through him and awkwardly chuckled. All right then, go ahead and integrate the divine demon's bloodline. The system gently reminded. Master, it might hurt a little. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped Mochen. A blood-black mist emerged from his mind, engulfing him completely. The pain was overwhelming, and Mochen couldn't help but roar. Arg! Damn system, this is what you call a little pain. He felt a strange power permeating his bloodline. The pain intensified, and Mochen's eyes were bloodshot as he bit down hard on his tongue to stay conscious. His face contorted with agony, veins bulging, looking fierce and frightening. The system's voice sounded again. Master, the path to success is never easy. Please endure it. If you lose consciousness, the fusion of the divine demon's bloodline might weaken, affecting the unlocking of future realms. The pain surpassed Mochen's limits. Instinctively, he grabbed a pin nearby and stabbed it into his thigh. Yet, this physical pain was nothing compared to the turmoil within his soul. Not enough, still not enough. It hurts. Mochen screamed in agony. 1 minute passed, then 2. Just as Mochen was about to lose consciousness, his gaze inadvertently fell on a photo frame on the bedside table. In the photo, Zhu Huntian held 5 lollipops, her smile as radiant as a crescent moon. Her beautiful eyes weren't looking at the candy in Mochen's hand, but were focused on him. In the photo, Mochen gently embraced her shoulder, making a peace sign. This scene seemed to give Mochen boundless strength, sustaining him through the unimaginable pain. Qing's online name, Give Candy, No Trouble, stems from her love for sweets. She explained to Mochen, when I'm feeling down, a piece of candy can cheer me up. Mochen smiled and handed Qing a bag of 5 lollipops, making her ecstatic. Mochen, you're amazing. Qing exclaimed excitedly. Let's take a picture to remember this moment. It's the first gift you've given me. They both posed with a peace sign, capturing this sweet moment with a photo. However, Qing's smile soon faded as she asked worriedly, Mochen, do you think we'll ever break up? I'm afraid my dad won't approve of us being together. Mochen replied firmly. Qing, I'll do my best. Even if my talent isn't as great as those prodigies, in the world of cultivation, it's not always the most talented who become the strongest. Seeing Qing's puzzled expression, Mochen continued. Haven't you heard our teacher say? On the path of cultivation, talent is important, but so is one's fate, mindset, and perseverance. Just like Yun Di, whom I admire the most. He came from humble beginnings but achieved greatness through unwavering determination and an almost invincible mindset. Qing suddenly understood, her eyes shining with trust. I get it now. Mochen, I believe in you. You can definitely become a great and powerful person. Mochen solemnly promised. I will, and I'll make sure to bring you home. These words echoed in Mochen's mind, pulling him back to reality from intense pain. Although his body was still enduring great torment, he felt as if his soul had transcended his physical form. In his eyes, there was only the little girl who loved lollipops, happily waving at him. Half an hour later, the trembling in Mochen's body gradually subsided, and a large amount of sweat trickled down his neck, soaking the entire bedsheet. Phew, that was terrifying. Yun Mo Chun muttered, then vented to the system. System you. The system responded plaintively. Master, should I leave then? Yun Mo Chun sighed. Never mind. He carefully sensed changes in his body but noticed no obvious difference, so he asked, System, why doesn't it feel effective? The system suggested, Master, try opening a realm. Yun Mo Chun took a deep breath and silently recited, Blood refinement. In an instant, a mysterious and terrifying power surged through his entire body, as if his veins were about to shatter. The blood in his body seemed to ignite, boiling and burning fiercely, bearing the immense burden and discomfort. Yun Mo Chun raised his hand and threw a powerful punch. Boom! A wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust flying everywhere. Stop! Yun Mo Chun instinctively closed the first realm of blood refinement, staring intently at his fist, then at the brick debris on the ground. Did I do that? It's incredibly powerful, he marveled, thinking if he had used this punch on that lecherous gorilla earlier, it might have turned it into a pool of blood instantly. The system proudly said, Master, I wasn't lying. Every red reward is a treasure, and you deserve it. Yun Mo Chun, filled with excitement, nodded and then took out the sword given to him by Luo Wuqing. System, let's use all the low-grade enlightenment stones on the sword first. I want to become a true sword cultivator. Enter the virtual divine space to earn points. And then draw a prize, he declared firmly. For the college entrance exam, I will be the #1 that everyone admires. And I'll personally tell that old miser, I'm definitely taking your daughter. Yun Mo Chun gripped the sword tightly, his gaze determined. In the next moment, a few unremarkable stones appeared before him. The system instructed, Master, just place the weapon you wish to cultivate on top. Following the instructions, Yun Mo Chun placed the sword on the stones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword began to vibrate intensely, and Yun Mo Chun felt a mysterious power enveloping him. The system reminded, Master, close your eyes, calm your mind, and focus on comprehending. Yun Mo Chun closed his eyes and began to concentrate on understanding the mysterious power. As the piercing crow of a rooster shattered the silence, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Yun Mo Chun realized that the night had quietly slipped away. He took a deep breath and commanded internally, Sword intent, go. Raising his long sword, he thrust it forward with force. In an instant, a mysterious energy burst from the tip of the sword, shooting like lightning towards the sky outside the window. Who the hell smashed my flower pot? An angry shout suddenly came from outside. Yun Mochen was startled and quickly retracted his sword intent. He thought to himself that his sword intent must have accidentally hit someone's flower pot. At that moment, he truly realized the power of his sword intent. In battle, this force could completely catch an opponent off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Master, that's only natural, the system's voice echoed in his mind. With the college entrance exams approaching, I suggest you take a leave and quickly improve yourself in the virtual god space. Yun Mochen pondered for a moment and nodded. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Teacher Luo Wuqing, good morning. What's up, Mochen? Came the concerned voice of his teacher from the other end. Teacher Luo Wuqing, I've been thinking, and I plan to come only on the day of the college entrance exams. So, I'd like to ask for leave. Why? Mochen, are you feeling unwell? If so, come to school first, and I'll take you to get checked. No. Yun Mochen quickly explained, I just want to practice at home. Lately, I've been teased by classmates at school, which has been quite distracting. It's better to train at home, where I can focus more. After a lengthy conversation, Yun Mochen reluctantly agreed, with Luo Wuqing to visit her house every day at 6:30 for unknown tutoring. She's as nagging as my mom. Yun Mochen muttered to himself, then realized, wait, I don't have a mom. Master, your joke is really cold, the system teased. Yun Mochen shook his head with a wry smile. He got up and took out the damp quilt from last night to dry it, then re-entered the virtual god space. Today, the novice village was bustling, with noticeably more people than yesterday. Discussions buzzed around him. Did you hear? Someone stirred up the lustful demon ape in the banana grove yesterday, causing a rampage that killed many cultivators. That's suicide. The lustful demon ape is one of the most powerful bosses in the virtual god space. I wonder which fool provoked it. Damn, I got kicked to death. I don't want to experience that again. Hearing these discussions, Yun Mochen chuckled to himself. He knew he was the culprit they were talking about. Just then, a tall, skinny teenager appeared beside Yun Mochen, holding a skewer of ballot eggs and waving it in front of him. Bro, want some ballot? I made them myself. 50 points a skewer, interested? Yun Mochen frowned slightly, thinking how this person was similar to Su Jipang, who also loved these biological weapons. No thanks, he replied curtly. Come on, buddy, the teenager persisted. These ballot eggs are special. Just one bite and your taste buds will be in heaven. No thanks, Yun Mochen refused again. Seeing this, the teenager reluctantly stuffed the ballot into his own mouth. As he chewed, he sized up Yun Mochen and said, Buddy, You look new here. Is it your first time? Yun Mochen glanced at him. What are you trying to say? The teenager chuckled and extended his hand. I'm Changshin. Want to be friends? Seeing Yun Mochen's hesitation, he continued. My old man always said never to judge a friend by their background, but to make many friends. In the cultivation world, more friends mean more paths. Friends will eventually bring good fortune. Saying this, the teenager stuffed another ballad into his mouth, puffing his cheeks. Yun Mochen could tell that this self-proclaimed Changshan really enjoyed eating ballad. When Yun Mochen first met Changshan, after a brief conversation, Changshan mysteriously pulled Yun Mochen aside. He looked around to ensure no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice and said, Sword Immortal, I have a keen eye for people, and you have an extraordinary aura. You must be quite remarkable yourself. Do you know about the Dream Clan's imperial daughter, Meng Muan? Yun Mochen nodded in response. Meng Muan, along with Zhu Qinggan and the Yun clan's imperial daughter, Chu Xiaoling, were collectively known as the Three Beauties of Huaxia, famed for their stunning looks. Meng Muan was like a regal queen, Zhu Qinggan like a pure moonlight, and Chu Xiaoling was a cute little princess, each with her own unique charm. Xiangshan scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed, and said, To be honest, I've had a crush on Meng Muan for a long time. I hope you can help me out. I promise it will be safe. The reward will be substantial. With that, he lifted his wrist and waved it in front of Yun Mochen's eyes. 13,000. Yun Mochen exclaimed, reassessing this seemingly unreliable guy. Xiangshan proudly lifted his chin. So, if you help me succeed, 3,000 points are yours. Yun Mochen hesitated for a moment and asked, How can I help? An hour later, Xiangshan led Yun Mochen to a lakeside. The lake stretched endlessly, its shimmering surface reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The shore was surrounded by willow trees, full of spring vitality, resembling a beautiful oil painting. What a beautiful place. Yun Mochen couldn't help but exclaim. The designer of the virtual god space really put thought into this. Xiangshan suddenly flashed a sly smile. There's something even more exciting coming up. Suddenly, there was a sound from the distant bushes. Sister Ming, could there be monsters in this lake? Is it safe for us to bathe here? A clear voice asked. Don't worry, Xiaoling. It's very safe here. If your sister hadn't been heartbroken these past few days, we would have invited her to join us for a swim. Another gentle voice replied. Will anyone come in? No. The highest cultivation level in the entire virtual god space belongs to the descendants of our 5 great imperial clans. I just set up a barrier, so no one else can come in. But Sister Ming, Jiang Nantian, and Luo Zihan can come in. Silly girl. With their status, they wouldn't come here. Besides, I've placed my mark on the barrier. They would recognize it and not intrude. The more Yun Mochen listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, taking a cautious step back. Wait, what exactly are you planning? Xiangshan whispered excitedly. Sword Immortal, now's the time. Use your sword move to attack the barrier, and leave the rest to me. Yun Mochen frowned, alarms ringing in his mind. The situation seemed suspiciously like an attempt to peep. He warily watched Xiangshan, waiting for further explanation. The gun god cracked a harmless smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he spoke to the Sword Immortal, Yun Mochen. I just wanted to test if Meng Muan's barrier could defend against sword cultivators. After all, they say a single sword can break 10,000 spells. I'm worried that one day a sword cultivator might accidentally break her barrier, and that would be a huge loss for me. Yun Mochen rolled his eyes, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What loss? It seems you haven't even won her over yet. The gun god remained unfazed, his tone firm. Humph, she'll be mine sooner or later. As he spoke, he pulled out a string of quail eggs from his pocket, skillfully popping one into his mouth, his face showing an expression of enjoyment. With a sigh, Yun Mochen reluctantly swung his sword at the barrier as the gun god had requested. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed. Meng Muan, who was bathing, turned abruptly, her shoulders half exposed, a guarded expression on her face. Who's there? In the next instant, she vanished from sight. Scoundrel! Meng Muan's voice echoed in the air, peeping at a girl bathing in broad daylight. Shameless! Surrender now, and face your punishment. Yun Mochen stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the gun god suddenly drew his spear, pointing it at himself, unleashing a cultivation power of the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Yun Mochen's face darkened, finally realizing he had been tricked. Rage boiled within him, cursing himself for running for an hour only to help stage a hero-saving Thebaity act, becoming the villain in the process. Furious, Yun Mochen's mind focused as he gripped his sword tightly, spinning around to slash fiercely at the gun god. Boom! With a loud crash, the gun god was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop. Yun Mochen coughed a few times, internally assessing the situation, concluding that he was definitely not a match at this moment. Trapped within the barrier, he had no escape. In this dire moment, Meng Muan and Chu Xiaoling simultaneously appeared before Yun Mochen. The gun god slung his spear over his shoulder, feigning a righteous demeanor, and spoke coldly. Ladies, this man is despicable and shameless, forcibly breaking through the barrier to intrude. Fortunately, I happened to pass by and discovered it in time. Otherwise, your privacy would have been exposed. Mochen felt a bitter taste in his mouth, sighing inwardly at the treacherous hearts in the cultivation world. The gun god, however, winked at Mochen, urging, "What are you standing there for? Surrender already." Surrender? Machen slowly drew his sword, advancing towards the gun god, shouting angrily, "I'll kill you." Then, in his mind, he roared, "Blood refining, activate." To the shock of the two women, Machen, with only a first-level foundation establishment cultivation, suddenly unleashed a powerful aura that made their hearts tremble, charging towards the fifth-level golden core gun god. "What the heck? Buddy, you're serious?" The gun god was stunned. The aura emanating from the young man before him made him feel a twinge of suppression and fear. The mysterious power surging from Machen even made the spear in his hand tremble slightly. "Wait, that seems like sword intent." Chu Xiaoling exclaimed, "Sister Ming, that thief is actually a sword cultivator, and he has sword intent." Meng Muin's brow furrowed slightly. This person is definitely extraordinary. According to what they knew, there was only one person under 30 who had comprehended sword intent, the most powerful emperor of the dynasty, Yun Di. And the oldest entrant in the virtual divine space was only 22 years old. That person actually comprehended the essence of the sword. The two women exchanged a deep glance, surprise and caution flashing in their eyes. This news was undoubtedly crucial intelligence for their respective families, as every family yearned for prodigious talents as much as they did for nurturing their own offspring. Boom. Two figures suddenly retreated several meters, raising a cloud of dust. Machen gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure brought by the first stage of blood refining, and stared intently at the spearman across from him, breathing heavily but refusing to show weakness. The spearman looked down at his slightly trembling hand, his heart unable to calm its shock. In just an instant, this sword cultivator managed to unleash power comparable to his own cultivation level. Terrifying. Such a person must not be offended. The spearman quickly adjusted his expression, feigning profundity as he swung his spear over his shoulder. His tone softened. "Since it's your first offense, there's room for repentance. Let that last strike be your lesson. You may leave." As he spoke, he winked, signaling Machen to look at his wrist. Out of the corner of his eye, Machen saw a full 30,000 points displayed on his wrist. His anger subsided considerably, and he turned to Meng Yuan and Chu Xiaoling, explaining with a polite gesture, "He asked me to attack a barrier here, promising me 30,000 points upon completion. I was unexpectedly framed as a lecher. If you don't believe me, you can see the points just credited to my wrist." With that, he raised his wrist to show the amount to the two women. Chu Xiaoling gently tugged on Meng Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Ming, they say sword cultivators are upright. He probably isn't lying. But you took the money." The spearman blurted out in a panic, his words escaping before he could think. Meng Yuan was enraged by this, snapping her whip fiercely at the spearman. "You scoundrel! You must be Luo Zihan." Luo Zihan panicked at the mention of his real name, dodging the whip while hurriedly explaining, "Fairy, I'm really not Luo Zihan. I'm just an ordinary person." Rubbish. In Jiangnan, only the 7th-level Golden Core Emperor Luo Zihan has the power of a 5th-level Golden Core. If you're not him, I'll have my father demand an explanation from the Luo family. Meng Yuan retorted angrily. Luo Zihan was thoroughly flustered, waving his hands frantically. "No, Fairy, I was wrong. I admit it. Please don't tell my father." Meng Yuan snorted coldly, ignoring Luo Zihan, and walked over to Machen with Chu Xiaoling. "I'm Meng Yuan. Can I add you as a friend?" Meng Yuan spoke first. Chu Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, then blushed and said, "I want to add you too." Machen was puzzled. "Why?" Meng Yuan explained, "I'm from the Ming family, responsible for recruiting talented prodigies for the family. You could say I'm seeking future investment partners for the family." Machen nodded thoughtfully. "All right then." Luo Zihan stood there, dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "No way, man. I spent 30,000 points for you to help me get a girl, and you ended up getting them yourself." After adding each other as friends, Machen nodded to the two women, then turned and headed towards the area where the beasts congregated. He felt secretly relieved. There's no way he's returning those 30,000 points. After working all day to earn just over 2,000 vitality points, it wasn't even half of what Luo Zihan offered. This is great. Machen exited the virtual space and lay on his bed, replaying the day's battles in his mind. Because the appearance of beasts was random, a lot of time was spent just searching for them. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed with a ding. Machen was focused on his cultivation when his phone suddenly buzzed with 2 friend requests. He glanced at the screen and saw the usernames. "Fish that doesn't eat cats," and "My brother is the best." My brother is the best? Meng Yuan actually has a brother. Machen muttered to himself as he casually accepted both requests. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Hello, Sword Immortal, I'm Ming Yuan. Is it convenient for you to tell me your real name? Yin Mochen was taken aback. Fish that doesn't eat cats turned out to be Ming Yuan's username. He had assumed such a quirky and cute name would belong to someone like Chu Shaoling, a young girl. Was it a case of a surprising contrast? Shaking his head, he replied briefly, Sorry, it's not convenient. Ming Yuan didn't seem bothered and continued. All right, maybe I was being presumptuous. But Sword Immortal, your talent is truly extraordinary. Do you mind if I inform my family about your abilities? Yin Mochen pondered for a moment. He knew that after the college entrance exams, his abilities would shock the world. While it would be foolish to reveal his extraordinary talents too early, once his skills surpassed everyone's expectations, those who wanted to protect him would far outnumber those with ill intentions. At that point, he would be safest. That's fine, he replied simply. Meng Yuan then asked a few curious questions about sword cultivation before saying goodbye. Just as Yin Mochen put down his phone, another message appeared. Hey, Sword Immortal, it's Chu Shaoling. The message was from My Brother is the Best. Being able to comprehend sword intent before 30 is amazing. Well, except for my dad and my brother. So I'll inform my family about you, hoping we can stay in touch. Chu Shaoling's tone was slightly more arrogant than Meng Yuan's, with a princess-like air. Yun Mochen didn't mind and asked curiously. As far as I know, the Yun family only has you as the imperial daughter, with no other imperial sons, right? There is. I do have a brother, but my dad doesn't let me tell anyone. Chu Shaoling replied immediately. Yet you told me. Yun Mochen teased. There was silence on the other end. Yun Mochen chuckled, realizing she was just a naive child. Age is never the measure of maturity, it's psychological age. Compared to Chu Shaoling's pampered upbringing, Yun Mochen had faced many hardships. If psychological age could be tested, his would far exceed his actual age. To break the awkwardness, Yun Mochen chatted with Chu Shaoling for a bit before ending the conversation. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched and realized it was already 6 o'clock. He had promised Luo Wuqing to be on time for tutoring at her place. Remembering how she looked when angry, Yun Mochen shivered slightly, quickly gathered his things, washed his hair, and set off. Following the location sent by Luo Wuqing, Yun Mochen was surprised to find her home was only a block or two away. However, compared to his humble abode, Luo Wuqing's home was in a high-end neighborhood. The neighborhood was filled with lush trees and towering buildings. Yun Mochen, unfamiliar with the building numbers, weaved through the maze of structures and finally reached his destination. He stood at Luo Wuqing's doorstep, his hand hovering over the doorbell, reluctant to press it. Why are you hesitating? Just press it, Yin Mochen. Teacher Luo Wuqing isn't going to eat you. He kept encouraging himself, but still hesitated. Deep down, he always felt that someone like his teacher was unapproachable and intimidating. Taking a deep breath, Yun Mochen finally gathered the courage to press the doorbell. The crisp sound had barely faded when the door swung open instantly, as if someone had been waiting behind it for a long time. Come in and sit down. What are you waiting for? You haven't eaten, right? Are you hungry? Luo Wuqing, holding a plate of aromatic dishes, glanced at Yun Mochen and warmly invited him in, speaking as if they were old friends. She turned to busy herself with the dishes, showing no sign of treating Yun Mochen as an outsider. Oh, all right. Yun Mochen changed into slippers and followed Luo Wuqing into the room. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to Luo Wuqing today. Her usually cool and exquisite face had a touch more sophistication due to makeup, and her high braid was replaced by flowing long hair. The white dress was the same, but the hem was noticeably shorter, adorned with intricate patterns. This left Luo Wuqing's fair, slender legs completely exposed to Yun Mochen's view, stirring his youthful exuberance. Yun Mochen took several deep breaths to calm himself before awkwardly sitting at the dining table, facing Luo Wuqing. Go ahead and eat. I made all of this for you, and you can't leave until it's finished. Luo Wuqing said with a bright smile. Okay. Yun Mochen looked at the array of 8 dishes in front of him, lost in thought. To avoid Luo Wuqing's captivating eyes, he quickly picked up a piece of braised pork in front of him. How is it? Is it good? Luo Wuqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly waiting for his response. However, Yun Mochen's reaction was unusual. His face suddenly turned ashen, his brows furrowed, and he struggled to keep his mouth from puffing up as he tried to regain composure. He forced himself to swallow the food, and, after hesitating for a while, asked, Luo, Teacher Luo Wuqing, do you usually order takeout for dinner? Because it was simply inedible. The taste was like a mix of various chemicals and seasonings, a masterpiece of culinary disaster. Ah, how did you know, Mochen? Luo Wuqing asked in surprise. It's nothing. Teacher Luo, why don't you have some too? Yun Mochen tentatively suggested. Don't worry, I've already had takeout. I made these especially for you, so you have to finish them, Luo Wuqing said, her beautiful eyes forming crescent moons, but to Yun Mochen, they seemed terrifyingly daunting. After a while, Yun Mochen endured and swallowed all the food. Luo Wuqing nodded in satisfaction and then said, Mochen, after a 15-minute break, we'll start today's practical lesson. By the way, do you think the teacher looks beautiful today? Yun Mochen instinctively nodded, but then froze. Sure, huh? He looked at Luo Wuqing in confusion. Luo Wuqing gracefully brushed aside the stray hair in front of her eyes, a charming smile playing on her lips. Silly boy, follow me to the training room, she said with a barely noticeable teasing tone. Yun Mochen was secretly surprised. Luo Wuqing's behavior today was unusually different. Despite being of a similar age, she exuded an indescribable sense of maturity. This contrast created a subtle atmosphere in the air. As the door to the inner room slowly opened with a slight creak, Yun Machen's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Luo? Teacher Luo Wuqing, is this really your house? Yun Machen stammered, unable to hide his shock. From the outside, the training room seemed to be just 50 square meters. However, the moment Yun Machen stepped inside, it was as if he had activated some mysterious spell. After a brief moment of darkness, his view suddenly expanded. A spacious area of nearly 800 square meters unfolded before him. The room was filled with an impressive array of weapons and training equipment, and even 15 advanced combat puppets that Yun Machen had only seen online. This setup far exceeded the scale of the training facilities at Tianshui High School. Never seen anything like it, have you? Luo Wuqing explained with a smile. This is a dimension space room. It cost me quite a bit to build. Teacher Luo, you're amazing. Yun Machen sincerely gave her a thumbs up, his admiration for her as endless as a flowing river. However, a question also surfaced in his mind. With such financial resources, Luo Wuqing must come from a prestigious background and hold a significant position in her family. So why did she choose to come to a small place like Yenyu City, giving up a promising future? Seemingly seeing through Yun Machen's thoughts, Luo Wuqing chuckled and said, Machen, you don't think I came to Tianshui High School to escape marriage, do you? Yun Machen awkwardly smiled, saying nothing. With a light smack on Yun Machen's forehead, Luo Wuqing crossed her arms and said somewhat displeased, such cliched novel plots would never happen to me. If anyone dared to force me into marriage, it would be either me or the man who ends up dead. Yun Machen couldn't help but shiver. Eventually, curiosity got the better of him, and he mustered the courage to ask. Then, Teacher Luo, given your great conditions, why did you come to a small place like ours? Because of you, Luo Wuqing replied simply and directly. Huh. Yun Machen's mind went blank, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes darted around in panic. Ha ha. Luo Wuqing laughed heartily. Silly boy, don't overthink it. You'll understand in time. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Don't waste time. Pick a weapon and attack me with all your strength. As soon as she finished speaking, the charm around Luo Wuqing vanished, replaced by a sharp and terrifying pressure. Yun Machen could clearly feel that this was the power of the third stage of the Golden Core. She lifted her hand to tie her braid up, and with a light gesture towards the weapon rack, a long sword flew into her hand. Then, Teacher Luo, forgive this student. Yun Machen had no intention of holding back. In his heart, everything Luo Wuqing had done for him deserved his most sincere response. In the next moment, Yun Machen's aura began to surge. Under Luo Wuqing's astonished gaze, the aura of Yun Machen, originally at the 8th stage of qi refining, showed no signs of stopping, as if it was still rising rapidly. 9th level of qi refinement. 10th level. 1st level of foundation establishment. Luo Wuqing instinctively covered her slightly parted red lips, clearly shocked by Yun Machen's breakthrough. Her delicate eyebrows were filled with astonishment as she looked at the young man before her in disbelief. Teacher Luo Wuqing, be ready. Yun Machen's words had barely left his mouth when he vanished like a streak of light. The sword in his hand gleamed with a cold brilliance as he lunged fiercely toward Luo Wuqing. Clang! A crisp, ear-piercing clash of swords echoed. Yun Machen's figure was thrown back dozens of meters, struggling to regain his balance. Luo Wuqing's face was full of excitement, making Yun Machen feel as if his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage hadn't pleased her as much. Little Machen, you truly surprise your teacher. Luo Wuqing's voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Yun Machen quickly sheathed his sword and respectfully approached Luo Wuqing. Teacher Luo Wuqing, are you alright? If I've overstepped, please forgive me. He hadn't used his full strength in that strike, knowing that Luo Wuqing's cultivation was far superior to his, though he hadn't expected the gap to be an entire major realm. No worries, come. Use your full strength against me, don't hold back. Luo Wuqing clearly didn't believe she had seen Yun Machen's full potential. After all, this seemingly honest young man had even managed to conceal his cultivation level from her, so his strength was likely much greater than it appeared. Just as Yun Machen hesitated, fearing he might hurt Luo Wuqing, her voice turned teasingly seductive. What? Are you saying you can't do it? This level of strength is hard to satisfy your teacher. Yun Machen shuddered and suddenly shouted. A man can't say he can't. Teacher Luo Wuqing, please prepare yourself. With that, Yun Machen's aura surged once more. Luo Wuqing's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, an eerie power surged from within Mochen, gradually concentrating onto his sword. Luo Wuqing sensed this familiar aura, her expression growing serious. Yet, she didn't immediately think of sword intent, as only one person in 100 years under 30 had comprehended it, and that person had become an emperor, one of the world's top powers. As for anyone under 20 comprehending sword intent, it was unheard of. However, in the next instant, Luo Wuqing suddenly realized and exclaimed, "But, this is sword intent." Before she could finish her sentence, a white sword intent burst from Mocheng's approaching blade, rushing toward her. Luo Wuqing was momentarily frozen, and seeing this, Mocheng hurriedly tried to retract his power. But releasing such formidable energy was easy, pulling it back was not. In the nick of time, Mocheng used all his strength to divert his sword to the side. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, with a few strands of hair floating in the air, slowly falling. They were strands from Luo Wuqing's forehead. "Mocheng you!" Luo Wuqing took a deep breath, trying to calm her shock. Her beautiful face was momentarily dazed, her red lips slightly parted as if wanting to speak, but she stopped short. "Hehe, teacher, I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Mocheng asked with a smile. Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment before her expression turned extremely serious. She looked at Mocheng and asked, "Mocheng, are you really going to fulfill that wager?" "Yes, teacher Luo Wuqing, it's not just about pride and dignity. It's also for her, so I must go." Mocheng looked at Luo Wuqing with unwavering determination and nodded. Luo Wuqing sighed deeply, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. He spoke slowly. "Mochen, with the strength you've been hiding, the bet between you and Emperor Zhu was merely a jest. Even if you lost to Zhang Nantian that day, or chose not to attend the meeting, no one would have said much. After all, Zhang Nantian is a prodigy of his generation, naturally outshining his peers. To others, the outcome of your bet was already a foregone conclusion." At this point, Luo Wuqing's gaze became incredibly worried, and his tone turned serious. "But now, the talent you've shown will completely change this scenario." Mochen frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, "Why?" "Teacher Luo Wuqing, because of your identity," Luo Wuqing stated firmly. Clang! The long sword in Mochen's hand suddenly fell to the ground with a clear sound. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of disbelief. For over 10 years, he had thought of himself as a lonely orphan. Now, someone suddenly claimed to know his identity, and this revelation stirred intense excitement and indescribable joy within him. "Teacher Luo, do you know my identity?" Mochen's voice trembled with excitement. Luo Wuqing nodded lightly, a helpless expression on his face. "I do, but I can't tell you." "Why?" Mochen asked urgently. "Teacher Luo, you know who I am. Why can't you tell me? Or do I not even have the right to know my own identity?" His voice trailed off, deflating like a punctured balloon. He looked down at the sword on the ground, his eyes misty with unshed tears. "Forget it. Teacher Luo, I understand you must have your reasons for not telling me," Mochen said with a bitter smile. "After all, I'm just an unwanted child. I'm used to it." Luo Wuqing immediately shook his head and stepped forward quickly, placing his hands on Mochen's shoulders. "Don't say that, Mochen. You have me, and many classmates and friends around you. We are all here for you." Mochen smiled faintly and stepped back slightly, watching as Luo Wuqing's hands slowly fell. He shook his head in despair, the light in his eyes seeming to fade. Luo Wuqing looked at Mochen, his eyes full of affection. After a moment's hesitation, he finally made a decision. "Mochen, I promise you, on the day of the college entrance exam, you will definitely know your identity. But I hope you'll agree to one condition." Hope rekindled in Mochen's eyes, and he asked eagerly, "What condition?" "I hope you don't reveal your talent and strength during the college entrance exam," Luo Wuqing said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Mochen smiled lightly and shook his head. "Teacher Luo, you don't understand what this bet means, nor what Zhu Qingyan means to me. Even though I know Zhang Nantian, at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, is indeed very strong, and even for me, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But, Teacher Luo, even if I only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning against Zhang Nantian, even if it costs my life, I won't hesitate." His gaze became firm and sharp as he continued. "Lose? Impossible, unless I'm dead. I will give it my all and crush him. Then I'll proudly tell Emperor Zhu that her daughter is the one I am determined to marry." Mochen's eyes showed no trace of fear or retreat, the light in his pupils burning like a fierce flame, silently conveying his vow to Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing gazed at Mochen, his eyes filled with compassion, remaining silent for a long time. She was in her early 20s and had yet to truly experience the taste of love. However, she was well aware of Mochen's pasta child who had endured hardships from a young age and longed for warmth. The arrival of Zhu Qingyan was like a ray of sunshine, bringing smiles and joy to Mochen's life. These changes were invaluable in her eyes. Unknowingly, She had come to care for Yun Mochen like a younger brother. All right, Mochen, since you've made up your mind, I choose to believe in you unconditionally, she said softly, her eyes shining with encouragement. Thank you, Teacher Luo Wuqing, Yun Mochen replied gratefully. However, what Luo Wuqing said next left Yun Mochen puzzled. Mochen, you don't need to worry too much. Even if you unfortunately lose that day, Jiang Nantian can't harm you, not even if his father is present. These words stirred a hint of doubt in Yun Mochen's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, the path of immortality, though seemingly carefree, was fraught with dangers. It was a well-known fact that the annual exams included some officially sanctioned death quotas. In the examination hall, unless someone voluntarily conceded, the duel would continue unconditionally until one side perished. For ordinary people, intervening in the exam process was impossible. Yun Mochen then embarked on the hellish training plan that Luo Wuqing had custom designed for him. Mochen, these 15 combat puppets are treasures of my clan, completely different from those you've seen online, Luo Wuqing introduced with a hint of pride in her voice. Yun Mochen examined the combat puppets in front of him and asked curiously, different? They don't seem particularly special at first glance. Luo Wuqing explained with satisfaction, these combat puppets can not only learn martial skills through the host's puppet technique, but what's most terrifying is that they are growth-oriented. Like humans, they can independently break through their cultivation levels. Yun Mochen gasped in awe, his eyes shining as he involuntarily touched the surface of the puppets. They were clad in uniform silver-white armor, gleaming with a silver light, and each had a long sword at their waist, exuding a powerful presence. At first glance, except for the lack of breath, they were almost indistinguishable from real people. Yun Mochen noticed that each puppet had the character Yun embroidered on its chest, a character he had also seen on the mid-tier Xian rank sword given to him by Luo Wuqing. Teacher Luo Wuqing, are you from the Yun clan? He asked, pointing to the character. Luo Wuqing was startled by the question and quickly waved her hand in denial. No, no. She composed herself and explained, Mochen, the Yun clan is an imperial clan. No matter how wealthy your teacher is, it can't compare to an imperial clan. Such talk shouldn't be spread around. If someone with ill intentions hears and makes a big deal out of it, it could be troublesome. The Yun character on their chests might just be a way for my clan's elders, who admire the Yun Emperor, to inspire the clan members. Yun Mochen nodded thoughtfully, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He admired the Yun Emperor, who had risen from humble beginnings, and if Luo Wuqing were indeed from the Yun clan, he would have had endless questions. Understood, Teacher Luo Wuqing, Yun Mochen replied, then asked, by the way, what are the cultivation levels of these combat puppets? Foundation establishment stage, first level, just like you. Upon hearing this, Yun Mochen narrowed his eyes, eager to give it a try. Just as he was about to speak, a combat puppet vanished with incredible speed, striking directly at his abdomen. Ugh! Yun Mochen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying tens of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Luo Wuqing instinctively took half a step forward, seemingly wanting to intervene, but ultimately took a deep breath, closed his eyes slowly, and withdrew his extended foot. Lying on the ground, Yun Mochen had only one thought in his mind, so strong. Despite being at the peak of the 10th level of the Qi refining stage, with strength comparable to a 5th level foundation establishment cultivator, he couldn't even withstand a single round against a 1st level foundation establishment combat puppet, even with the element of surprise. That sense of powerlessness made him feel as if he were facing a golden core or even nascent soul elder. Mochen, this is your first challenge today. Defeat him, and you can go home. Luo Wuqing's voice reached Yun Mochen's ears. He slowly stood up, retrieving a mid-grade Xian sword from his spatial ring. The combat puppet also drew a long sword from its waist, assuming a battle-ready stance. Yun Mochen gradually calmed his mind, silently gathering his sword intent. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from sight. The entire training room was instantly filled with a fierce white sword aura, like a terrifying storm with sharp blades, sweeping towards the combat puppet. The puppet, unfazed, activated its own technique, unleashing a powerful sword skill in response. Luo Wuqing's face was filled with worry, his hands trembling slightly behind his back, silently chanting, win. You have to win. It was a desperate measure. With only 17 days until the college entrance exams, even though Yun Mochen had shown remarkable talent, even if he broke through to the golden core stage on exam day, he stood no chance against the equally talented Jiang Nantian. With millions of students nationwide striving hard, only through this life-and-death training could Yun Mochen at least have the ability to protect himself during the exams. Boom! Yun Mochen and the combat puppet collided fiercely, their swords releasing immense energy, overturning all the weapon racks around them. This strike ended in a draw. Both took half a step back, locking eyes with each other, and charged again without hesitation. Suddenly, the combat puppet's sword trembled violently, infused with a torrent of spiritual power. A pale white phantom appeared behind the puppet, and the training room was instantly filled with swords formed from spiritual energy, swirling around the puppet's sword in a seemingly orchestrated dance. Mochen, this is a core sword technique of my clan. As a member of our clan, you must master it. It's called Sword Cloud Chaos. Be careful. In the next moment, the battle puppet swung its long sword abruptly, guiding countless spirit swords like a conductor with a baton. These spirit swords, as if obeying a silent command, plunged towards Yun Mochen with relentless fury. The sword light flickered, cold gleams shot in all directions, and a chilling aura enveloped the air. Just as Yun Mochen was about to collide with the spirit swords, the system's voice urgently echoed in his mind. Host, activate blood refinement immediately, or you won't withstand this wave of attacks. Nearby, Luo Wuqing watched intently, a powerful energy gathering in his palm, ready to rescue Yun Mochen at any moment. However, Yun Mochen did not retreat. He roared internally. A mere puppet, you think I'll back down? Blood refinement, activate. With an internal roar, the aura around Yun Mochen surged several times over. He charged headlong into the puppet's attack, enduring the slicing winds of countless sharp sword energies. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosion reverberated throughout the area, with terrifying energy waves raging like a storm. Luo Wuqing had to raise his hand to channel his spiritual power, barely managing to withstand the aftershocks. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure was violently thrown back, embedding heavily into the training room wall. Coughing, Yun Mochen struggled to speak. Luo Wuqing, you lied. This is a golden core stage level 5 puppet. Before he could finish, his vision blurred, and his body slowly collapsed. Surprisingly, the puppet that had been blasted away emerged unscathed, climbing out of the wall and silently returning to the ranks of other battle puppets, coldly watching the fallen Yun Mochen. Luo Wuqing, enraged, demanded, who told you to break the seal of the Foundation establishment stage? Do you know who he is? The puppet replied expressionlessly. Commander, I do not know. I only know that if I didn't release the power seal, I couldn't withstand that kid's attack. You're driving me mad. As stupid as a dead man. Luo Wuqing stomped his feet in anger. The puppet scratched its head, looking puzzled. Commander, I am a dead man. Crossing his arms, Luo Wuqing turned coldly. Humph. Outside, you can call him a kid, but remember, in private, you must call him young Emperor Yun. The puppet visibly shivered, as if realizing some earth-shattering secret, and nodded repeatedly. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Stop. Enough. Dead men are so annoying. Luo Wuqing impatiently interrupted the puppet's self-reproach. Not far away, Yun Mochen lay quietly on a pink bed. Though not yet conscious, his injuries had miraculously healed, his skin smooth and unblemished. As night fell, Yun Mochen finally awoke with a groan. Ah, it hurts. He instinctively felt for his injuries, but was shocked to find none. Suddenly, he realized he was in an unfamiliar environment and jumped up from the bed, warily scanning the room. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, and Yun Mochen couldn't help but take a few more breaths. In the dim light, he cautiously felt his way to the bedside and turned on the night lamp. The sight before him left him stunned. A pink bed piled with various dolls, the air filled with a girlish fragrance. What the heck? I spent the night at Luo Wuqing's place. Yun Mochen's mind was in turmoil as he suppressed his inexplicable agitation and nervousness, quietly opening the door. The creaking of the door hinges sounded unusually loud in the silent night. Holding his breath, Yun Mochen carefully turned on his phone's flashlight. The sudden white reflection momentarily dazed him, and when he focused, he was thunderstruck, cold sweat breaking out on his back. It wasn't a reflective object at all. It was Luo Wuqing asleep on the sofa, her long, beautiful legs glowing white under the moonlight. Yun Mochen froze, his mind blank, unsure of what to do. Look again. No way. That's your teacher Luo Wuqing. Yun Mochen was suddenly jolted awake, his rationality suppressing his burgeoning desires. His gaze involuntarily swept over Luo Wuqing's fair skin, causing his heart to race, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. I must have left something on the sofa, he thought to himself, as he quietly retrieved a pink blanket from the bedroom. Carefully, he draped the blanket over Luo Wuqing, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of waking a sleeping butterfly. After that, Yun Mochen quietly slipped out the door and sprinted all the way home. The night enveloped the city, but a burning urgency flared within him. He needed to convert the over 30,000 points he had acquired from Luo Zihan into blood-replenishing potions. 300 bottles, quite a fortune. Yun Mochen was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of Dongfeng Express. Even at night, they promised delivery within 2 hours. But how should he spend this 2-hour window? Just as Yun Mochen was pondering this, the system suddenly spoke up. Master, you can set aside your cultivation for now and review your recent battle with the combat puppet. Yun Mochen realized the truth in this. That battle was his first real combat experience, something that couldn't be learned from online resources. But where should he start? He closed his eyes, recalling the details of the fight. The combat puppet was fast, but he could disrupt its attack rhythm with his sword intent. Although possessing sword intent was a significant advantage over other sword cultivators at the same level, why did he still find it so challenging? The system timely reminded him, Master, that's because you don't know any sword techniques, whereas others do. It's like one of you is using skills while the other is just using basic attacks. Who do you think has the upper hand? Mochen pondered this, recalling the sword cloud dance technique from Luo Wuqing's family. That move was indeed powerful, reaching at least the level of a high-level profound martial skill. In contrast, aside from the 5 major stages of the Divine Demon Pulse and his sword intent, he hadn't mastered any martial skills. As for the 5 major stages, he could barely manage the blood refining stage, and he wasn't confident about advancing to the next stage, Heartblaze. After all, the consequences of severing meridians and exploding were too dire to risk. System, shouldn't you let me draw some martial techniques? Otherwise, my lack of strength might affect your performance. Mochen joked. Master, it depends on my mood, the system coldly replied. Get lost. Mochen cursed a few times, then took out his long sword from his space ring and began imitating the combat puppet's moves from earlier. Who needs sword techniques? He decided to compensate for his shortcoming by learning through observation. Even though Mochen wasn't sure if he could truly learn, he felt an inexplicable affinity while comprehending the sword technique, as if something was guiding him. Master, don't waste your time. You won't be able to learn it, the system advised. Sword techniques usually require a corresponding heart formula, and you're just learning the form without understanding the intent. It's impossible to master it. However, before the system could finish its sentence, the air in the room began to vibrate slightly. Visible sword energy emerged from Mochen's long sword, transforming into several illusory, spiritual swords that began to hover around him. Master, impressive, the system marveled quietly. Mochen had clearly entered a mystical state. Although his eyes were closed, he continued to replicate the combat puppet's moves from memory. As time passed, the spiritual swords in the space multiplied and became more tangible. This scene seemed to herald the rise of a genius sword cultivator. Mochen unleashed a sudden thrust, and the power of the sword cloud dance erupted instantly. Countless spiritual swords shot up like blue meteors, tracing brilliant paths across the night sky. The ceiling shattered in response, leaving a massive hole. Several blocks away, Luo Wuqing witnessed this astonishing scene through her floor-to-ceiling window. She immediately recognized the unique skill of the sword cloud dance and was secretly amazed. Could there be a clansman protecting the young Emperor? And have they mastered the sword cloud dance to perfection? Meanwhile, the butcher, who was about to get up, paused his work, gazing at the shining blue light in the night sky. Stroking his thick beard, a complex expression appeared on his face as he murmured softly, "It's close, it's close." Aunt Kai also set down her vegetable basket, admiring the beautiful sight. She sighed lightly, "How beautiful," and then waved her hand to cast a spell, making the blue streaks invisible to ordinary eyes. Mochen, feeling the power of his sword technique, couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha! I'm truly a peerless genius." However, his glee was soon interrupted by the angry shout of a neighbor. "Who the hell is setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Laugh all you want, you bastard. I'll beat you up." The system pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Master, the reason you could learn this sword technique might be related to the divine and demonic bloodline you have fused with. This not only raises your talent ceiling, but also seems like an innate inheritance. Normally, reaching the beginner level would already be the limit. So how could you directly comprehend it to perfection? Mochen, however, paid no mind to the system's doubts and smugly replied, "System, is it so hard to admit that I'm exceptional?" Just then, the sound of a delivery notification came from outside the door. Mochen eagerly opened the door and brought in 3 large suitcases. Inside, over 300 bottles of blood-replenishing elixirs were neatly arranged, making him excited. Without any hesitation, Mochen activated his heaven-covering technique and began gulping down the elixirs. With each bottle consumed, the system continuously prompted, "Blood value 10." 30 minutes later, all 300-plus bottles of blood-replenishing elixirs were absorbed. Mochen eagerly checked the system panel and, seeing his points reach over 37,000, couldn't help but cheer again. "Huh? This is awesome." Mochen initially planned to split his points evenly, using half for the lottery and the other half for training. However, considering the unreliable system, he decisively changed his mind. System, use 7,000 points for the lottery and the rest for training. Mochen said firmly. The system wanted to argue, but Mochen didn't give it a chance to speak. "Do as I say." "Yes, master." As soon as the system responded, a mechanical voice echoed in Mochen's mind. Ding. Detecting that the host's points have surpassed the 10,000 mark, the system will automatically upgrade. Countdown 600. 599. 10 minutes later, Mochen curiously asked, "System, Are there any perks with the upgrade? Master, of course, there aren't. The system replied. Get lost. Yun Mochen snapped. The system chuckled mischievously. Master, however, the lottery has been upgraded to 1,000 points per draw, and accordingly, the chances of getting a good reward have increased significantly. Additionally, the system will now open the system store for you, including areas for techniques, martial arts, elixirs, weapons, puppets, and more. After hearing the system's introduction, Yun Mochen was so excited he almost jumped up. With the system store available, the lottery seemed unnecessary. However, when he entered the technique section, he was dumbfounded. The top-ranked Overturning Heaven technique was priced at 999,999,999 points. The second-ranked Devouring the Void was priced at 888,888,888 points. System, are you messing with me? Yun Mochen asked. The system explained. Master, the system store prices are set according to market value, with no intention of deceiving the host. Yun Mochen sighed helplessly. This was utterly ridiculous. Who prices things like that? Just saying they are priceless would sound better. The system took the opportunity to persuade. So, Master, trusting the system isn't wrong. It's best to use half for the lottery, at least there's a chance of winning. As for buying, you might have to wait until pigs fly. Yun Mochen scoffed. Only a fool would listen to you. Honestly, are you pocketing these points? Master, how could you think that of your wise and charming system? The system defended itself. Then quickly give me 7 consecutive draws, Yun Mochen ordered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a penalty. As expected, Yun Mochen heard the lottery result and wished he could pull the system out of his head and give it a beating. Soon, the results were in. 3 rewards, 1 black reward, and 2 yellow rewards. To Yun Mochen's surprise, the black reward was a sword technique, and it was a growth type, named Sky Cleaving Slash. The yellow rewards were common low-level enlightenment stones. As for the 4 penalties, they combined into one exasperating major penalty. Task: before the college entrance exam, ask Zhu Huntian out to a movie. Reward: a pair of sun and moon rings. Task failure: live stream yourself dancing the Kuan dance without pants for 3 minutes. Yun Mochen took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. He temporarily put the penalty aside and said, bring out that sword technique. Okay, no problem, Master, the system responded. In the next moment, a sword technique manual emitting golden light appeared in Yun Mochen's once empty hand. A growth-type sword skill, truly unheard of. System, explain this, Yun Mochen said as he flipped through the manual. As soon as the master's voice fell, a dazzling white light burst forth from the sword technique manual in Yun Mochen's hand. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was astounded to find himself standing in the vast, boundless cosmos. While Yun Mochen was still reeling from the shock, a flickering light from an unknown distance caught his attention. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious masked man appeared before him out of thin air. Hello, young man. The mysterious man's voice was deep and weighty, as if it had traveled through countless ages to reach Yun Mochen's ears. Yun Mochen immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. The mysterious man wasted no time on pleasantries and said directly, no need for unnecessary words. Focus on understanding. With that, he turned slightly, raised his right hand, and with 2 fingers extended, drew a sharp line through the countless stars ahead. What happened next was something Yun Mochen would never forget. The tens of thousands of stars, separated by who knows how many light years, began to disintegrate and shatter. Upon closer inspection, each star had a deep, bottomless sword mark running across its center, spanning the entire planet. So powerful, Yun Mochen was stunned, unable to comprehend the level the man had reached. A tribulation stage? Impossible. Even a tribulation stage cultivator couldn't shatter thousands of stars with a single strike. There was only one possibility. With this thought, Yun Mochen bowed even more respectfully. Senior, are you an immortal? The mysterious man turned to look at him but did not answer immediately, as if scrutinizing something. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Immortal? Huh. In the vastness of the universe, what immortals are there? Just bigger ants. Yun Mochen keenly sensed a profound sadness in the mysterious man's emotions, perhaps even an indescribable despair. Senior? Yun Mochen asked cautiously. The mysterious man composed himself and said seriously, young man, the Heaven Sweeping Slash is a sword technique I have spent my entire life creating and perfecting. I hope you do not let it down. Yun Mochen nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Senior, I will master this sword technique and not let it go to waste. The mysterious man shook his head. Mastering it can be both difficult and easy. But for this sword technique to be known by all, to be recognized by the universe, is the true way to cherish it. That is what you should do. Yun Mochen's heart trembled at these grand words. For a moment, he hesitated to accept such a daunting task. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed again to the mysterious man. Senior, I promise I will not let your life's work go to waste. I will make sure the name of this sword technique echoes throughout the heavens and worlds. At this point, Mochen hesitated and asked, but, Senior, may I know your name? It should also be known to the world. The mysterious man gently shook his head and raised his hand to stop Mochen. From beneath the mask, his gaze met Mochen's eyes, seemingly filled with some unique emotion. You will know. You will know. The mysterious man said meaningfully, his voice gradually fading into the vast cosmos. Before the mysterious man's words had even faded, Mochen's vision suddenly went blank. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room. Phew, he exhaled deeply. What a terrifying senior. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in his heart, leaving him puzzled by this contradiction. Suddenly, Mochen sensed a new technique in his mind, one sword to sweep the heavens. He slowly closed his eyes, and his hands instinctively gripped a long sword, following a mysterious trajectory. The sensation was incredibly wondrous, as if someone was gently guiding his wrist, teaching him the sword moves step by step. Outside, the sky had already begun to lighten, but Mochen remained immersed in that mysterious realm, continuously comprehending the powerful sword technique. 3 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, having fully absorbed the essence of one sword to sweep the heavens with the help of the system. This sword technique is all about being ruthless. Mochen thought to himself. If I encounter an enemy, I will cut them down. If I face countless foes, I will still cut them down. If I face the heavens, I will even cut through the heavens. With this realization, the dual sword intent emanating from him began to stir restlessly, unconsciously spilling from his body and swirling around him in the room. System, what is this? Mochen asked in confusion. Master, this is a sign that your sword intent is about to advance, the system replied excitedly. You've hit the jackpot. Learning one sword to sweep the heavens has altered and elevated your mindset, bringing your sword intent to a bottleneck. Delighted, Mochen quickly said, Quick, bring out a low-grade enlightenment stone. In an instant, a stone appeared in Mochen's hand. Without hesitation, he placed his long sword on it. Buzzing, the sword intent swirling around Mochen became even more agitated. He quickly sat cross-legged, beginning to carefully comprehend its mysteries. 5 hours later, an incredibly sharp aura burst forth from Mochen's body. Return, Mochen commanded. The previously rampant sword intent obediently returned to his body. So powerful. This was Mochen's most direct impression. He raised his right hand, and a small wisp of sword intent emerged from his fingertip. Go! He pointed fiercely at one side of the ceiling. Boom! The moment the sword intent touched the ceiling, it exploded. The area of destruction was no less than the damage caused by the sword cloud dance. Mochen was secretly delighted. Great! Now I have a real trump card against Jiang Nantian. He began planning his next steps. With over 30,000 vitality points, I can greatly enhance my cultivation. I'll spend some time each day in the virtual god space for practice and combat, and at night, I'll undergo hellish tutoring at teacher Luo Wuqing's house. In a few days, I'll definitely be stronger than Jiang Nantian. Just as Mochen was envisioning a bright future, the system's words suddenly dampened his spirits. Master, don't get too excited just yet. What do you mean? Mochen asked, puzzled. The system explained, Master, while you're improving, Jiang Nantian is also making progress. According to online information, he reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage 4 months ago. Do you think he would just stay at the same level and wait for you? Moreover, from my observation of your world, even within your country, Huaxia, some ancient hidden families have an overall strength not inferior to the most powerful forces you are aware of, like the imperial clans. The system's words hit Mochen like a sledgehammer. His pupils contracted, and his breath caught. What? Hidden families not inferior to the imperial clans? That means they must have great emperor-level powerhouses too. Seeing Mochen still in a daze, the system continued. Master, don't you think those hidden families, with their heritage and strength, could also produce a few peerless geniuses like Jiang Nantian? Your wager isn't just to surpass Jiang Nantian in the college entrance exam, but to become the top scorer nationwide. Master, are you truly ready to face all the geniuses of the world? Each of the system's words pierced Mochen's inflated ego like a sharp thorn. He forced a smile, though his voice was a bit dry. System, I won't curse you today. Mochen picked up the leftover bread from yesterday on the table and took a big bite. As he chewed the hard, dry bread, he suddenly laughed. There's no such thing as being unprepared. Don't worry, I will strive with all my life, and eventually, they will all bow at my feet. In the following days, Mochen embarked on a grueling self-imposed training regimen. With ample vitality to support him, his cultivation progressed rapidly through the overturning heaven technique, quickly reaching the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. When his vitality ran low, he switched to the virtual god space. As his cultivation improved, Yun Mochen became increasingly efficient at earning points in the virtual god space. Unlike others who painstakingly fought beasts one by one, he charged into the heart of beast hordes and unleashed powerful sword intent for a one-sided slaughter. This method of mass attack was incredibly efficient, almost like using a cheat code. Besides enhancing his strength, Yun Mochen had another important goal: to become the top in the virtual god space. This was part of a punishment task assigned by the system. It wasn't that the divine tier golden core wasn't enticing, but the thought of forcibly kissing Jiang Nantian as punishment was too terrifying. Yun Mochen's sudden rise caused quite a stir in the virtual god space. No way, guys. Who is this sword immortal? In just a few days, he's already in the top 10 of the virtual god rankings, now at 5th place. Yeah, this year's virtual god space has too many big shots. Look at the second-ranked powerhouse, not even from the 5 great imperial clans. It's unbelievable. Dude, how do you know the second-ranked? They can't possibly be a prince or princess from the imperial clans. Are you blind? Who in the imperial clans would name themselves imperial clans or nothing? At this moment, the top 10 of the virtual god rankings were as follows. 1. Bai. 2. Jiang Nantian. 3. Imperial clans are nothing. 4. Empress. 5. Zhu Huntian. 6. Fish that doesn't eat cats. 7. Ming Yuan. 8. Sword immortal Yun Mochen. 9. Gun god Luo Zihan. 10. Monk who loves drinking. After reviewing the latest leaderboard in the virtual god space, Yun Mochen's expression was serious. With only 3 days until the college entrance exam, he still wasn't completely confident. Although the virtual god rankings didn't fully represent a person's true combat strength, they did offer some reference. Just then, Yun Mochen's phone suddenly rang. Ding! A new message interrupted his thoughts. The voice of Ming Yuan came through the communication device, carrying a hint of anticipation. Hello, Jianxian. I just reported your situation to my family, and they showed great interest in your talent. They specifically asked me to convey their message. Would you be willing to join our Ming clan? She continued, rest assured, if you join us, your status will be equivalent to that of a core disciple, and you will enjoy all the resources allocated to our core disciples. Moreover, your family will be under the eternal protection of the Ming clan. Yun Mochen pondered after hearing this. So it was Ming Yuan. However, he frowned slightly. Just a core disciple? He had comprehended the essence of the sword even before turning 20, his talent surpassing even that of the current Cloud Emperor to some extent. The offer from the Ming clan was evidently not enough to satisfy him. As for protecting his family, Yun Mochen shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a twinge of sadness. I have no family to protect. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Mochen replied, Jianxian, if the Ming clan provides me with resources equivalent to yours, and agrees that our relationship is one of cooperation without a master-servant dynamic, I will accept. In the Ming clan's council hall, Ming Yuan sat beside a middle-aged man, reading Yun Mochen's message word for word. Instantly, the room was filled with murmurs of discontent and anger from the assembled leaders. Outrageous! An elder stood up, slamming the table. He merely had the fortune to comprehend the essence of the sword, yet his cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, and he dares to demand the same resources as the emperor's daughter? It's ludicrous. Humph! Another leader scoffed. That boy must be desperate for resources. Does he even know how much our core disciples receive? It's probably more than he could ever imagine. Empress, an elderly cultivator advised. This young man is arrogant and oblivious to his own limitations. It would be unwise to associate closely with him. Despite these negative remarks, Ming Yuan remained silent, observing the reaction of the middle-aged man beside her. At that moment, he spoke, his voice calm and commanding, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. Most of you are not sword cultivators, so you may not fully appreciate the value of a swordsman who has grasped the essence of the sword. He looked around to ensure everyone was listening. Let me put it this way. Among the hundreds of billions of cultivators nationwide, fewer than 10 million are true swordsmen. Of those, only about 3,000 possess the essence of the sword. He paused to let that number sink in, then continued. I've searched my memory, and I recall that among these 3,000, only one person under the age of 30 has grasped the essence of the sword. You should all know who that is. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders who had been criticizing Yun Mochen exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from anger to surprise, finally settling into shock. They finally understood and were left speechless. The middle-aged man's words made it clear. This young man, known online as Jianxian, likely comprehended the essence of the sword before the age of 20. That was indeed a significant achievement. At that moment, an elder stepped forward. He was the grand elder of the Ming clan, Ming Yang. Stroking his beard with a hint of concern in his voice, he said, But, clan leader, his demands are indeed excessive. Ming Yang continued. After all, we cannot allow our empress to fall behind other imperial clans or those reclusive families that have been waiting for ages to make their move. If we promise those resources to that young man, the empress's cultivation resources will undoubtedly be affected. Clan leader, please reconsider. Emperor Ming didn't make a decision immediately. He gently stroked Meng Yuan's hair, a hint of affection in his eyes, and asked with a smile, "What do you think, my dear Ming'er?" A trace of hesitation appeared on Meng Yuan's beautiful face. She furrowed her brows slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, "Father, I would like to ask him what he can bring to our family. You once told me about the prophecy of the great calamity from Zhitian Pavilion. I believe that regardless of his arrogance, we should consider the fortune of our family." Her response took Emperor Ming by surprise, and he nodded, saying, "Let's do as you suggest. Our Ming clan should indeed secure more fortune before the great calamity arrives." Meng Yuan then picked up her phone and quickly typed a message. "Jianxian, throughout history, many geniuses have fallen halfway on the path to immortality. You're still just an emerging talent. What makes you confident enough to make such demands? Even if we agree, what can you offer our clan?" Upon seeing the message, Yun Mochen smiled faintly and replied without hesitation, "I understand your family might look down on me, or think my demands are excessive. So let's skip the small talk. If you're willing to bet on my future, then come along." Yun Mochen maintained a composed and respectful attitude towards the Ming clan's invitation. He thought to himself, with the system on his side, he would eventually win everyone over. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, master, I'm so moved by your determination." Yun Mochen retched in disgust, saying, "Stop it, you're making me sick." The system responded pitifully, "Master, I see an M." Meng Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily upon reading Yun Mochen's reply. She thought to herself, this Jianxian truly is character. After reading his message aloud to everyone, the room burst into an uproar. Elder Ming Yang sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "They say Jianxian is straightforward, and indeed he is. Expecting us to gamble the strength of our entire clan on his future is laughable." Others chimed in, firmly opposing Emperor Ming's agreement to Yun Mochen's terms. After a moment of silence, Emperor Ming spoke. "With 3 days left until the college entrance exams, let's allow him half a day to come to our clan for a test. For the time lost, we can provide some resources as compensation. What do you all think?" Before anyone could respond, Meng Yuan excitedly interjected, "Great." Her enthusiasm left everyone exchanging puzzled glances. Emperor Ming cleared his throat and gently advised, "Ming'er, you're in your adolescence, and it's normal to develop feelings for someone. But remember, it doesn't necessarily mean you like him, understand?" Meng Yuan's face turned bright red, and she hurriedly explained, No, father. I'm just curious about what this Jianxian looks like." Emperor Ming gave her a meaningful look, pondering if his decision might have been flawed. Elder Ming Yang broke the brief silence, saying, "Very well, let's proceed as you suggested, master. If he truly is an extraordinary genius, I would be intrigued to see it myself." He huffed, adding, "But I fear he might just be an arrogant boy. Despite his top 10 rank on the virtual god list, that doesn't necessarily reflect his true strength. A sword cultivator with sword intent can indeed have powerful area attacks, which likely explains his rapid rise in points." With Elder Ming Yang's agreement, the other elders nodded in concurrence. Though they had initially resisted, they couldn't deny that if Jianxian was indeed a prodigy, it would be a tremendous opportunity for the Ming clan. Opportunities once missed are truly lost. A glint of determination flashed in Emperor Ming's eyes. After weighing his options for a moment, he nodded. He turned to Meng Yuan, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Ming'er, you go ahead and arrange it. Since he's a sword cultivator, let's gift him a low-grade, earth-level longsword as a gesture. If the quality is too low, it might make us seem stingy. Even if the negotiations don't succeed, at least we'll have made a good connection." Emperor Ming paused before continuing. "If he agrees, have the Grand Elder bring him to our family." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, Meng Yang, raised his head with displeasure, frowning. "Master, having me personally fetch a junior seems a bit." Emperor Ming waved his hand to interrupt. "Grand Elder, for the sake of our family, face is of little concern. You're the fastest. Who knows where he is in Huaxia? It takes half a day, and we can't just expect him to fly over." Meng Yang muttered internally. "What do you mean I'm the fastest? Everyone knows the second elder is the speedster. Who can be faster than you?" But he only dared to grumble in his mind. Outwardly he respectfully replied, "As you command, master." Meng Yuan also softly agreed. "All right, father." She then sent a message to Yun Mochen. "Sword Immortal, we can agree to your terms, but you'll need to come to our Ming family to test your talent. If you agree, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up immediately. Considering the upcoming college entrance exams, it will take at most half a day. As compensation, our family will gift you a low-grade, earth-level sword. What do you think?" Yun Mochen was taken aback upon receiving the message. The Ming family was being so generous, offering an earth-level sword as a meeting gift. The Xin-level sword given by Luo Wuqing was already worth millions, and an earth-level sword was even more rare, valued at least in the billions. The system promptly reminded him, "Master, they are showing great sincerity. Spending half a day is no big deal. Give it a try, there might be unexpected gains. Yun Mochen hesitated. Who knows where the Ming family is? If it's too far, traveling there will take a lot of time. The system dismissed his concerns. Master, that's a matter of perspective. Nascent soul cultivators can teleport, and transformation stage cultivators can open short-lived spatial tunnels. Higher-level cultivators are even more capable. In short, this isn't something you need to worry about. Hearing this, a hint of envy flickered in Yun Mochen's eyes. He thought to himself, once I reach the golden core stage, I'll be able to fly too. After careful consideration, Yun Mochen decided to accept the invitation. However, to be cautious, he provided a location 50 kilometers away from his home in the outskirts. The system couldn't help but tease. Master, what are you worried about? Who would be interested in your stuff at home? Yun Mochen shook his head and explained, for the sake of safety, I don't want to reveal my identity before the college entrance exams. If they know where my home is, they can easily find out who I am. My sword intent and the 5 major realms of the divine demon vein are my trump cards. Yun Mochen didn't want anyone to know about his encounter with Jiang Nantian, so he asked the system if there was a mask that could hide his identity, preferably one that even a powerful emperor-level expert couldn't see through. The system teased him, saying, Master wants everything handed to him on a silver platter. Huh? No way. Go buy it from the system store yourself. With no other option, Yun Mochen opened the system store and searched for a mask. Based on the system's suggestions, he found a few top choices. Mask of 10,000 ghosts. Can mimic the appearance of countless ghosts, but not their aura. Price, 5,000. Phantom Beast Face. Can mimic the appearance of various mythical beasts, but without physical transformation. Price, 4,500. Face of Extreme Ugliness. Changes facial appearance to the point that even one's own mother wouldn't recognize them, bypassing any realm detection, but does not hide aura. Price, 6666. Yun Mochen couldn't help but twitch his lips, silently cursing the system for toying with him. The system quickly defended itself, claiming it was genuinely loyal to him. Yun Mochen suddenly realized that even if he hid his face, he couldn't conceal his aura. The system immediately offered to reveal how to hide his aura for free if he purchased the Face of Extreme Ugliness. In the end, Yun Mochen spent some of his blood energy value to buy the Face of Extreme Ugliness. The system excitedly announced that the mask was successfully bound to him, and with just a thought, he could change his appearance. Yun Mochen silently invoked the Face of Extreme Ugliness, and immediately felt the flesh on his face move uncontrollably. His once fair complexion became covered with pimples and blemishes. His straight teeth turned yellow and black, shifting in all directions. His entire face became unrecognizably hideous. The system couldn't help but laugh, and as Yun Mochen was about to curse, he realized his voice had also turned hoarse and unpleasant. He dared not look at anything that might reflect his appearance, fearing he'd frighten himself with his own ugliness. Desperate, Yun Mochen asked the system how to hide his cultivation aura. The system laughed and replied that the heaven concealing technique could do it. Yun Mochen realized that the so-called gift from the system was actually a technique he already possessed. He understood that the system's antics were merely meant to tease him. With a resigned sigh, Yun Mochen said to the system, "Take good care of your ancestor." Just then, an impatient voice suddenly rang out. "What kind of godforsaken place is this? Why is that brat taking so long?" After receiving the notification, Ming quickly rushed to the location sent by Yun Mochen. He found himself in a desolate area, with only a few dilapidated shacks scattered around. The sight filled Ming with disdain, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. Just then, a young voice suddenly spoke up. "Old man, are you from the Ming clan?" Ming spun around, nearly having a heart attack. The person before him hardly looked human, more like a beast. The boy's features were so grotesque, it seemed as if each part of his face was independently arranged with no coordination. Ming instinctively scanned him with his spiritual sense, confirming he was indeed only 18 and had reached the first level of the Foundation establishment stage. "Are you the Sword Immortal?" Ming asked with a dark expression, clearly annoyed. Yun Mochen flashed a grin, revealing crooked black and yellow teeth, and said, "That's right." Ming lifted his chin arrogantly and declared, "I am the Grand Elder of the Ming clan, Ming Yang." "Humph. Hold on tight, you're coming with me." With that, he pulled out a horsetail whisk from his robe, indicating Yun Mochen to grab the tail of the whisk. Yun Mochen secretly calculated, "This old man is so arrogant. Once I have the strength, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. I told you to grab the whisk. Why are you grabbing my belt?" Ming shouted angrily. "I'm afraid of heights." Yun Mochen replied meekly. Ming fought the urge to beat Yun Mochen and coldly snorted, "If you fall, I won't save you." With that, he waved the whisk, and a time-space tunnel appeared before them. "So cool." Yun Mochen thought to himself in awe. "Whoosh. You old geezer. Slow down, will you?" It seemed that Ming was intentionally retaliating by speeding up to the maximum. Despite Yun Mochen's tight grip on Ming Yang's belt, The powerful airflow tossed him around like a kite in the tunnel. Ming Yang's lips curled into a smirk, feeling secretly proud. But he didn't expect me to be wearing a belt. After several minutes of torment, they finally arrived at the Ming clan. Yun Mochen looked around at the futuristic, impressive buildings and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Ming clan must be really wealthy, huh?" Ming Yang, even more smug, glanced at Yun Mochen and said, "Kid, our Ming clan is indeed wealthy, beyond your imagination. Whatever resources you desire, we have them. It just depends on whether you have the strength to claim them." With that, Ming Yang took a long sword out of his space ring and tossed it to Yun Mochen. "This sword is called Meng Ying, a low-tier Earth-grade weapon. Take good care of it." "Don't worry, I'll definitely. It's so heavy." Yun Mochen almost dropped the sword upon catching it, stumbling before he managed to lift it. The Meng Ying sword appeared ordinary but was unexpectedly heavy, weighing at least several thousand pounds. The blade was pitch black, etched with strange patterns, and the center of the hilt faintly emitted a subtle purple glow. Ming looked at Yun Mochen's awkward appearance with increasing disdain. She quickened her pace, feeling that being followed by such an unattractive person was a blow to her dignity. The surrounding disciples paused their activities to secretly observe the newcomer. Some couldn't help but whisper, "Look, who's that unfamiliar face following the elder? Oh my gosh, he's so ugly. I've never seen anyone so unattractive in my life. She'll keep it down. Don't let him hear. We're part of the prestigious Ming clan. We can't be so rude. If you're going to vomit, do it in the bathroom." Yun Mochen's arrival caused quite a stir, with more and more onlookers and gossipers trailing behind Meng Yang and Yun Mochen. Soon, under Meng Yang's guidance, Yun Mochen entered a grand and majestic hall, the Meng Wan Hall. Inside, it was already filled with people, all eyes curiously fixed on this outsider. Meng Yang respectfully bowed to the Ming Emperor in the center of the hall and inquired, "Master, I've brought him. Shall we begin the test?" Meng Muin, upon seeing Yun Mochen's appearance, felt her initial curiosity turn to deep disappointment. She couldn't help but tug at the Ming Emperor's sleeve and whisper, "Father, is he really a sword immortal? Could the elder have brought the wrong person?" Surprisingly, upon seeing Yun Mochen, the Ming Emperor's face broke into a relieved smile. Ignoring Meng Muin's doubts, he laughed heartily. "Ha, young sword immortal, I am the Ming Emperor. Welcome to the Ming clan." The Ming Emperor's reaction stirred a strange feeling in Yun Mochen's heart. He pondered to himself, "Even looking like this, he doesn't seem disgusted at all. Instead, he's grinning ear to ear. Could it be that he has peculiar tastes?" Despite his doubts, Yun Mochen courteously clasped his hands and said, "Ming Emperor, greetings. I've long admired your name, and meeting you today only heightens my respect." Meng Muin's disdain deepened upon hearing this, and she silently criticized, "Humph, smooth talker. He doesn't seem like a decent person. Aren't sword cultivators supposed to be dashing and heroic?" The Ming Emperor nodded with a smile and suddenly looked towards the hall entrance, saying, "The little eavesdroppers outside, come in." Everyone turned towards the hall entrance, but no one appeared. The Ming Emperor shook his head helplessly and waved gently at the entrance. Instantly, a few teenagers were involuntarily drawn into the hall. The Ming Emperor addressed one of the youths, "Meng Zhizhi, you're close with Minger and rank in the top 100 of our clan's new generation. Help Minger test her chosen one." Upon hearing her chosen one, Meng Muin wished she could bury her head in the ground, filled with regret. "This is so embarrassing. If I'd known he was this unattractive, I wouldn't have chosen him even if my life depended on it." Yun Mochen quietly observed Meng Muin. She was indeed very beautiful, her appearance even more striking than in the virtual space, comparable to Zhu Qinggan. Her features aligned with Luo Zihan's description, exuding a mature charm. Her features were as finely crafted as a sculpture, her skin as white as snow, resembling the century-old snow lotus on Ice Spirit Mountain. Meng Muin was dressed in an elegant black gown, with slender, snow-white ankles peeking from beneath the hem. She wore exquisite black high heels, with a hint of pink showing from her exposed heel. However, her expression was filled with disdain and aversion towards Yun Mochen. Witnessing all this, Yun Mochen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The world truly is a vast stage where appearances reign supreme. Meng Zhizhi widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, as she incredulously pointed to herself. "Huh? Patriarch, are you sure you want me to?" The Meng Emperor feigned displeasure and softly said, "Hmm?" Meng Zhizhi immediately bowed with respect, saying, "As you command, Meng Emperor." With that, she began to carefully examine the unfamiliar man before her, internally disdainful. "Ugh, he's really so ugly." Suppressing her discomfort, Meng Zhizhi said seriously, "I am Meng Zhizhi, a sword cultivator at the 5th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Please, enlighten me." Yun Mochen's face twitched slightly as he reluctantly returned the greeting, "Sword immortal." At that moment, the Ming Emperor tossed a glass sphere emitting a faint blue glow into the air above the hall, infusing it with spiritual power. Instantly, the scene within the hall was projected across the sky above the entire Ming clan. Meng Yang curiously asked, Patriarch, what's this for? The Ming Emperor calmly explained, our investment in him is essentially a deprivation of resources from other disciples in the clan. So, we might as well let them witness his prowess firsthand, to prevent any future discontent. In an instant, the Ming clan was abuzz. Look, isn't that the ugly guy? What's he doing in our Meng Wan hall? It looks like he's about to spar with Meng Zhiji. Disciples within the clan, and even many elders, watched with interest. After all, it was a rare occurrence for outsiders to challenge the clan. The Ming Emperor announced, you two may begin. The match will end when one of you concedes. Yun Mochen expressionlessly withdrew a sword given by Luo Wuqing from his spatial ring. The Ming Emperor glanced at the mid-grade profound sword with narrowed eyes, pondering something. Yun Mochen calmly said, make your move. Meng Zhiji snorted, clearly not taking Yun Mochen seriously. She thought, if this guy were truly a prodigious expert, it wouldn't be my turn to face him. She then drew a slender sword from her waist, her demeanor shifting to one of fierce aggression. Kit, in my eyes, only Yun Emperor can be called sword immortal. Anyone else claiming that title is an insult to the name. Meng Zhiji shouted sternly, spiritual power surging within her, surrounding her with sword energy. This move is my second major technique, called sword kill life-stealing art. So much talking. Yun Mochen interrupted her lengthy monologue, suddenly vanishing from his spot. Where did he go? A disciple in the crowd exclaimed. In the next instant, a shadow appeared behind Meng Zhiji. Before she could react, Yun Mochen's sword had already sliced through her flowing hair, followed by a swift, fierce kick. Boom. Meng Zhiji's figure was sent flying dozens of meters like a cannonball. Yun Mochen stood where he was, slowly raising his hand, letting a lock of hair drift away with the wind. You lost, he said calmly. What? A wave of exclamations echoed through the hall. Everyone was stunned and didn't even have time to assess Yun Mochen's cultivation before the battle was over. What the heck is this? That was definitely a sneak attack. Exactly. Zhiji is ranked among the top 100 of our Dream Clan's generation and can even fight across levels. How could she be defeated in an instant? This isn't fair. That ugly guy cheated. Right? Zhiji hadn't even finished speaking, and he started attacking. That's a disgraceful victory. The disciples watching the projection loudly voiced their dissatisfaction. Meng Zhiji struggled to get up from the ground, coughing as she said, cough cough. You attacked sneakily, shameless. Although she wasn't seriously injured, Yun Mochen's insult felt like 1,000 cuts. Yun Mochen smiled coldly, letting the green silk thread in his hand slowly fall. What? Should I wait for you to finish your threats before fighting? If you're not convinced, come at me again, but I won't hold back next time. The Dream Emperor silently evaluated, decisive, calm, ruthless. He didn't stop the two, but rather became more interested in Yun Mochen. 5th level of the Foundation establishment stage. It's a bit different from the first level that Menger mentioned. Meng Zhiji's cheeks flushed with anger. She suddenly pushed off the ground, gripping her elegant sword tightly, and charged at Yun Mochen. Heavenly killing slash. Above the hall appeared the massive shadow of an elegant sword. The fierce sword energy swirled wildly, transforming into a giant blade that slashed straight towards Yun Mochen. Zhiji is getting serious. That guy's in trouble now. Indeed, Meng Zhiji's trump card, Heavenly Killing Slash, has defeated even 7th level Foundation establishment cultivators. She's even exchanged blows with 8th level Foundation establishment cultivators. That guy's in for some pain if he tries to take this move. Meng Muin watched the battle with curiosity, while Meng Yang looked at Yun Mochen with disdain. In the next moment, Yun Mochen stayed unusually still, slowly raised his hand, and lightly waved upwards. The space around the long sword began to tremble. Suddenly, white sword intent appeared, causing the Dream Emperor's pupils to contract in shock. The gentle sword intent quickly turned terrifying, spinning into a fierce whirlwind that swallowed the giant, elegant sword. Boom! Dust filled the air, and the ground of the hall shook violently. A figure flew out of the dust, crashing heavily into a pillar. It was Meng Zhiji. Ugh! She spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dream Emperor shook his head lightly, waving his hand to release golden light that enveloped Meng Zhiji. Her sword wounds miraculously healed. That ugly guy is strong. All the disciples looked at each other in shock, speechless. They knew about sword intent, but had never experienced its terrifying power so directly. Even more surprising was that they still couldn't sense Yun Mochen's cultivation level. Yun Mochen said coldly, Dream Emperor, you know the requirements I stated. Arranging someone with such limited strength to test me. Is it that my demands are too low, or do you underestimate me? Wow, so arrogant. The elders in the hall couldn't hold back, especially Ming Yang, who directly scolded, boy, don't speak so arrogantly. You may possess sword intent, but that doesn't mean you're among the top of the younger generation. Meng Zhiji is only within the top 100 of our Dream Clan. If we randomly choose a disciple from the top 10, they would surely defeat you. Meng Yang's confidence stemmed from having discerned that Yun Machen's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. He sneered internally, thinking that no matter how prodigious this young man might be, even if he could challenge higher levels with his sword intent, how could he possibly leap 4 or 5 realms to defeat a golden core cultivator? After all, the top experts of the new generation nationwide were all above the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Yun Machen's gaze was sharp as he stared directly at Meng Yang, his voice firm and resonant. Elder Meng Yang, since I entered the Ming clan, you have always treated me with indifference. If that's the case, why waste time with other disciples challenging me? Why don't you lower your cultivation to match mine and have a fair fight? Do you dare? As soon as he spoke, the entire Ming clan fell silent. But soon, a wave of agitation surged through the crowd. Many disciples looked up at the sky, their faces filled with disdain and mockery. Is that kid tired of living? How dare he provoke the elder like that? Haha, this will be interesting. The elder is a top-tier expert at the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage, having fought his way through countless top prodigies back in the day. This boy is too arrogant. The elder's understanding of realms and combat is probably beyond imagination. Suppressing his realm to fight this boy would be easier than crushing an ant. Inside the hall, Meng Yuan couldn't bear to watch. She had strongly recommended bringing this person here, yet now, the Ming Emperor seemed relatively calm, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Meng Yang was so infuriated by Yun Machen's challenge that he was trembling, pointing at him, but unable to speak. He was old enough to be Yun Machen's great-grandfather. Even if he accepted the challenge, winning would be bullying someone younger, but if he didn't, wouldn't it let this boy become smug? At that moment, the Ming Emperor suddenly spoke. He first instructed Meng Yang. Meng Yang, go easy on him. Then he turned to Yun Machen, smiling. Young sword immortal, you don't need to defeat the elder. If you can fight to a draw with him at the same level, the conditions you previously proposed will be agreed upon by the entire Ming clan. Meng Yuan was shocked when she heard this and instinctively grabbed the Ming Emperor's sleeve, whispering, Father, should we reconsider? The Ming Emperor gently shook his head and explained, Ming'er, don't underestimate the elder. He was my old comrade when we conquered the world together, and I know his strength well. Although at your age, his cultivation might not have been as dazzling as yours, he was still among the top in a sea of geniuses. Moreover, with years of accumulated battle experience, his strength has reached an unimaginable level for you. In other words, even now, defeating the elder in a same-level battle would be nearly impossible for you. It's no exaggeration to say the chance of victory is at most 1 in 10. Hearing this, Meng Yuan could only nod slightly. I understand, father. I'll abide by your arrangements. The Ming Emperor nodded, then turned to Yun Machen, offering a heartfelt reminder. Young sword immortal, when I was young, I was also as brash as you. But life is long, and you'll encounter insurmountable mountains. I hope you give it your all and treat this seriously. Otherwise, if the elder gets serious, you might end up losing an arm or a leg. The Emperor of Dreams didn't hold any expectations of victory against Yun Machen, not even hoping for a draw. His sole aim was to gauge the true potential of this young man. If Yun Machen could meet his expectations, the Emperor would agree to his conditions. After all, while Yun Machen's cultivation might not match the top tier of the new generation, his genuine sword intent could make up for that gap. The Emperor's demeanor was calm, contrasting sharply with Meng Yang's confrontational stance. He consistently referred to Yun Machen as young friend, a politeness that Yun Machen appreciated. Don't worry, Emperor of Dreams, I won't leave him missing an arm or a leg, Yun Machen remarked provocatively, showing no regard for the gathered crowd. A slight change appeared on the Emperor's face, his mouth twitching slightly, left somewhat speechless. At that moment, Yun Machen suppressed his aura to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage and released it outward. He beckoned to Meng Yang with a finger, taunting, Old man, bring it on. Fine, fine, fine. Meng Yang laughed in anger. Youngster, today I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Before he finished speaking, Meng Yang retrieved a long spear from his spatial ring and thrust it into the ground. With a thunderous sound, the ground split open with a crack several meters wide. Though his aura was also at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, the invisible force and pressure he exuded enveloped the entire hall. Finally, a reason to beat you up. Yun Machen's expression turned cold as he tightened his grip on his sword and shot towards Meng Yang like an arrow. Master, be careful. He is, after all, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, with much more battle experience than you. The system warned urgently. Understood, Yun Machen replied, but he could no longer contain his anger. In the blink of an eye, Yun Machen was in front of Meng Yang. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword down towards Meng Yang's face. Meng Yang sneered, not raising his spear immediately to block. With a wave of his hand, a protective shield formed from spiritual power appeared in front of him. Bang! Yun Machen's sword struck the shield heavily. At the moment of impact, ripples spread through the air. Unexpectedly, the sword halted, unable to advance any further. The clan disciples laughed derisively at the sight. This fool has truly embarrassed himself now. Can't even break the elder's casually formed spiritual shield, let alone make him use his spear seriously. Seems that legendary sword intent isn't much after all, just overhyped. Glaring fiercely through the shield, Yun Mochen locked eyes with Meng Yang's disdainful gaze. Kid, is this all you've got? Boom. Meng Yang's face changed dramatically as she hurriedly raised her hand to infuse spiritual energy into the protective barrier, but it was too late. The powerful sword technique shattered the barrier instantly, dispersing it into dreamlike fragments. The sword's intent remained undiminished, aiming straight for Meng Yang's face. Facing the tearing force of countless sword intents, Meng Yang contorted her face in determination, gritting her teeth as she grabbed the spear from the ground to block with all her might. Bang! The collision of sword intents created a shockwave that swept across the scene, cracking the pillars of the Great Hall. A figure was suddenly flung out, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters before coming to a stop. Seeing this, the Dream Emperor immediately waved his hand to form an invisible shield, protecting those around him. This can't be happening. Meng Zhiji whispered in disbelief, her eyes wide. The one who was flung out of the hall was their grand elder, Meng Yang, not the ugly man. All the disciples, including Meng Yuan, were shocked by the terrifying power of the sword intent. Ugh, Meng Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, looking into the hall at Yun Mochen with a mix of anger and apprehension. He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent, but a peer capable of pushing him to such an extent was nearly unheard of, except for geniuses of the Dream Emperor's caliber. Boy, I admit I underestimated you. An advanced Xian-level sword technique, with a single layer of sword intent, ha! Very impressive. Meng Yang stood up, his aura changing dramatically. But now, I hope you can withstand 10 more rounds. As he spoke, flames burst from the spear behind Meng Yang, resembling a fire-breathing dragon. Though Yun Mochen appeared dismissive, he knew he lacked battle experience and decided to go all out from the start. He recalled the grueling training with the combat puppet at Luo Wuqing's house, remaining on guard. Suddenly, as if by mutual understanding, both leaped into action simultaneously. The ground beneath them cracked, and they charged at each other like cannonballs. Boom. As sword and spear collided, the ground shook violently, dust swirling everywhere. Two figures shot out from the smoke. Yun Mochen slid hundreds of meters before coming to a halt, while Meng Yang retreated only a few steps. In this round, Meng Yang clearly had the upper hand. Not giving Yun Mochen a moment to breathe, Meng Yang appeared behind him in an instant, the spear launching fiercely. In a flash, a fiery dragon engulfed Yun Mochen. Yun Mochen suppressed the discomfort in his chest, a grim smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he swung his sword again. At the same time, he quickly gathered the surrounding sword intent to shield himself, resisting the dragon's scorching flames. He contemplated that Meng Yang's move, Soaring Dragon, was a low-level earth-tier martial skill, and he had to respond with everything he had. Even if his swordsmanship is enhanced by sword intent, the power of earth-level martial arts is significantly greater than that of profound-level techniques. He remains fearless. Meng Yuan watched the fierce battle in the arena, finally feeling some relief from her earlier displeasure. She turned to her father, Meng Di, with a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Father, it seems he's going to lose. However, Meng Di's expression was unusually grave. He squinted slightly, as if he could see through the blazing fire dragon and discern every subtle move made by Yun Mochen. This strange behavior caught Meng Yuan's attention. Father, why? Meng Yuan began to ask, but was interrupted by a sudden shout. Kid, if you can't hold on, admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. Meng Yang's voice was full of confidence and disdain. Unexpectedly, Yun Mochen, surrounded by the fire dragon, responded lightly. Is that so? These simple words suddenly gave Meng Yang a sense of foreboding. He frowned, and in the next moment, his spear emitted an extremely strange power layer of spear intent. The experienced disciples in the audience gasped. The great elder not only didn't hold back, but he's also using his trump card, the spear intent. What? At this moment, Yun Mochen's mind was roaring with fury. Double sword intent. Manifest. Blood refinement. Activate. Sky-cleaving slash strike. Suddenly, a more terrifying energy erupted from within the fire dragon, visibly consuming the powerful flames. Then, a dazzling white light burst from the center of the fire dragon. In an instant, countless powerful sword intents and energies broke through the fire dragon's encirclement, fiercely attacking Meng Yang. Boom! Faced with Yun Mochen's sword technique, enhanced with numerous buffs, Meng Yang could no longer resist. He was instantly blown away, uncontrollably spewing blood from his mouth. At this moment, he finally realized that this young man before him might truly be a prodigy on par with Meng Di. But it was too late. The powerful sword technique directly blew away his spear and tore towards his chest. Bang! In the nick of time, The Great Elder unleashed his terrifying cultivation at the 9th level of the Grand Completion stage. The powerful aura instantly sent Mochen flying several meters, and the surrounding disciples were also knocked back. The sword technique at Meng Yang's chest finally dissipated, leaving a deep sword mark. Meng Yang landed slowly, panting heavily. He looked down at the sword mark on his chest, his pupils contracting sharply, heart pounding. For the first time in so many years, someone had made him feel the threat of death. If not for that, he would never have unlocked his cultivation seal early in the match. I lost, master, Meng Yang said with difficulty, his voice filled with disbelief. Everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal. It wasn't until Meng Yang returned to the hall and uttered those words that they snapped out of their daze. The Great Elder, truly lost. He's so strong. Could he be a prince of the empire too? I don't know. The disciples were all visibly shocked, realizing the vast gap between themselves and a true prodigy. At this moment, Mochen, who had been knocked back by the aura, also entered the hall. Although he bore no visible wounds, his internal organs were suffering from Meng Yang's powerful assault. Mochen calculated silently. The sky-cleaving slash I executed at the 5th stage of the Foundation establishment, though only a high-level profound sword technique, reached the power of a low-level earth technique with the blood refinement boost. Coupled with my double sword intent overpowering Meng Yang's single spear intent, I was able to defeat him almost effortlessly. While I lack Meng Yang's battle experience, going all out from the start left him no chance to withstand it. He only has himself to blame for not engaging me directly out of pride. With a slight smirk, Mochen spoke with a hint of provocation. Satisfied? If not, let's continue. I haven't even used my trump card yet. As soon as Mochen finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They secretly thought to themselves, was that terrifying martial skill just now not even your trump card? If you really have a trump card, we might as well be your sons. However, the victor was indeed Mochen, and no one dared to openly refute him. Meng Yang's face was as dark as coal, silently waiting for the person above to speak. No matter how he tried to argue, losing in front of the entire clan was an undeniable fact. Mochen wasn't lying. His true sword intent was actually at the 3rd level, and after reaching the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, he vaguely sensed the 2nd realm of the 5 great realms blazing heart. However, he was only considering it. The side effects of such overexertion were unpleasant and even life-threatening. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to take such risks. Perhaps only after reaching the Golden Core stage could he attempt to unlock it. As for Sword Cloud Dance, it was merely a high-level Xian skill, more suited for large-scale attacks. For unknown combat, only the heaven-splitting slash was currently appropriate. Emperor Ming spoke. Sword Immortal, it seems you are indeed the unparalleled genius the rumors speak of. Mochen replied bluntly. Emperor Ming, let's skip the pleasantries and discuss cooperation. Emperor Ming was not put off by Mochen's straightforward nature, as most sword cultivators were straightforward. After a moment of thought, he asked, Sword Immortal, your potential meets our requirements, but I need to ask you something. Mochen nodded. Go ahead, Emperor Ming. Do you come from any of the other imperial clans, or perhaps a hidden family? No. Then where did your sword technique come from? A normal family wouldn't possess a sword technique with power equivalent to a low-level earth skill. Emperor Ming's concerns were valid. The price of techniques and martial skills far exceeded that of artifacts of the same level. While artifacts could be bought with money, techniques and martial skills usually required spirit stones for trade. Low-level earth skills were rare and expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary families. Mochen, unfazed and calm, replied, I was fishing by the river once and met an old man. He said I was an ancient millennium genius and taught me this sword technique. As for his name or where he came from, I was about to ask when he vanished before my eyes. Emperor Ming gave Mochen a meaningful look and said, Sword Immortal, since our cooperation means your actions will somewhat reflect on the Ming clan, I hope you understand why I asked such probing questions. Mochen waved it off casually. It's fine. Emperor Ming nodded and continued. Among the clans, interests come first. Though it seems peaceful and stable, the competition between clans is fierce, with undercurrents flowing beneath the surface. As soon as Mochen finished speaking, a complex expression flashed across the face of Emperor Ming. He chuckled softly. If you were from one of these families, then our efforts to fully nurture you would be a waste. Mochen remained unfazed and replied candidly. I am an orphan, at least for the first 18 years of my life. Whether someone will come looking for me in the future, I do not know. He paused, looking Emperor Ming straight in the eye. But does it really matter, Emperor Ming? The way you treat me, I will repay you doubly. That's just how I am. I can't stand fake smiles on the surface while stabbing in the back. Just as Mochen was about to continue, Emperor Ming's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Wait, so you mean, you're only 18? Although Emperor Ming could sense Mochen's bone age through his spiritual awareness, in the world of cultivation, changing one's bones and marrow was not uncommon. Hearing Yun Mochen admit he was only 18 left Emperor Ming utterly astonished. Dream Wan, standing nearby, was equally surprised, her mouth slightly agape. So, he's like me, about to take the college entrance exam. Yun Mochen didn't seem to find anything amiss and instead laughed. Yes, I hope to encounter your daughter in the exams. Please go easy on me, huh? He thought to himself, now is the time to showcase my potential to secure more cultivation resources. Dream Yang stood to the side, his face dark with frustration, wishing he could disappear. How could he have been defeated by a mere teenager? Emperor Ming quickly regained his composure, though inwardly he was excited. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, truly a young hero. At 18, you dared to face our dream clan alone and defeated our elder. The future is unimaginable. Dream Yang felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this, cursing inwardly. Emperor Ming, could you please say that when I'm not around? At that moment, Emperor Ming retrieved a token from his pocket and gently pushed it towards Yun Mochen. He solemnly declared, this is a token that only my daughter possesses, a symbol of being a prince of the Dream Clan. With it, you can access all areas and resources of the Dream Clan unconditionally. Your status within the clan will be equal to my daughter's. Moreover, if you use this token to communicate with me, I can mobilize the entire clan to assist you once. Emperor Ming's words landed like a bombshell, shocking everyone present, including Yun Mochen himself. Yun Mochen was secretly delighted. This old man is really willing to go all out. I like it. He accepted the token but didn't forget to ask, Emperor Ming, what do you need me to do? Emperor Ming's expression turned grave as he slowly said, I only hope that one day, if our dream clan faces extinction, you can help my daughter. Father, Dream Wan caught the deeper meaning in her father's words, and her heart ached, tears welling in her eyes. She realized that if it came to that, her father would likely be the first to sacrifice himself. Everything he did was to pave the way for her. Yun Mochen was puzzled by this, sensing that Emperor Ming's words hinted at an impending crisis, which seemed baffling. However, this was not his main concern. He looked directly at Emperor Ming and asked, Emperor Ming, does this mean your dream clan has an unbeatable enemy? Yun Mochen was taken aback by Meng Di's words, realizing that the world of cultivation was far more complex than he had imagined. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Meng Di raised his hand to stop him, calmly saying, Young sword immortal, these are not your concerns right now. There are experts to handle such matters. Focus on the present. Before his words could fade, Meng Di's voice resounded throughout the Ming clan. All disciples, gather at the Golden Throne Hall immediately. In an instant, disciples who had been engrossed in watching the projection snapped to attention, realizing something significant was about to happen. Within moments, tens of thousands surged toward the Golden Throne Hall, creating a spectacular scene. The elders responsible for external and internal affairs took to the air, maintaining order. Yun Mochen observed everything in silence, his mind filled with questions he refrained from voicing. Meng Di gently stroked his daughter Meng Yuan's hair, then rose from the main seat and walked slowly through the crowd to the hall entrance. The Grand Elder and Meng Yuan followed closely behind, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Meng Di looked around and spoke. Everyone, this generation is blessed with an unparalleled surge of destiny. In the coming years, or even from this moment, countless extraordinary talents will emerge. The young man beside me, known as the Sword Immortal, is truly one of these exceptional talents. He pointed to Yun Mochen and continued, you all witnessed the recent battle. At just 18, he has achieved the second state of sword intent, mastering a mid-level earth-grade sword skill. He possesses remarkable courage and extraordinary resolve. Though his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, he can rival, if not surpass, those in the 1st or 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. Hearing this, Yun Mochen scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the disciples below were in an uproar, their faces reflecting shock, envy, and jealousy. Now that's a true prodigy. I've barely reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, yet I'm nowhere near this prodigy. The world is never short of geniuses. We're merely stepping stones for them. You sure like to brag. Barely at the 1st level of foundation establishment, and they'd knock you out with a single move. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Let's duel. Seeing the commotion, Meng Di paused his speech. The Grand Elder quickly reacted, coughing forcefully and using spiritual power to convey his voice to every disciple, his expression stern. The disciples, realizing their loss of composure, lowered their heads and listened intently. Meng Di gave the Grand Elder an approving glance and continued, after much deliberation, for the future of the Ming clan and to seize this burgeoning destiny. I have decided that from today, this young man will be the prince of our clan, holding a status equal to my daughter Meng Yuan. Boom. Meng Di's words were like a bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. This was not merely a collaboration, it was akin to adopting a godson. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Meng Di quickly added, if anyone objects, they may challenge the Grand Elder. If they can defeat him in the same realm, they too can become the new prince. The Grand Elder's eyelid twitched suddenly, leaving his mind momentarily blank. He silently pondered to himself. Was the patriarch's remark a compliment or a criticism? In the midst of this awkward silence, Mochen slowly stepped out from behind the Dream Emperor, wearing a slightly embarrassed smile. Ladies and gentlemen, Mochen began, his voice tinged with a hint of apology. Due to certain special reasons, I cannot disclose my real name for now. I hope you understand. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the gathered crowd. In my view, collaborating with the Dream Emperor feels more like earning his favor. Receiving such a generous gift upon our first meeting was truly astonishing, and I am sincerely grateful. The Dream Emperor's vision and magnanimity are indeed unparalleled. Taking a deep breath, Mochen spoke with a solemn tone. I assure you all, should any member of the Dream Clan find themselves in peril, I will risk my life to save them. This declaration was both a response to the Dream Emperor and an attempt to ease his own awkwardness. The disciples below had varied reactions. Some showed dissatisfaction, others had eyes filled with envy, and a few couldn't hide their jealousy. However, none dared to step forward and voice their dissent. After all, even the Grand Elder, a formidable figure in their eyes with combat experience and skills that could crush them, had been defeated by this young man in a competition of the same level. To oppose him now would be self-destructive. The Dream Emperor surveyed the room and spoke calmly. Dismissed. Focus on your training. Our time is limited. With that, he turned to leave, but as he passed Mochen, he whispered, follow me. Mochen nodded slightly and followed him. The Dream Emperor added, Minger, you come too. Although Ming Yuan still had reservations about Mochen's appearance, she suppressed her discontent, considering his demonstrated potential, and followed them. The other elders, sensing the situation, wisely exited the hall. Once the three of them reached a secluded spot, the Dream Emperor got straight to the point. What resources do you need most right now? Without hesitation, Mochen replied, Dream Emperor, I need a large quantity of blood and energy supplements. The more effective, the better. What? The Dream Emperor was momentarily taken aback, his face showing confusion. Mochen quickly explained, due to the unique nature of my cultivation technique, I often find myself lacking in blood and energy, hence the need for these supplements. The Dream Emperor raised an eyebrow and teased, sounds like a case of kidney deficiency. Mochen was momentarily speechless, awkwardly standing there. Ming Yuan couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth, her beauty like a perfect painting. Mochen found himself involuntarily drawn to her charm. The Dream Emperor patted Mochen on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. Young man, there's no need to be formal in private. While blood and energy supplements are valuable, they're not as precious as true treasures. Don't hesitate to ask. Supporting you is also a form of investment for me. Mochen's request was unexpected, further endearing him to the Dream Emperor. He had anticipated Mochen to make extravagant demands, but was surprised by the simplicity of his request. In truth, Mochen felt a bit helpless. To him, blood and energy were the most valuable resources. With them, he could perform system draws and obtain whatever he needed. However, he couldn't reveal his true cultivation technique to the Dream Emperor, so he continued. I need 1,000 bottles of blood and energy supplements. A spear not too high in grade, low-level earth grade will suffice. Additionally, I need a manual on hand-to-hand combat techniques and a body-refining cultivation method. Mochen explained that he found spears to be highly practical in combat, especially when facing multiple opponents, making them more effective than swords. As for the hand-to-hand combat techniques and body-refining method, they were suggestions from the system. He aspired to be a well-rounded warrior, thus requiring proficiency in some hand-to-hand combat skills. The body-refining method was intended to enhance his physical strength, reducing the immense burden when unlocking the 5 major realms. Mochen secretly yearned for a heavenly-grade treasure, but the system immediately interrupted his fantasy. Master, your current cultivation level is not sufficient to wield a heavenly-grade treasure. Even a high-level earth-grade treasure would instantly deplete all the spiritual energy within you. The system explained. Moreover, heavenly-grade treasures are extremely rare in this world. Although the Dream Emperor is generous, he wouldn't easily hand over such an important resource to a talent who is yet to mature. Mochen nodded thoughtfully. The system continued. However, the Dream Emperor has promised you abundant resources. You can select suitable treasures from the treasury later. If you have other needs in the future, you can connect with the Dream Clan through my daughter. After hearing the system's advice, Mochen bowed deeply to the Dream Emperor and sincerely said, Thank you for your generosity, Dream Emperor. The Dream Emperor waved his hand with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Your success is the best reward for our Dream Clan. By the way, you mentioned having a trump card earlier. Is that true? Mochen paused, glancing between the Dream Emperor and Ming Yuan. He nodded solemnly and replied briefly, Yes. Ming Yuan was taken aback, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She wondered to herself, Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength in the battle against the Grand Elder? Just how powerful is this young man? Hearing Yun Machen's response, the Dream Emperor couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, excellent, excellent. Young sword immortal, you have truly given us a tremendous surprise. His eyes were filled with joy, as if he saw a great investment about to yield results. It's getting late, the Dream Emperor said. Go to the Grand Elder to receive your resources. Tell him it's my instruction to send you back. Yun Machen bowed once more before turning to leave. After he had gone, Ming Yuan couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. Father, why do you trust him so much? The Dream Emperor did not seem surprised. He gazed in the direction Yun Machen had departed and sighed softly. The misty rain falls, and immortals descend to the mortal world. The daughter of the Zhu Emperor, Zhu Huntian, appeared in Misty Rain City. The daughter of the Yun Emperor, Chu Xiaoling, also visited, and the son of the Luo Emperor remains missing. Meanwhile, the son of the Jiang Emperor, Jiang Nantian, became entangled in karma in Misty Rain City because of that boy Yun Machen. And as for you, my dear daughter, you two have unknowingly formed a connection with Misty Rain City. The Dream Emperor's gaze grew profound. This Misty Rain City could very well be the legendary Immortal Dust. Meng Yuan looked puzzled, clearly not fully grasping her father's words. The Dream Emperor gently patted her shoulder, guiding her thoughtfully. Daughter, if Misty Rain City truly harbors an immortal, how should our Dream Clan strive to gain their support? Meng Yuan pondered for a moment and analyzed. Among the 5 great clans, the Yun clan is acknowledged as the strongest, followed by the Jiang clan. The Luo clan may not be as powerful as our Dream clan, but they are the wealthiest among the 5. If we compete for the favor of an immortal based on strength, it's nearly impossible. However, if it's a matter of resources, the Luo clan will undoubtedly become the focal point. Emperor Ming shook his head with a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He looked at Meng Yuan and slowly revealed a harsh reality. In order to claim our share of the vast fortunes, the Ming clan can hardly succeed through conventional means alone. Meng Yuan furrowed her delicate brows in confusion and asked, Father, how does this relate to that young man we just met? No matter how extraordinary he is, he can't possibly help us defeat the other major imperial clans on his own, can he? Emperor Ming's demeanor suddenly turned serious. He looked into Meng Yuan's eyes and pronounced each word carefully. What if he is an immortal? This statement hit Meng Yuan like a sledgehammer, leaving her stunned. Her eyes widened, her mind went blank, and she struggled to regain her composure. Her thoughts began to race. She recalled the last person who comprehended the essence of swordsmanship by the age of 30, who had become a peerless force in the world. Moreover, the family he founded was incredibly powerful as well. That was the Yun Emperor. The young man, known as the Sword Immortal, had grasped the essence of swordsmanship at just 18. This fact left Meng Yuan hesitant to think further. Emperor Ming continued, investing in him is not just a gamble on our future, but on the future of the entire Ming clan. If we wait until he truly shows his potential to the world, it might be too late for us to win his favor. Meng Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Father, what if he isn't an immortal? Emperor Ming laughed heartily as he walked. Even if he isn't, as long as he doesn't fall in the future, he will eventually become a top-tier powerhouse. For us, this is still a risk-free investment. The scene shifts to the Ming clan's treasure pavilion. Elder Ming Yang was showing Yun marching around, but he could barely conceal his dissatisfaction. Forcing a smile, he introduced, Young master, the clan leader has instructed me. This area is for body refining techniques. That side is for unarmed combat skills, and over there. Yun Maching deliberately raised his voice to provoke Meng Yang. Ah, thank you, great elder. Meng Yang's grip on the door handle trembled slightly, making a creaking sound. Yun Maching asked his system, any recommendations? The system replied, Master, the second bookshelf ahead, third shelf, take a look. Yun Maching quickly approached and skimmed through a few techniques. He frowned. Muscle and bone transformation technique, too time-consuming. Divine spear technique, requires thousands of hits to the body daily. What the hell is this? Are you trying to mess with me, system? The system chuckled. Not at all, master. Check the third book on the right. With caution, Yun Maching picked up the book. His eyes lit up at the title, 9-turn Undying Divine Technique. Earth grade, low level of fragment. It claims to resurrect the dead using one's own flesh and blood? That's too outrageous. The system clarified. It's not that exaggerated, master. While this body refining technique might indeed revive the dead using flesh and blood, the side effects are significant. However, this technique is indeed remarkable, with only 1/3 of it reaching the earth grade, low level. Yun Maching excitedly inquired. So if it were complete, it could be heaven grade? Or even higher? The system replied. In theory, yes, master. Yun Maching took a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming. What are the side effects? The system explained. If you truly mastered it and resurrected using flesh and blood, you might lose all your memories or even become a completely different person. Oh, and master, Turning into a female isn't out of the question either. Yun Macheng's mouth twitched as he delved deeper into studying the technique. To fully master this technique, one must complete 9 cycles, with each cycle exponentially increasing the body's strength. Yun Machen's eyes lit up as he thought, this is it. He then moved to the martial arts section, where the system recommended a low-level earth-rank martial skill called the 6 Meridians Divine Finger. This skill can be unleashed from the fingertips, offering a surprising advantage in combat. In the weapons section, Yun Machen was dazzled by the array of treasures, practically drooling. He picked up a red spear and curiously asked, Elder, what is the name of this spear? Ming glanced at the spear in Yun Machen's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scoffed. The Emperor's son indeed has a good eye. This spear is called Blood Fiend. It was supposed to be of high earth rank. It should have been forged with the blood of 1,000 people for its final step, but the blacksmith disliked killing, so it remains low earth rank. Yun Machen pondered and asked, why didn't the blacksmith just buy some blood or ask the clan members to donate a little? It didn't have to involve killing. Ming almost stumbled at this, his mouth twitching as he retorted angrily. Go ask that blacksmith yourself. How would I know? This is meant to be a spear of protection, not slaughter. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Who is it? Even Ming was startled. Whoever had approached them so silently must have been as skilled as Ming himself. Heh, Elder, it's been a long time. An extremely thin old man appeared behind them, his face much older than Ming Yang's. Ming exclaimed, it's you? Master Craftsman, it's been a long time. He then introduced Yun Machen, Emperor's son. This is one of the 3 great patrons of our Ming clan and the only 9th grade blacksmith of the clan. Yun Machen respectfully bowed, maintaining his composure. Greetings, Master Craftsman. Leaning on a sandalwood cane, the craftsman managed a small smile and waved his left hand slightly. Child, I've heard about you. You're quite promising. He continued, this spear was crafted by me 100 years ago. I had considered what you mentioned, but intentionally sealed its soul, resulting in the current Blood Fiend. Ming exclaimed, what does that mean? It's actually a heavenly rank spear. The craftsman nodded with a smile. Indeed. The tales about forging with 1,000 people's blood are nonsense. I merely said, those recognized by Blood Fiend must have experienced blood, and somehow, over a century, it turned into this legend. Yun Machen frowned and looked at the heavenly weapon master with a puzzled expression on his face. Master, since the Blood Fiend is a protective spear, why must it be stained with blood? If someone bullies us, how should we respond? The heavenly weapon master smiled slightly, patted Yun Machen on the shoulder, and replied succinctly, kill. He then turned and walked slowly towards the door. Take good care of it, Sovereign. Realizing the significance, Yun Machen bowed again to the departing figure of the heavenly weapon master. He turned to Ming with a sly gleam in his eyes. Elder, are you willing to give it to me? Ming Yang's face twitched as he forced out the words through gritted teeth. Just kidding. Yun Machen felt secretly pleased, enjoying Ming Yang's obvious displeasure and helplessness. System, Yun Machen asked secretly. Did you know about this spear long ago? The system responded smugly. Of course, master. At that moment, Ming handed over a ring. Sovereign, the family head instructed me to give you this. It contains 1,000 bottles of blood supplements and 10,000 spirit stones. Yun Machen remembered that as his cultivation improved, his powerful overturning heaven technique made it increasingly difficult to absorb spiritual energy from the environment. These spirit stones were just what he needed, as cultivation required both blood energy and spiritual energy. Thank Ming for me. He nodded in gratitude. Ming nodded. Then, Sovereign, please. Back home, Yun Machen casually made up an excuse to take leave from Luo Wuqing, then began to fervently absorb the blood supplements. The figures on the system panel kept jumping. Blood energy 10, blood energy 10, blood energy 10. Ha! I've hit the jackpot. Yun Machen exclaimed, jumping in excitement at the sight of over 150,000 blood energy points on the panel. The system timely reminded, Master, as your cultivation increases, you'll need more blood energy. I suggest keeping 100,000 for training. Yun Machen raised an eyebrow. Oh? System, you're acting differently today? You used to want all my blood energy for that lousy lottery of yours. The system chuckled awkwardly. Hehe, Master, with the big exams coming up, I can't keep misleading you. Or else. Get lost. Yun Machen snapped. Use 50,000 blood energy for the lottery. If you don't get me something good, you're done for. The system was silent for a moment before announcing, Congratulations, Master, you've drawn 45 penalties. Would you like to combine them into one major penalty? Yun Machen almost fainted from anger, cursing. You wasted all 50,000 blood energy points. The system quickly changed the subject. Master, let's focus on the good news. Yun Machen, feeling resigned, asked, what is it? Master, there are 5 rewards in total, including 1 black reward and 4 yellow rewards. Upon closer inspection, Yun Machen saw that the system had some sense of fairness. The black reward was a growth-type spear technique called Furious Dragon Devours the Sky, similar to the sky-cleaving sword slash. The 4 yellow rewards were low-level artifact comprehension stones. Combined with 1 leftover from before, he now had 5, promising a significant boost to his spear skills. In his excitement, Mochen completely forgot about the daunting penalty. He eagerly took out the Blood Fiend and placed it on top of 3 low-level artifact comprehension stones. Buzz! A mysterious power burst forth from the spear, embodying spear intent. Mochen gathered his resolve, sat cross-legged, and entered a state of cultivation, ready to comprehend the mysteries of spear intent. Around 30 silver Fang demon wolves watched intently within the virtual space, their strength mostly at the 8th or 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Mochen tightened his grip on the blood-red spear in his hand, a glint of battle readiness in his eyes. Perfect, a chance to practice. He dashed into the pack like a streak of crimson light. The wolves sensed danger and bared their sharp fangs, leaping at him without hesitation. Mochen swung his spear, an eerie force surging forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the nearest wolf. First level of spear intent. Mochen felt a surge of joy. He had used 3 low-grade primordial stones, and though his spear intent reached only the 1st level, he could clearly feel that his talent in sword cultivation was slightly superior to spear cultivation. The remaining 2 stones were used for sword intent, which improved somewhat, though unfortunately, he couldn't break through to the 3rd level. Boom. Several silver Fang demon wolves were sent flying, bloodied holes the size of bowls appearing on their chests. As Mochen reveled in the battle, a penetrating howl echoed from a distant mountaintop. It's the silver Fang demon wolf king. Mochen excitedly charged toward the mountain. However, as he drew closer, an ominous feeling crept over him. In the pitch-black night, what were originally dozens of ghostly green eyes suddenly multiplied into hundreds. The strongest among them reached the 5th level of the core formation stage, with many at the 1st or 2nd level. Mochen's heartbeat quickened as he gripped his spear tighter. He knew that while single combat posed no threat, facing so many formidable wolves was a daunting task, even for a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the core formation stage. Suddenly, the silver Fang demon wolf king let out a furious howl, and the wolves surged toward Mochen like a tide. At this critical moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, take down the leader to defeat the pack. Subdue the wolf king, and they will scatter. With a cold smile, Mochen slowly advanced toward the wolves. He thought to himself, isn't this the perfect opportunity to hone my spear skills? He then shouted, Furious Dragon devours the heavens, attack. In an instant, Mochen's aura surged, spiritual power coursing through him wildly, making him appear like an unsheathed sword aimed directly at the heart of the wolf pack. In the pitch-black night, a crimson dragon appeared out of thin air, its entire body enveloped in flames, casting a fiery glow that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The dragon opened its terrifying maw and swooped down on the pack of silver Fang demon wolves, devouring them as it passed. Mochen wielded the blood blade, moving swiftly like lightning through the wolf pack. With every swing, a silver Fang demon wolf fell, his decisive and efficient combat style showcasing his absolute superiority. Seeing its pack being slaughtered, the silver Fang wolf king could no longer hold back. It let out a thunderous roar and leaped into the air, charging straight at Mochen. I've been waiting for you. Mochen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 6 Meridian Divine Finger technique was instantly deployed. Bang! The wolf king was struck, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Although it was left with several puncture wounds, it was clearly not fatally injured. Mochen shook his head inwardly, realizing that his mastery of the 6 Meridian Divine Fingers still needed improvement. Facing the Wolf King's furious eyes, Mochen remained calm and said lightly, It's time to end this. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already moved behind the Wolf King, his blood blade aimed directly at its vital point. With a puff, blood gushed out as the Wolf King let out an unwilling growl and collapsed to the ground. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the remaining silver Fang demon wolves attempted to flee. But Mochen had no intention of letting these big bundles of points escape. To complete the top task of the virtual god ranking, he launched a relentless pursuit. Soon, the entire wolf pack was down, and Mochen's spiritual energy was exhausted. Today's kills were truly satisfying, and I've jumped straight to 2nd place. Looking at the virtual god ranking, Mochen was secretly pleased. This battle also made him realize that in terms of group attacks, a spear indeed has advantages over a sword. After some thought, he came up with a plan. In the college entrance exams in a couple of days, I'll use my spear-wielding identity as a cover, keeping my sword skills as a trump card to deal with any unforeseen circumstances, especially against Jiang Nintian. This exhilarating battle not only loosened the bottleneck of his cultivation, but also projected that he could break through to the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage by tonight. The spear's group attack advantage would help him seize the top of the virtual god ranking and earn the system task reward the divine grade golden elixir. Just then, the system suddenly reminded him, Master, if you advance to the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage, you'll face your first ever lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation? Isn't that something that only happens in the transcendent stage? Mochen was momentarily stunned, his joy instantly dissipated. The system explained, Master, you might have read too many fantasy novels. Normally, a lightning tribulation occurs when breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the divine transformation stage, if one's talent attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao. Transcendent stage cultivators face lightning tribulations because their existence threatens the heavenly Tao, which then attempts to annihilate them. For you to attract a lightning tribulation in the Foundation establishment stage is a great honor. Mochen sheepishly rubbed his nose and curiously asked, the emperors of the 5 great clans are all transcendent stage powerhouses. Why doesn't the heavenly Tao trouble them? The reason rules are rules is that they cannot be defied. But when someone's power exceeds the rules, their very existence becomes the rule. The system continued to suggest, Master, I recommend you break through during the college entrance exams. What? Mochen was incredulous. Undergoing a tribulation in front of the nation's cultivators is like taking a dump in the street with my pants down. If you find yourself outmatched by Zhang Nantian during the exams, breaking through on the spot will be your greatest trump card. Why not undergo the tribulation privately and take the exams as a golden core stage cultivator for a safer bet? The system responded earnestly, Master, are you confident you can survive this lightning tribulation? Due to cultivating heaven-overturning art, inheriting the divine demon bloodline, entering the extreme state, and other factors, your lightning tribulation might be even more terrifying than that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Mochen's eyes lit up with a cunning smile. System, you're quite the strategist, aren't you? Planning to use the hands of those big shots that day to help me pass the tribulation, right? Mochen fell into deep thought after listening to the system's explanation. The threat of the lightning tribulation could indeed protect him from other competitors, but if his cultivation talent were to be exposed, those wanting to eliminate him would likely outnumber those wishing to nurture him. With lingering doubts, Mochen couldn't help but ask, why is that? The system paused for a moment, its tone turning serious. This world is on the brink of an unknown catastrophe. Although I am not certain what it is, the feeling grows stronger. Many powerful forces are preparing for this disaster, including the collaboration between the Ming clan and you. Otherwise, with the shrewd nature of the Ming Emperor, he would never let you gain such an advantage without tangible benefits. Hearing this, Mochen scratched his head sheepishly. I thought he was charmed by my charisma. How vain of me. The system timely reminded him. By the way, Master, your previous punishment task is still incomplete. After reaching the top of the virtual god ranking tonight, remember to fulfill it tomorrow. As for today's punishment task, I can delay it for a few days, but only for a few. Faced with a pile of incomplete yet mandatory tasks, Mochen rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed, and said helplessly, Indeed, an exceptional man is like an ox that never tires. This meant that tomorrow he had to take the risk of visiting Zhu Qingyan's house and ask her to watch a movie. Mochen secretly hoped that the old stubborn Zhu Huntian wouldn't find out about it. The next day at noon, the virtual god space was buzzing with excitement. Guys, look at the virtual god ranking. No way is this real. The Sword Immortal has surpassed Zhang Nantian to become the top of the virtual god ranking. Could it be that this year's college entrance exam will produce a genius even more monstrous than Zhang Nantian? What are we stepping stones supposed to do now? Mochen had spent the entire night without rest, fiercely battling in the virtual god ranking, ultimately securing the top position. Not only that, but his proficiency in gun techniques also saw significant improvement, mastering martial skills like the Angry Dragon Devours the Sky and the 6 Veins Divine Finger with greater ease. As for the 9 Revolutions Undying Divine Art, the system suggested he put it on hold, as cultivating this skill required some extremely rare and precious spiritual herbs. Once he showcased his true talent and strength during the college entrance exams, he could then shamelessly ask the Ming Emperor for them. After exiting the virtual god space, Mochen roughly calculated that he had earned about 420,000 points, which could be converted into over 4,200 bottles of blood replenishing agents, equivalent to gaining over 600,000 blood points. However, he refrained from drawing the lottery again, as he deeply realized the frightening extent of his skills' demand for blood points. He couldn't even imagine the staggering amount needed daily if he broke through to the golden core stage. Sigh, what a headache. Mochen sighed. After a moment of internal struggle, Mochen regained his composure, opened his contacts, and clicked on a pinned contact. Chi and Mochen, let's go watch a movie tomorrow. It's time for us to part ways amicably. Almost instantly, Mochen received a reply on his phone. By Cha Qing Huan Zhu Qingyan. Okay. Both of them, separated by the screen, were unable to decipher each other's true thoughts. Yun Mochen speculated. Maybe she really has moved on. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingyan was wondering. Could it be a message from that old stubborn man? Their thoughts were amusingly similar, as in Yun Mochen's mind. Zhu Huntian did not leave a favorable impression. Zhulingan's quick response made Yun Mochen feel a tinge of unease, causing him to suspect that Zhu Huntian might have taken control of her phone. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as getting beaten up was still better than failing the punishment of dancing with his pants down. Meanwhile, Qian En and Bai Cha Qinghuan seemed to have a telepathic connection, as they messaged each other at the same time. Qian En asked about preparation for the college entrance exam, while Bai Cha Qinghuan expressed concern about the bet. Although they didn't directly express their care, their words were filled with mutual concern. They briefly arranged a time and place to meet and ended the conversation. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the largest mall in Yunyu City. Mo, Yun Mochen, hello. Zhulingan appeared quietly behind Yun Mochen, wearing a dress and a mask. Yun Mochen suppressed his excitement and turned around, saying, "Hi, hello. Shall we head up?" Okay. The two maintained a distance, like familiar strangers. Yun Mochen suddenly stopped, wanting to ask if she wanted milk tea. Zhulingan instinctively stepped back, nervously looking around, then shyly waved her hand and continued staring at her toes. She recalled the things she had said to Yun Mochen before, feeling anxious. If it were her, she would find those words hard to accept, let alone him. Zhulingan dared not look Yun Mochen in the eye, fearing he might react excessively. Her father only allowed her to meet under the threat of not taking the college entrance exam. Yun Mochen chose a movie called Flipped, about childhood sweethearts overcoming obstacles to find happiness together. It was his first time watching a movie with her. He had even sought advice from Su Jipang on movie etiquette, remembering only one thing. The ending of the first movie a couple watches together is the ending of their real-life romance. Although he didn't believe in this before, today he uncharacteristically chose a movie with a happy ending. In the cinema, Yun Mochen picked up a popcorn kernel and asked, "Want some?" It was part of the movie-going essentials that Su Jipang had mentioned. I'll get it myself." Zhulingan didn't take the popcorn from Yun Mochen's hand, but reached for the bucket between them. All right. Yun Mochen felt a bit disappointed, popped the popcorn into his mouth, and reached back into the bucket. Then, his heart suddenly raced, his fingers brushed against Zhulingan's hand. She instinctively tried to pull away, but the next moment, her hand was warmly enveloped by his. Feigning calmness, Yun Mochen turned and smiled, asking, "Do you like the movie choice?" Oh. Zhulingan's cheeks flushed red, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Yun Mochen's gaze. "This is for you." Reluctantly, Yun Mochen released her hand and placed a pair of sun and moon rings from the system reward onto her delicate, fair fingers. "This is..." Zhulingan looked at Yun Mochen in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Yun Mochen didn't say much, only traced a few words on her palm with his fingertip. "I'm waiting for the wind, and I'm waiting for you." Zhulingan's mind went blank, her chest heaving. She finally understood that he knew all along. With this realization, she indignantly pinched Yun Mochen's hand with her fingers. In the next moment, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, unable to be held back, gently trailing down her cheeks. Yun Mochen patiently comforted Zhu Qingyan until her emotions gradually calmed down. He held her hand tightly, gazing deeply into her eyes, and solemnly promised, "The next time you cry, it will be at our happiest moment, okay?" With tears in her eyes, Zhu Qingyan nodded gently. But then, she suddenly realized something, quickly withdrew her hand, and moved slightly away without leaving a trace. She gave Yun Mochen a meaningful glance and shook her head slightly. Yun Mochen understood, knowing she was worried about being seen. Although he didn't mind, he couldn't ignore Zhu Qingyan's feelings. "What level have you reached in your cultivation?" Yun Mochen suddenly asked, adding, "Don't worry about upsetting me. I hope there are no lies between us, even well-intentioned ones." Zhu Qingyan pondered for a moment, sneaking a few glances at Yun Mochen before quietly replying, "6th level of the Golden Core stage." Yun Mochen was surprised. In such a short time, Zhu Qingyan had advanced from the 4th to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. He thought to himself, it seems that with the college entrance exams approaching, the Imperial clan is pouring in resources for the Imperial sons and daughters' final push. However, with my current strength, I should be able to compete with her. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and Yun Mochen joked, then I might be on top." Zhu Qingyan widened her eyes, looking confused. She clearly didn't catch the implication. Yun Mochen chuckled and shook his head, then said seriously, "Qingyan, if we meet in the college entrance exam, please don't hold back against me. It's an insult to me as a man, understand? Likewise, I won't hold back against you." He was worried that Zhu Qingyan might go easy on him during the exams because of their relationship. Zhu Qingyan initially wanted to say that with Yun Mochen's strength, he might not even encounter her. But she swallowed her words, responding with a complex expression, "All right." Yun Mochen keenly noticed the change in her expression and admitted, "Qingyan, actually, I'm also a peerless prodigy. I believe you." Zhu Qingyan replied reluctantly. Qingyan, I really am. Yun Mochen began, but Zhu Qingyan interrupted him. Mochen, don't say it, Zhu Qingyan said softly. No matter what you're like, even if you're an ordinary person with no cultivation, you're the best in my eyes. Not just anyone, not even Jiang Nantian can compare. Yin Mochen was taken aback. He had revealed the truth, yet she firmly didn't believe him. Understanding the need for discretion, he chose not to disclose his cultivation level here and sighed. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. I hope you shine on the national stage. You too. Zhu Qingyan hesitated to continue. Feigning annoyance, Yun Mochen asked, remember what I just said? Feeling guilty, Zhu Qingyan pouted and whispered, if you want. You don't have to take the college entrance exam. I can talk to my dad about letting you train with my family. Before she could finish, Yun Mochen gently stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth. Before Zhu Qingyan could react, he leaned in close, his warm breath brushing her cheek, and whispered, you can only be mine. With that, Yun Mochen stood up and left the cinema, leaving Zhu Qingyan sitting there, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Zhu Qingyan stood frozen, her heart pounding like a drum. Under her mask, her flawless, pale face was flushed red, and Yun Mochen's last, meaningful words echoed repeatedly in her mind. Her gaze involuntarily followed Yun Mochen's departing figure until he disappeared from view. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a residential building opposite the mall where the cinema was located, a man in a black robe was cautiously observing the scene below through a pair of high-powered binoculars. He pressed his earpiece and reported in a low voice, Master, as per your instructions, I did not eavesdrop on the conversation between the imperial daughter and the boy. He left halfway through, without any inappropriate behavior. He paused, then added, however, at the end, he got very close to her, and I almost pulled the trigger. A brief command came through the earpiece. Safely bring her back. Understood. The man in the black robe breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put away his 85mm caliber ion sniper rifle. He muttered to himself, the master really holds this boy in high regard, having me bring the largest caliber. Meanwhile, Yun Mochen had already returned home. He curiously slipped the other sun and moon divine ring onto his finger, and to his amazement, it vanished without a trace, as if it had melted away. Yet, his senses told him the ring was merely invisible, not truly gone. He asked in confusion, System, what is the purpose of the sun and moon divine ring? The system replied mysteriously, Master, you'll find out in due time. Then it changed the subject. By the way, Master, the punishment task is completed. Can I issue the task I owe you from last time? Yun Mochen nodded in agreement. The next second, 2 lines appeared on his system panel. Task, become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Reward, 1 Lian Tian Divine Sword Note, a weapon that grows in power. Task failure. If you can't beat it, what are you asking me for? Your wife will run away with someone else. Just end it. For the first time, Yun Mochen did not resent the system's punishment. He chuckled wryly, then noticed something unusual about the task, and curiously asked, System, why is it different this time? It's usually breakthrough elixirs. The system explained, Master, after reaching the nascent soul stage and beyond, cultivation advancements can't rely solely on external forces. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, each cultivation advancement requires your own understanding of the world, which no elixir can provide. The system paused, then added, of course, I do have access to elixirs for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but consuming them will significantly lower your talent ceiling. Would you like one? Yun Mochen contemplated this, realizing he didn't need to worry about understanding the world just yet. Then, he recalled something, his expression growing serious. Qingyan managed to break through 2 minor stages in a short time, and Jiang Nantian was at the 7th layer of the golden core stage 4 or 5 months ago. System, do you think he might have already reached the nascent soul stage? Even if he has entered the nascent soul stage, will you give up, Master? The system's words were a wake-up call for Yun Mochen. He laughed silently, instinctively clenching his fist. I'll still take him down, even at the nascent soul stage. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Thump thump, thump thump. Yun Mochen curiously opened the door, greeted by 2 very familiar figures. Uncle Tu, Aunt Kai, good afternoon. What brings you here? The butcher stood at the doorway, his massive frame almost filling the entire doorframe, holding a large piece of fresh red meat. Right behind him was Aunt Kai, her slender fingers clutching a bamboo basket full of lotus seeds. The butcher grinned, showing a set of white teeth. Huh, kid, haven't seen you in a few days. What have you been up to? Why haven't you stopped by my butcher shop? His gaze landed on Yun Mochen, and there was a hint of concern in his voice. Tomorrow's the big college entrance exam. Aunt Kai and I decided to come over and make you a meal. Consider it a send-off for your big day. Aunt Kai's eyes shone with affection as she looked Yun Mochen over carefully. Mochen, you look thinner since I last saw you. Yun Mochen felt a wave of warmth in his heart and, at a loss for words, scratched his head sheepishly and quickly invited them inside. Thank you, Uncle Tu, Aunt Kai. In the kitchen, the butcher expertly sliced the meat. Hearing Yun Machen's words, he pretended to be annoyed. Just a few days, and you're acting all formal with your uncle too? What's with that? Aunt Kai shook her head lightly, a gentle smile on her lips as she continued washing dishes at the sink. Yun Machen hurried over to the butcher's side, massaging his shoulders. Uncle too, if I end up being the top scorer in the exam, would you grant me a wish? The butcher threw his head back and laughed. Ha, kid, with your skills, you think you can be the top scorer? If you manage that, not only will I grant you a wish, but if you wanted me to marry Aunt Kai, I'd agree on the spot. With a clatter, a plate slipped from Aunt Kai's hand into the sink. She brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear and shot the butcher a glare. Has it been so long since I scolded you that you're asking for it? The butcher acted as if he hadn't heard her, a slight blush crossing his face. He patted Yun Machen on the shoulder, his smile a bit awkward. Kid, don't aim too high. Focus on getting into a good university. Who knows, maybe one day you'll surpass that Jiangnan genius. Don't worry about tomorrow. As for that bet, don't take it too seriously. Aunt Kai and I will always have your back. No one noticed the slight upward curve of Aunt Kai's lips as she continued washing vegetables. A strange look passed through Yun Machen's eyes as he leaned in to whisper to the butcher, Uncle too. Do you have a crush on Aunt Kai? The butcher panicked, quickly pushing Yun Machen away. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Go on, play somewhere else. We'll call you when the food's ready. Half an hour later, Aunt Kai brought a steaming iron pot to the table, filled with fragrant lotus seed stew. Yun Machen took a deep breath, exclaiming, It smells amazing. The butcher said proudly, Of course. Your Aunt Kai's cooking is famous for being exceptional. Now stop gawking and get the utensils. Yun Machen quickly obliged, and soon he was devouring the meal. After several bowls, he began to wonder. The meat didn't have the toughness of pork or lamb, nor the tenderness of beef or chicken, seeming unlike any common meat. And the lotus seeds melted in his mouth with a hint of sweetness, unlike the dry ones he'd had before. Just then, the system suddenly spoke up. Master, your uncle too and Aunt Kai, they're not ordinary people. What? Yun Machen was startled, completely unable to grasp what the system meant. Master, do you know what you just ate? The system suddenly asked. Yun Machen was savoring the taste of the lotus seed stew and casually replied. Wasn't it just lotus seed stew? Completely wrong. The system's voice suddenly rose. Master, it was indeed lotus seed stew, but with the ingredients they brought, it should be called Heavenly Spirit Snow Lotus Stewed with Flood Dragon Meat. The word struck Yun Machen like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. The system was never wrong, which meant, ordinarily, the energy contained in these two rare ingredients is so immense that an ordinary person could explode on the spot after consuming them. The system explained in detail. However, the extreme cold nature of the Heavenly Spirit Snow Lotus neutralizes the extreme heat of the Flood Dragon Meat. When stewed together, not only does it eliminate lethal threats, it actually becomes an excellent breakthrough elixir. By my estimation, you'll reach the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage tonight, stepping into the threshold of the Heavenly Tao Foundation. These words made Yun Machen feel dizzy. Just then, Aunt Kai's gentle voice came through. Machen, remember to finish the soup. Uncle Tu and I are heading back now. Rest well. Even if you don't do well in the exams, it's no big deal. Aunt Kai will take care of you. It's just another set of chopsticks. You brat, make me proud tomorrow, or don't bother coming back. Uncle Tu's voice was still gruff. The two seemed to sense Yun Machen's unusual state and quickly left. After walking a few hundred meters, Aunt Kai suddenly slapped the back of the butcher's head. Butcher, you really need to change your ways. You're putting so much pressure on the young master. Hehe, I'm just worried about the young master. The butcher chuckled awkwardly, then reminded. After the young master leaves tomorrow, make sure to fix his ceiling and the big hole in the wall. It's okay now, but it'll be terrible when it gets cold. You, always saying the wrong things even when you care. Aunt Kai scolded, then suddenly stopped, her eyes sharp. Keep your weapons ready these days. I want to see who dares to touch the young master. The butcher's eyes flashed with a cold light at her words. I haven't killed anyone in years, just waiting for those Jiang clan people to make a move. Back inside, the system saw Yun Machen deep in thought and reassured him. Master, don't overthink it. Whatever hidden identities they have always treated you well, and that's what matters. Yun Machen smiled, relieved. You're right. I suspected Uncle Tu had some cultivation, but seeing these ingredients today was still shocking. Honestly, I hope they do have cultivation, so they can live long lives. He sighed and continued. Cultivating immortality is beautiful, but humans and immortals tread different paths. Once you step into the world of cultivation, you must face the pain of parting from mortal loved ones. Mortals live less than 100 years, while cultivators can live for centuries. A simple farewell might mean only finding dust upon return. Suddenly, Yun Machen cried out in pain as his abdomen visibly swelled and contracted. Don't panic, master. It's the energies of the two ingredients clashing inside. Use the overturning heaven technique to alleviate it. The system immediately instructed. Following the guidance, Yun Mochen circulated his cultivation technique, marveling at the explosive energy within him. If I were still at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, this energy could have pushed me to the 4th or 5th level of the foundation establishment stage overnight. 5 hours later, with the last bit of energy absorbed, Yun Mochen finally broke through to the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage. Feeling the tenfold increase in power within him, he almost couldn't resist punching the wall, but seeing the unrepaired hole, he held back. Let's try the Dream Shadow Sword. Remembering how he almost couldn't lift the sword given by Ming Yang, Yun Mochen felt a bit embarrassed. With a thought, a sleek, black sword appeared in his hand. He swung it a few times, its weight just right. A single sword strike to sweep the heavens. Never mind. Yun Mochen was lost in his thoughts when suddenly his phone rang, interrupting his contemplation. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID displayed Luo Wuqing, causing his heart to sink. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about the tutoring session at teacher Luo Wuqing's house today. With a nervous heart, Yun Mochen answered the call. Luo Wuqing's voice came through the receiver, making him even more anxious. Mochen, what time is it? Why aren't you here yet? Teacher Luo Wuqing. I was just breaking through my cultivation level, Yun Mochen stammered, trying to explain. Luo Wuqing's tone softened a bit. Then don't come for training today. Focus on stabilizing your cultivation and adjusting your mindset. I've actually stabilized my cultivation. Yun Mochen started to explain, but Luo Wuqing cut him off directly. By the way, Mochen, remember to bring the Xian-grade mid-level sword I gave you tomorrow. It's called Yun Wei. With that, Luo Wuqing hung up the phone. Yun Mochen smiled wryly, took out Yun Wei and fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away. He began to check his vitality value and found that just breaking through one level had deducted 100,000 from his original 700,000 plus vitality. Just one more day of hard work. Let's do this, he muttered to himself, then entered the virtual divine space to continue training. Meanwhile, within the Yun clan, Chu Xiaoling was circling around Yun Di, eagerly talking about a young man named Sword Immortal. Dad, I'm not lying. That young man called Sword Immortal truly possesses sword intent, Chu Xiaoling said urgently. Yun Di calmly acknowledged. I understand. Dad, Sister Ming knows about this too. If we don't contact that young man soon, it might be too late. Chu Xiaoling continued to urge. Yun Di simply responded. Dad, Chu Xiaoling exclaimed in frustration. Seeing Yun Di still engrossed in his book, Chu Xiaoling felt hopeless, shrugged, and slumped into a lounge chair. She stared up at the ceiling of the hall, her feet swinging beneath her skirt. She thought to herself, if only he were my brother. Chu Xiaoling had a premonition that she would soon meet her brother. She even fantasized that the mysterious Sword Immortal might be her brother. After all, it was well known that her father had extraordinary talent in sword cultivation, so it's likely his offspring wouldn't be far behind. Just as Chu Xiaoling was lost in her daydream, Yun Di spoke up. Get a good night's sleep and bring back a good result tomorrow. Don't embarrass your father in front of the other 4 imperial families. Fine, I know, Chu Xiaoling pouted, then suddenly had a bright idea. By the way, Dad, if I make it to the top 3, can I meet my brother? Although Chu Xiaoling didn't have much hope, unexpectedly, Yun Di put down his book, looked at her, and said, yes. Really, Dad? Yay. Chu Xiaoling leaped off the lounge chair in excitement, quickly ran behind Yun Di, and hugged his neck tightly. Dad, you're the best. Yun Di's face turned a shade of purple-blue as he struggled to pat Chu Xiaoling's arm and managed to say, let go. Time quickly moved to June 7th, 529 in the cultivation calendar. As dawn broke, the golden sun rose slowly from the horizon. Outside the gate of Tianshui High School, a crowd of students was already gathered, ready to enter. Yun Mochen noticed that there were more heavily armed soldiers outside the school, which made him a bit puzzled. Yun Mochen couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. The field was packed with examinees, each emanating a formidable aura, with the lowest reaching the cultivation level of the Golden Core. This spectacle was a testament to the nation's high regard for the college entrance examination. Brother Yun, do you know why even the offspring of the imperial clans are willing to take this exam? Asked Su Jupang, standing beside Yun Mochen, as he contentedly munched on a ballot egg. Intrigued by the question, Yun Mochen pondered. He hadn't considered this before, but now that he thought about it, given the strength of the imperial clans, they could easily nurture their offspring without needing to participate in such exams. So why do they take part? Seeing Yun Mochen deep in thought, Su Jupang explained with a smile. The reason is simple. It indicates that the overall strength of the national army has surpassed that of the imperial clans. Yun Mochen gasped in surprise. This answer was beyond his expectations. He had always believed that the imperial clans were the pinnacle of power in Huaxia. Noticing Yun Mochen's shock, Su Jupang continued. Moreover, the state has integrated the resources of the 5 major imperial clans. In return, the government has granted them autonomy over their territories. Yun Mochen frowned and asked, Aren't they afraid of national disunity? Once people have power, ambition can take root. Wouldn't they have aspirations to rule the country? Su Jipang popped another ballot egg into his mouth, chewing slowly before replying. On the contrary, it's precisely because of the national army that a delicate balance exists among the 5 imperial clans, preventing war. The power disparity between them isn't as vast as you might think. Take the Yun clan, for instance. They might be able to defeat any single imperial clan, but engaging in battle with one would significantly deplete their strength, making them prey for the others. After a pause, Su Jipang added, so, for now, no imperial clan is willing to wage war themselves. The competition has shifted to sending their offspring to take the exam, to see which clan can extract the most benefits from the nation and gain the greatest competitive edge. Yun Mochen seemed contemplative and posed one final question. What if the government doesn't grant autonomy? For instance, appointing the emperors to positions within the army or government. Su Jipang chuckled and retorted, Brother Yun, if your power transcends the rules, would you still be willing to follow rules set by others? The top combatants in the national army, as far as I know, are not much different in strength from the 5 emperors. Expecting these emperors to work under someone of similar power? That's just foolish. Suddenly, Yun Mochen asked, how do you know all this? The question caught Su Jipang off guard, and he hastily explained, Brother Yun, I often listen to the elders chat in my hometown during the new year, and that's how I gradually learned. Yun Mochen gave him a thumbs up, then began scanning the crowd for a familiar figure, but to no avail. He thought to himself, she must have moved to another city for the exam. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. All students, assemble on the field immediately. The order was so authoritative that everyone began moving, weapons in hand, towards the examination hall. Yun Mochen looked up to see an elderly man in a white robe hovering above the field, exuding an aura of the nascent soul stage. I am Mo Wu, the chief examiner of this year's Tianshui High School assessment. Standing authoritatively on the podium, I scanned the students below with a piercing gaze. Clearing my throat, I began to announce the major changes to this year's college entrance examination. Dear candidates, you are probably familiar with the exam rules. This year, the exam will still be divided into 2 main stages, the beast hunting points competition and the Huaxiao ranking tournament. However, there is an important change. Mo Wu paused to ensure everyone was paying attention. To prevent cheating, the original school district assessment is now replaced by a citywide assessment. All candidates in Yanyu City will compete in the same venue, openly and transparently. This means that the top 3 will represent the entire Yanyu City. An uproar erupted in the auditorium. Students looked at each other, some shocked, some worried, and others whispering, oh my, the college entrance exam was already stressful enough, and now we have to compete with students from the entire city. My dad's gift to the principal has gone to waste. Your sister hasn't been home for days. Could she be trying to get in through the back door at the principal's house? Yun Mochen frowned as he listened to his classmates' discussions. Xu Jiupeng leaned over, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, Brother Yun, the world isn't just about fighting, it's about connections. Even though cheating is officially banned, people still find ways around it every year. But those folks usually just scrape by into the 2nd or 3rd tier schools. Anything higher is tough. Yun Mochen felt indignant, but soon calmed down. Where in the world is there absolute fairness? If there is, it's the rules you set yourself. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed, with absolute strength, these little tricks will be futile. At that moment, Mo Wu raised his hand slightly, and the auditorium fell silent. He continued, the top 3 candidates from Yanyu City will be transported to the imperial capital via a teleportation array to participate in the final Huaxiao ranking tournament. There is where you can truly shine, compete with the nation's elites, make a name for yourself, and achieve glory. These words ignited a fire in every candidate's heart. Some silently vowed to make their parents proud, some hoped to attend the same school as their loved ones, and others aimed to fulfill promises made to their ancestors. Everyone's eyes sparkled with hope. Suddenly, Mo Wu took a purple glowing orb from his sleeve and tossed it into the sky. The dazzling purple light enveloped the entire venue. Everyone, close your eyes and send a thread of consciousness into it. Mo Wu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The students complied, and Mo Wu formed a seal with his hands. A blue energy burst from his palms, striking the wildly spinning purple orb in midair. Secret realm, open. With Mo Wu's powerful shout, the purple orb transformed into a massive vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning, as though they had lost gravity, and were involuntarily drawn towards the vortex's center. In this dizzying moment, the curtain of the college entrance examination officially opened. In every high school in Yanyu City, and indeed in schools across the country, the same scene was unfolding. In the sky of the secret realm, countless swirling vortices appeared, and from them, numerous examinees were ejected. Help! Oh my God! Mom, save me! Amaj! Cries of fear echoed as the examinees descended like dumplings from the sky. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a mysterious force gently caught them, allowing them to land softly. A powerful voice resonated throughout the secret realm. Welcome, examinees from Yanyu City, to the first stage of the assessment. A ring will appear on your hand, recording the points you earned by slaying beasts. The voice continued to explain that the secret realm is divided into 3 areas. The outer area has Qi refining stage beasts, the middle area has foundation establishment stage beasts, and the core area has golden core stage beasts. Examinees can use the map on the ring to plan their actions. The ring also has a life-preserving function, automatically transporting them out of the realm if they encounter a fatal threat. In 3 days, the first stage will end, and you will be automatically transported out of the realm. Your exam score will be your points. Beyond that, there are no rules. The last sentence immediately put everyone on alert. No rules meant they could seize each other's rings. On the edge of a cliff somewhere in the secret realm, a mysterious girl sat leisurely, her bare feet adorned with 2 strings of red bells that jingled softly in the wind. She wore a deep blue dress, patched but clean and tidy, contrasting sharply with her stunning and noble demeanor. Gazing into the endless secret realm, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mochen had been walking through a misty forest for half a day, yet he hadn't encountered any other examinees. Suddenly, a malicious voice sounded in his ear. Mochen? Huh, I didn't expect you to come here to die. Turning around, he saw it was Lu Ming, accompanied by a dozen others, smirking. Furious, Mochen remembered the humiliation of being kicked unconscious by Su Jupang last time and shouted, Lu Ming, still not tired from your last nap? Lu Ming immediately flew into a rage. Mochen, don't mention him to me. I tell you, if I meet Su Jupang now, I'd beat him so hard he wouldn't know where to find his teeth. In the next moment, Lu Ming released the aura of the 9th level of Qi refining, boasting, surprised? In the last few days before the exam, I've also broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. He sneered and continued, huh? If you kneel and kowtow 10 times, Mochen, we'll call it even. Mochen stood expressionless, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He spoke calmly, with a hint of undeniable threat in his voice. Take my advice, don't mess with me. With your abilities, getting into a better academy shouldn't be hard. For the sake of our past as classmates, I'll give you a way out. Leave. Lu Ming was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He trembled with anger, his eyes wide as if he wanted to devour Mochen alive. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the situation, began to plead with Mochen. Mochen, don't be so ungrateful. Yeah, just apologize and admit your mistake. We're all in the same class. Lu Ming won't really make things difficult for you. Exactly. Mochen, don't be foolish. Lu Ming has already reached the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. If you provoke him, you might end up being eliminated with a 0 score. Listening to these words from his former classmates, Mochen felt increasingly disappointed. He shook his head and sneered, haha, just because his strength surpasses mine, I have to admit to a fault I didn't commit. Lu Ming's expression turned terrifyingly dark. He slowly drew the sword from his waist and approached Mochen step by step, gritting his teeth. Yes, I am stronger, so you should respect me. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Before he could finish speaking, Mochen suddenly vanished. Before anyone could react, a figure was seen hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing through dozens of trees along the way. Lu Ming looked down incredulously at his abdomen, where a deep fist imprint was clearly visible. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Candidate Lu Ming, score 0, eliminated. In the next moment, a beam of purple light shot down from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming and causing him to disappear instantly. Mochen retrieved his weapon, Shuekui, from his spatial ring and slowly walked towards the crowd. The blood-red spear glinted coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down the spines of those around him. Now that I'm stronger, if I tell you to bow and admit your mistake, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Mochen said coldly. Mochen, you're being unreasonable. What have we done wrong? Someone stammered in defense. Oh, didn't you just say that strength is what matters? No, I meant. Enough with the nonsense. Mochen interrupted impatiently, suddenly stomping the ground and swinging his spear. Like a ferocious beast devouring the sky, he charged towards them. How could these people withstand a casual strike from Mochen? Moments later, without exception, they all vanished from the spot. Master, I like your style, the system suddenly praised. Are you male or female? Mochen asked casually. The system was silent for a moment before replying. I'm male. Mochen responded, saying no more. That's just how he was. When it came to certain matters, he never hesitated. Since these people chose to take sides, willing to twist the truth and blame him out of fear, they had to be ready for the consequences. Mochen couldn't help but wonder, if he didn't have the system and was still the ordinary boy he once was, what would have been the outcome today? It's all fate, he chuckled coldly. quickly moving to search the outskirts of the secret realm for someone. Zhu Huntian. Although Yinyu City ranks low among over 3,000 cities nationwide, it doesn't mean no talent emerges from there. Japang's luck shouldn't be too bad. Zhu Huntian was Yun Machen's brother, who had stood up for him many times, and his only friend at Tianshui High School. Yun Machen secretly hoped he could find this good brother soon. Winning a top 3 spot in Yinyu City and entering the top 3 with Zhu Huntian are not mutually exclusive. In fact, there's an additional slot available. The assessment secret realm is covered with countless hidden cameras. Even ordinary people can watch the candidates' every move in real time by accessing the official live stream of the respective city. In the monitoring room, Mo Wu, a cultivator at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, cautiously glanced at the woman in the white dress beside him, asking in a low voice, "Ma'am, why are you so interested in this young man?" The woman turned her face slightly, giving him a brief look. Mo Wu shivered all over and quickly forced a smile. Oh, I understand. I shouldn't ask questions I shouldn't. Ma'am, would you like some tea? However, the woman paid no attention to Mo Wu's flattery. She stared at the screen showing the young man in white, her brow furrowed slightly. Why is Mo Chun using a spear? If Yun Machen were here, he would be utterly shocked. This woman was none other than his homeroom teacher, Luo Wuqing. Mo Wu sighed inwardly, thinking he had landed a cushy job as an exam proctor where he could even earn some extra benefits. Little did he know that a mysterious figure of high status would arrive, leaving him on edge. To make matters worse, a single phone call from her nearly made his superior relinquish their position to him. Meanwhile, in another monitoring room, a commotion was unfolding. "Butcher, is your eye working or not? We've been looking for a long time and still haven't found the young master." A sharp female voice rang out. "Stop rushing me. I'm almost there." Butcher frantically operated a massive touchscreen computer. "Mrs. Kai, please be gentle with your hands. This is my precious." This cherished 1,000-inch touchscreen computer, usually reserved even from watching small movies, was now being used frantically to track down Yun Machen. Simultaneously, Zhu Huntian in the secret realm was facing an unexpected dilemma. He climbed halfway up a large tree, carefully picking at bird eggs with a spear. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, leaving him frustrated. Feathered eggs, feathered eggs. I forgot to bring them. In his regret, Zhu Huntian decided to temporarily abandon his plan to hunt monsters and instead search for feathered eggs in the tree. Just then, a group of about 200 people approached the base of the tree. The dense foliage obscured their view, and no one noticed Zhu Huntian in the tree. "Jun Songling, do you have any ideas?" someone in the group asked. Zhu Huntian recognized the name. Jun Songling had ranked 3rd in the city during the 3rd mock exam and was a prodigy at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage. Jun Songling surveyed the surroundings and slowly revealed his plan. This year, there are many candidates from Yinyu City, but most are below the foundation establishment stage and can only operate on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we specifically target these weaker individuals for their points, although each may not contribute much individually, the sheer volume is substantial. The points amassed by tens of thousands of people would be a significant haul, definitely not less than those who venture into the core and central regions of the secret realm. Hearing this, the group's eyes lit up, and they began to flatter him. "Jun, you're so wise. It's absolutely right to follow you." Yes, Jun, you're truly our lucky star. With you, getting into a good university will be a breeze." Despite the praise, Jun Songling's face remained calm, though a fleeting hint of mockery passed through his eyes. Zhu Huntian secretly observed from the tree, cursing inwardly. "Ugh, a bunch of scoundrels. Isn't this just blocking others' paths to education?" At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A young man in white dashed toward them from a distance. Zhu Huntian was startled. "Oh no, why is Yun coming here now?" The group exchanged meaningful glances, a trace of mockery rising in their hearts. They had just finished talking about it when an unfortunate fellow walked right into their midst. Yun Machen looked around, slightly anxious, and asked, "Excuse me, have any of you seen a chubby guy? He should be holding a bunch of boiled eggs." A sly glint flashed in one of the examinee's eyes as he curled his lips into a wicked smile. He leisurely rubbed his fingers together and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Hey there, looking for your friend, are you? We've seen him, but it'll cost you." Yun Machen caught on immediately and decisively said, "If you know, I can give you 1,000 points." 1,000 points. The examinee's eyes lit up, but then he displayed a greedy expression. "Huh, 1,000 points aren't enough. I want all you have." Yun Machen instantly sensed danger, his eyes growing cold. He withdrew a long spear from his spatial ring, his tone icy. "So it's a robbery, huh?" Just as tensions were about to boil over, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. The examinees instinctively parted, as if welcoming someone important. It was Jun Songling. He surveyed the scene with disdain in his eyes. A first-level gene dance stage examinee here? Seems like Yinyu City has some talents after all, but nothing impressive. Haha. Yes, we're robbing you. So what can you do? Jun Songling's accomplices laughed recklessly. At this critical moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Rob my eggs, will you?" Before the words fully landed, eggs appeared out of nowhere from the trees above, like small missiles, precisely hitting Jun Songling and his companions in the eyes. "Who? Come out here!" Jun Songling roared, his vision blurred by egg yolk. In that instant, a chubby figure leaped down from the trite with Su Jupang. Seizing the moment, he delivered a heavy kick to Jun Songling's back. Boom! With the added weight of Su Jupang's hefty frame, even the Jindenstij Jun Songling was sent flying several meters away by the sudden kick. "Brother Yun, run!" Su Jupang grabbed the still-dazed Yun Mochen, hoisting him over his shoulder and wrapping his arm tightly around Yun Mochen's waist. The next second, Su Jupang's shoes emitted a blue glow. Swift as the wind. "Let's go!" Boom! To the shock of everyone, in the blink of an eye, Su Jupang and Yun Mochen had vanished hundreds of meters away. Yun Mochen came to his senses, feeling helpless. He actually wanted to say he could handle those people without running, but he quickly realized the situation was dire. During Su Jupang's frantic dash, the violent jolting made Yun Mochen's stomach churn, his body folding and unfolding like a clamp. He couldn't utter a complete sentence, only managing to groan intermittently. "Ugh, Jupang, slow down." After who knows how long, Su Jupang finally noticed Yun Mochen's discomfort, setting him down by a large rock. Gasp phew. Su Jupang panted heavily. "I'm exhausted, Brother Yun, they probably can't catch up now." Yun Mochen's face was pale, his lips bluish, yet he managed a faint smile. "Yeah, that's good." A few minutes later, they both caught their breath and began to plan their next move. Yun Mochen, having just regained his composure, curiously examined Su Jupang's shoes. The shoes seemed ordinary, yet they exuded an unusual aura. "Jupang, how do your shoes run so fast? Are they some kind of treasure?" Yun Mochen couldn't help but ask. Su Jupang beamed with pride and said, "Yun, pretty impressive, right? These are a special weapon my dad got for me. A mid-grade treasure called Thousand Mile Dash, also known as the King of Evasion Shoes." He lifted his foot to show off. "With these, my speed rivals that of a golden core stage cultivator. So even if I encounter a golden core stage candidate, I can just run away." Yun Mochen clicked his tongue in amazement and sincerely praised, "Impressive." Then, Yun Mochen took out a map of the secret realm from his ring and studied it closely. He looked up at Su Jupang with a serious expression. "Jupang, will you follow me to the core area?" Su Jupang's face changed at these words, and his smile became a bit forced. "Huh? Yun, you must be joking. The core area has golden core stage beasts. I'm just at the 9th level of chi refining, and you're at the 8th level. Aren't we just going to our deaths?" Before he could finish, Yun Mochen suddenly released a powerful aura. Su Jupang's eyes widened in shock, and he stopped mid-sentence. "What? Yun, you're at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment." The next moment, there was a sharp slap sound, and a bright red handprint appeared on Yun Mochen's back. "Am I dreaming?" Su Jupang muttered, then snapped back to reality. "If you're going to hit someone, hit yourself. What's the idea of hitting me?" Yun Mochen rolled his eyes at him and then returned to his serious demeanor. "These past days, I've had some fortuitous encounters, which give me the confidence to participate in that bet. So, Jupang, I must go to the core area and become one of the top 3 in Yinyu City. Otherwise, I won't even get to the next stage, and my fiancée will end up marrying someone else." Su Jupang was stunned for a long time before he managed to regain his composure. He lifted his hefty arm, waved his hand vigorously, and shook his head. "Yun, you don't understand. The difference between the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages seems small, but it's as vast as the sky and the earth." Before Yun Mochen could explain, Su Jupang continued. "Golden Core stage cultivators have essentially transcended the essence of mortals. They can harness the power of the heavens and earth to fly. In other words, Yun, no matter how powerful a tank is, can it compete with an airplane? It can't even hit it." Su Jupang sighed, his tone softening. "So let's not stir up trouble. Just aim for good results. Get into a good university together, and a bright future awaits us. Why risk our lives on this reckless bet?" He paused, lowering his voice, "especially one where there's no chance of winning." Yun Mochen understood that Su Jupang seemed to be advising him to give up, but in reality, he was worried about his safety. After all, the second round of the annual China ranking tournament always had a certain mortality rate, which was tacitly accepted by the authorities. Yun Mochen didn't immediately refute or explain. He slowly stood up, patted Su Jupang on the shoulder, and looked at him with a piercing gaze, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Jupang, do you trust me?" "Oh, Yun, what kind of question is that? We're brothers." Su Jupang answered without hesitation. "Whether now or in the future, I'll always trust you." The two locked eyes for a few seconds, fully understanding each other's thoughts. Suddenly, they both burst into laughter. "Ha!" Su Jupang laughed, his eyes shining with determination. "Yun, I get what you mean. It's not just about being in the top 3 of Yinyu City, no? It's about defeating Jiang and Tian. I'm in this with you, no matter the outcome." At worst, we'll face it together. At that moment, an extremely discordant sound broke the pleasant atmosphere. Gurgle, gurgle. Yun Mochen teased with a smile. Hungry, huh? You really should listen to me and start dieting. Su Japang scratched his head sheepishly. Hee. Yun, I forgot to bring my food. There's no way around it. Even during exams, people need to eat. Only golden core stage cultivators can go without food by controlling their body's needs. Yun Mochen pondered for a moment and said, in 3 days, there'll definitely be another big battle, and teaming up to snatch points is inevitable. Let's go get something to eat. Su Japang instantly perked up, pulling out his spear and walking ahead of Yun Mochen, ready for action. Walking behind him, Yun Mochen was filled with curiosity. How did Japang instantly realize I was at the 10th level of Foundation establishment? Half an hour later, Yun Mochen arrived with a Chi refining stage level 5 demon spirit pig. This creature was noted in textbooks for its tender, juicy meat and delightful texture, but it was virtually useless in combat. Yun, I want to roast some fertilized eggs. Su Japang excitedly suggested. Get lost. Yun Mochen bluntly rejected Su Japang's bizarre idea. He couldn't accept such an odd culinary experiment. He instructed Su Japang to gather some wood for fuel while he sharpened a few sticks. Soon, a simple spit roast was set up with their combined efforts. Yun Mochen's next move left Su Japang wide-eyed. He retrieved a variety of seasonings, including 5-spice, white sugar, and salt, from his space ring and began to expertly marinate the entire demon spirit pig. Yun, where did you get all these seasonings? Su Japang asked in surprise. While turning the roast, Yun Mochen casually explained, our house was once broken into. The thief couldn't find anything worth stealing, so they took all our seasonings. Later, teacher Luo Wuqing lent me this space ring, and I've gotten into the habit of keeping seasonings in it. Su Japang's mouth twitched, and he gave Yun Mochen a thumbs up. Yun, you're impressive. As the aroma of the roast filled the air, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind. Wow, it smells so good. Yun Mochen was startled and became cautious. He hadn't noticed anyone approaching. He quickly turned around to see a stunning young girl walking towards them. The girl wore a tattered but clean deep blue dress and was barefoot. Interestingly, she had 2 strings of red bells tied to her ankles, which jingled with each step. What a beautiful girl. Su Japang was instantly captivated by her appearance, showing a dazed expression. Yun Mochen immediately pulled Su Japang behind him and asked warily, who are you? The girl innocently replied, hello, I'm Hainu. Are you roasting a piglet? Her large eyes were fixed on the roast pig, and she couldn't stop swallowing. Yun Mochen's mind was on high alert. They had been here for over half a day and encountered many people, but this was the first time he couldn't sense someone's cultivation level. Hainu, Hainu. He repeated the name in his mind, feeling an inexplicable familiarity but unable to recall where he had heard it. He was certain that she was no ordinary person. However, Su Japang was completely unguarded and warmly said, yes, Sister Hainu, I'm Su Japang, and this is my brother, Yun Mochen. Would you like to join us for some? Yun Mochen was about to find an excuse to send her away, but Su Japang spoke first. No problem. This demon spirit pig is too big for just the 2 of us. You can join us, so it won't go to waste. Yun Mochen looked at Su Japang helplessly, trying to signal with his eyes, but his friend didn't glance his way. Noticing Yun Mochen's unease, Hainu lowered her head slightly and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Big brother, you seem reluctant to share. Do I look like a bad person? Yun, brother, why can't you let a girl have a bite? Su Japang's voice carried a hint of discontent. He turned to Hainu, his face full of smiles. Here, Hainu, you take the first bite of the pig's trotter. Hainu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Brother Japang. She was about to reach out when Yun Mochen interrupted coldly. Go ahead, but once you're done, please leave immediately. Yun Mocheng's tone was firm, his eyes revealing caution. This was his boundary. He wouldn't tolerate any potential threats nearby. Hainu pursed her lips, seemingly reluctant, but nodded nonetheless. She found a spot to sit and started gnawing on the pig's trotter. Seeing this, Su Japang couldn't help but get annoyed again. Yun, it's dangerous for a girl to be here alone. Yun Mochen didn't bother to explain further and communicated telepathically. I can't discern her cultivation level. Normally, if it's not due to a special technique, there's only one reason you can't see through someone's cultivation: it's higher than yours. Just then, as Hainu was enjoying her meal, she suddenly exclaimed, wow, this is delicious. I wonder if roasting human meat like this would taste even better. Su Japang felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. He instinctively took a few steps back until he was behind Yun Mochen. Hainu, what did you just say? He asked, his voice trembling. Oh, it's nothing. Hainu replied with an innocent smile. Brother Japang, Brother Yun, you should eat too. We're not hungry. Huh, you go ahead. Su Japang forced a smile, though internally he was in turmoil. Human meat? Could she be some kind of psychopath? As the atmosphere grew tense, an angry shout suddenly echoed from the sky. Boy, let's see where you can run to today. A figure sped toward them. It was Jun Songling. Oh no. Yun, I didn't expect him to catch up so quickly, Su Jipang exclaimed. Following closely, two more figures appeared from another direction. One wielded a giant axe, his build imposing. The other held a longbow, looking proud. The archer coldly surveyed Yun Mocheng's group and asked Jun Songling. Songling, it's been a while, and your strength has declined so much that you can't even handle a few kids in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Then he noticed Hainu, who was eating the pig's trotter, and a strange look crossed his eyes. That girl. She's quite pretty. Ha ha ha, she's mine. Jun Songling sneered. Fong Mahai, don't get cocky. If I hadn't slipped up last time, the second spot wouldn't have gone to you. He then addressed the burly youth. Brother Qingshan, help me capture these people, and I'll give you a bigger share of our plan. Hearing this, Su Jipang began sweating profusely, clinging tightly to Yun Mocheng's shoulder, whispering, Yun, that guy with the longbow is Fong Mahai, the second in the last competition, at the first level of the Golden Core stage. And the one with the axe is Chang Qingshan, known as the Giant Axe Demon, at the second level. We're really in trouble now. Chang Qingshan smiled faintly. Without any warning, he suddenly hurled the two giant axes in his hands at Yun Mocheng and Su Jipang. As the axes left his hands, they began to spin wildly, quickly forming two terrifying cyclones, as if they would devour everything around them. Suddenly, trees toppled and dust billowed. In this critical moment, an icy voice suddenly rang out. You've dirted my pig's trotter. Just as Yun Mochen was about to make his move, the sea maiden slowly stood up. Her stunning face no longer held any innocence. Instead, it was replaced with an incredibly dark and eerie expression. She gracefully raised her slender hand, and in an instant, a massive wave of seawater appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the two giant axes hurtling toward her. Thud! The two axes crashed to the ground with a dull sound. Everyone present was shocked, their eyes fixated on the sea maiden. Who was this mysterious woman? How could she so effortlessly neutralize a full-force attack from Chang Qingshan? After all, Chang Qingshan was a formidable expert at the second level of the Golden Core stage. Chang Qingshan's expression turned extremely serious, a flicker of shock in his eyes. In his long cultivation journey, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. What frightened him even more was that he couldn't sense the woman's cultivation level at all. Return my pig's trotters, the sea maiden said calmly to Chang Qingshan, her voice as indifferent as water. Chang Qingshan forced himself to remain calm and asked, Who are you? Why have I never heard of someone like you in Yinyu City? The sea maiden ignored him, simply repeating, I said, return my pig's trotters. Her voice grew deeper, carrying a hint of undeniable threat. At that moment, Jun Songling let out a cold snort and shouted to Chang Qingshan, Brother Qingshan, don't waste your breath on this demoness. Let's attack together and surely capture them. Fong Mahai wasn't one to back down either. He drew his longbow, spiritual energy surging wildly. The arrowhead suddenly ignited with a blue flame, and he shouted fiercely, Rage Mountain Sea Suppression, arrow, go. Boom. The arrow shot from the bowstring, transforming into a streak of blue light aimed directly at the sea maiden's face. The powerful energy generated a deafening sonic boom. However, to everyone's surprise, the sea maiden showed no intention of dodging. She stood still, slowly raising her slender hand. Her movement seemed slow, yet was impossibly fast. In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the arrow stopped dead in her hand. What? How is this possible? Yun Mochen's heart was in turmoil. To catch the martial technique of a first-level Golden Core cultivator so easily, without using any martial skills, such strength could only belong to the offspring of an imperial clan. He couldn't help but compare himself, wondering if he could achieve such a feat. This realization made him even more wary of the sea maiden. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yun Mochen's mind like lightning. Sea maiden, right. Damn, how could I forget? She's ranked 8th on the virtual god list. He suddenly remembered that in the virtual god space, there was indeed a figure known as the Sea Maiden. It seemed that this was her true form. Even more surprising was that she used her real identity. Beside him, Su Jipang's eyebrows twitched suddenly, and his gaze toward the Sea Maiden completely changed. He sighed inwardly, thinking, as expected, roses all have thorns. In the blink of an eye, the Sea Maiden suddenly vanished from her spot. Fong Mahai felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils contracting as he instinctively swung his longbow for protection. Too slow. A cold voice whispered in Fong Mahai's ear. Before he could turn around, the Sea Maiden gently pushed his back. This seemingly effortless push caused Fong Mahai's face to contort in agony, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. His body plummeted from the sky like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a deep crater several meters wide. This time, Yun Mochen finally saw the Sea Maiden's movements clearly. A chill surged through his heart as he realized they might have provoked someone they shouldn't have. The Sea Maiden exhibited her cultivation at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, matching Zhu Huntian in strength. Her figure flickered in the air, and in an instant, A deafening explosion echoed across the sky. Chang Qingshan fell from the high altitude like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Jun Songling remained alone in midair, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. He quickly realized that this mysterious girl's strength far surpassed his own, making any confrontation futile. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yun Mochen, and an idea sparked in his mind. Brother Qingshan. Jun Songling shouted to Chang Qingshan, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Those two below are with her. Let's capture them first, or we won't even have a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Chang Qingshan spat out another mouthful of blood. Enduring the tumultuous pain within his body, he picked up the two giant axes from the ground and charged toward Yun Mochen and Su Jipang. In the monitoring room, Mo Wu angrily said, "Sir, the young man in white you're interested in is in danger. He's only at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, while Chang Qingshan, who's attacking him, is the top scorer in many of the citywide mock exams in Yanyu City." Luo Wuqing sternly silenced Mo Wu's chatter. Outwardly calm, she was in fact deeply anxious, her hands behind her back trembling uncontrollably. Although she didn't know how Yun Mochen had reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage in such a short time, she still felt a profound unease facing Chang Qingshan, who was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. Meanwhile, the butcher found Yun Mochen's image on a large touchscreen computer. Seeing Jun Songling surrounding Yun Mochen, he was enraged, squeezing Kai Dama's hand next to him until it turned red. Kai Dama endured the pain, her eyes fixed on the large screen. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Butcher, did you notice the change in the young master's aura?" The butcher was momentarily stunned, then shouted in surprise, "No way. The young master has reached the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage." In the scene, Yun Mochen told Su Jipang, "Jipang, stand behind me quickly." Su Jipang initially wanted to flee with Yun Mochen again, but under the latter's resolute gaze, he steeled himself, drew out a long spear, and stood behind Yun Mochen, ready to follow him to the death. Yun Mochen laughed heartily, a blood-red spear suddenly appearing in his hand. Facing the charging Chang Qingshan, he remained composed, his eyes slightly narrowed, advancing unhurriedly. Chang Qingshan roared, channeling his spiritual power into the twin axes, slashing fiercely at Yun Mochen's face. Yun Mochen quipped lightly, "You picked the strongest one to fight." Before he finished speaking, his spear was already in motion. In an instant, countless eerie and terrifying forces erupted from within Yun Mochen, surging like a tide into the spear in his hand. This scene shocked everyone. Even the sea maiden in midair paused, her stunning face filled with disbelief. Yun Mochen possessed the intent of the spear. A terrifying dragon formed from an overwhelming aura of spear intent engulfed the entire Changqing mountain. In the next moment, a figure was violently thrown backward from the spear's aura, disappearing after crashing through hundreds of trees like a cannonball. All that remained was a young man in white, holding a blood-red spear and the scattered remnants of a giant axe. Su Jipang stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, "Brother Yun took down Chongqing Mountain's 2nd-tier Golden Core stage in an instant." In the surveillance room, Mo Wu's mouth formed an O shape in shock. His finger trembled as he pointed at the screen showing the young man in white, stammering, The master, 1-1. As a cultivator at the 5th tier of the nascent soul stage, he had never seen, nor even heard of, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator defeating a 2nd-tier Golden Core stage opponent so swiftly. Mo Wu couldn't help but admire the young man even more, thinking, as expected, the young man the master favors is truly extraordinary. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes glistened with tears of excitement, secretly rejoicing. "Young master, you've truly surprised us all." The butcher jumped up from the table, hugging Aunt Kai with enthusiasm and shouting, "Amazing! My young master! Incredible!" Aunt Kai was startled by the sudden embrace, stiffening without resistance. Releasing Aunt Kai, the butcher laughed, "Haha, can't I be happy? Look at you, always so reserved." Our young master, with his Foundation establishment stage power, leaped across a major realm to defeat a Golden Core stage cultivator. How can you not be thrilled? Aunt Kai feigned annoyance, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Humph, acting as if you fought across realms. You're just basking in the young master's glory. Also, don't hug me every time the young master wins." Despite her words, her voice softened. Yun Mochen stood at the center of the battlefield, thinking to himself, 2nd-tier Golden Core stage, not much after all. This battle gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. Looking around, he noticed that Jun Songling and Fang Mahai were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Hai Nu standing there, dazed. Hai Nu flew over to Yun Mochen and asked a puzzling question. "Brother Yun, are you Luo Zihan?" Yun Mochen laughed awkwardly, quickly explaining, Ha, I'm Yun Mochen. Luo Zihan is the imperial son of the Luo clan. How could I be him?" Hai Nu scrutinized Yun Mochen, then said somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, Brother Yun, I thought you might be since you're a spear cultivator with a strong spear intent. The Luo clan protects him so well that no one has seen Luo Zihan's true appearance. At this moment, Su Jipang suddenly popped his head out from behind Yun Mochen, curiously asking, Hai Nu, are you curious about Luo Zihan? Hai Nu nodded, her innocence returning. Su Jipang grinned proudly, pointing at himself. Hai Nu, I'm also a spear cultivator. Why don't you ask if I'm Luo Zihan? Hai Nu widened her eyes, looked Su Jipang up and down, then shook her head in disappointment. Definitely not you. You're too weak. Before Su Jipang could finish his sentence, Yun Mochen interrupted him, turning to the Havres and asking, Havres, as far as I know, Luo Zihan isn't a good person. I'm curious why you care about him. Upon hearing this, Havres's expression changed drastically, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Brother Yun, where did you hear such rumors? Luo Zihan is a really good person. She paused, her expression turning cold again, her voice icy. Because I want to kill him. Su Jipang was so startled by this sudden change that he stepped back a few steps, stammering, Havres, what did Luo Zihan do to provoke you? Still angry, Havres explained. Last year, the old man Luo D came to our family, talked with my father for days, claiming it was for fortune, and directly arranged a marriage between me and Luo Zihan. After the college entrance exam, we're supposed to get married. She gritted her teeth. So I must find him before the exam ends and kill him. Or at the very least, turn him into a girl. Su Jipang instinctively covered his lower body, realizing his reaction was exaggerated, quickly stretched, and tried to appear relaxed. Huh? Well, Havres, good luck. Yun Mochen, used to Su Jipang's odd reactions, thought nothing of it. He turned to Havres, speaking calmly. Havres, we're heading to the core area now, so let's part ways here. See you around. Sensing Yun Mochen's caution, Havres didn't press further and said, All right, Brother Yun, Brother Jipang, see you around. With that, she turned and flew away. However, after flying a few dozen meters, Havres suddenly stopped, turned back, and smiled at Yun Mochen. By the way, Brother Yun, your roasted piglet is really delicious. Yun Mochen smiled politely and waved goodbye, then pulled Su Jipang along towards the core area. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jun Songling, this is all your fault for provoking that female demon. Fang Mohai shouted angrily. Now, the strongest Chongqing mountain has been eliminated, leaving just the two of us. How are we supposed to get into the top three? Jun Songling dragged Fang Mohai, fleeing rapidly through the air. Along the way, Fang Mohai kept complaining, while Jun Songling remained silent, his face somber, seemingly deep in thought. 3 hours later, Jun Songling set Fang Mohai down to rest. Suddenly, he spoke. With those three's strength, they definitely won't stay on the outskirts of the secret realm. They'll head to the core area. If we go there, we might still have a chance to turn the tables. A cold gleam flashed in Jun Songling's eyes as he revealed his entire plan. After hearing it, Fang Mohai opened his eyes, a fierce and excited light shining within them. Jun Songling, you're the best. Ha ha ha. 3 days later, the sky of the secret realm trembled slightly, and a voice echoed in the ears of all the examinees. Today is the last day of the secret realm. There are 176,933 examinees remaining. Please prepare for the final sprint. I'll now announce the top 3 candidates. First place, Jun Songling, with 983,422 points. Fang Mohai, with 889,267 points. Yun Mochen, with 562,289 points. Lastly, I wish you all success. Clang. Su Jipang, who was roasting bird eggs, accidentally dropped a skewer into the fire. This can't be happening. Su Jipang exclaimed. Brother Yun, they must have cheated. Yun Mochen narrowed his eyes, ignoring Su Jipang as he fell into deep thought. By right, he should be in first place, with Havres second and Su Jipang third. This wasn't because Su Jipang was particularly strong, but because Yun Mochen had shared a lot of points with him. These past days in the core area, Yun Mochen's spear had been wielded so intensely it nearly smoked, slaying thousands of golden core beasts. Yet even so, let's go, Jipang. Yun Mochen suddenly said, I think I know what's going on. Su Jipang looked puzzled. Huh? Brother Yun, we're already in the core area, where else is there to go? To the outskirts of the secret realm, Yun Mochen said firmly. Throughout the journey, Su Jipang kept trying to dissuade Yun Mochen. Anxiously, he said, Brother Yun, those two clearly aren't good people. They must have done something shady to get such high scores. If you maintain your current score, you'll easily be in the top 3. Why take the risk of going after them? Hearing this, Yun Mochen looked seriously at Su Jipang and replied firmly, Jipang, being in the top 3 is indeed my goal. I don't mind not being first. But you must not be outside the top 3. That's the bond between brothers. He recalled all the times Su Jipang had stood up for him. Now that he had the strength, he couldn't forget the promise of sharing fortune together. Su Jipang was deeply moved by these words, his mind racing with emotions. He turned his head to give Yun Mochen a long, meaningful look. as if making some kind of decision in his heart. 5 hours later, Yun Mochen and Su Jupang arrived at the outskirts of the secret realm. Suddenly, Su Jupang exclaimed, "Why are there so many people? What are they all doing?" Yun Mochen quickly covered his mouth, gesturing for him to stay quiet. In the dense forest not far away, there were countless heads. Yun Mochen used his spiritual sense to roughly assess the situation and was shocked. At least tens of thousands of people were gathered there. He smirked coldly, stood up slowly, and walked straight towards them. Su Jupang whispered anxiously, "Brother Yun, what are you doing? If all those people are from Jun Songling's faction, we're doomed." Yun Mochen calmly explained, "There are tens of thousands of Qi condensation stage cultivators, along with a few hundred foundation establishment candidates. This lineup could wear down a golden core stage cultivator. But beyond that, it's useless. Nascent soul cultivators are so powerful that they can ignore the advantage of numbers. No matter how many low-level cultivators there are, they would just be throwing their lives away. Just follow my lead." Su Jupang sighed in resignation, adopting a cautious demeanor. With both hands gripping his spear tightly, he followed closely behind Yun Mochen. Soon, several candidates noticed Yun Mochen. They first looked at him with curiosity, then pulled out something resembling a portrait for a closer comparison. Suddenly, their expressions changed dramatically, their faces filled with anger as they cast hostile glances at Yun Mochen and Su Jupang, ready to strike at any moment. Yun Mochen approached the crowd and shouted, "Stop looking and bring out your leader." The candidates seemed organized, quickly passing the message along. Soon, a massive crowd of tens of thousands surged towards Yun Mochen. At that moment, two figures slowly rose into the sky from the dense crowd. One of them laughed heartily. "Huh? I never thought you would actually dare to come." Yun Mochen responded coldly, "Jun Songling, you seem so excited to see me. Why didn't you say goodbye when you ran off the other day? I wasted days looking for you. My hands are itching for a fight." Upon hearing this, Jun Songling's body trembled violently, and a barely contained fury surged in his eyes. He suppressed his anger and sneered coldly, "You little brat, barking even when you're at death's door. You'll be heading home with 0 points soon enough." Yun Mochen calmly took out his spear, leisurely wiping its shaft. His gaze was serene, not even bothering to look at Jun Songling, as he spoke indifferently. "I'm curious how you managed to convince tens of thousands of candidates to willingly hand over their points to you." Before he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. Angry voices rose one after another. "How dare you question Jun Xiao so boldly? If it weren't for you two offending and framing Jun Xiao and Fang Xiao, they wouldn't have organized hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators to blockade us. In the end, it's all because of you. Yeah, it's all your fault. Hurry up and apologize to Jun Xiao and Fang Xiao. The exam is almost over, and I don't want to miss out on university. Idiots. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here." Soon, the crowd's voices merged into a unified roar, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, Jun Songling seized the opportunity and transmitted his voice to the crowd. "Everyone, Fang Mahai and I never intended to take your exam opportunities. If it weren't for these two being deceitful and poisoning us, they wouldn't have succeeded in injuring us and stealing all our points." He paused, his voice tinged with a sense of tragic heroism. "Do you think we wanted to enter the top 3? No. We wanted to bring honor and glory to our shared hometown, Yanyu City, and achieve excellent results in the Huaxiao ranking tournament. To make our country take our city seriously and secure better cultivation resources for everyone." At this point, Jun Songling clutched his chest, his face showing pain and guilt. He bowed deeply to the candidates and continued, "Cough, cough. So we resorted to this desperate measure to temporarily safeguard your points. But don't worry. I promise you, if you all join forces and capture these two, I will return the points to everyone intact." His voice grew more fervent. "Brothers, the future of Yanyu City is in your hands. We cannot let such worthless scoundrels participate in the Huaxiao ranking tournament as representatives of our city's candidates, tarnishing the reputation of our shared hometown." Before Jun Songling could finish, Su Pang could no longer hold back. He pointed at him and cursed loudly. "You scoundrel, Jun Songling. You have no shame at all. Stealing others' points and using them as leverage to make them your pawns. It's utterly disgusting. I feel sorry for your mother for giving birth to such a beast. And for your father too. Why didn't he just splash you against the wall years ago?" The crowd erupted into chaos again, with someone shouting, "Shut up. We know Jun Xiao and Fang Xiao better than you do. Who do you think you are? Look at how fat you are. You look like crap. How can you compare to our city's second and third best?" "Exactly. And that guy next to you seems handsome and refined, but he's actually just a pretty boy, a deceitful and cunning scoundrel. Brothers, don't waste any more words on them. If we delay any longer, the exam will end. Let's join forces and take them down. Charge." Outside the monitoring room, Mo Wu watched the scene unfold, clearly not expecting the situation to spiral so out of control. He looked incredulously at the 18-year-old Jun Songling, who displayed such deep cunning and treacherous tactics. After much contemplation, he tentatively asked, "Sir, should I intervene?" To his surprise, Luo Wuqing immediately dismissed his suggestion. No. Confused, Mo Wu pressed further. "Sir, then why can't the state modify the rules?" Mo Wu stood at the edge of the examination field, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the brutal scene before him. The first round of the beast hunting competition had devolved into a bloody melee. The candidates, who initially cooperated in groups, had now turned on each other, completely straying from the exam's original purpose. Standing next to Mo Wu, Luo Wuqing explained solemnly. "Choice, this is the first lesson the nation wants them to learn upon leaving school." Mo Wu listened silently, not interrupting. Luo Wuqing continued. "The moment someone decides to embark on the path of immortality, their relationship with fairness ends. Aptitude, talent, comprehension, background, and fortune, these 5 factors are crucial to one's future achievements. But do you know which is the most important?" After a moment of thought, Mo Wu cautiously replied, "Sir, I believe background is the most important. Like the imperial sons and daughters, they are born into prominence. Even if their other attributes are average, the foundation of the imperial family allows them to easily surpass heights that ordinary people can only dream of." Luo Wuqing nodded slightly but said, "You have a point, but you are not correct." Seeing Mo Wu's puzzled expression, Luo Wuqing explained, "For a cultivator, fortune is the most critical. How many astonishing talents throughout history have faded into obscurity? Either they die young, or they become crippled. A person with great fortune can acquire enough resources and opportunities to bridge the gap with those of strong backgrounds. Conversely, someone with very poor fortune, even with perfect other conditions, cannot escape frequent disasters. They might survive many crises with their strength or background, but a single mistake could turn all their achievements to dust." Mo Wu nodded thoughtfully, his previously firm beliefs beginning to waver. Luo Wuqing took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting concern, and continued. "Everyone can choose to team up or go solo, to hunt beasts or attack their peers. When faced with threats from someone like Jun Songling, choosing to compromise or resist these decisions are theirs alone and reflect their fortune. The results will soon be revealed. The nation's mission is to select those with good fortune and invest heavily in nurturing them." At that moment, a clear bell rang out. Its sound, though not loud, miraculously reached everyone present. All activity stopped as people curiously looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, a breathtaking young girl, barefoot and wearing a deep blue dress, appeared in everyone's view. "It's the Sea Maiden," someone exclaimed. The Sea Maiden smiled innocently, revealing her white teeth, and waved to Yun Mochen and Su Jipang. "Hello, Brother Yun, Brother Jipang." Su Jipang, recalling the Sea Maiden's earlier words, became wary and quickly asked, "Brother Yun, why is she here?" Yun Mochen faced the imposing army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators with a calm demeanor. He politely greeted the Sea Maiden, while also warning her of the dangerous situation. However, the Sea Maiden merely smiled sweetly, indicating that she was there to observe the strength of Jun, Songling, and Feng Mahai. Yun Mochen and Su Jupin exchanged a surprised glance, feeling uneasy about the Sea Maiden's words. Suddenly, a candidate mocked the Sea Maiden, only to be sent flying 100 meters away by a mere wave of her hand. This display of power stunned everyone present, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jun Songling and Feng Mahai smirked as they ordered an attack, convinced that the three could not possibly withstand such a vast army of cultivators. At that critical moment, someone in the crowd recognized Yun Mochen's identity as the Iron-Head youth, who had once made a bet with Emperor Zhu. The news spread like wildfire among the crowd, sparking discussions everywhere. Some mocked Yun Mochen for overestimating himself, while others began to belittle Zhu Qingyan's judgment. Just as a candidate spoke disrespectfully, Yun Mochen vanished from his spot. In the next instant, the disrespectful candidate felt a chill on his back and was uncontrollably lifted into the air. When he landed, Yun Mochen stood there, holding a spear, his expression cold. Yun Mochen's voice was low and threatening. "You dare speak of my woman?" This scene left everyone silent, with an atmosphere thick with tension and fear. Yun Mochen's strength was beyond what anyone had imagined, and for a moment, no one dared to make a move. "Die!" Yun Mochen roared, thrusting his spear like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the examinee's shoulder with precision. Blood gushed out, but the wound was clearly calculated to not be fatal. Ah! The excruciating pain surged through the examinee's body, causing a heart-wrenching scream. However, Yun Mochen's assault did not cease. He slammed the spear into the ground with force, causing the examinee dangling from the spearhead to crash onto the ground like a rag doll. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open, creating a massive pit several meters deep. The examinee's body was enveloped by a descending purple light from the sky, gradually dissipating. Despite being covered in blood, a hint of relief appeared on his face, as if he had finally been freed from endless torment. "Brothers, did you see that?" Jun Songling's voice suddenly rang out, filled with righteous indignation. This Yun Mochen is not only insidious and cunning, but also a sadistic psychopath. He clearly has the power to eliminate opponents instantly, yet he chooses to torment them like this. If it weren't for the fact that using my spiritual power would accelerate the spread of the poison, I would personally punish this human scum. Yun Mochen ignored Jun Songling's accusations, coldly scanning his surroundings. If you don't want to go home with 0 points, go hunt some beasts. There's still half a day left, and most of you have 0 points. The gap isn't that big, and you can still achieve a good score. He had no interest in rallying these examinees to fight against Jun Songling and Fong Mahai. Yun Mochen longed for a real opportunity to push his limits in battle. Although the virtual divine space allowed for combat with beasts, it was not as direct as real combat with human cultivators. Huh. Acting tough even when you're doomed, one examinee shouted angrily. Brothers, even if he has some skill, can he take on hundreds of thousands of us? Enough talk, let's attack. Charge. Yun Mochen smirked coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura from his spear. He raised it and aimed at Su Japang, sending countless eerie and fearsome spear intents flying towards him. Japang, stay where you are and don't move. Leave the rest to me, Yun Mochen said sternly. Su Japang, hearing this, looked at the spear intents surrounding him and, after a moment of thought, released his grip on his spear, planting it in the ground. He chose to trust his brother. Brother Yun, go for it. Yun Mochen smiled, and the next second, he charged towards the swarm of hundreds of thousands of examinees, unfazed. Raging dragon devours the sky. Yun Mochen roared internally. The blood-red spear in his hand erupted into fierce flames, transforming into a fearsome fire dragon, which charged madly at the dense mass of examinees. Brother Yun, I'll help you. Hai Nu shouted, soaring into the air. She spread her arms wide, channeling her spiritual power. Deep blue seawater gushed from her hands, quickly filling the sky and exuding a terrifying aura. Ocean over the sky, Hai Nu whispered to herself, and the next moment, the endless seawater came crashing down. The crowd was filled with terror, instinctively channeling their spiritual power and brandishing their weapons in an attempt to defend themselves. Suddenly, hundreds of purple beams shot down from the sky like arrows. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, hundreds of candidates were instantly eliminated, regardless of whether they were in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stage. Their bodies were flung back hundreds of meters like kites with broken strings, their minds blank, stripped of any ability to resist. Yun Mochen wielded a long spear, moving through the crowd as if no one could stand in his way. He noticed the battle on the side of the Sea Maiden and was internally shaken, thinking, such terrifying strength, she will definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. The battle did not end as quickly as everyone expected. Yun Mochen and the mysterious girl seemed to possess endless spiritual power, carving out 2 bloody paths among tens of thousands of candidates. Without exception, every candidate who faced them was eliminated in a single strike. In just a few minutes, the two had eliminated nearly 10,000 candidates. The Butcher and Kai Dama stared in disbelief at the large screen, casting incredulous glances at each other. In their minds, Yun Mochen was just an ordinary child, carefully protected, with a gentle disposition. Yet now, the Yun Mochen on the screen seemed like a demon emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his eyes as cold as the heavens, delivering fatal blows to every challenger with mechanical precision. On the battlefield, large trees crashed down, and grass was uprooted. Limbs lay scattered on the ground, and the thick scent of blood permeated the air. Gradually, people began to suspect that they had been deceived by Jun Songling and Fong Mahai. Considering the power Yun Mochen and the mysterious girl displayed, they didn't need any schemes to easily defeat Jun, Songling, and Fong Mahai. A few clear-headed candidates suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and loudly discussed, should we surrender? There's no point in going to our deaths like fools. At this point, surrendering would truly be foolish. That bastard Jun Songling definitely slandered Yun Mochen and the others, deliberately making us attack them. But now that we're in the heat of battle, if you suddenly want to switch sides, are you able to take on Jun Songling and Fong Mahai at the first level of the Golden Core stage? Or are you confident you can defeat Yun Mochen and that terrifying demon girl at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage? Now we're all just pawns between the two of them, stuck with no way forward or back. Our only chance for a future at university is to take down Yun Mochen. These words spread like wildfire throughout the crowd. The suppressed frustration and anger in everyone's hearts finally erupted, and the slogans gradually unified. Jun Songling, Fong Mahai, screw you. Yun Mochen, demon girl, kill them. Seeing this, Jun Songling and Fong Mahai couldn't help but rise higher, fearing an ambush from the people below. Fong Mahai tightened his grip on his longbow, his expression serious, lost in thought. Jun Songling sneered, still so arrogant now, but not for long. Fong Mahai, the moment their spiritual power runs dry, we'll strike together and kill them with overwhelming force. Fong Mahai nodded in agreement. His gaze never left the battlefield, as if waiting for something. 3 hours later, the battlefield was unrecognizable. The once lush forests and grasslands had disappeared, replaced by a barren wasteland. The ground was riddled with craters of various sizes, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. The massive crowd of over 100,000 examinees had been reduced by more than half. Yun Mochen, the young man in white, was drenched in blood, his clothes now a glaring crimson. The spear in his hand swung continuously, as if reveling in the blood, emitting a faint red glow. Beside him, the sea maiden in a deep blue dress was struggling, her earlier strength waning. Despite the seawater protecting her dress from staining, she was forced to retreat to Yun Mochen's side. Sea maiden, your spiritual power is nearly depleted. Soon you'll be at your limit. You should retreat. Yun Mochen shouted. Before he could finish, a foundation stage examinee swung a hammer, sending the sea maiden flying several meters and drawing blood. Her expression turned fierce as she frantically summoned her spiritual power, transforming the seawater from her palm into sharp blades that shot towards the attacker. With a loud bang, the examinee vanished without a trace. Cough. Yun, I won't retreat if you don't, the sea maiden coughed. My dad always said, whether boy or girl, loyalty to friends is important. And since you treated me to roast piglet, you're my friend. Yun Mochen was taken aback. After fending off several examinees, he couldn't help but ask, Sea maiden, have you really eaten human flesh? Cough, cough. Yun, no, I haven't. The sea maiden replied, a bit embarrassed. I just think it sounds cool, so I made it my catchphrase. Yun Mochen was speechless. At this moment, though his attacks appeared fierce, his spiritual power was nearing its limit, and he could only barely maintain the fight through sheer willpower. Watch out, Yun. Su Jipang suddenly shouted from behind him. Yun Mochen's heart went cold, a sense of danger surging through him. He instinctively swung his spear, thrusting it behind him with force. Boom. A figure was sent flying back hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into a large rock, kicking up clouds of dust. Yun, Yun, Su Jipang and the sea maiden shouted in unison. Through the dust, a blood-red figure staggered out, but after only a few steps, he fell to one knee. It was Yun Mochen. A blue arrow was lodged just above his chest, with blood slowly dripping from it. In 2 different places, 3 people exclaimed at their screens, Young Master. Luo Wuqing, the butcher, and Aunt Kai all wore expressions of worry and heartache, as if the arrow had struck them instead. Stay strong, young master. You'll be all right, young master. Young master. In their hearts, all 3 silently prayed for a miracle. Ha! Fang Mohai's maniacal laughter echoed in the air as he looked down at Yun Mochen with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Yun Mochen, where's your arrogance now? Weren't you the tough one? Keep going. You can't even handle a casual arrow from me. What a waste. Before his words had faded, Fang Mohai's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared directly above Yun Mochen. Holding a longbow, he looked down at his opponent with a victorious air. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded again as a deep blue silhouette was blasted away like a broken kite, tracing a long arc through the air, sliding hundreds of meters away. Yun Mochen ignored Fang Mohai's taunts, suppressing the violent pain within him, and shot towards the silhouette. He reached out to support Haixia's back, barely stabilizing her form. Haixia, are you okay? Yun Mochen asked with concern. Ugh. Haixia spat out a mouthful of blood again, her gaze towards Jun Songling as cold as ice. She struggled to speak. I'm fine. Seeing the once innocent and lovely Haixia in such a miserable state, Yun Mochen's expression darkened ominously. He thought to himself, this matter had nothing to do with Haixia. Even if she hadn't come to help, the battle between him, Su Jupang, Jun Songling, and Fang Mahai would have resulted in 2 victors. With 3 spots available for the top 3, Haixia's strength could have easily secured the final spot. But she chose to fight alongside Yun Mochen instead. She acted straightforwardly, without scheming, facing formidable opponents bravely and loyally. These qualities alone made Yun Mochen silently acknowledge her as a friend. Haixia, I consider you a friend. Leave the rest to me. Yun Mochen silently pulled out the arrow from his chest and gently placed Haixia aside. He surrounded her with a powerful aura, then took a roasted pig's trotter from his spatial ring and handed it to her, smiling lightly. Brother Yun. Haixia's snow-white legs crossed on the ground, her delicate feet untainted. Holding the pig's trotter, which was larger than her face, she felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. She couldn't help but swallow. The next moment, Haixia reached out, instinctively wanting Yun Mochen to release her from the aura. But halfway through, she hesitated, realizing she had no spiritual power left and would only be a burden if she went out. Even a chi-refining cultivator could subdue her now. Her tear-filled eyes could only watch Yun Mochen's retreating figure. Under the sunlight in the secret realm, his figure grew longer, becoming increasingly majestic in her heart. Yun Mochen, have you gone stupid from my beating? Ha ha ha. Still playing the hero when you're at death's door? Let's see what you're made of. Fang Mahai taunted arrogantly. Jun Songling squinted slightly and quickly said to Fong Mahai, Fong Mahai, let's strike together and end this quickly to avoid any surprises. Jun Songling, you're too cowardly. Yun Mochen can't even take one of my moves now, let alone threaten the two of us. Fong Mahai replied disdainfully. At that moment, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Yun Mochen put away his spear into his spatial ring, slowly spreading his hands as if he were a preacher. He sneered coldly. Oh really? Blood, come to me. In the next second, something seemed to excite the overturning heaven art within Yun Mochen, making it operate frantically. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of blood-red energy surged from the scattered blood and limbs on the ground, rushing towards Yun Mochen. The sky's original blue quickly vanished, transforming into a dark, ominous blood red. Oh my goodness! An astonishing scene suddenly unfolded in the examination hall. The scattered blood seemed to follow a mysterious command, and all converged towards Yun Mochen. This eerie sight threw the candidates into a panic, causing them to instinctively distance themselves from Yun Mochen, their faces filled with terror. Some even whimpered softly, saying they wanted their mother. At that moment, Jun Songling realized something was wrong, and, without waiting for Fong Mahai's response, unleashed his martial skills towards Yun Mochen. Seeing this, Fong Mahai dared not hesitate and immediately conjured a terrifying arrow, also aiming it at Yun Mochen. Facing the fierce attack coming his way, Yun Mochen slowly lifted his head, his expression unruffled. In his hand, the blood-red spear appeared once again, seemingly out of nowhere. He shouted in his heart, "Furious dragon devours heaven." Instantly, the blood-red spear was released, transforming into a fearsome dragon that charged towards the two men's martial skills with earth-shattering force. Astonishingly, when Jun Songling and Fong Mahai's martial skills collided with the blood spear, they shattered in less than a second. The blue arrow disintegrated into tiny fragments, and the ensuing energy wave sent hundreds of candidates flying. Yet the blood spear did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated, heading straight for Fong Mahai. Fong Mahai was horrified, not even finishing his words before his pupils shrank dramatically. A terrifying blood-red spear was already at his face. With a thunderous roar, a disturbance in the sky was followed by a beam of purple light shooting towards the rapidly falling figure. Fong Mahai, eliminated, declared a cold, unfeeling voice. Yun Mochen turned to Jun Songling and said calmly, "Your turn." The voice was like a summons from the Grim Reaper, causing Jun Songling to shudder and fall limply from the air. He pleaded in terror, "Don't eliminate me. Please. I still have to bring glory to Yinyu City and head to the Huaxiao ranking competition." "To hell with your glory," Yun Mochen shouted angrily, pulling back the blood spear and thrusting it fiercely at Jun Songling's lower body. Ah! Jun Songling let out a piercing scream. "Shut up." Yun Mochen followed with a resounding slap, sending Jun Songling flying hundreds of meters. Clutching his bleeding lower body, Jun Songling hadn't yet recovered when Yun Mochen appeared before him again. Yun Mochen coldly said, "People like you, I feel dirty even cursing at you. You should just die." Jun Songling closed his eyes in despair, thinking he was about to be eliminated. However, a sense of foreboding suddenly struck him. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at his wrist, only to find his ring had somehow ended up in Yun Mochen's hand. Now, Jun Songling was truly panicked. In an instant, the intense pain below seemed to be forgotten as Jun Songling clung desperately to Yun Mochen's pant leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. His complexion was ashen, his whole body trembling, and his voice was filled with desperate pleading. "Yun Mochen? No. Brother Yun. Grandpa Yun. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was just momentarily possessed." His voice grew sharper, his eyes glimmering with fear. "I really wanted to make a name for myself. I really wanted to participate in the Huaxiao ranking tournament. If not for that, I, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have resorted to targeting you. Really, I swear." Yun Mochen looked down at him coldly, his gaze like a knife, devoid of any pity, as if he were looking at a stray dog waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing Yun Mochen not immediately act, a flicker of luck flashed in Jun Songling's eyes. He guessed that Yun Mochen might be cautious about the fact that they were at a college entrance exam site and wouldn't act rashly, so he grew slightly bolder. Besides, Jun Songling hastily added, his voice carrying a hint of threat, "Everything here is monitored by the nation and the public. Our every move is exposed to their view. If you really kill me, believe me, really, you won't end up well either." Yun Mochen frowned, his voice icy and piercing. Threatening me? You think I'm afraid of that?" Swoosh. The next second, Jun Songling's pupils shrank suddenly. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. A blood-red spear had pierced his heart precisely, protruding out from his back, with a blood-dripping heart hanging on its tip. "You be a better person in your next life," Yun Mochen said indifferently, kicking him away. With a look of unwillingness, Jun Songling's body flew several meters like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground, his eyes closing forever. This was Yun Machen's first time killing someone. He was surprised to find that he felt no fear or aversion to the act. Instead, a strange excitement surged within him. He didn't know if this was due to the influence of the blood fiend, but he clearly recognized that such scum deserved to die. Otherwise, he would only become a societal menace. So, he had no regrets. He had killed Jun Songling. The remaining examinees who witnessed everything were filled with terror, instinctively stepping back a few paces, afraid they might share Jun Songling's fate. Their breaths came in quick gasps, their limbs trembling, unable to meet Yun Machen's gaze. Yun Machen turned to face them, his eyes sharp as lightning. Will you withdraw yourselves? Or shall I send you on your way? Having dealt with the leader, it was time to handle the minions. Although these people had been mere pawns from the beginning, kept in the dark, they had been given a chance. Likewise, they had shown their choices clearly through their actions and their weapons against him. So, they would either be eliminated by him or choose to withdraw voluntarily. There was no third option. Compassion? That was non-existent. If he lacked strength, the consequences would be just as dire, if not worse. No one answered. They merely exchanged glances filled with fear and reluctant confusion. They struggled internally. Should they risk fighting back? Didn't they see that even 2 Golden Core stage experts were eliminated? One was even killed outright. Yet, the young man before them seemed unscathed. Moreover, out of tens of thousands of people, only a few thousand remained. If so many couldn't defeat him, what hope did they have? Rather than being eliminated with broken limbs, it was better to withdraw and prepare for next year's exams. Seeing this, Yun Machen sneered. And don't bother lecturing me about morality and reason. I don't care for that. I'll count to 3, and if no one voluntarily withdraws, don't blame me. 3. All of you. Everyone froze. Dude, are you crazy? Who starts counting to 3 with 3? Yun Machen wouldn't indulge them. He immediately unleashed his spiritual power, the blood fiend transforming into streaks of blood-red lightning in his hands. He charged into the crowd like a god of death, striking down anyone he encountered with a single blow. I want to go home. I'm not taking this exam. He's a madman. A madman. Me too. Wah. It's too terrifying. It hurts. Screams and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. Yun Machen's thunderous actions shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Soon, countless purple beams shot from the sky, marking the examinee's elimination. In just a few minutes, only 3 people remained in the entire secret realm. Brother Yun, you're amazing. Brother Yun. Hai Nu and Su Jiupang jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly. They had won, truly won. Who would have thought that 3 people facing tens of thousands could still hold the advantage on their side? Especially when one of them was just slacking off. Yun Machen turned to look at them, a relieved smile on his face. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, and he took a deep breath. Next, the Huaxiao ranking tournament is the real battle. Qingyan, wait for me. Thus, the first round of the beast hunting points competition concluded in a resounding victory. They claimed all 3 top spots in Yinyu City. System, thank you for this time. Oh, Master, you're making me feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Just as Yun Machen's spiritual energy was exhausted, he intended to reveal the 5 great boundaries and sword intent, but the system intercepted him directly. Master, a trump card should be used against someone of equal strength. Otherwise, it's not really a trump card, is it? The system's voice echoed in Yun Machen's mind, revealing an astonishing hidden ability of the heaven covering technique. It turns out that the heaven covering technique can not only absorb qi and blood from fallen or severed limbs, but also instantly convert any remaining spiritual energy into his own use. This absorption speed surpasses that of extracting spiritual energy from spirit stones, completing the conversion almost simultaneously with the absorption of qi and blood. This means that as long as the opponent is in a weakened state, Yun Machen can continuously absorb the spiritual energy from their qi and blood, perpetually restoring his own spiritual power and thus achieving an invincible position. Yun Machen was secretly delighted, knowing that without this ability, he could have chosen to temporarily retreat, use the 10,000 spirit stones provided by the Ming clan to slowly recover his strength, and then return to fight again. However, the system's next word startled him. Oh, by the way, Master, there's an automatic deduction of 200,000 qi and blood points. Yun Machen's body stiffened, and any positive impression of the system vanished. He couldn't help but twitch his face, suppressing his anger. Meanwhile, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of distraction as she stared blankly at the screen, showing the confident young man in white, murmuring to herself. Young master, you hid so deeply. The strength Yun Machen displayed had already exceeded her expectations. Such talent undoubtedly placed him among the top tier of contemporary prodigies. Mo Wu was equally shaken, feeling as if he was witnessing the rise of a peerless powerhouse. Suddenly, he glanced at the time, remembered something, and respectfully bowed to Luo Wuqing, saying, My lady, I need to go maintain order for a while. Please excuse me. By the way, the things you said today, I see them reflected in this young man, and I've learned a lot. Thank you. Luo Wuqing waved her hand lightly and said, I'll come with you. Remember, I'm just a regular high school teacher. Mo Wu's brows furrowed with a trace of confusion, but he quickly returned to normal and replied respectfully, yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the butcher watched Yun Mochen with fiery eyes, so excited he nearly danced on the rooftop. Aunt Kai, add 2 more dishes for me today. Our young master is incredible. Aunt Kai misunderstood his excitement, awkwardly whispering, I'll eat at home. You cook for yourself. But her excitement was no less than the butcher's. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurried off. Aunt Kai, where are you going? The butcher asked in confusion. The young master will be back after his exam today. I'm going to buy some good ingredients and cook for him. Aunt Kai shouted back without turning around. Inside the secret realm, Yun Mochen, Su Jupang, and Hainu exchanged smiles and pressed the auto-elimination button, leaving the secret realm. As for the points, they no longer mattered, since only the 3 of them remained till the end. By the way, Hainu, what's your contact info? Su Jupang suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Brother Jupang, Brother Yun, my phone number is 177,663. Hainu's words were cut off as everyone vanished from the spot. I forgot to get Hainu's contact info beforehand. Su Jupang said regretfully after returning to the Tianshui High School playground, seeing a flash of black and white. No worries, we'll see each other again soon. Yun Mochen patted Jupang's shoulder reassuringly and then instinctively glanced around. The surrounding students were noticeably fewer, likely taken to the hospital. The sudden appearance of Yun Mochen was like a clap of thunder, stunning everyone present. It was as if they had seen a ghost. People quickly retreated dozens of meters, creating a wide open space in the densely packed crowd. Faced with this unexpected cold reception, Yun Mochen awkwardly smiled and waved. Haha. Hello everyone. His greeting did nothing to ease the tension. Instead, it made the crowd step back even further. Someone muttered discontentedly from the crowd. Hello? More like hello to yourself. This sentiment echoed the feelings of all the candidates present. In the entire city of Yinyu, apart from Yun Mochen and 2 others, all the other candidates had failed and would have to try again next year. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he's just blessed with fortune. The other kids are unlucky to be in the same city, with all the luck seemingly concentrated on him alone. At that moment, Mo Wu descended from the sky, landing in the center of the open space. He glanced at Luo Wuqing under the teaching building, and seeing no instructions from him, turned his attention to Yun Mochen. Mo Wu took a deep breath and raised his voice to address everyone. Everyone, the first round of assessments is over, and you should all be aware of the results. But I hope none of you will be discouraged or give up. 0 points. Everyone is at 0 points, which means you're all starting from the same starting line. Work hard for another year, and aim for a good score next year. As he spoke, Mo Wu suddenly remembered something and added, you might wonder why the first round seems so unfair and poorly designed. Let me tell you, the first lesson we want to teach you is about making choices. Mo Wu cleverly adapted what Luo Wuqing had taught him, presenting it as motivational advice to all the students present. Meanwhile, exams were still in full swing across the country. However, an unassuming trending topic suddenly skyrocketed to the top of the charts. Explosive news. Mystery Boy challenges the Emperor, claims top spot in Yinyu City with Foundation Establishment Stage Level 9. This news was like a bombshell, instantly sparking a heated discussion among netizens nationwide. Whoa, no way. Are you kidding me? Just a month ago, I heard he was only at Qi Refining Stage Level 7. How could he jump to Foundation Establishment Stage Level 9 in such a short time? Exactly. I can guarantee with my life it's true. My relative is a teacher at their school. I asked on the day, and he was just a small fry at Qi Refining Stage. It's definitely not fake. And even if Yun Mochen was hiding his true power, revealing Foundation Establishment Stage Level 9 during the exam, does Yinyu City have no one else? Can't even produce a single Golden Core Stage prodigy to take him down. Indeed, if Yun Mochen's level is real, then Yinyu City must be really weak. Can't even handle someone at the Foundation Establishment Stage. These comments thoroughly infuriated the candidates from Yinyu City. They quickly went online to retaliate. You guys are just a bunch of online trolls. Besides barking like dogs, what else can you do? What's wrong with us from Yinyu City? We're not worse than your backwater places. Yun Mochen is truly at Foundation Establishment Stage Level 9, but his strength far exceeds that. He's defeated 2 Golden Core Stage opponents. If you don't believe it, go try it yourself. If you can beat him, I'll eat dirt for 3 days right in front of you. At this moment, a user with a verified account at the transformation stage curiously asked, really? I'd like to try. Meanwhile, a media person named Brother Gua was secretly rejoicing. While all the media were following orders to head to cities with Emperor's children, he alone remembered Yun Mochen's story and, staking his career, decided to go against the tide and broadcast from Yinyu City. Brother Yun, no, Brother Yun. You're truly my lucky star. Brother Gua thought happily. However, he soon discovered that his live broadcast of the Yinyu City exam couldn't be posted no matter what, as if someone was targeting him. Fortunately, his posts were still going through, and as he expected, they once again topped the trending charts. Probably in a few days, the media leadership will change. Brother Gua thought to himself. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. You. Ahem, you two come to the principal's office. After Mo Wu arranged for the students to leave in an orderly manner, he kept Yun Mochen and Su Jipang behind. Yun Mochen felt a bit anxious, worried that his actions in the first test, where he had to kill, might be held against him. However, when he saw Luo Wuqing smiling and nodding at him from a distance, his concerns quickly dissipated. The three of them entered the principal's office, which had been vacated by the principal earlier. Mo Wu's demeanor underwent a dramatic change. The imposing aura he had earlier was replaced by a beaming smile as he looked at Yun Mochen, his enthusiasm somewhat puzzling. Hara, your name is Yun Mochen, right? Truly a young hero, Mo Wu said with a laugh, pouring a cup of hot water for Yun Mochen. Yun Mochen responded politely. Yes, Senior Mo Wu. May I ask why you wanted to see us? Mo Wu pushed the teacup towards Yun Mochen and explained. Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to let you know to go home and rest well today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the teleportation array in Yinyu City to send you to the capital for the final exam. Seeing Yun Mochen hesitate, Mo Wu urged. Why are you just standing there? Drink up. Treat me as your teacher. No need to be so formal. It must have been tough for you in there. Although Yun Mochen was confused by Mo Wu's enthusiasm, he politely took a few sips of water. Beside him, Su Jupang deliberately coughed to hint at his own thirst, but Mo Wu shot him a cold glance and said, Pour it yourself. Su Jupang's mouth twitched, while Mo Wu quickly turned back to Yun Mochen, smiling warmly. I suppose you're worried about the accidental killing during the assessment? Yun Mochen nodded, though he was puzzled by Mo Wu's choice of words, knowing full well it was intentional. Mo Wu continued. No need to worry. That guy deserved it. Mochen, everything you did was within the rules of the exam. He attacked you first, and in your extreme panic, you accidentally killed him, right? Yun Mochen was about to speak, but seeing Mo Wu's suggestive wink, he caught on and earnestly replied. Yes, Senior. Jun Songling organized hundreds of thousands of candidates to hunt us down. Fortunately, we had some skills and managed to turn the tables. But I accidentally killed him. Mo Wu gave Yun Mochen an approving look and continued. I watched the entire assessment. That's exactly how it was. You even tried to resuscitate him with your foot after your accidental act. You're a good kid. Su Jipang's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought. No way. Dude, are you blind? Brother Yun's kick was clearly out of anger. With an unchanged expression, Mo Wu concluded, there's nothing else really. I will report everything that happened here truthfully to my superiors. Yun Mochen admired Mo Wu's shrewdness. At that moment, Mo Wu pulled a small vial from his pocket and poured out a glowing green pill. This is a Tianqing pill. After you take it, your injuries should heal, Mo Wu explained. Yun Mochen was surprised to recognize it as a valuable mid-level Xian-grade pill worth millions, and he quickly declined. Senior, this pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Mo Wu, however, firmly placed the pill in Yun Mochen's hand, saying generously, Mochen, no need to be so polite with me. This little pill is nothing to me. Faced with Mo Wu's irresistible enthusiasm, Yun Mochen respectfully accepted the elixir, bowing deeply. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. If I achieve success in the future, I will surely repay you. A hint of approval flashed in Mo Wu's eyes, and the more he looked at Yun Mochen, the more he liked him. He waved his hand with a gentle smile. Go home and make sure you rest well. Su Jipang stood there for a long time, his gaze shifting between Mo Wu and the elixir in Yun Mochen's hand, his expression filled with disbelief. Mo Wu quickly returned to his usual stern demeanor, giving a cold snort. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. Su Jipang felt a pang of sorrow, sighing to himself. Oh, why is there such a gap between people? He then turned to follow Yun Mochen. Instead of going straight home, Yun Mochen went to find Luo Wuqing after parting with Su Jipang. Teacher Luo Wuqing, I hope I didn't disappoint you, he asked softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Today, Luo Wuqing was dressed differently, swapping her usual white dress for a fitted white qipao, with her braids still pinned up, resting on her chest. The qipao accentuated her shapely figure, making it hard to look away. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliant smile as she nodded gently. Mochen, today is the happiest day I've had in my 3 years at Tianshui High School. You are my pride. Yun Mochen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, instinctively rubbing the back of his head. Luo Wuqing noticed the bloodstains and arrow holes on him, her eyes showing concern. Does it hurt? She asked softly. Yun Mochen quickly explained that he had sealed the wound with spiritual power, so it wouldn't bleed anymore and wouldn't have a significant impact on his body, only needing time to heal. Haha. It doesn't hurt, he laughed, then hesitantly asked. Teacher Luo Wuqing, I'm sorry for keeping things from you. You don't mind, do you? Luo Wuqing waved her hand with a cheerful smile. On the path to immortality, everyone has their own opportunities. Mochen, you're right to keep some things to yourself. even from those close to you. You have to learn to hide your strengths and keep your cards close, because human nature is complex. Yun Mochen nodded earnestly. I will, teacher Luo Wuqing. He suddenly recalled Mo Wu's unusually friendly attitude towards him and asked, puzzled, Teacher Luo Wuqing, why do I feel that Senior Mo Wu is very friendly to me? Yun Mochen recounted everything that happened in the office, revealing the green elixir in his palm. Luo Wuqing remained composed, gently closing Yun Mochen's palm with her slender hand. Don't worry, he won't harm you. Mo Wu is, after all, someone sent by the state. His choice to protect you and his friendliness might just be because he admires you. In other words, it's your talent, strength, or character that impressed him. Yun Mochen suddenly understood, letting go of his guard, and stored the Tianqin elixir in his spatial ring. Luo Wuqing suddenly changed the topic. On another note, Mochen, do I look pretty today? She lowered her head to smooth her braid on her chest, then slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Pretty. Yin Mochen replied directly, more composed this time after being teased once before. Do you like your teacher? Li what? Yin Mochen instinctively started to answer, then realized what he was saying, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, his eyes wide open as if he had heard some shocking news. Seeing Yin Mochen's extremely unusual expression, Luo Wuqing seemed to have achieved her desired effect and covered her mouth, laughing. Ha! Hurry home and rest well. Yin Mochen's mind went blank, and he quickly nodded, turning to run home. The young master is truly adorable. Luo Wuqing murmured to herself after regaining her composure. That Mo Wu really knows how to handle things. I'll put in a good word for him when the time comes. On his way home, Yin Mochen clearly felt that almost every passerby was casting their gaze upon him. Countless eyes were focused on Yun Mochen, filled with emotions like anger, admiration, and fear. He chuckled softly, realizing he had become a famous figure in Yenyu City. Single-handedly causing all the students in Yenyu City to retake their exams was unprecedented in both the city's and the entire nation's history. Yun Mochen slowly pushed open the door to his home, and suddenly, colorful confetti fluttered down from the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. Congratulations, Mochen, on your triumphant return. The butcher and Aunt Kai held tubes of confetti, their faces beaming with excitement. This sight warmed Yun Mochen's heart, his eyes slightly moist. As an orphan, he had never experienced the joy of sharing exam success with parents, yet now, there were people who silently cared for him. You brat, acting all formal with Uncle Tu again, huh? Come in quickly, Aunt Kai bought lots of goodies for today. You're in for a treat. The butcher warmly invited. Yun Mochen nodded in agreement, his heart full of gratitude. After dinner, the butcher and Aunt Kai gave him some instructions before finding an excuse to leave. Only then did Yun Mochen remember the Tianqin Dan. He picked up the glowing green pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Wow, delicious, he exclaimed. The pill was as cool and refreshing as mint candy, with a hint of sweetness. In an instant, a green aura emerged from his body, flowing toward his wounds. Before his eyes, the injuries sealed by spiritual power began to heal rapidly. In just a quarter of an hour, there wasn't a single trace of injury left on Yun Mochen's body. What an amazing thing, Yun Mochen remarked, satisfied as he stretched his body. He then opened his phone to check the results of the first round in other cities. Oh man, I'm trending again as #1. He shrugged helplessly and continued scrolling. As expected, the princes and princesses of the 5 great imperial clans all made it to the top 3 in their respective cities. Qingyan actually became the first in Jiuxian City. Ha ha ha, my woman is really strong. Seeing the posts congratulating Qingyan, Yun Mochen held his phone, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, an intriguing forum title caught his attention. Yun Clan's princess Chu Xiaoling defeated by Jiang Nantian, princess in tears. The title was accompanied by a video, which Yun Mochen curiously clicked on. In the video, within a secret realm, Jiang Nantian wielded an extraordinary Tang sword, its blade pointing at the fallen Chu Xiaoling. Despite Chu Xiaoling's lavish attire and dreamlike glass-like accessories, she was covered in dirt, her face smeared with dust, and her arms bore several bleeding cuts. We both hail from imperial clans. I'll give Yin Emperor some face and allow you to proceed to the next phase, Jiang Nantian said coldly. Wah! Why are you acting so high and mighty? Chu Xiaoling cried out. My father doesn't need your favor. If my brother were here, he'd beat you up for bullying me. Just you wait. Wah! Seeing this, Yin Mochen was puzzled. Brother? When did Chu Xiaoling have a brother? Although Jiang Nantian looked puzzled, he maintained his cool demeanor in front of everyone and went along with Chuck Xiaoling's words. All right, I'll wait for this so-called brother of yours to find me. The scene abruptly ended, and the forum exploded with excitement. In the comments section, netizens were eagerly discussing. Oh my gosh, this is a huge scoop. The imperial daughter Chuck Xiaoling claims to have a brother. Could there be another secretly nurtured imperial son in the Yun clan? Come on, you're behind the times. This is even more shocking than an imperial son. How many people can match the imperial daughter? They must be incredibly talented. Didn't the imperial daughter of the Zhu clan get whisked away? It said the guy who took her is now the top student in Yinyu City. Are you talking about that pretty boy? He's nothing but garbage. No, the whole Yinyu City is garbage. It's hilarious that a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator could top the city's college entrance exam. Huh? Yin Mochen glanced at these comments, his face twitching as he silently turned off his phone. He couldn't believe the gossip had reached him. He let out a cold snort. Laugh all you want, but soon you won't be laughing. With that, he entered the virtual divine space for training. After 3 days of intense combat in the secret realm, he felt his spear intent beginning to loosen. Meanwhile, in the Ming clan's Mengwan Hall, only Ming Emperor and Ming Yang were present. Ming Yang reported seriously to Ming Emperor. Master, it's absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that the spear in Yun Moching's hand is the one we gave to the Sword Immortal, the Blood Fiend. Furthermore, the Sword Immortal never appeared in the entire secret realm of Yinyu City. Ming Emperor muttered to himself, Sword Immortal, Yun Moching. After pondering for a moment, he created an invisible barrier around them before asking, Elder, is it possible that Yun Moching and the Sword Immortal are the same person? Ming Yang excitedly refuted, absolutely not. He couldn't accept that the hideous Sword Immortal who defeated him could be a handsome young prodigy. He explained, Master, Yun Moching's strength is indeed terrifying. I suspect his talent has already reached the top tier of contemporary prodigies, maybe even among the top ranks. But he's a spear cultivator who has comprehended a level of spear intent, while the Sword Immortal is a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent, so they can't be the same person. Besides, Yun Moching is quite good-looking, whereas the Sword Immortal. Ming Emperor pondered. Perhaps I'm overthinking. There might be some kind of deal between them. Or maybe the Sword Immortal is just a friend of Yun Moching, hiding his identity by taking the exam in another city. Investigate further, please. He then added, suddenly struck by another thought. Su Jipang stood frozen, staring intently at the buns in Mo Wu's hand. He coughed twice, feigning nonchalance, and said, if you want to eat, go buy some yourself. I only bought enough for one person. Mo Wu quickly withdrew his hand, his old face turning red, but he soon regained his composure and looked seriously at Su Jipang. Su Jipang crossed his arms in annoyance and turned his head away. Yun Mochen shook his head helplessly and smiled to lighten the mood. Senior Mo Wu, I have a small appetite and can't finish all these buns. I appreciate your kindness. Why not share some with Jipang? Mo Wu laughed heartily. Haha, Mochen, whatever you say. Come on, Jipang, have some. Su Jipang stubbornly replied. Humph, I won't eat. The scene shifts to the teleportation array in Misty Rain City. Yun Mochen spotted a deep blue figure in the distance, her small head constantly turning as if searching for something. Brother Yun, Brother Jipang, you're here. Hai Nu exclaimed excitedly. Good morning, Hai Nu. Yun Mochen responded with a smile. Good morning, Sister Hai Nu. Su Jipang's excitement was noticeably greater than Yun Mochen's. Mo Wu chuckled. Our little prodigies of Misty Rain City. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The three replied in unison. Okay. Mo Wu placed his hand on the large teleportation array, and with a flash of blue light, the four of them vanished instantly. In the imperial capital, Yun Mochen and his group followed Mo Wu into the city. Due to the no-flee regulations, they traveled by car. The bustling streets were a feast for Yun Mochen's eyes, and he couldn't help but praise them. He also noticed that the spiritual energy concentration here was at least twice that of Misty Rain City. Su Jipang, however, seemed unusually calm, as if he had returned home. Jipang, why don't you seem excited? This is the imperial capital, the political and military center of Huaxia. Yun Mochen asked curiously. Brother Yun, I'm hungry. Su Jipang replied. Yun Mochen sighed, and, after discussing with Mo Wu, got out of the car to find a stall selling ballot. Boss, 20 skewers of ballot to go, please, Yun Mochen said. Got it. Spicy ballot, coming right up. The shopkeeper was saying when he suddenly exclaimed in shock. Yun Mochen? The surrounding crowd turned at the sound. Wow, it really is Yun Mochen. He's a big name, topping the hot searches twice in a row. Realizing the situation could turn chaotic, Yun Mochen quickly paid for the ballot and urged, Senior Mo Wu, let's hurry. But he underestimated his own popularity. In the blink of an eye, their car was surrounded by people. Mo Wu, seeing this, was at a loss, wishing he could fly directly to the exam site, but bound by the rules. Just then, a deep voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Everyone, hold on tight. The group looked at each other in confusion, and before they could react, they found the car lifting off the ground. The driver in the front seat was bewildered, full of questions. Boom. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the car vanished from its spot. Mo Wu was shocked, not knowing what had just happened. Who on earth has the audacity and capability to fly over the imperial capital, and with their car in tow no less? As Yun Mochen and his companions were still in shock and confusion, a new face suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror. The person spoke calmly. Hello, I am Ming, the elder of the Ming clan, one of the 5 major imperial clans. A ghost, Hai Nu exclaimed, instinctively clutching Mochen tightly. Su Jipang was also frightened and instinctively held onto Mo Wu. Yang gave an awkward smile and hastened to speed up the car. 2 minutes later, the car landed smoothly. Through the car window, Machen saw a massive building outside, resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Yang blushed slightly and apologized. Sorry to have scared you. Upon hearing Yang's identity, Mo Wu immediately bowed respectfully and asked in a low voice, Senior Yang, what brings you here personally? Though Mo Wu was of a similar age to Yang, in this cultivation world where strength determined status, their standings were worlds apart, and Mo Wu dared not show any disrespect. Yang laughed heartily. Haha, no trouble at all. I was just passing by and saw you were in a bind, so I lent a hand. It would be a shame if you missed the exam. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Machen, thinking to himself, this kid is really handsome, almost as good-looking as I was in my youth. Machen stepped out of the car gracefully, pretending it was their first meeting, and respectfully greeted. Thank you for your help, Senior Yang. I am Machen, and these are Hai Nu and Su Jipang. Yang smiled and patted Machen on the shoulder. I watched your entire fight. You're truly a young hero. Very impressive performance. Machen humbly replied. You're too kind, Senior Yang. My skills are nowhere near those of Ming clan's imperial daughter, Ming Muan. Yang was even more pleased to hear this, thinking that Machen was not only polite, but also emotionally intelligent, much better than that unappealing fellow. Su Jipang suddenly asked curiously, Senior Yang, isn't flying forbidden in the capital? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Yang puffed out his chest and replied confidently, Punished? Humph, who dares to punish me? Except for the Ming Emperor, I fear no one. He felt secretly proud, thinking he had established a commanding presence among the young ones. Machen suddenly asked, Senior Yang, with your strength, aren't you invincible among your peers? Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off, but for the sake of face, he replied, of course. Machen gave a thumbs up and looked at Yang meaningfully. Impressive. Feeling a bit uneasy under Machen's gaze, Yang quickly changed the subject. Haha, it's getting late. You should head off. With that, he waved his hand and disappeared. Machen shook his head lightly and turned to the others with a smile. Let's go, everyone. As they entered the peculiar building, Mo Wu began to explain. This place is called the Ceiling God Platform and can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Here, you prodigies will truly shine. However, you must not let your guard down yet. In our Huaxia nation, there are over 3,000 cities, each with 3 candidates advancing to the second round. That means there are at least nearly 10,000 prodigies competing in the Huaxia ranking tournament. You may be geniuses in Yinyu City, but how far you can go on a national level depends on your own abilities. I can only bring you this far. You should go collect your number plates now. Oh, and there might be a realm test soon, so listen for the announcements and don't miss it. Mo Wu led Machen and his group into a grand hall, gave a few instructions, and then left. This vast space, capable of holding tens of thousands, was already teeming with cultivators ready to take their exams. Machen looked around, surprised to find that everyone was at the golden core stage, mostly in the first or second layers, with not a single foundation establishment stage candidate in sight. The unusual trio quickly drew attention from the crowd. Initially, it was Hai Nu's striking contrast of noble beauty and tattered attire that caught their eyes. She was barefoot, with 2 tinkling anklets around her ankles. Then, as their attention shifted to Machen and Su Jipang, the shock in their eyes deepened, as if they had realized something extraordinary. Noticing the peculiar stares, Hai Nu bared her sharp fangs playfully, pretending to be fierce. Brother Yun, the way they're looking at you makes me want to beat them up and eat them raw, she said, casually unleashing the powerful aura of a golden core stage 6-layer cultivator. Her intimidation worked immediately, causing the surrounding candidates to step back and keep their distance. Machen chuckled and shook his head, unfazed by Hai Nu's habitual threats. It's all right, Hai Nu, he said calmly, his expression unchanged. Not to be outdone, Su Jipang waved his fists at those giving them strange looks, shouting, what are you staring at? I'll beat you up if you keep looking. He inadvertently released his chi refining stage 9-layer aura, which only attracted more curious glances. At that moment, a short, oddly dressed young man appeared behind Machen. He held a worn, yellowed book in one hand, wore a Taoist cap, and had a monocle with no leg hanging from a silver chain around his neck, giving him a scholarly appearance. Fellow cultivator, I sense we share a destiny. Allow me to give you a free fortune reading, the young man said confidently. Sensing the young man's golden core stage 5-layer cultivation, Machen knew he was no ordinary person and cautiously asked, and you are? Before the young man could answer, Hai Nu interjected, are you the diviner ranked 9th on the virtual god list? The diviner looked surprised and asked, this lady knows me? May I ask who you are? I'm Hai Nu, ranked 8th on the virtual god list, just ahead of you. Hai Nu said proudly, lifting her chin with a sense of accomplishment. The diviner suddenly understood and quickly replied, what an honor. It seems we truly are destined to meet. May I ask who these two are? He turned his gaze to Yun Mochen and Su Jupang. Yun Mochen briefly introduced himself. I'm Yun Mochen, and this is my brother, Su Jupang. Nice to meet you. So, what is this phantom god ranking you mentioned? Yun Mochen asked curiously. Hai Nu's eyes lit up with pride, eager to explain. She enthusiastically recounted the origins, significance, and ranking rules of the phantom god ranking, her voice filled with excitement. After listening, Yun Mochen pretended to have a sudden realization. He gave Hai Nu and Su Jupang a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive, impressive. Su Jupang, however, showed no interest in the rankings. He crossed his arms, chewing on a preserved egg, and glanced disdainfully at the short diviner. Brother Yun, it's just so-so. Hai Nu, satisfied with the compliment, waved her hand. Suddenly, she remembered something and leaned in close to Yun Mochen, whispering with a gossiping glint in her eye. Oh, and Brother Yun, guess what? The top of the phantom god ranking isn't Jiang Nantian, but a mysterious young man called Sword Immortal. Yun Mochen widened his eyes, feigning disbelief, and asked, really? Really? Why would I lie to you, Brother Yun? Hai Nu assured him, adding, I've heard he's quite handsome too. The group quickly became more familiar with each other through the topic of the phantom god ranking. At the diviner's enthusiastic invitation, Yun Mochen extended his left hand for a free fortune-telling. The diviner studied Yun Mochen's palm carefully, suddenly freezing, and gasped, hiss. Yun Taoist, your palm is quite unusual. Yun Mochen's heart sank, and he quickly asked, Diviner, what have you seen? The diviner hesitated. Yun Taoist, your palm. It's hard to say, but, since we're fated to meet, I'll help you out. With that, the diviner began chanting a mysterious incantation, his spiritual energy surging. The yellowed book in his hand floated into the air, emanating an enigmatic aura. Open, Book of Heaven, the diviner shouted, pointing sharply at the floating book. Unexpectedly, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of the diviner's mouth. Are you all right? Yun Mochen asked with concern, adding, Diviner, if you can't see anything, it's okay not to force it. The diviner waved him off, though his face showed pain and strain. No worries, I must do this reading for you today. Once more, the diviner infused spiritual energy into the book. The yellowed pages flashed with golden light, but it quickly faded, leaving only a line of text. 1,000 spirit stones, and you shall know. Seeing this, Yun Mochen and his companions immediately turned and left. Behind them, the diviner's desperate cries echoed. Hey, Yun Taoist, don't go. I'm not done yet. The price is negotiable. Hai Nu, stay away from these crazy people in the future, Yun Mochen advised. Got it, Brother Yun. I feel like punching him. Hai Nu said angrily. Su Jupang chimed in. Brother Yun, he must be an idiot, right? Yeah, looks like it, Yun Mochen agreed. After they left, a red light flickered briefly on the diviner's book. The text on the page blurred and faded, replaced by a new line in blood red. The fall of immortals, the arrival of catastrophes. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall. All candidates, please contact the staff to receive your exam number and enter the function platform to wait quietly. In 10 minutes, candidates whose names are called, please proceed to the function platform for realm testing. Yun Mochen and his friends exchanged a glance before each going to collect their exam badges. Within a couple of minutes, they were holding their number cards and stepping into the function platform, choosing a spot with a good view. In no time, the platform, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was packed. Yun, what's your number? Hai Nu asked curiously. 9527, Yun Mochen replied. What about you? Hai Nu beamed. I drew the lucky number 7. She then turned to Su Jupang. Why do you look unhappy, Jupang? What's your number? Su Jupang's mouth twitched with a helpless expression as he muttered, 250. Yun Mochen and Hai Nu burst into laughter. After calming down, Yun Mochen noticed that many examinees had family with them and asked, Hai Nu, why didn't your parents come? Hai Nu pouted. I didn't want them to. They arranged a marriage for me. So annoying. Yun Mochen chuckled softly and then looked at Su Jupang. How about you? Su Jupang's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Yun, they said they'd show up eventually, but I don't know where they are. Yun Mochen looked puzzled. What do you mean they came but you don't know? Are you not close with your parents? Just as Yun Mochen was scanning the area for a familiar figure, an announcement echoed. Candidate number 1, please proceed to the function platform for your realm test. With a thunderous rumble, the ground of the platform sank, and a massive black stone slowly emerged. At the same time, a chubby, bald youth calmly walked onto the stage. The crowd fell silent, all eyes curious about this unusual boy. He wore a monk's robe and held an open gourd of wine, its fragrance filling the air. What's going on? Even monks are taking the exam now, someone whispered. If he's a monk, what's with the wine gourd? The bald youth seemed to hear this and turned to the examinees with a smile, saying, Amit ba, as the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. I just love drinking wine, none of your business. Whoa, what a bold monk, the crowd exclaimed in awe. Mochen mused, I think I know who he is. At that moment, the bald youth placed his hand on the testing stone. Golden characters immediately appeared on the stone. Jochuan City Bukuan Golden Core Stage, Level 7. The audience erupted. This year's exam started with a bang. Reaching the 7th level of the Golden Core Stage at just 18, such a prodigy was poised to stand out among billions of cultivators. The examinees were left in shock and despair, unable to recover for a long time. What was most unbelievable was that he wasn't just on the verge of the Golden Core Stage. He was actually at the 7th layer of the Golden Core Stage. This news hit all the examinees present like a heavy blow. Seriously, what's the point of competing? Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Many examinees thought that successfully breaking through to the 1st or 2nd layer of the Golden Core Stage was quite an achievement, even if they couldn't compare to the sons and daughters of emperors. They hoped to at least rank in the top few hundred or thousand. But this examinee, who nobody had heard of, suddenly appeared at a level that seemed almost unreachable. They were among the top 3 in their own cities. Someone murmured in disbelief. While everyone was in shock, Bukong the monk remained unusually calm. He casually picked up a small gourd, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Glug glug. Ah, good wine. His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if to say everyone was overreacting. Mochen gave Bukong a deep look, his brows knitted. He thought to himself, clearly, judging a cultivator's true strength solely by the virtual god ranking is too one-dimensional. At this moment, a slightly indignant voice spoke up. I know him too. Humph, this guy is ranked just above me on the virtual god ranking, going by the name Old Monk Loves Wine. Su Jipang glanced at Bukong and chimed in. Of course, Sister Haim's strength is definitely superior. What use is high cultivation if he looks like that? Obviously, he's just a product of abundant resources. Mochen's mouth twitched, casting a half-smiling look at Su Jipang. When it comes to weight, Su Jipang wasn't much slimmer than Bukong. Oh, Yun, I was sick as a child, and it's a side effect of the elixir I took. Su Jipang quickly explained. As long as you're happy, Mochen said, shaking his head helplessly. After Bukong took the stage, the next few examinees tested were relatively normal, with less frightening cultivation levels. The crowd's hearts finally eased a bit. But then, a graceful figure in deep blue rose from Mochen's direction and headed to the examination platform. Yinyu City Haim's 6th layer of the Golden Core Stage. Another powerhouse. However, after Bukong's precedent, Haim's achievement of reaching the 6th layer of the Golden Core Stage seemed somewhat acceptable to the crowd. Little did they know, after entering the Golden Core Stage, each layer's progression was as difficult as climbing a mountain. Some people spend their entire lives stuck at the 1st layer of the Golden Core Stage without advancing further. Soon, the crowd noticed something else worth noting. Wow, isn't that the famous Yinyu city from the trending list? Such a genius, someone exclaimed. Then why did I hear Mochen was the one who won 1st place? Is there some conspiracy? Another person wondered. You don't get it, huh? Someone said with an air of mystery. I've heard that although Mochen is a nobody, he's quite good looking. And you know how little girls are into those fair-skinned pretty boys, right? Hehe. Get it now. Ha ha. Got it. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Shut up, you idiots. Su Jipang couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. He took off his shoe and threw it at the person who was speaking. Thud. Ah, who hit me? The examinee screamed in pain. Mochen quickly covered Su Jipang's mouth, shaking his head to signal him not to cause trouble. Yun, their words were too harsh. I couldn't hold back, Su Jipang said, feeling wronged. Jipang, it's good for a man to have spirit, but impulsiveness isn't spirit, Mochen said earnestly. A true man can bend and stretch. If you want to fight, wait until you're on stage and then give them a good beating. That's real spirit. Otherwise, if we get kicked out for causing trouble and lose our chance to take the exam, it won't be worth it. In fact, Mochen's words were more like a reminder to himself. Unbeknownst to others, the murderous intent in his eyes had already solidified to a near tangible level. They could spread rumors about him, but spreading baseless and vulgar rumors about a girl was something he couldn't tolerate. If this weren't the college entrance exam, he would have acted already. He had memorized the faces of those people. As for Su Jipang, he was only at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. How could he possibly win against anyone? After Haim, no examinee who took the stage had reached even the 5th layer of the Golden Core Stage. Not even the 4th layer, though there were a few at the 3rd layer. Beiwang City Rin Fengchua 1st layer of the Golden Core Stage. After Rin Fengchua took the stage, it was Su Jipang's turn. Examinee number 250, please proceed to the divinity platform for your cultivation test. Su Jipang's mouth twitched again as he slowly stood up with a gloomy expression and walked toward the divinity platform. On the Fengshan platform in Yenyu City, Su Jipang stood in front of the testing stone, and the entire audience held their breath in anticipation. When the testing stone finally reacted, the whole space plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at each other in shock, as if confirming they hadn't seen wrong. The next moment, the function platform erupted in deafening noise. The candidates' faces broke into mocking laughter, as if they were watching a farce. Yenyu City is really making a name for itself this year, one candidate jeered loudly. Having a foundation establishment stage in the top 3 is one thing, but ending with a chi refinement stage is something else. Huh. Another candidate laughed uproariously. I think Yenyu City is really lacking men. Out of hundreds of thousands of candidates, there's only one golden core stage genius, and she's a love-struck girl. Yenyu City is beyond saving. Someone shook their head in disdain. The national ranking competition even allows a chi refinement stage failure. How corrupt has the government become? This is a national disgrace. Meanwhile, the candidates from Yenyu City watching the live stream were flushed with embarrassment, staring at the screen with anger. Although previous candidates from Yenyu City hadn't been spectacular, they at least managed to secure mid to lower rankings, avoiding such ridicule. They had tried to explain online, but no one believed that Mochen, at the 9th level of foundation establishment, could contend with a golden core stage. In a hospital room in Yenyu City, Feng Mahai, wrapped in bandages, watched the live broadcast through a gap. Despite his questionable character, he felt no less anger than others at the ridicule directed at his hometown. He wanted to curse Mochen, but the words came out differently. Mochen, hang in there. In the adjacent hospital room, Ming, who had just regained consciousness, saw Su Jupang's figure and fell into a contemplative silence. Standing below the platform, Mochen clenched his fists involuntarily, his expression cold. He silently recited, "Listen to Brother Yun. A true man can endure humiliation." Then cursed inwardly. "You old fool, you've embarrassed me." Su Jupang suppressed his discontent and slowly walked down the function platform. This little incident was quickly overshadowed by the appearance of a stunning figure. Jiuxian City Zhu, Qingyan Golden Core Stage, 7th level. The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy again. Another Golden Core Stage, 7th level. Imperial Daughter. Imperial Daughter. Imperial Daughter. Almost all the candidates cheered. For them, participating in the second round of the national ranking competition was a great honor. While they were ambitious, they understood their own limitations. Those who truly stood out in the competition were none other than the offspring of the imperial and top families. These imperial sons and daughters were not competitors, but more like idols. There was another reason for the candidates' excitement. Zhu Qingyan's entrance was like a gentle breeze sweeping over the function platform, immediately capturing the attention of all the examinees. Her beauty transcended the ordinary, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Unlike their private encounters, Zhu Qingyan was now enveloped in a subtle aura of frost, both enchanting and intimidating to approach. Both male and female examinees were struck by her appearance, their eyes fervently following her every move. Mochen took notice of this and felt a twinge of caution. At that moment, Su Jiao excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Yun, it's sister-in-law." Mochen quickly gestured for him to be quiet and whispered, "This is the function platform, and Emperor Zhu might be observing from the shadows." He was astonished by Zhu Qingyan's rapid improvement in strength over just a few days, but was more concerned about the upcoming examination. The surrounding examinees cast envious glances at Mochen, and he could sense their animosity, as if he had stolen something precious. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Mochen decided to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, Hainu curiously observed Zhu Qingyan and Mochen, seemingly lost in thought. After Zhu Qingyan, the examination venue fell into a calm silence until a young man in black took the stage, instantly altering the atmosphere. This young man wore a delicately crafted black tang knife at his waist, with striking features and an air of sharpness and pride. The female examinees watched in a trance, biting their lips in admiration. Imperial Capital Jiang Nanshan Nascent Soul Stage Level 3. The result from the testing stone hit each examinee like a heavy blow. Reaching Nascent Soul Stage Level 3 at the age of 18 was an achievement that left everyone present in awe and disbelief. Jiang Nantian withdrew his hand with an impassive expression, his gaze fixed in the direction of Mochen, silently declaring victory. Mochen met his gaze, his emotions churning inside, yet he remained outwardly calm. The entire venue erupted in deafening cheers. "Jiang Nantian, you are my god. Imperial son, Imperial son, Imperial son." Jiang Nantian, unfazed by the tidal wave of applause, walked down from the function platform, as if none of it concerned him. Amidst the astonishment, people recalled Zhu Qingyan and marveled at how well matched they were in both talent and appearance. Someone whispered, "Compared to them, we seem more like NPCs and clowns." Another chimed in maliciously, "And what about Mochen? He's nothing but NPC trash." Upon hearing these words, Mochen slowly closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The sword and spear intent within him surged wildly, as he realized that the true challenge was only just beginning. After Zhang Nanshan's performance, although the cheers continued to rise and fall throughout the venue, they were no longer as fervent as before. The crowd seemed numb, overwhelmed by the impact of witnessing one true prodigy after another. Yun Mochen keenly noted a few promising talents, quietly committing them to memory. Ming Muin from Chang'an City, at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Chu Xiaoling from the Imperial Capital, at the 7th level. Jian Fuxing from Wuji City, at the 9th level, and the Diviner from Tiange City, at the 5th level. Brother Yun, it's almost your turn. Why hasn't Luo Zihan shown up yet? Hai Nu said disappointedly, biting into a roast pig's trotter. With the number of candidates around 10,000, Yun Machen's number was already quite late, yet there was still no sign of Luo Zihan. Suddenly, Su Jipang began to cough violently. Brother Jipang, what's wrong? Hai Nu asked concernedly. Nothing. I just choked. Su Jipang replied with difficulty. Yun Machen shook his head helplessly and gently patted Su Jipang's back. Taking advantage of Hai Nu's distraction, he raised an eyebrow at Su Jipang and whispered, Don't be scared, Jipang. I'm also pursuing a woman with a marriage agreement. Just because her father favors Luo Zihan doesn't mean she does. Look, Hai Nu clearly doesn't like him. You've got a great chance. If you like her, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Su Jipang's face grew even paler, and he nodded perfunctorily. Seizing a moment when Hai Nu wasn't looking, he cast a deep glance at her, lost in thought. Candidate number 9527. Please proceed to the function platform to test your level. Brother Yun, it's your turn. Good luck, Brother Yun. Ignore those idiots. I've endured them too. Yun Machen smiled faintly, rose slowly, and walked down from the stands. As the crowd caught sight of the young man in white, they began to sneer and mock. Yun Machen remained unfazed, letting the jeers drift away on the wind. As he placed his hand on the testing stone, Yun Machen paused for a moment, casting his gaze in the direction of Zhu Qingyan. Feeling his attention, Zhu Qingyan's breath became erratic, her previously aloof demeanor melting away as she instinctively adjusted her hair like a young girl. Miss, is he the one you like? Asked Lu Yi, Zhu Qingyan's attendant, curiously. Keep your voice down. Zhu Qingyan warned softly. Although Lu Yi was about the same age as Zhu Qingyan, years of companionship had made them more like close friends. Miss, no offense, but you really should reconsider your taste. Lu Yi couldn't help but say. Why? Zhu Qingyan asked, puzzled. Have you heard the saying, the one in the game is lost, the onlooker sees clearly? Lu Yi explained. Miss, you're the one in the game, and we're the onlookers. The marriage your family arranged for you is wonderful. Zhang Nantian isn't just handsome and well-connected. His talent is unparalleled, and he will undoubtedly become an invincible force in the world. If I had a husband like that, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. But you keep fixating on that Yun Machen. I don't see what you find appealing. Apart from being a bit handsome, compared to Zhang Nantian, he's like earth to the sky. You don't understand, shut up. Zhu Qingyan coldly interrupted Lu Yi. Miss, you really should listen to me. Before Yu Yi could finish her sentence, she was silenced by the severe look from Zhu Qingyan. Wisely, she closed her mouth and turned her gaze to the white-robed youth on the function platform, though her eyes betrayed a deep disdain. On the platform, Yun Machen stood like a pine tree, his expression calm. The light from the testing stone gradually faded, revealing a result that shocked everyone. Foundation Establishment Stage Level 10. What is going on? Gasps erupted from the crowd. I've never heard of a Foundation Establishment stage with 10 levels. Is the testing stone broken? Impossible. This is a treasure brought by the Yun Emperor from an ancient secret realm, tested on countless candidates. It can't be wrong. The chatter was incessant, but no one could explain the anomaly. Zhu Qingyan, seeing Yun Machen's cultivation level, was left in a daze, standing frozen. Being from an imperial family, she knew well what a Foundation Establishment stage level 10 meant. It was an extreme realm, a hidden stage only attainable by those with extraordinary talent and great fortune. It hinted that Yun Machen might possess the foundation for a celestial cultivation in the future. Regaining her composure, Zhu Qingyan smiled slightly, casting a triumphant glance at Yu Yi. Unwilling to back down, Yu Yi pouted. Miss, even if he's at level 10, what of it? He might get eliminated in the first round. Besides that egg-loving chubby, everyone else here is at the Golden Core stage. Hearing this, Zhu Qingyan frowned, worry crossing her face. She knew that every year, many proud candidates prefer to die than surrender, falling before their opponents. She silently vowed to herself. Even if it means breaking the exam rules, she will save Yun Machen. Yun Machen, indifferent to the reactions around him, instead found himself intrigued by the massive testing stone. He asked the system in his mind. System, what's the origin of this stone that it can see through my cultivation? The system explained. Master, your era has only seen 500 years since the spiritual energy resurgence, a mere drop in the vast river of cosmic cultivation history. Your cultivation system is still in its infancy, lacking in many aspects. If not for your planet's rising fortune and the emergence of top-tier experts, it might have long been conquered by other races. Mochen was internally shaken, realizing there were countless civilizations beyond Blue Star. But for now, these were not his immediate concerns. After the test, Mochen calmly stepped down from the platform. Despite being at Foundation Establishment Stage Level 10, the mockery from other candidates remained unabated. To most, a Foundation Establishment cultivator against a Golden Core cultivator was merely a slightly stronger ant. Jiang Nantian watched Mochen with a playful gaze, a challenging glint in his eyes. An extreme realm? Interesting. I hope you last long enough to face me. Meanwhile, in the Zidianch, an elderly man with white hair abruptly sprang from his recliner, his expression grave as he instructed the shadow beside him. My goodness. 18 years old and already at nascent soul stage. Foundation Establishment Extreme Realm. This world has gone mad. Shao Sun, quickly send a message to the diviner. Tell him to surrender if he can't win, and absolutely not to offend these fortunate young ones. The shadow nodded slightly and vanished instantly. The old man lay back in his recliner, gazing at the sky with a deep sigh. I hope I'm just overthinking. Dad, do you think brother might be at the extreme realm? A young voice piped up in the distance, adding a note of suspense to this dramatic examination. Sitting at her seat, Chu Xiaoling's eyes roamed the crowd, hoping to spot a figure resembling her father. Her gaze landed on Mochen, and she froze for a moment. His demeanor did bear some resemblance to her father. But she quickly dismissed the thought. How could her brother be just at the Foundation Establishment stage? Besides, Mochen wielded a gun, while her father was a sword immortal. Puzzled, Chu Xiaoling sent a message to the Yun Emperor. After a long wait, she received a brief reply. You'll know in time. This ambiguous answer left her with a sinking feeling, a glint of coldness flashing in her bright eyes. She secretly plotted that when her father was bettered in years later, she'd hide the oxygen tube. If he asked, she'd mimic his tone and say, you'll know in time. Meanwhile, Meng Yang stood at the corner of the stands, anxiously speaking on the phone. Patriarch, you saw the live broadcast too. The sword immortal didn't show up. I used my divine sense to search through tens of thousands of people present, including the candidates and their parents. But there's no trace of the sword immortal. Do you think he might have run away? There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice replied slowly. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Perhaps he just changed his appearance. Keep a close watch on Mochen. With the blood fiend in his hands, the sword immortal is definitely connected to him. Understood, Patriarch, Meng Yang replied solemnly. After hanging up, Meng Yang's expression instantly turned relaxed and jubilant. He chuckled to himself. Haha, I knew you were no good. But the Patriarch made me chase after him a few times too many. Humph, now it's your problem. He began to think about other matters. Let's go. Time for a foot massage. Been thinking about technician number 36 for days. With a wave of his hand, Meng Yang disappeared from sight. Moments later, a young, trendy man wearing sunglasses appeared out of nowhere on a street in Huaxia. Soon, almost all the candidates completed their tests. However, a commotion started among the crowd because the emperor's son, Luo Zihan, was nowhere to be found. Just as everyone was wondering, the sky suddenly rippled. The clouds parted under the influence of a mysterious force, revealing several figures. One of them spoke. Everyone, now that the realm tests are over, it's time for the real battles and assessments. Are you ready? This statement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the candidates. Their eyes brightened as they shouted in unison, we're ready. The speaker nodded in satisfaction. Before the Huaxia ranking tournament begins, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Huntian, and I am the chief examiner for your exams. You can call me Elder Zhu. The mention of Zhu Huntian sent the crowd into an uproar again. He was a significant figure, his status on par with the great emperors. He held real power in Huaxia's military, and his strength was said to rival that of the 5 great emperors. Zhu Huntian signaled for silence and continued. This year's Huaxia ranking tournament is unlike any before. Not only are many newly revealed hidden families sending their descendants to participate, even the 5 great imperial clans sent their princes and princesses to participate. This grand occasion undoubtedly demonstrated their high recognition and support for the talent selection and assessment system of Huaxia. The chief examiner stood on the high platform, surveying the surroundings, and declared in a loud voice, Here, I would first like to express my sincere gratitude to them. Secondly, to ensure the fairness of this assessment, we have invited 2 great emperors as examiners, Emperor Jiang and Emperor Luo. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The candidates' hearts raced, their breath quickened, and their eyes shone with irrepressible excitement. To ordinary people, the princes and princesses might be distant idols, but the emperors were akin to deities. They are unparalleled warriors, having fought their way to the top, ultimately ascending to the emperor's throne. In this era of spiritual resurgence, only a little over 5 centuries old, they have surpassed the Mahayana stage and entered the tribulation stage, their talent and perseverance unmatched throughout history. Amidst the rising cheers, everyone's attention gradually focused on the two figures beside the chief examiner. Emperor Zhang appeared young and upright, resembling a middle-aged man, yet exuded an aura of authority and calmness that matched the photos circulating online. Emperor Luo's appearance was unexpected, as he typically shunned excessive media praise and had repeatedly declined interviews and live broadcasts, leaving few having seen his true visage online. At that moment, a girl named Hai playfully remarked, "Hehe, Jiupeng Gij, you look like Emperor Luo." Su Jipang shuddered at her words, crouching down before he could respond, and Hai added, "Just as chubby as you, a big fatty." Su Jipang let out a relieved sigh, forced a smile, and said, "Hi Mei Mei. Ha, you're such a joker." Hai, showing her sharp canine teeth, tore off a large piece of meat from the roast pig in her hand, chewing as she mumbled, delicious. Humph, if it weren't for my dad stopping me from seeing Emperor Luo last time, I would have confronted him about what kind of bad idea he came up with." Su Jipang awkwardly chuckled and quickly agreed. "Right? Hai is right. He looks like he's full of bad ideas. Ugly, with a big head and ears, like a pig. Maybe Luo Zihan was forced by him. That's why he didn't come to the exam." Hai slowly swallowed her food, contentedly saying, "Well, I don't care. I can't beat this old man, so we'll have to go after Luo Zihan. If he doesn't come to the exam, I'll find him sooner or later. Then I'll snap." As they whispered, Emperor Luo in the sky seemed to sense something and glanced in their direction. Su Jipang immediately became alert, quickly covering Hai's mouth with his chubby hand. Hai widened her eyes, blinking at Su Jipang in confusion. Su Jipang, tense, raised his eyebrows towards the sky, signaling her to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Mochen felt a tinge of disappointment. He didn't come. He recalled Zhu Huntian, Zhu Qing'an's father. Although Zhu Huntian harbored resentment towards him, it was ultimately for Zhu Qing'an's sake. After all, without the system's support, he was like a fresh college graduate compared to Jiang Nantian, a street thug. Any parent would likely oppose him being with Zhu Qing'an. In this new era of spiritual resurgence, formidable talent and strength are the key criteria for measuring a person's worth. No matter how excellent in other areas, without the backing of strength, it is difficult to gain recognition. Yun Machen's efforts were merely to prove his value to Zhu Huntian. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a corner of the stands, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was intently watching Yun Machen's direction. He took a deep drag on his cigar, his gaze flickering with inscrutable intent. As the cheers gradually subsided, Zhu Huntian continued to announce the rules of the Huaxiao ranking competition. His voice resonated clearly across the venue, each word striking the hearts of the examinees. "Dear candidates, the Huaxiao ranking competition consists of 2 stages. The first stage is the 1,000-person ranking match. You will be divided into 10 battle zones, each with about 1,000 participants. On the Fengshan platform, you will engage in a Norls melee." This announcement hit the examinees like a heavy blow, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Unlike the first stage, death here is real, with no protective rings. The air was thick with tension and fear, as everyone realized this could very well turn into a brutal team brawl. Zhu Huntian cleared his throat and continued, "To advance to the second stage, you must stand out among 1,000 and become one of the top 3. Falling off the platform or surrendering will result in elimination. For those who do not reach the second stage, rankings will be determined based on the number of opponents defeated." He paused briefly before adding, "The second stage is relatively simple, with unknown duels determined by drawing lots, ultimately revealing the true champions." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted once more. The examinees whispered among themselves, discussing the extreme difficulty of the first stage. Each participant here had already emerged as an elite from hundreds of thousands of candidates, each a prodigy in their own right. Now, to select the top 3 from among these prodigies was a daunting task. At this moment, Su Jupang turned to Yun Machen with a serious expression. "Brother Yun, if we end up in the same group, could you promise me something?" Yun Machen forced a relaxed smile, already having a hunch. "Go ahead, Jupang, don't be so mysterious." Su Jupang took a deep breath and slowly said, "Brother Yun, if we end up in the same group, please don't worry about me. Everyone here is as strong as Jun Songling and Feng Mahai. Making it this far is my greatest honor, and I know my own strength. I don't want to affect your performance because of me." After speaking, he covered his eyes with his chubby hands and lowered his head. Seeing this, Hainu, nearby, bared her tiger-like teeth and patted Su Jupang's shoulder, laughing. "Don't worry, brother Jupang. If it comes to it, I've got your back." "Jupang, what are you saying?" Yun Machen frowned and scolded sharply. "If you consider me your brother, then stick with me and stop spouting nonsense." A moment of silence followed before Su Jupang replied softly, "All right." He covered his eyes with his hands, a cold glint flashing beneath them. Inwardly, he thought, "Father, my brothers are so good to me, so don't blame me for defying you." Just then, Zhu Huntian waved his hand, and a massive blue screen appeared in the sky. he announced loudly. The system has selected the results for the first battle zone. Examinees whose numbers appear on the screen, please proceed to the function platform immediately. Everyone clenched their fists, nervously watching the big screen. Jaime took a deep breath and bit into a roasted pig's trotter, trying to ease her tension. "You no need to worry, Brother Yun, Brother Japang. We weren't selected for the first battle zone." Yun Machen's eyes widened suddenly as he saw a familiar name, Zhu Qingyan. Su Japang tried to comfort him. "Brother Yun, relax. I checked, apart from that boy named Luo Ming who is at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. The others are only at levels 1 to 3. Sister-in-law is at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. She can easily dominate them." Yun Machen remained serious and silent. He knew well that a 1,000-person battle was full of uncertainties. Although Zhu Qingyan's cultivation was high, it didn't guarantee an advantage. The battle could easily turn from a solo fight into a group attack. Even though Zhu Qingyan was admired as a fairy and idol in cultivation, conquering an idol was even more thrilling. About 1,000 examinees gradually ascended the function platform, each tense and alert. Zhu Qingyan walked up last, unhurriedly, causing the surrounding examinees to step back, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters. Her presence immediately became the focal point of the crowd. Zhu Huntian announced loudly. "Everyone, the first battle zone participants are all present. The first phase of the Huaxiao ranking tournament begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, the function platform erupted with deafening explosions. Someone shouted, "What the hell? I wasn't ready. Who the hell knocked me off the platform? Damn it. Why are you two ganging up on me? Fight me unknown if you dare. Screw you. If you're going to fight, fight. What's with the sword energy shredding my pants?" The function platform descended into chaos. Some quick-witted examinees realized that only by catching others off guard and eliminating them could they secure a higher ranking. They attacked the moment Zhu Zhintian finished speaking, knocking about a dozen unlucky ones off the edge of the platform. Amidst the chaos of flying weapons, guns, swords, knives, whips, Zhu Qingyan's position remained eerily calm. Surrounded by the explosion of martial skills, she stood like a snow lotus in ruins, proud and untouched. Surrounded by a dozen solemn candidates from the Zhu clan, Yun Machen couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the scene. He thought to himself, if they plan to attack the heirs of the D clan, they should first be strong enough to defeat the other disciples of the clan. The D daughter and son are essentially the future successors of the D clan. Nearly all the D clan and hidden families choose hereditary succession. After all, who would willingly hand over their hard-earned domain? As for any prodigies in the clan more talented than the D heirs, they can only diligently improve their skills to become valuable aides unless they wish to challenge the clan's leaders for power. At that moment, a young man in a blue robe, holding a longsword, stepped out from the crowd. Though his face was youthful, his aura was extraordinary, revealing a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the Golden Core period. Standing before Zhu Qingyan and the others, he announced loudly, "I am Luo Ming from the Luo clan. I've long heard of the D daughter's exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty. Yet today, I am somewhat disappointed. Does the D daughter only dare to hide behind others and not face a challenge?" "Brother Yun, it's that Luo Ming," whispered the Sea Maiden. Though her interest in others' battles was minimal, she had been secretly observing Yun Machen's gaze. Seeing this, Su Jiu's eyelid twitched, feeling helpless as he thought, this kid Luo Ming. Yun Machen noted Luo Ming's remarkable demeanor. Even when facing Zhu Qingyan, who was at the 7th stage of the Golden Core period, and numerous Zhu clan disciples, he showed no fear. Yun Machen commented, "Luo Ming does have a certain pride." The Zhu clan disciples shouted angrily, "Who the hell is Luo Ming? Never heard of him. Get lost and stop seeking death. Our D daughter is preparing for the next stage. Your skills aren't worthy of her time." Zhu Qingyan calmly waved her hand to silence them. She stepped out from their protection, coolly stating, "Stand down." Then she addressed Luo Ming with indifference. "Go ahead." Though Luo Ming felt nervous, his pride as a swordsman wouldn't allow him to suppress lower-level candidates. He declared solemnly, "Humph, D-daughter, then forgive my offense." With that, he launched himself forward, sword in hand, transforming into a streak of light aimed at Zhu Qingyan. Falling flower slash, Luo Ming shouted. As sword energy from his blade formed countless sword blossoms that rained down, surrounding Zhu Qingyan. Facing this fierce attack, Zhu Qingyan's gaze remained calm and cold. Zhu Qingyan gazed at the sky full of sword petals with her beautiful eyes slightly lifted. She slowly raised her fair, jade-like hand and gently waved it. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the air in front of Zhu Qingyan's palm compressed instantly, unleashing a heart-stopping energy. The surrounding sword petals seemed frozen in time, suspended for a moment before being obliterated by a mysterious force. This is impossible," Luo Ming exclaimed inwardly, shocked. The energy released by Zhu Qingyan remained undiminished, sweeping towards Luo Ming like a colossal wave. In an instant, Luo Ming's facial muscles contorted with a grimace. He raised his long sword, frantically channeling his inner spiritual power to resist. Yun Mochen was left speechless. His memory of Zhu Qingyan's strength was still stuck at the time they met in the virtual god space, but now, her power had multiplied several times. Luo Ming, at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, couldn't even force her to use her martial skills, let alone reveal her trump card. Brother Yun, is she the one you like? Hai Nu asked innocently, her little white feet swinging back and forth on her seat. Yes, Hai Nu, Yun Mochen replied softly. Then, Brother Yun, what do you like about her? Can you tell me? Hai Nu asked curiously. Yun Mochen turned to meet Hai Nu's expectant gaze and, after serious thought, answered. Before I met her, I was always very self-conscious due to family reasons. This made me quiet and reserved, and you might have thought I was aloof. Although I have good talent, it only awakened later. I used to be an average student with low cultivation, living in poverty, and without parents. He continued to share his past, explaining how the lack of genuine family affection made him wary of others' kindness. Until he met her, the girl who changed his life. Yun Mochen looked at the stunning figure on the divine platform, a silly smile appearing on his face. When I first saw her, I admit she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, but that wasn't enough to make me like her. She's cheerful, lively, and different. She wasn't put off by my extreme personality. Instead, she was curious and stuck to me, chatting all day. At first, I was hesitant and scared, feeling we were from different worlds. But gradually, I realized she didn't care about my family background or personality. He described how he began to look forward to her daily stories, how he felt a sense of loss when she wasn't around, until he finally realized he had fallen in love. Hai Nu listened intently, her eyes wide open. She elongated her words, saying, "Oh, I see. Brother Yun. Then I guess I like Brother Yun too." "What?" Yun Mochen exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Su Jipang suddenly turned his head, staring at Hai Nu with a look of shock, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Yun Mochen's expression was no better, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hai Nu's cheeks flushed, and she softly said, "Didn't Yun Gij say that when you like someone, you imagine where they might be?" After we parted on the day of the assessment, I thought about Yun Gij a lot. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she continued. "The roasted pig trotters you made were just too delicious. I've stored roasted pig trotters from all over the city in my space ring, but I can't find the taste that Yun Gij made. I missed you that day." As she spoke, Hai Nu unconsciously took a bite of the roasted pig trotter in her hand, as if relishing that unique flavor. Yun Mochen and Su Jipang exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a deafening explosion sounded again, louder than all the noise created by the examinees' battles combined. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the scene, where Luo Ming, instead of retreating under the absolute power of Zhu Qingyan, made a breakthrough on the spot. Luo Ming, with a serious expression, said to Zhu Qingyan, "Empress, I admit I underestimated you. But now, I will get serious." Before he could finish, another loud bang erupted. The sword energy bursting from Luo Ming instantly dissipated, and he was immobilized by a mysterious force. Zhu Qingyan's beautiful eyes remained emotionless as she coolly looked at the terrified Luo Ming, softly saying, "I gave you a chance." The next second, Zhu Qingyan gently waved her hand, and Luo Ming, like a football being kicked, soared through the air in a graceful arc towards Yun Mochen and the others. Although the function platform had a protective energy shield, it only isolated martial techniques and energy overflow, not airborne individuals. Luo Ming snapped awake in midair, despairingly realizing he was flying off the function platform. In that critical moment, his gaze caught a familiar figure, his pupils dilating sharply. The flood of grievance in his heart poured out through his eyes. He instinctively cried out to Yun Mochen and the others, "Empress! Empress!" However, before he could finish, a few spicy quail eggs appeared out of nowhere, flying precisely into Luo Ming's mouth, choking his words and causing him to cough uncontrollably. Su Jipang snorted, eliminated and still trying to harm the audience. He threw a skewer of quail eggs towards Luo Ming with force. Then, he glanced at Yun Mochen and Hai Nu with a feigned look of annoyance. Meanwhile, Zhu Huntian gently waved his hand, causing Luo Ming to fly back to their viewing platform just as he was about to crash into Yun Mochen and the others. Hai Nu suddenly burst into laughter, her feet swinging happily. "Yun Gij, Brother Jipang, this Luo Ming is so funny. Knowing he's about to hit someone, he still goes beep beep beep." Yun Mochen felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it, so he shifted his focus back to Zhu Qingyan. Su Jipang took a deep breath, awkwardly chuckling as well. After Luo Ming, no other examinee dared to challenge Zhu Qingyan, as if they all realized it was a battle they couldn't win. Nearly 1,000 examinees, as if by prior agreement, instinctively avoided the area occupied by Zhu Qingyan and his group on the function platform. In stark contrast, the other side of the platform turned into a chaotic battlefield. Eggs were thrown, fires set, Gatling guns and grenades used, and even poison was employed. The brutal reality of the cultivation world was on full display: either subdue your opponent or be defeated by them. The battle was fiercely intense, and just over an hour later, the results of the first zone were revealed. Zhu Qingyan, Zhu Kuan, and Zhu Hua emerged victorious. The function platform was littered with severed limbs, and several examinees lay lifeless, painting a gruesome scene. With an impassive expression, Zhu Huntian waved his hand to erase it all, and the function platform was instantly restored to its original state. Clearing his throat, he announced, "The first zone assessment is complete, and the results are displayed on the big screen. Now, candidates for the second zone, please enter." As Zhu Huntian gestured, the numbers on the big screen suddenly changed. Yun Mochen and Su Jupang's numbers were among them. Yun Mochen stood up with a determined look, while Su Jupang appeared anxious and uneasy. "Brother Yun, that 9th-level Jindan stage Jian Fuxing is in our group," Su Jupang said worriedly. "I know your strength, but who knows if Jian Fuxing is hiding his true power like Jiang Nantian did." Yun Mochen smiled calmly. "They have their aces, but don't I have mine as well?" Su Jupang immediately felt relieved and laughed. "Huh? All right, Brother Yun, let's just beat him." The two exchanged a knowing smile and clasped hands. After a moment's hesitation, Hainu reluctantly put away her half-eaten roast pig's trotter and placed her small hand on theirs. The three exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Then together, "Let's go for it. Go for it. Go for it." In the live stream, when the students from Yinyu City saw the number 9527, a complex emotion flashed in their eyes. This was Yun Mochen's number. Despite the fact that he had caused them to retake their exams, and even required months to recover from their injuries, they still pinned their hopes on Yun Mochen in the face of nationwide mockery. As Yun Mochen and Su Jupang appeared, the live stream erupted instantly. A torrent of mocking comments flooded in. "Guys, the show has begun. Yinyu City students are not just weak, they love to brag. Let's see how long Yun Mochen and that chubby guy in the chi refining stage can last." 10 seconds? You're overestimating them. Yun Mochen might look decent, but tricking the Emperor's daughter into liking him is quite a skill, huh? That chubby guy next to him made it to the Huaxiao ranking with just the chi refining stage. His dad must have paid the education department a fortune. Yinyu City is done for this year. Out of hundreds of thousands of students, these three are the best. A golden core stage romantic, a foundation establishment stage braggart, and a naive chi refining stage fatty. These words pierced the hearts of Yinyu City's students like sharp needles. Not only the students, but the entire city put aside their tasks, watching the live stream with somber expressions. What started as a private bet between Yun Mochen and the Emperor had unknowingly turned into a battle for the dignity of Yinyu City. Yun Mochen had to win, or at least not lose too badly. Although they had seen Yun Mochen's performance in the first round, facing the nation's elites and the Emperor's prodigies left everyone uncertain. In the stands, a stunning woman in a white cheongsam drew attention. Her focused expression set her apart from the surrounding noise. A light veil covered her face, and her braided hair hung over her chest. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she fixed her gaze on the white-clad youth walking towards the divine platform, silently cheering him on in her heart. Coincidentally, there were two other distinctive figures on the opposite stand. A middle-aged man with a butcher knife at his waist, still reeking of blood, caused those around him to pinch their noses. Next to him sat a middle-aged woman, and together, they stood out just as much. Brat. On the function platform, an unusual scene captured everyone's attention. A middle-aged woman sat quietly, holding a basket resting on her lap. Curious onlookers leaned in for a closer look, only to freeze in place as soon as they saw what was inside the basket. Below the platform, Zhu Qingyan's gaze was fixed on a young man in white. She took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, but her excitement was evident, as her palms were already sweaty. "Emo-chan, you can do it," she silently prayed. Just above Zhu Qingyan, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses leisurely puffed on a cigar, his eyes thoughtfully locked on her, as if contemplating something. Yun Mochen stepped onto the function platform, turning to Su Jupang with a serious expression. "Jupang, stay close to me." Although most of the candidates here were cultivators at the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, his spear intent was enough to protect Su Jupang. However, against golden core stage candidates, spear intent wasn't an impenetrable defense. Su Jupang remained silent for a moment, secretly thinking, "Stay close to you? To die together?" Suddenly, a group of well-dressed young men and women approached Yun Mo-chun and Su Jupang. The leading young man, at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, arrogantly declared, "This person belongs to our Jiang clan. Everyone else, stay away unless you want trouble." Hearing this, the crowd quickly backed off, wary of provoking these imperial clan members. Su Jupang sneered, directly mocking, "Hey, do you live in Dunhuang City? With all those murals?" Seeing the other's confused expression, he laughed even harder. "Murals? Are you brain dead? Ha ha ha. Can't even understand that." The young man's face turned ashen with anger, his body trembling. At this moment, a young woman at the third level of the Golden Core stage, holding a jade flute, stepped forward from behind him, her eyes full of arrogance. Jiangqing, why waste words on these two losers? When the assessment starts, just eliminate them. A trace of malice flashed in Jiangqing's eyes as he coldly smirked at Yun Mo-chun and Su Jipang. Fatty, and you, Yun Mo-chun, not only do you speak disrespectfully to our imperial clan, but you also boast about competing with us. Do you really think you're worthy? Even if I don't do it myself, any of these Jiang clan members behind me could easily take you two down. He then turned to the young woman beside him, instructing, Jiang Yaya, you're the most ruthless. When the time comes, you'll handle them. Make sure they fully appreciate the gift you've prepared. Jiang Yaya smiled coquettishly, gently caressing her flute. All right, I'm looking forward to dealing with this pretty boy. Su Jipang rudely interrupted. Huh? You're just a brazen woman, stop yapping. Jiang Yaya was instantly furious. You? Who are you calling a brazen woman? Su Jipang pressed on. You, of course. A brazen woman. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone spilled a chamber pot here. You reek like crazy. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Jiang Yaya was seething with rage. Yun Mochen raised an eyebrow at Su Jipang, inwardly impressed by this seemingly honest and simple guy's sharp tongue, a true master of verbal sparring. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Zhu Huntian's voice echoed through the arena. All candidates in the second battle zone have ascended the function platform. As such, the assessment begins now. Boom, boom, boom. On the function platform, deafening explosions erupted from numerous areas, as if to tear the entire space apart. The candidates from the second battle zone, having learned from the first zone's experience, quickly distanced themselves from the platform's edge, temporarily avoiding elimination. However, everyone knew that two unlucky candidates were destined to be eliminated soon. The audience in the stands and the viewers in the live stream all turned their attention toward Yun Machen's direction. Discussions erupted. Yun Machen is courting death. Offending the Jiang clan before the assessment even starts means his journey in the Huaxiao ranking tournament is probably over. If he were a bit smarter and didn't provoke the Jiang clan, he might have lasted longer. Now, Yinyu City will probably be criticized harshly. This guy is completely brainless. Just watch him perform like a monkey, haha. Amidst the chatter, Jiang Yaya's expression suddenly turned vicious. She slowly raised the flute in her hand and coldly addressed Yun Machen and Su Jipang. Heh. Two worthless fools. Enjoy your last moments of happiness. Let me play you a tune. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yaya's red lips moved slightly, and the air around the flute began to tremble. Melodious sounds emanated from it, surging toward Yun Machen like a tide. Yun Machen was about to retrieve the blood kuei from his space ring to fight back, but it was too late. The music enveloped him instantly, and his body seemed frozen, his eyes vacant and lifeless. In this eerie illusion, Yun Machen suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar room. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Honey, come quickly. Yun Machen shivered. He knew this voice all too well. It was Zhu Qingyan. Driven by curiosity and anticipation, Yun Machen followed the voice into a finely decorated small room. The sight before him left him stunned. A stunning girl lay on the bed, dressed in a provocatively sheer lace dress. Her fair and delicate skin was partly visible, her long, beautiful legs crossed on the bed, gently rubbing against each other. Her legs were wrapped in a pair of transparent black stockings, her pink toes glistening under the sheer fabric, impossible to look away from. The girl supported her face with one hand, while the slender fingers of her other hand lightly played with the hem of her dress. She cast a seductive glance at Yun Machen and softly asked, Honey, do I look beautiful today? Beautiful. Yun Machen was entranced, blurting out without thinking. The girl was none other than the Zhu Qingyan he longed for day and night. Upon hearing this, the girl's lips curled into a slight cold smile, but she quickly regained her charming demeanor. She reached out her arms to Yun Machen, her voice sweet and alluring. Honey, come, I want a hug. Okay. Yun Machen, as if bewitched, murmured in response. In reality, Yun Machen seemed entranced, slowly raising his hand and walking toward Jiang Yaya. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha, look at Yun Machen acting like a fool. He has no self-control. Who knows, maybe he saw some rated scene in the illusion and doesn't want to leave. Who knows? I heard Jiang Yaya from the Jiang clan has an incredibly difficult illusion to deal with. Even cultivators 2 realms above her can fall into her trap if their hearts aren't steadfast. However, amidst the crowd's chatter, Zhu Qingyan's feelings were complex. She was worried about Yun Machen's safety yet angry about his behavior in the illusion, leaving her with mixed emotions. He reached out as if to embrace someone, clearly encountering some ghostly woman in the illusion. Zhu Qingyan silently vowed that after the college entrance exams, she would thoroughly interrogate Yun Machen. If she wasn't satisfied, she'd give him a good punch or two. Nearby, Lo Yi watched with even greater disdain for Yun Machen. If Zhu Qingyan hadn't already been angry, She would have tried to persuade her further. Just then, a crisp slap sound suddenly rang out, and everyone froze in place. It turned out that in the illusion, just as Yun Mochen was about to embrace Zhu Qingyan, Jiang Ye took the opportunity to strike, her fingers filled with spiritual power, aiming directly at Yun Mochen's lower body. However, just as she was about to succeed, Yun Mochen's eyes suddenly cleared, and without warning, he slapped Jiang Ye, sending her flying dozens of meters away. How is this possible? Jiang Qing exclaimed in shock. Even he found it extremely difficult to break Jiang Ye's illusion in a short time. How could Yun Mochen, a mere foundation establishment stage nobody, manage it? How did you do it? Jiang Ye asked from the ground, clutching her burning cheek, her face full of terror. Yun Mochen chuckled coldly. The you in the illusion was beautiful, but only because you mimicked her appearance. Ultimately, you can't compare to her, nor do you understand her. Your actions in the illusion only disgust me. For Yun Mochen, the illusion was hardly a threat. As a swordsman with sword intent, illusions were like paper to him, easily broken. The only reason he lingered was to catch a few more glimpses of the illusionary Qingyan. It'd be great if Qingyan would dress like that sometime. Yun Mochen mused to himself. Suddenly, a voice reached Yun Mochen's ears. See, maiden sister. Brother Jupang is here. Yun Mochen shivered and turned around abruptly, seeing Su Jupang embracing the air with a blissful expression, his thick lips puckered as if kissing something. Having a brother like this is truly embarrassing. Yun Mochen's face darkened as he reluctantly stepped forward and slapped Su Jupang. Slap. Yes, just like that. See, maiden sister. I want more. Damn it. Yun Mochen, furious, kicked Su Jupang, sending him flying several meters. Cough, cough. Yun, what just happened? Su Jupang asked, bewildered, as he got up from the ground. From now on, don't say you know me, Yun Mochen said coldly. Hearing this, Su Jupang seemed to realize something, his face turning bright red as he glanced sheepishly towards where the sea maiden stood. The sea maiden blinked her big eyes innocently and waved her small hand holding a roasted pig's trotter at him. She suddenly understood, thinking, so Brother Jupang wanted me to hit him. At this moment, Yun Mochen's mind stirred, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand out of thin air blood fiend. You've had your fun, now it's my turn, Yun Mochen said coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he scanned everyone present. Low rank earth level? I didn't expect a loser like you to possess such a spear. It's a waste in your hands. Jiang Qing sneered, his eyes glinting with contempt. As Yun Mochen pulled out the blood kuei, all eyes were on him. Although Jiang Qing was puzzled by how Yun Mochen escaped Jiang Ye's illusion, he still looked down on him, convinced he was nothing but a failure. So much nonsense. Yun Mochen murmured under his breath, his gaze suddenly sharp. He twisted the spear in his hand and launched himself towards Jiang Qing like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Qing smirked. Out of everyone, you chose to attack me. Are you that eager to die? Fearless, he swiftly channeled his internal spiritual power into his sword. Neither of them used martial arts techniques. It was a pure clash of spiritual power. To Jiang Qing, using martial arts against a loser was unnecessary. Bang! To everyone's surprise, it wasn't Yun Mochen who was sent flying upon contact. Instead, Jiang Qing was pushed back several steps, staring in disbelief at his trembling hand. Yun Mochen remained as steady as a mountain, spear in hand, unmoved. How is this possible? The crowd gasped. Jiang Qing was a prodigy at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. How could he be forced back by Yun Mochen, who was only at the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment stage? Someone quickly defended Jiang Qing. You guys just don't get it. Jiang Qing is toying with Yun Mochen. Didn't you see he didn't even use his martial arts technique? Maybe that strike was only 1% of his power. That makes sense. No wonder Yun Mochen suddenly seems so strong. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. However, inside, Jiang Qing was in turmoil. Even though he hadn't used martial arts, he had already used half of his spiritual power. And yet, this Foundation Establishment stage opponent had not only withstood his attack, but pushed him back. Yun Mochen looked at Jiang Qing calmly and chuckled coldly. Surprised? Don't worry, there's more to come. Before he finished speaking, Yun Mochen's figure vanished. So fast. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Qing's mind, his pupils shrinking. He immediately released countless sword energies around him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Stop looking. I'm right here. An icy voice suddenly came from above. Jiang Qing's body froze, instinctively swinging his sword upwards. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as dust filled the air. A figure was seen retreating rapidly from the dust cloud, scraping along the ground for hundreds of meters before finally stopping. It was Jiang Qing. Ugh, Jiang Qing's face twisted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The examinees in the stand stood up, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene. Jiang Qing had been seriously injured by Yun Mochen with one blow. The candidates from Yin City were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they straightened their backs proudly. Their Yun Mochen had finally proven himself. Clenching his fists tightly, he suddenly slammed them down and let out a long, triumphant shout to the sky. Yes! This shout was like lighting a fuse, as countless viewers flooded into the official livestream. The chat was instantly overtaken by the celebration of the candidates from Yinyu City, who finally found an outlet to vent their long-suppressed frustrations. So this is what the so-called Imperial clan is? Can't even beat our Yun Mochen from Yinyu City, who's only at the Foundation establishment stage. Hilarious. Where's that idiot who was shouting about eating dirt? Come out and see Yun Mocheng's strength. Jiang Qingsheng from the Jiang clan is a total waste. At the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, and couldn't even withstand one attack from Yun Mocheng. What a disgrace. Jiang Ye's illusions are such a joke. Can't even confuse someone at the Foundation establishment stage, haha. The mockery was relentless, leaving netizens across the country speechless. After all, these comments hit hard and were undeniably true. Jiang Ye's performance was weak, and the fact that Jiang Qingsheng, at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, was severely injured by one strike from Yun Mocheng was unbelievable to everyone. Zhu Qingyan's heart was pounding. She hadn't expected Yun Mocheng's strength to be so astonishing. The words Yun Mocheng had once said to her in the cinema now seemed more meaningful. Don't worry about upsetting me. I hope there are no lies between us, not even white lies. Qingyan, actually, I'm a prodigy too. Jiang Qingsheng's face was dark, and he repeated good 3 times, finally unleashing his long-held anger. He slowly stood up and sternly told the others, "None of you interfere. Leave him to me." Then he snarled at Yun Mocheng. "Yun Mocheng, you've really pissed me off. I was just planning to beat you and eliminate you. But you insist on courting death. Today, I must ensure you die." Before the words finished, Jiang Qingsheng's aura erupted, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. In the blink of an eye, 5 identical Jiang Qingshengs appeared, shocking all the spectators. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled violently as countless spiritual swords coalesced around Jiang Qingsheng, covering a vast portion of the sky. My Ghost Shadow Spirit Sword technique is an advanced Xian-grade martial art, something a grassroots nobody like you could never encounter in your lifetime. I plan to save it for the next stage, but you've successfully angered me. Remember, don't surrender. Dying under my ultimate move will be the greatest honor of your life. With a roar, the 5 clones disappeared, instantly surrounding Yun Mocheng from 5 directions. They raised their hands simultaneously, and the spiritual swords, as if following orders, shot toward Yun Mocheng from all directions, forming an inescapable attack formation. The spectators and netizens seemed to see a glimmer of hope, finally breathing a sigh of relief as they watched the divine platform with anticipation. Jiang Qingsheng was finally getting serious. Zhu Qingyan secretly gathered a terrifying spiritual energy in her palm, ready to intervene and rescue Yun Mocheng at any moment. Meanwhile, Fat Su remained unusually calm, stepping back a few paces and leisurely popping a string of quail eggs into his mouth as he watched the situation unfold. Faced with such a perilous situation, Yun Mocheng smirked coldly, no longer holding back. A strange and powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, surging wildly toward the blood fiend in his hand. In an instant, everyone inside and outside the divine platform who wielded a spear felt their weapon tremble violently, as if trying to break free from their grasp and rise into the sky. When this scene suddenly unfolded before everyone, the audience erupted in exclamations of surprise and doubt. What is this? Could it be the intent of the spear? It can't be wrong. That's the legendary spear intent. Yun Mocheng has actually comprehended the spear intent. The shocked discussions rose and fell. Yun Mocheng's display completely overturned everyone's impression of him. To comprehend spear intent at the age of 18 was a talent comparable to the princes and princesses of the imperial clans. No wonder he was so arrogant. He truly had the strength to back it up. At the moment Yun Mocheng released the spear intent, Jiang Nantian, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the stands, suddenly opened his eyes. He scrutinized the scene, his expression shifting from shock to amusement. It's just the first level of spear intent. Jiang Nantian murmured softly, then closed his eyes again, as if the world had nothing to do with him. Zhu Qingyan, on the other hand, was visibly shocked, her gaze trembling. So what Mochen told me was true. He really is a prodigy. Nearby, Lu Yi looked distressed, staring gloomily at the stands, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, Yun Mochen moved. He swung the blood kuei in his hand, facing the overwhelming pressure of the sharp spiritual swords with a roar in his heart. Furious dragon devours heaven. In an instant, countless terrifying spear intents surged from the spear, crashing towards the oncoming spiritual swords. Jiang Qing immediately sensed something was wrong, feeling his countless spiritual swords suppressed by a mysterious force. Jiang Qing bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to counteract the pressure from the spear intent, grimly driving the spiritual swords once more. Meanwhile, a terrifying shadow suddenly appeared behind Yun Mochina. Furious dragon, blazing with flames, opened its blood-red mouth and flew towards Jiang Qing. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual swords collided with the dragon shadow, producing deafening explosions. Jiang Qing was terrified. His trump card, the ghost shadow sword technique, couldn't break through the dragon shadow. Some knowledgeable prodigies began to analyze. The martial skill Yun Mochen used has a power level at least at the advanced Xian level, and with the addition of the low-level D spear and spear intent, it's difficult for Jiang Qing to win. Unconsciously, Yun Mochen was no longer the boastful, useless youth in their minds, but a formidable opponent to be feared. Then, Yun Mochen suddenly pushed off the ground, thrusting the end of Blood Kuei with force. The spear, like a dragon breaking free, shattered countless spiritual swords and shot straight towards Jiang Qing's body. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and all the candidates on the function platform stopped fighting simultaneously, their eyes turning towards Yun Mochen's direction. Jiang Qing was seen slowly falling from the sky, his clothes torn to shreds by the spear intent, leaving him bloodied and battered. He was still alive, his eyes wide open, staring at the blue sky in terror and shock. How could he possibly comprehend spear? Before Jiang Qing could finish his sentence, Yun Mochen swung his spear again, hurling it with force. Blood Kuei pierced through Jiang Qing's heart. The crowd had not yet reacted, and even the nearby members of the Jiang clan were still in a state of shock. Jiang Qing lay at Yun Mochen's feet, his blood staining the function platform. This prodigy of the Jiang clan, unmatched except by the imperial son Jiang Nantian, fell in the battlefield of the college entrance examination. The crowd was in an uproar, all eyes fixed on the tall figure in the sky. In a century, no scion of the imperial clan had ever perished in these exams. Even in defeat, opponents would show some respect to the imperial clan, inflicting only serious injuries at most. After all, the imperial clan's prestige was formidable. Who would dare provoke them? Yet Yun Mochen shattered this unspoken agreement, delivering a harsh blow to the imperial clan by taking Jiang Qing's life. Emperor Jiang remained expressionless, but his hands behind his back trembled uncontrollably. This was an unparalleled genius who had reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage at just 18, representing countless efforts and resources. Emperor Jiang, the life and death among juniors is often dictated by fate, Zhu Huntian remarked, trying to ease the tension with a forced smile. Emperor Jiang gave Yun Mochen a deep look and responded with a simple, then turned to his son Jiang Nantian, his gaze meaningful. Jiang Nantian understood, and as he looked at Yun Mochen, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zhu Qingyan was moved to tears. With Yun Mochen's exceptional talent, could her father change his mind? A glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. In the hospital room, a mummy, wrapped in bandages, suddenly sat up, letting out a long howl. Several nurses were startled, leaving handprints on his face, but he didn't care, staring intensely at the live broadcast with fervor. Next door, Ming was dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. On the other side of the function platform, a young man in black walked slowly towards Yun Mochen, excitement gleaming in his eyes beneath his sword-like brows. It was Jian Fuxing, at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Yay! Brother Yun won. Go, Brother Yun! Hai Nu cheered, barefoot and jumping up and down in the stands, waving a roasted pig's trotter and shouting louder than the surrounding exclamations. Once considered stunningly beautiful and adorable by everyone, her next words sent chills down their spines. Oh right, Brother Yun. Remember to kill those few too. I want to eat human flesh. Zhu Qingyan looked in the direction of the sound and saw an incredibly beautiful young girl. She couldn't help but furrow her brows, instinctively clenching her fists, her breathing suddenly becoming rapid. What's wrong, miss? Lu Yi noticed Zhu Qingyan's emotional change and asked with concern. Following Zhu Qingyan's gaze, she also saw the sea maiden eagerly waving a roasted pig's trotter. Ugh, what a shameless flirt. Lu Yi cursed silently, instantly understanding Zhu Qingyan's jealousy. On the function platform, the remaining Jiang clan members heard the sea maiden's words and felt a chill in their hearts as they looked fearfully at Yun Mochen. After weighing their options, they finally spoke up, trembling under the threat of death. I surrender. Boom. Before they could finish, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly hit them. The Jiang clan candidates instinctively tried to defend themselves, but found they were powerless. They were blasted dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. Why attack when we've already surrendered? The Jiang clan candidates thought in horror, puzzled by Yun Mochen's actions. The spectators in the stands shouted, Yun Mochen is too ruthless. Elder Zhu, he's clearly breaking the examination rules. Aren't you going to do something? However, Zhu Huntian in the sky remained indifferent, showing no intention of stopping him. Rules? Are you idiots brain dead? Su Jipang suddenly spoke up. Elder Zhu said that once you shout surrender, you can't be attacked. Did they finish saying it? They just said, I surrender. Surrender what? Maybe they wanted to learn how to throw a basketball. The crowd suddenly understood, and the Jiang clan candidates realized their mistake. They took a deep breath, seemingly using all their strength, and shouted again with a grimace, I surrender. Boom, boom, boom. Several white spear intents suddenly attacked, and the Zhang clan candidates' pupils shrank as they gritted their teeth to shout the last word. Unfortunately, they were still a beat too slow and were blasted away again. Want to surrender? Did I agree? Yun Mochen sneered, disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, several Zhang clan candidates were already flying out in pain. The overwhelming spear intents surged like waves, giving them no chance to catch their breath. The Zhang clan candidates desperately found that whenever they tried to surrender, Yun Mochen's attacks were always a step ahead. They wanted to surrender, but couldn't even get the words out. A fierce storm of spear intents swept across the sky, targeting Yun Mochen's face. Caught off guard, he was thrown back by the tremendous force and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone around held their breath, too afraid to make a sound. Yun Mochen slowly stood up, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He didn't intend to torment these Jiang clan candidates. He merely wanted them to meet Jiang Qing, so the family could embark on the journey together. Wasn't that the essence of the saying, not seeking to live together, but to die together? Did I do something wrong? Yun Mochen said coldly. Since you were planning to kill me before, you should be prepared to face death yourselves. Get ready for the journey. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power within Yun Mochen surged like a wild horse, making the spear intent around him even more intense. He swung his long spear, and the shadow of a fierce dragon appeared once more, engulfing the Jiang clan candidates under the shocked gaze of everyone present. Yun Mochen stood expressionless, planting his spear into the ground, gazing indifferently at the figures slowly descending from the sky. The spear intent, as if summoned, returned to his body. The audience, witnessing this scene, was left in shock and fear. At that moment, there was only one thought in their minds. No matter what, never provoke Yun Mochen. If you can defeat him, fine, but if not, you will die? He dared to kill members of the imperial clan. What wouldn't he dare to do? He seemed like a madman. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyao, standing beside Jiang Nantian, suddenly reminded him, "Young master, this person is not only ruthless and decisive, but has also been avoiding confrontation despite the ridicule." It wasn't until Jiang Qing provoked him that he revealed his true strength. With such a mindset, you must not underestimate him. Jiang Nantian replied nonchalantly. Second elder, no matter how strong he is, can he fight across two major realms? Don't worry, if he makes it to the second phase of the assessment, I will show him what a true prodigy is. On the other side, the Grand Elder Jiang Mo patted Jiang Xiaoyao on the shoulder, smiling. Xiaoyao, have you been drinking too much? When did you become so cautious? This isn't like you. This young man indeed has potential, but since he has provoked our Jiang clan, his luck ends here. Besides, do you really think he can reach the second phase? Jiang Mo pointed to the distance. That Jindan Stage 9 Flayer Jian Fushenji, if it weren't for our young master, he would be the top of the new generation. Look, he's eager and heading towards Yun Mochen. There will be a good show soon. Ah, youth produces heroes. Back in our day, at their age, we were at most at the 6th or 7th layer of the Jindan stage. Jiang Xiaoyao didn't respond, merely took a sip from the gourd of wine, suppressing an inexplicable unease. His gaze remained heavy on Yun Mochen, thinking to himself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? At that moment, Yun Mochen noticed a remarkable young man in black approaching him. After finishing his battle with the Jiang clan candidates, the crowd on the platform resumed their intense fights. Yet, this young man moved with an air of calmness, like a flawless cloud gliding through the chaos, indifferent to the myriad of martial techniques crashing around him. What puzzled people more was that those using martial techniques seemed to deliberately avoid him. Even when techniques flew near him, they never struck him. Some techniques even dissipated just before reaching him, as if controlled by the wielders. The fighting candidates instinctively kept their distance from the young man in black, their eyes filled with wariness. The young man approached Yun Mochen, smiling slightly, and said, I am Jian Fuxing, ranked 3rd on the virtual god list. May I have the honor of a duel with you? As soon as the young man in black finished speaking, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. People began to murmur amongst themselves, with someone exclaiming, so it's him. I was wondering how such a powerful prodigy suddenly appeared. Reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core stage at just 18. It's unbelievable, another person chimed in. Who is he? Someone asked curiously. He's the genius who named himself Emperor Clan Ain't Much in the virtual god space, someone explained. If it weren't for that mysterious sword immortal showing up, he would have definitely secured the 2nd place, just behind Jiang Nantian. Wow, someone gasped. Isn't he afraid of offending the Emperor clan with such arrogance? Who knows, maybe he has some backing of his own. On the stands, Jiang Mo's face turned livid as he heard Sword Floating Shung's nickname in the virtual god space. He slapped his thigh and cursed, humph. I was just praising this kid, and it turns out he's an arrogant fool, just like Yun Mochen. Hearing this, the other members of the Emperor clan also wore dark expressions, casting hostile glances towards Sword Floating Shung. Yun Mochen heard the discussions and began to form an impression of Sword Floating Shung in his mind. He slowly grasped the long spear embedded in the ground, his expression serious. Sword Floating Shang, at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, was so far the most challenging opponent he had encountered besides Jiang Nantian. Yun Mochen pondered whether he could defeat him without resorting to his trump cards of sword cultivation and the 5 great boundaries, which he was saving for Jiang Nantian. However, Yun Mochen hadn't noticed that behind him, Su Jipang had somehow acquired an extraordinary long spear, and Mao Dan had uncharacteristically been stored in the spatial ring. Su Jipang's gaze towards Sword Floating Shang was filled with coldness. Why? Yun Mochen asked, puzzled. If you're aiming for the top 3, there's no need to challenge me. Besides me, you shouldn't have any opponents left. And as far as I know, we have no grudges, right? Sword Floating Shang shook his head gently and said earnestly, I sense an aura from you that makes me afraid. Although I don't know what it is, my path as a sword cultivator tells me that even in defeat, I must not let fear linger in my heart. So I hope to face you and find the answer. As he spoke, Sword Floating Shang seemed to remember something and added, Don't worry, our match is just a contest. I won't engage in a life-and-death battle with you. I only seek an answer. Yun Mochen sighed helplessly and slowly drew the long spear from the ground. Looks like I've run into a sword fanatic, he thought. He actually knew what the other feared, but that was his trump card, and he couldn't reveal it now. Will you surrender? Yun Mochen asked. No, you can't beat me. Sword Floating Shang replied with a confident smile, free of any hint of mockery. Hearing this, Yun Mochen's expression gradually turned cold. He confirmed once more, Sword Floating Shang, even though there's no enmity between us, once you make a move against me, I promise I'll make sure you regret it. Really, think it over carefully. Hiss. As soon as Yun Mochen finished speaking, the entire function platform erupted in mocking laughter. The sounds of ridicule rose and fell, sweeping over like a tidal wave. Ha! Someone laughed heartily. Did I hear that right? Has Yun Mochen lost his mind? Does he really think he can compare to Jian Fuxing? Another voice sneered. Defeating a 4th-level Golden Core cultivator like Jiang Qing has gone to his head, and now he thinks he's the unrivaled prodigy of the new generation? The discussions filled the function platform, but Yun Mochen ignored them, his gaze sharp and fixed on Jian Fuxing, waiting for a response. A hint of surprise flashed in Jian Fuxing's eyes before he sneered. Yun Mochen, I'm curious to know the answer. Since you've made your choice, don't blame me. Your arrogance has changed my mind. Not only do I want the answer, but I'll send you to the underworld. Before he finished speaking, Yun Mochen had already made his move. Countless spear intents surged into the sky, tracing a graceful arc as they furiously targeted Jian Fuxing. Simultaneously, Yun Mochen pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball. The blood fiend lance in his hand trembled, a flash of red light appearing as it instantly arrived before Jian Fuxing. Jian Fuxing's previously calm demeanor turned serious. He quickly raised his hand, his longsword releasing countless sword energies that spiraled towards Yun Mochen's spear. Clang! The tips of the sword and spear collided with a crisp sound. Neither of them gave an inch, locked in a tense standoff. Sword energy and spear intent clashed fiercely in the air, like 2 whirlwinds tearing at each other. Yun Mochen's expression was serious, his hands tightly gripping the blood fiend, trembling slightly. Jian Fuxing's sword energy surged like a tidal wave, churning within him. Although his spear intent temporarily suppressed the sharp sword energy, Yun Mochen knew he couldn't hold out for long. In contrast, Jian Fuxing wielded his sword with one hand, seemingly at ease. However, his brows furrowed slightly, a trace of doubt in his eyes. No, this isn't the right power. In the next moment, Jian Fuxing's aura surged, and he swung his sword down forcefully. Boom! Yun Mochen was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily hundreds of meters away. The astonishing clash caused other candidates on the function platform to stop fighting, fearfully crowding towards the edge. Former adversaries quickly became reluctant comrades, exchanging awkward smiles filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Don't push me. I'll fall off the platform, someone complained. I'm not pushing you. I'm pulling you, another retorted. If you fall, you fall. Why are you grabbing my shorts? Hehe, buddy, cut me some slack. The one holding onto the shorts chuckled awkwardly. I'm just afraid you'll drag me off the platform. Once these two finish, we can have a fair fight in the center of the function platform, alright? Let go, and we can talk about it. No way. Due to the disparity in strength, if they lose, they can simply surrender. However, the aftermath of a clash between these 2 powerful individuals could, if not handled carefully, lead to disaster. This is precisely what resulted in such a dramatic scene. Ugh! Yun Mochen spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up from the ground. His body was covered with blood-streaked wounds from sword energy. Though not fatal, his once white robes were now soaked in blood, resembling a crimson garment. This sight tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Mochen! Brother Yun! Brother Yun! Young master! Cries of alarm rose one after another. Yun Mochen brushed the dust off his body, shook his head lightly, and laughed at himself. Haha! How embarrassing. He looked around to see Su Jupang standing there with a somber expression, eyes closed, his spear thrust into the ground, the shaft trembling slightly. In the stands, the roasted pig's trotter slipped from Hai Nu's hand at some point, her large eyes filled with worry. Zhu Qingyan stood up abruptly, disregarding others' gazes, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, full of tension and concern. The previous anger had long dissipated. Other examinees looked on with ridicule and cold indifference, as if waiting to watch a spectacle. Amid the puzzled glances from the crowd, Mochen looked towards Zhu Qingyan in the stands, silently mouthing something. Zhu Qingyan's body trembled slightly, instantly understanding Mochen's message. Trust me. She hesitated for a moment, her eyelashes fluttering, then slowly sat down, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt, as if making some kind of resolution. All right, Mochen, I will always believe in you. If you die, I will accompany you. She understood Mochen's intention. He was fighting desperately to prove himself in front of his father. If she intervened, not only would he be disqualified, but all his efforts would be in vain, and it would trample on his dignity as a man. Mochen, show me your full strength. Let me see what could possibly make me afraid. Su Jupang said coldly. Show you my full strength? Are you worthy? Mochen took a deep breath, suppressing the pain throughout his body, and once again unleashed his spear intent. This time, the intensity of the spear intent was even more terrifying than before. What? Jiang Mo frowned, observing for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, that kid actually possesses a second-level spear intent. His words spread like a tide, instantly sweeping across the entire function platform. How is this possible? Mochen's display left everyone present in shock. Though the mastery of spear intent isn't as powerful as sword intent, it is by no means easy to comprehend. Ordinary spear practitioners might spend their entire lives without touching its threshold. Yet, at just 18, Mochen not only understood spear intent, but had also mastered the second level. It was simply unbelievable. The crowd was visibly astonished, whispering among themselves. Someone mentioned Luo Di, the top spear practitioner in Huaxia, who only grasped the first level at 17 and the second at 20. Mochen was 2 years ahead. Jian Fuxing's reaction was the most intense. The once gentle young man transformed instantly, his eyes wide with a manic grin on his face. He murmured excitedly, yes, 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 that's it. Huh, I want to see what kind of power can make me fear. Before his words faded, Jian Fuxing had already teleported above Mochen. Without hesitation, he raised his long sword and swung it down fiercely. In an instant, the ordinary long sword expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive sword hundreds of meters long. Giant spirit sword slash. Jian Fuxing roared, and the giant sword descended with a thunderous crash. The energy around the sword's edge was so intense that it tore the space, leaving visible cracks. Facing the impending giant sword, Mochen remained unfazed. He frantically channeled his inner spiritual power, and the spear intent rising into the sky condensed into a gigantic spear. Furious dragon devours the sky. Go! Mochen, using all his strength, threw the blood kuei in his hand into the air. The blood kuei transformed into a dragon spewing fiery rage, merging with the spear intense giant spear, and shot violently toward Jian Fuxing. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed across the heavens and earth, making it seem as if the entire world was trembling. The terrifying power generated by the collision of their martial skills made the spectators feel as though they were witnessing a battle between nascent soul stage masters. Dust clouds rolled across the majority of the function platform. When the dust settled, Jian Fuxing was barely holding himself up with his sword, one shoulder bloodied and continuously bleeding. His face twisted in anger as he shouted at Mochen, who stood 100 meters away. No, no, it's still not right. Mochen, tell me, quickly tell me, what is that power that makes me afraid? It's your grandpa Yun. Mochen roared, charging at Jian Fuxing with his spear once more. Only then did the crowd see Mochen's dire state. His body was covered in bloody sword wounds, barely resembling a human. An ordinary person would have fainted from the pain, but he was like a demon crawling out of hell, frantically absorbing the blood energy from Jian Fuxing's wounds to quickly replenish his depleted spiritual power. Mochen was relentless, determined to fight a war of attrition, trading life for life. Boom. Jian Fuxing once again sent Mochen flying. But Mochen seemed numb to the pain, getting up immediately after crashing onto the platform and charging at Jian Fuxing once more. Jian Fuxing became increasingly alarmed as the fight continued. Every time he sent Mochen flying, the latter would launch another attack within seconds. He couldn't help but wonder, is this even human? If this continues, he will surely die. Isn't he afraid? Soon, Jian Fuxing noticed his reactions slowing, feeling increasingly powerless. Meanwhile, the wounds Mochen inflicted on him spread from his initial shoulder wound to his legs, abdomen, and arms. Yet Yun Mochen seemed like a tireless machine, relentlessly swinging, thrusting, and striking with his spear. Jian Fuxing felt stifled. Who the hell is the real sword fanatic here? Everyone inside the Fengshan platform watched this scene, speechless and wide-eyed, their hearts pounding with unknown thoughts. Boom. Yun Mochen was blasted away once more, now a figure drenched in blood. Just as he prepared to strike again, a plump hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Let me handle this, brother Yun. Yun Mochen heard that familiar voice and instinctively shook his head, not turning around. Jiopang, I can do it. His words trailed off as his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place. Not only him, but everyone inside and outside the Fengshan platform widened their eyes, as if witnessing some unbelievable miracle. Yun Mochen sensed a golden core stage level 8 aura appearing out of thin air behind him, where there should have been no one but Su Jipang. Just as Yun Mochen was about to turn around, Su Jipang brushed past him. Holding a formidable spear, he walked unhurriedly towards the stunned Jian Fuxing. Does it feel good to hit my brother? Su Jipang asked coldly. Jian Fuxing suddenly remembered someone. An extreme fear appeared on his face as he gripped his sword tightly. You are. I'm the one sending you on your way. Su Jipang's words had barely left his mouth when his figure vanished, leaving only a sonic boom in his wake. At this moment, Jian Fuxing's strength had already been drained by Yun Mochen, and facing Su Jipang's fierce assault, he could only instinctively raise his sword to block. Boom! With a loud crash, Jian Fuxing was sent flying like a kite with a broken string for thousands of meters. Su Jipang instantly caught up, his expression fierce, and raised his spear to strike again. Weren't you so arrogant? Come on, keep being arrogant. Boom! Jian Fuxing was slammed into the ground of Fengshan platform, raising clouds of dust. He spat blood, his face twisted with pain, and cried out in terror, Luo Zihan. Let's talk this out. Talk my ass. Su Jipang roared, appearing in front of Jian Fuxing again, swinging the spear wildly. You dared to hit my brother Yun. Hit him. Come on. Get up. I'll fight you all you want. Boom. 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 The heavy impact sounds echoed across the Fengshan platform. Even though Su Jipang's cultivation was a level lower than Jian Fuxing's, for a true prodigy, battling across levels was commonplace. Moreover, Jian Fuxing was already at the end of his strength, unable to resist Su Jipang's terrifying power. Jian Fuxing looked up at the sky in despair, letting the powerful spear strikes land on him repeatedly until he was a bloody mess, his vision blurred. Witnessing this brutal scene, everyone was shaken to the core. Suddenly, they realized something, their expressions turning even more fearful, whispering in dread. How is this possible? He really is Luo Zihan. My god, what have I done? I actually mocked an imperial scion. So this is the true power of an imperial scion. Even Jian Fuxing, with higher cultivation, can't fight back. It's over. What if the Luo family retaliates against us in private? I'm so scared. It turned out that the clown was me. The candidates from Yanyu City glued their eyes to the official live broadcast, their hearts pounding like a drum, eyes glistening with tears of excitement. The entire city was in an uproar. They finally witnessed their pride. Yun Mochen, a genius from Yanyu City, had astonishingly crushed a prodigy at the 4th level of the Jindan stage from the Jiang clan to death. Su Jipang even defeated a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Jindan stage. At this moment, everyone understood Yanyu City was never a place of failures, and their candidates were far from it. Hainu stood there in a daze, her eyes trembling incessantly. Her gaze was fixed on Su Jipang, who was dominating the Fengshan platform. Memories of their interactions flashed through her mind. The roasted pig's trotter in her mouth suddenly became hard to swallow. Not far away, Luo Ming was recovering from his injuries, his face full of frustration and confusion. He looked at Su Jipang with resentment, muttering to himself, if it weren't for the imperial sun suddenly throwing a furry egg that got stuck in my throat, how could I have been so humiliated? Recalling the recent incident, he shuddered. After the egg got stuck, he was forcibly taken back to the stands by Zhu Huntian, who casually found a burly man with a white tank top and beard to perform the Heimlich maneuver. However, just when he thought he was saved, he felt a steel gun pressing against his backside. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Lu Ming's expression shifted from shock to ecstatic joy. Ignoring his injuries, he leaped down and rushed to the window. The fresh breeze invigorated him. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "Ha! I, Lu Ming, have sparred with the imperial sun. Awesome! Ha ha! Luo Zihan, you're amazing. I love you." Jiang Mo, witnessing Jian Fuxing's defeat, was equally thrilled, laughing heartily. Imperial Sun, this Luo Zihan really does our 5 great imperial clans proud. Let them see, not just anyone can challenge the dignity and heritage of our imperial clans. However, he seemed to forget a crucial point. Su Jipang only managed to defeat Jian Fuxing easily, because Yun Mochen had already exhausted him to the limit. Jiang Nantian maintained a calm demeanor, even with a hint of disdain, and said coolly, "It's just that. Against me, he would only be eliminated. Also, Grand Elder, mind your image. That Luo Zihan is siding with Yun Mochen. Only then did Jiang Yimo realize, awkwardly laughing. Haha. Yes, the Imperial Son is right. That Luo Zihan has impressive skills, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong side. It seems the great fortune of the future era will be exclusively ours, the Jiang clan. Jiang Xiaoyao remained silent, continuously gulping down wine. A growing sense of unease filled his heart as he stared intently at the function platform, thinking, it shouldn't be. Could something even more shocking than Luo Zihan, revealing his identity, be happening? Everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to the figure in the sky, resembling Su Jipang. Zhu Huntian smiled at the Emperor Luo and said, Zihan has great talent and strength, and he's good at being patient and hiding his edge, loyal and righteous. You truly have a way with teaching your son. Emperor Luo's expression was not as pleasant. He waved his hand dismissively. Jintian, don't bring it up. This brat just annoys me. The year he was born, I went to Zitianj at great expense to get a prophecy, which basically said that if he wants to avoid being eliminated by the times and become a peerless expert, relying solely on his talent isn't enough. He must hide his identity and come to Yenyu City to seek his true opportunity. But now, for that damn Yunmochen, he's thrown away his own fortune. Humph, when we get back, I'm going to give him a good lesson. After finishing, Emperor Luo seemed still unsatisfied, grabbing a bunch of furry eggs from somewhere and stuffing them into his mouth. Almost every member of the imperial family has sought guidance from the Tower of Destiny after the birth of their sons and daughters. Su Jipang, or Luo Zihan as he's truly known, has revealed his true identity. He no longer needs to hide anything or worry about who hears his words. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the function platform. Jian Fuxing's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, propelled high into the sky. His face was unrecognizable, twisted and deformed, with his chest deeply caved in and limbs bent at unnatural angles. He was covered in blood and torn flesh, barely clinging to life. I surrender, Jian Fuxing began to plead, but Su Jipang roared. Imperial rain of spears. In an instant, the spear in Su Jipang's hand multiplied into thousands of shadowy projections, raining down on Jian Fuxing in midair. This was a powerful low-tier, earth-level martial technique. The crowd gasped in shock. Terrifying spear shadows pierced through Jian Fuxing's body one after another. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mass of dismembered flesh, mingled with tattered pieces of clothing gently drifting down. The onlookers inhaled sharply at the gruesome sight. Jian Fuxing had been torn to shreds before their eyes. Gee, Luo Zihanyu. Yun Mochen looked at the familiar face now called by an unfamiliar name, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Yun. Su Jipang turned to the bloodied Yun Mochen, calling out with concern. Hearing this, Yun Mochen trembled slightly, but upon seeing Su Jipang's worried expression, he smiled in relief. He thought to himself, he hasn't changed. He's still the Luo Zihan they all know, the revered imperial son. But to him, he will always be the candidate from Yenyu City, his good friend, and the one who loves eating ballot eggs. Jipang, stop standing there and help stop my bleeding. Yun Mochen urged. Oh, right away, brother Yun. Su Jipang quickly responded. Yun Mochen began to use his heavenly overturning technique, absorbing the blood energy from the function platform to restore his strength. Su Jipang instantly moved to Yun Mochen's side, using his spiritual power to seal Yun Mochen's countless wounds. The remaining candidates, seeing this, dared not attack. But soon, the battle resumed, and the candidates were once again embroiled in fierce combat. Half an hour later, the results for the second battle zone were announced. Yun Mochen, Su Jipang, and Go Tianxiao. Go Tianxiao's presence in the top three wasn't due to his strength, but his ability to blend in. As the last two candidates fought intensely, he quietly kicked them off the function platform from behind. Let's go, Jipang. Why are you standing there? Yun Mochen called after regaining his strength, noticing Su Jipang hesitating and glancing nervously in a certain direction, instinctively covering his lower body. Following his gaze, Yun Mochen immediately understood and laughed heartily. What? Afraid to meet your future wife? Brother Yun, do you think the sea maiden won't castrate me, right? Su Jipang asked anxiously. Ha ha. Come on, don't be such a coward. Yun Mochen laughed, patting Su Jipang on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, she won't. Under the persuasion of Yun Mochen, Su Jipang finally mustered the courage to approach Hainu. Unlike when he first came on stage, Yun Mochen keenly noticed a significant change in the surrounding candidates' gazes. The previous mockery and disdain were replaced by deep awe and apprehension. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for the two of them. Su Jipang stood in front of Hainu with an awkward smile, his voice growing fainter. Huh? Hainu, did you like the surprise I gave you? Actually, I'm your fiancé. One of his hands subconsciously moved forward, ready to protect his vital parts in case Hainu unexpectedly attacked. To his surprise, Hainu softly replied, I liked it. I'm sorry. Ah. Su Jipang exclaimed, his mind seemingly frozen. Hainu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and quietly explained, Brother Yin told me what it feels like to like someone. When you two went on stage, my heart felt empty, and I was inexplicably worried. So, I must like you and Brother Yin. Yun Machen's expression twitched slightly as he patiently explained, Hainu, the like I mentioned refers to love, but your understanding of liking me and Jupang is friendship, which is entirely different. Well, I don't care, liking is liking. Hainu stubbornly insisted. Otherwise, without an excuse, I'm really afraid I wouldn't be able to resist, snapping Brother Jupang. Hiss. Yun Machen and Su Jupang simultaneously gasped, exchanging a glance and instinctively covering their lower bodies. They were well aware that Hainu, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, was actually quite shrewd and understood everything. At that moment, Zhu Huntian suddenly announced, the exam for the second war zone is over, and the results have been posted on the big screen. Please check them yourselves. Due to time constraints, today's exam is concluded. The exam for the third war zone will begin at noon tomorrow. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax their tense nerves. The day's events had been too complex and overwhelming, requiring time to process. Yun Machen instinctively searched for Zhu Qingyan's figure, only to find she had left at some point. He looked down at his blood-soaked clothes, a sudden surge of indescribable emptiness and suffocation washing over him. Just then, Mo Wu appeared behind them, smiling as he said, Prince, Machen, Hainu, your rooms have been arranged. Please follow me. All right, Yun Machen replied briefly. Led by Mo Wu, Yun Machen and his group were taken to a five-star hotel a few kilometers from the function platform. After a brief chat with Su Jupang and Hainu, they each returned to their rooms. Upon entering his room, Yun Machen was stunned by the luxurious decor. Wow, this is really extravagant. Congratulations, Master, on achieving a breakthrough in dual spear intent and securing a spot in the top 3. The system suddenly congratulated. Yun Machen frowned and asked, System, tell me honestly, did you know this all along? Huh? Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The system feigned ignorance. Unwilling to argue with the cunning system, Yun Machen began to reflect on the day's battles. He realized he had underestimated the power of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. If not for Su Jupang's timely intervention, he might have been defeated. However, greater challenges lay ahead. The triple sword intent, 5 major realms, a single sword to sweep the heavens. Could he truly be confident in defeating Jiang Nantian at the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul stage? At that moment, the system interrupted Yun Machen's thoughts. Master, don't forget, you have a divine grade gold core pill. If you succeed in establishing your foundation in the heavenly Tao and break through to the 1st level of the golden core stage, your power will increase by tens or even hundreds of times. So, Master, what you should really be concerned about is not Jiang Nanshan's strength, but his background. Why? Yun Machen asked, puzzled. Once you start fighting, he'll definitely aim to kill you. What will you do then? The system asked in return. Kill him. Yun Machen answered without hesitation. What if the imperial clan behind him intervenes? Master, you must understand, the system said earnestly. No father would let his son die before his eyes. Unless he's a failure. The system's announcement hit Yun Machen like a heavy hammer, knocking him to the ground. He stood there in a daze, his mind blank. Even though he had just reached the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, killing the offspring of a transcendent stage emperor seemed like an impossible fantasy. Yun Machen was furious. Why should he be killed for losing, while the opponent had protection? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. System, I'm also the son of an emperor, right? From the Ming clan. Will they help me? Yun Machen asked urgently, a hint of hope in his voice. The system responded calmly. Master, I can't predict their thoughts. But remember this. In the eyes of true powerhouses, a prodigy who hasn't matured, no matter how talented, is just a waste. Do you think the Ming clan would turn against the Jiang clan, which has an emperor, for a so-called unparalleled genius at the Golden Core stage? These words were like a bucket of cold water over Yun Machen, leaving him feeling suffocated. However, after a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, System, if he wants to kill me, even if the Jiang emperor stops me, I will kill him. The system spoke with resignation. Master, you can't do it. I can. Yun Machen gritted his teeth. Master, you really can't. The system reiterated. Yun Machen's eyes turned red, as if he had made some kind of decision. Drain all my vitality points for me. The system suddenly became excited. Eyes shining, is there such a good thing? Ding. Congratulations, Master, you've drawn 10 intermediate enlightenment stones and 490 penalties. Would you like to combine them into one major penalty? Ugh. Yun Machen spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly vomit blood? The system exclaimed. System, damn you. Yun Machen cursed weakly. After 10 minutes of intense internal struggle, Yun Machen finally accepted the harsh reality. He bet all his remaining 500,000 vitality points. receiving 490 penalties in return. Combine them into one major penalty. Mochen said weakly, his face pale with anger. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have accepted the penalty task, and the task has been successfully issued. Several lines of text appeared on the blue panel. Task: night attack on Zhu Huntian tonight, and make sure it's the kind where you get a meal. Reward: do you really need a reward for this? Task failure: tie your little friend in a knot and hang it at the entrance of the deification platform until the Huaxiao rankings end. Controlled by the system's supreme power, of course. Mochen instinctively rubbed his eyes, his face twisted in shock as he said, System, are you a spy sent by Zhu Huntian? I've been with Qingyan for so long, and we've only held hands. You're asking too much. The system asked coldly, are you doing it or not? If not, I'll self-destruct. Did I owe you something in a past life? You're really trying to screw me over. Who knows if the Zhu Emperor lives next door to her? Mochen shouted angrily. Either way, it's death. I'll do it. Meanwhile, in another luxurious hotel 50 kilometers away from where Mochen was staying, something unknown was happening in a certain room. Daughter, can you please just listen for once? Zhu Huntian's voice was filled with urgency and worry as he tightly held Zhu Qingyan's pale hand, kneeling by her bedside. I've told you countless times, don't let your emotions trigger that power within you. Is it really worth it to end up like this for someone like Mochen? Zhu Qingyan lay on the bed, her stunning beauty overshadowed by an extreme pallor. She opened her mouth slightly, her voice weak yet determined. Dad, don't cry. I'm fine. I just hope you won't stop me from being with him. Zhu Huntian fell silent, afraid of agitating his daughter further. He recalled the events of the day. After Mochen began a life-for-life battle with Jian Fuxing, Zhu Qingyan, overwhelmed with worry, instinctively tapped into her mysterious inner power, then suddenly fainted in Lu Yi's arms. Upon discovering this, Zhu Huntian hurriedly brought his daughter here and administered a mysterious pill given to him by Jiang Di, which barely managed to stabilize her condition. This situation had been occurring since Zhu Qingyan's birth, with episodes happening every year or two, but they became more frequent and intense as she grew older. Over these years, Zhu Huntian continued, his voice filled with helplessness and heartache. The mysterious power within you has grown more restless. Just for school, how many times did you have to take leave in a month? Others might not know the reason, but you do. If it weren't for my repeated pleas to Jiang Di to save you, you might have, it's my fault, not yours. Zhu Huntian slowly stood up, not giving Zhu Qingyan a direct answer. He gently pulled the blanket up to her chin and quietly left the room. Outside the hotel, Zhu Huntian found a secluded spot, sat down, and sighed deeply. He lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and let his thoughts drift back to the past. In his memory, Zhu Huntian kneeled before Jiang Di, his voice choked with emotion. Jiang Di, I'm begging you, this is my only daughter. I've approached all the other major clans, Zhitian Pavilion, and the hidden families, but no one can save her. You're my last hope. Please save her. I can't lose her. Jiang Di laughed coldly. Zhu Huntian, I told you I had a way, but you wouldn't listen. How's she now? Scared? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so stubborn because of past grievances. I'm begging you, please. No deal. Fine. I'll agree to your terms, but I have one request, and I hope you'll agree. Speak. A great clan leader like you. I can't completely disregard your dignity, and you've given me quite a bit already, I hope she can have beautiful memories before she turns 18, without the engagement ruining her growth. Humph. Jiang Di snorted, then explained, the power in your daughter likely comes from her special constitution. As she ages, it will become increasingly difficult to control. Avoid overstimulating her with certain events. As for what kind of constitution it is, I'll tell you once my son marries her. All right. That year, Zhu Huntian carried the unconscious young Zhu Qingyan out of the Jiang clan. He looked at the porcelain doll-like child in his arms with deep heartache and endless curiosity flickering in his eyes. My precious daughter, just what is that other power inside you? He never fully trusted Jiang Di. Before going to the Jiang clan, Zhu Huntian secretly used a great power to conceal another mysterious force within her. Back in reality, Zhu Huntian chuckled self-mockingly. Who would have thought that as a great leader, he would be helpless against his daughter's condition? How he wished for his daughter to grow up happily and find her own love. To put it bluntly, with his power and their family's influence, even if Zhu Qingyan dated someone unremarkable, he could make the world praise him as a paragon. But still, just then, Zhu Qingyan's phone rang with the special ringtone set for Mochen. She mustered her strength, picked up the phone, and typed, by Cha Qinghuan, I'm at the D Lin Hotel, room 8803. Come in an hour. An hour later, a suspicious-looking young man dressed in white appeared at the door of Zhu Qingyan's room. He wore a baseball cap and a mask that covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes that scanned the surroundings. This disguised young man was Mochen, who had used his skill to completely conceal his aura, making him seem like an ordinary person. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Mochen was dressed in long sleeves and pants, fully geared up. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The sound of the chime echoed, and the door slowly opened, but Zhu Qingyan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from behind the door, grasping Yun Machen's wrist tightly. Before he could react, he was pulled into the room. Zhu Qingyan whispered urgently, "Shoo, my dad might not have returned to the clan yet. He could be next door." Yun Machen's heart raced, adrenaline surging through him, leaving only a sense of impending doom in his mind. However, when he focused on Zhu Qingyan, he noticed her pale, bloodless face. "Are you sick?" Yun Machen asked with concern. Zhu Qingyan replied softly, "No, just a little cold." She locked the door and gestured for Yun Machen to sit with her by the bed. The two sat facing each other, momentarily silent, each with their own thoughts. Finally, they both spoke at the same time. "Why did you? You go first." This comical moment eased the tension slightly. Yun Machen smiled wryly and said, "Why did you leave halfway? Was it because of the cold? You know, I almost died." He pondered inwardly, wondering if his life-threatening situation on stage was less important than her cold. Zhu Qingyan hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. Machen, I was really worried about you. It was my dad. He took me away." She concealed the fact that she had fainted, not wanting Yun Machen to worry. Hearing this, Yun Machen felt some of his resentment dissipate. However, Zhu Qingyan immediately asked, "And what about you? What's your relationship with that girl? She kept calling you Brother Yun and seemed very concerned about you." Yun Machen was taken aback, sensing the jealousy in Zhu Qingyan's words, and quickly explained, "Hai Nu is a friend I met with Zhou Pang during the college entrance exams. We're just friends, nothing more." Zhu Qingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes and pressed further. "She's so pretty and has a cute personality. Didn't you have any thoughts about her?" Her tone grew increasingly dangerous, and there was a faint energy fluctuation between her slender fingers. Yun Machen hurriedly waved his hands and said urgently, "No, absolutely not. By the way, Qingyan, Hai Nu and Zhou Pang are engaged. And Zhou Pang also has feelings for her. So how could I be interested in her?" Zhu Qingyan snorted softly, muttering, "Humph, men with no sense of boundaries." As Yun Machen and Zhu Qingyan were caught up in their back-and-forth tussle, a bamboo stick silently slipped into the room through the slightly open window. From the bamboo, a faint pink mist slowly wafted out, quickly dissipating into nothingness. Outside, clinging to the 100-meter-high wall, a man in a black robe was pressed against the surface, one hand gripping the wall and the other holding the bamboo aimed at the window. A gleaming butcher's knife was tucked at his waist as he muttered under his breath, "Damn Zhu Huntian, making our young master suffer so much. Even meeting his girlfriend, he's wearing long sleeves to hide his injuries. It's just not worth it. Young master, I'm putting my life on the line for your happiness." Just as the black-robed man was about to leave, he caught sight of a middle-aged man sitting not far away, smoking a cigar. He suddenly recognized the man as Zhu Huntian, and his anger flared. In an instant, he leaped into the sky, soaring tens of thousands of meters high, and from his spatial ring, he pulled out a massive rocket launcher, aiming it squarely at Zhu Huntian. "Zhu, you old bastard, smoking a cigar now. I'll give you something to smoke." The black-robed man growled through gritted teeth. With a deafening boom, the giant rocket shot out from the launcher like a brilliant meteor streaking across the dark night sky. Since the first and second divisions of the Huaxia ranking competition had just ended, many candidates were setting off fireworks in celebration, so Zhu Huntian initially paid no mind to the sound. However, as the rocket whooshed closer, he realized something was amiss, but it was too late when he turned to look. Boom! The massive explosion echoed through the night sky. Seeing this, the black-robed man took off running, not daring to linger even for a moment. As the smoke cleared, Zhu Huntian, his hair a chaotic mess from the blast, stood with a face blackened with soot, furiously roaring, "Who? Get out here!" Although the rocket hadn't caused any real harm to the Emperor, the insult was severe. He quickly detected the spatial disturbance left by the fleeing black-robed man and vanished with a cold expression. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yun Machen and Zhu Qingyan were startled by the explosion and rushed to the window to see what had happened. "What happened there? Why did it explode?" Zhu Qingyan asked in surprise. "I don't know," Yun Machen replied, suddenly feeling a wave of heat. "Machen, do you feel hot?" "Yeah, a little." Yun Machen agreed, suddenly noticing Zhu Qingyan's clothes were a bit loose. "What's going on?" "And, your clothes are falling off." With a startled cry from Zhu Qingyan, Yun Machen's consciousness suddenly became a bit clearer. He was shocked to find his hand unknowingly placed on Zhu Qingyan's shoulder, pulling her dress down. The sight of her smooth, fair shoulder and the faint curves beneath made Yun Machen's nose bleed, the droplets hitting the ground with a crisp sound. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." Yun Machen stammered an apology, his vision blurry as he instinctively tried to adjust Zhu Qingyan's clothing. "Let me fix it for you." However, Zhu Qingyan gently reminded him, "Machen, the other side is slipping too." "What?" Yun Machen bit his tongue hard, trying to regain his senses. But when he focused his gaze, the sight before him left him completely stunned. Okay. Yun Machen's heart raced as he instinctively questioned the system. System, did you do something? The system immediately denied. Master, I didn't do anything. Just get some sleep. Don't worry, Zhu Huntian won't come today. In the midst of Yun Machen's conversation with the system, he suddenly felt a warmth on his lips. A soft touch pressed against them. It was Zhu Qingyan's cherry lips. Yun Machen's eyes widened, staring at the stunningly beautiful Zhu Qingyan before him, his mind going blank. The unique fragrance of Zhu Qingyan, reminiscent of a springtime floral sea, filled Yun Machen's senses. This passionate, beautiful kiss felt like a dream that could burn away reason. Yun Machen trembled as if electrified, and unknowingly, he slowly lifted his hands, gently embracing Zhu Qingyan's soft body and tenderly laying her onto the bed. 3 hours later. Is it worth it? A voice echoed in Zhu Qingyan's mind. Risking death to force me to give you control over the body. You must understand, I am essentially you. Of course, if I truly wanted to seize control of your body, you wouldn't be able to resist. The reason I changed my mind and returned control to you is not because I'm interested in him. Quite the opposite. I want you to truly understand that he's nothing but a scumbag, a jerk, and an utter coward. Zhu Qingyan firmly responded, I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Fine, you'll see. After the exams, he'll disappear again, just like before. He won't leave without a word, Zhu Qingyan retorted. Even if Fan Kong disappears, it must be due to unavoidable coercion, not because he's avoiding me. Ha! The voice sneered. In my previous life, I waited for him for 10,000 years, suppressing my power in the mortal realm. Do you know how I spent those 10,000 years? I searched every corner of Blue Star, countless planets, even star domains. Because of him, we missed the best time for cultivation, and indirectly, our clan's vengeance remains unfulfilled. This lifetime, I don't know why the memories of my past life have formed into this conscious existence. But you must realize, if you remain stubborn, what happened to me will inevitably happen to you, too. Zhu Qingyan remained steadfast. I don't believe it. Stop talking, you'll wake him up. Humph, the voice huffed. When you next use my power, you'll become me completely. And the first thing I'll do is kill him. I won't let you succeed. Zhu Qingyan vowed silently to herself. If Yun Machen were awake, he would be shocked by the scene before him. Two distinct voices emanated from Zhu Qingyan's mouth. One was her familiar gentle tone, while the other sounded like a cold, ancient female voice. Her expression shifted between anger and coldness, and gentle helplessness, as if two souls were battling within her body. Zhu Qingyan slowly stood up, gently putting on her dress, her gaze falling on the sleeping Yun Machen beside her. A complex look flashed in her beautiful eyes as she recalled the moment she was poisoned with the charm toxin, and the voice in her mind revealed the truth. Yet, she chose not to dispel the toxin, despite having the power to do so. He has sacrificed so much for me. Of course, it's worth it, Zhu Qingyan whispered to herself, her delicate hand softly caressing Yun Machen's scarred skin, her eyes filled with heartache. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door shattered the room's tranquility. Zhu Qingyan quickly used her spiritual power to muffle the sound, ensuring Yun Machen remained undisturbed. She tiptoed to the door and slowly opened it. Standing outside was a middle-aged man with a wild head of hair, her father, Zhu Huntian. He looked anxious as he asked, Daughter, are you all right? Dad? What's going on? Zhu Qingyan replied, feigning calmness. Zhu Huntian sighed in relief before explaining what had happened. That rascal is really slippery. He set up thousands of fake directions and tracks, even throwing formations everywhere. I've been chasing him for over 3 hours and still couldn't catch him. Zhu Qingyan blinked and asked, Dad, did you win money from Emperor Yun again? Otherwise, who would dare to use a rocket to attack you? Humph, I'm sure it's someone from his side. Zhu Huntian grumbled indignantly. If I weren't worried about your safety, I'd teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Zhu Huntian's expression changed. Wait, is there someone else in your room? He instinctively used his spiritual sense to probe the room, sensing an aura at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhu Qingyan maintained her composure as she explained, Dad, Yi was worried about me, so she came to keep me company. She helped me with some things earlier and is now asleep from exhaustion. Zhu Huntian nodded. All right, I'll sleep in the room next door. Call me if you need anything, and get some rest. After closing the door, Zhu Qingyan returned to the room, looking at the naked Yun Machen, and couldn't help but laugh. She picked up his phone, leaned her face close to his, and pressed the shutter. In the photo, Yun Machen lay naked on the bed, his face distorted by the pillow, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Zhu Qingyan puckered her lips, almost kissing Yun Machen's cheek, her beautiful eyes looking at the camera, her smile radiant. At that moment, the system in Yun Machen's mind sighed softly. You have waited for him for 10,000 years, it's true. But the Master has traversed countless times and epochs for you. Master, I hope you succeed in this life. The system paused, then added, Oh, by the way, helping the Master simulate an aura to escape life and death automatically deducting 100,000 vitality points. Don't have it? I'll put it on your tab. Hehehe. Yet Mochen was unaware of all this, as he remained deeply asleep in his dream. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Mochen gradually awoke from his slumber, instinctively stretching his limbs. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual beside him and quickly opened his eyes to look. He found Zhu Huntian clinging to him like an octopus, lying quietly and obediently on his chest. Her slender, soft arms were wrapped tightly around his waist, and her smooth, tender legs were draped over his. Zhu Huntian's small mouth was slightly open, emitting faint murmurs, making her appear extremely adorable. Mochen tried to move his arm, which had gone numb from being pressed, but accidentally touched an incredibly soft spot. He couldn't help but shiver, realizing that a certain part of him was uncontrollably forming a small tent under the blanket. Whoa, where did my clothes go? Mochen was taken aback, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, his expression filled with bewilderment. He took a few minutes to calm himself, then cautiously began to move. Gently, Mochen pried Zhu Huntian's small hands away and carefully shifted her legs. After a difficult escape, he finally managed to get out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. Glancing at the time, Mochen realized that today's exam was fast approaching. If he didn't leave soon, he might be caught by Zhu Huntian. However, leaving just like that seemed irresponsible. After looking around, Mochen found a blank notepad provided by the hotel and a pen. He paused to think, then scribbled a few words on it, placing it quietly by Zhu Huntian's pillow. Unable to resist, he took a few more glances at the still sleeping Zhu Huntian, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, and then quietly opened the door to leave. Just as Mochen stepped out, Zhu Huntian, who had appeared to be asleep, slightly curled her lips into a smile and slowly opened her beautiful eyes to look at the note by her pillow. It read simply, "I will marry you definitely." Mochen. Coward, Zhu Huntian murmured softly. In the following days, no events as sensational as the first day occurred among the candidates from the major war zones. It felt more like a personal showcase for the sons and daughters of emperors and heirs of hidden noble families. Mochen attributed the previous night's events to a prank by the system and didn't dwell on it. During this period, Mochen spent his days watching the competitions, learning from the combat experiences of the prodigies. At night, he used the 10 intermediate enlightenment stones he had drawn to cultivate his sword intent. Zhu Huntian did not appear, likely waiting for the second phase of the assessment. As for Zhang Nantian, he merely went through the motions on stage and was unbeatable, with no one daring to provoke him. However, after using up 8 of the intermediate enlightenment stones, Mochen found he still hadn't broken through to the 4th level of sword intent. Master, although sword intent has 12 levels, it can actually be classified into 4 major realms, with every 3 levels constituting 1 major realm. Breaking through between 2 adjacent major realms is far more difficult than advancing within a single major realm, the system explained. Mochen stood on the function platform, scanning the surroundings in search of that familiar figure. At that moment, Su Jupang patted him on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. "Brother Yun, your wife is over there." Following Su Jupang's direction, Mochen saw Zhu Huntian. She was standing beside her father, Zhu Huntian, who was sternly instructing her while holding a cigar. "Daughter, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not activate that power within you, understood?" Zhu Huntian said quietly, his brows furrowed. Zhu Huntian nodded gently. "Yes, I understand, Dad." Zhu Huntian continued. "Also, I asked Lui about your situation after that day. But why did she say she never went to your room?" This statement hit Zhu Huntian like a heavy blow to the heart. She looked up sharply, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Mochen on the function platform. Memories of that night surged back, and her face flushed red. Zhu Huntian keenly noticed his daughter's unusual reaction and followed her gaze to Mochen. A terrible suspicion formed in his mind, causing his body to jolt, and his expression turned as dark as ink. "Was it that boy who came to see you?" Zhu Huntian's voice carried suppressed fury. "Dad, no," Zhu Huntian denied in a panic. But her reaction only confirmed Zhu Huntian's suspicions. Zhu Huntian clenched his fists, and the surrounding space cracked under his anger. He said coldly, "Humph, I'll deal with you both after the exam. You'd better have nothing to hide." Amidst this tense atmosphere, Zhu Huntian's voice suddenly rang out. "Since all candidates for the second stage have arrived, I hereby announce the final battle of the Huaxiao ranking tournament begins now." As he raised his hand, the names of the first group of candidates appeared on the big screen, Mochen and Zhu Huntian. This result was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire function platform. The audience erupted in gasps and discussions. "No way, no way. Did Emperor Jiang rig the draw? Are you kidding?" Even though Zhu Huntian broke up with Mochen, anyone can see they were clearly forced to. What nonsense. Maybe Zhu Huntian realized the gap between Mochen and Zhang Nantian and decided to cut her losses. Ha ha, this will be interesting. Mochen is strong, But Zhu Qingyan, at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, showed power comparable to the 9th level before. It's tough for Yun Mochen to beat her. Su Jipang was also stunned, awkwardly patting Yun Mochen on the shoulder, forcing a smile. Ha, brother Yun. Go show her who's on top. Nearby, Hainu blinked her big eyes innocently and curiously asked, Brother Jipang, what does who's on top mean? This unexpected question made the atmosphere even more awkward, with everyone's eyes focused on the upcoming match between Yun Mochen and Zhu Qingyan, eagerly anticipating this destined to be exciting showdown. Yun Mochen cast a disdainful glance at the person beside him and slowly stood up. He met the complex gazes of the crowd with a relaxed and easy demeanor, stretched his muscles, and walked unhurriedly towards the function platform. Meanwhile, on the other end of the function platform, as Zhu Qingyan stood up from the stands, she immediately drew countless fervent glances like a magnet. Many candidates first cautiously glanced at Jiang Nantian, and seeing him otherwise occupied, they unabashedly stared at Zhu Qingyan with lecherous glints in their eyes, their Adam's apples bobbing incessantly. Today, Zhu Qingyan had shed her usual ethereal image, donning a black dress and wearing her hair in a high ponytail, resembling a valiant ancient female general heading to war. This stark contrast only heightened the crowd's excitement. Jiang Emo watched Zhu Qingyan ascend the platform and suddenly smiled at Jiang Nantian, saying, Prince, although Zhu Qingyan's talents don't match yours, she's an extraordinary prodigy among women, firmly in the top echelon of the new generation. Her beauty is unparalleled. At 18, she's already stunning, and in a few years, she might be breathtaking. She and you truly are a match made in heaven. Jiang Nantian sneered, a match? My talent and strength are unmatched in history. Yet she isn't captivated by me, instead infatuated with that useless Yun Mochen. Humph, what a brainless woman. Jiang Emo quickly smoothed things over. Prince, that's not quite right. Her liking for Yun Mochen is merely being deceived by his looks. Hasn't she already proposed breaking up? Her next step will likely be to start showing her affection for you. A shadow flickered in Jiang Nanshan's eyes. Humph. If it weren't for her possessing the celestial ice phoenix, a foolish woman like her, why would I be interested, just my? He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, instinctively looking up at the sky towards Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang gave him a meaningful look, then turned his gaze to the function platform. Jiang Nantian nodded slightly, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Jiang Emo suddenly realized he might have overheard something he shouldn't have, nervously bowing deeply to Emperor Jiang, not daring to lift his head for a long time. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyao, pretending to be ignorant, continued savoring his wine. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room, the audience was divided into two camps. Those from Yinyu City firmly believed Yun Mochen would win, while other netizens insisted Zhu Qingyan would completely overpower Yun Mochen. The fortune teller in the stands suddenly straightened up, as if discovering a rare treasure. Through his legless gold-framed monocle, he gazed intently at Yun Mochen and Zhu Qingyan, his eyes glowing with mysterious golden light. Oh no, I nearly missed a business opportunity. A glint of insight flashed in the eyes of the fortune teller, and he had a sudden stroke of genius. He quickly posted an eye-catching advertisement in the official live streaming room. Come and take a look. The Zhitian Pavilion is now open for bets. Bet on Yun Mochen to win at odds of 152, or on Zhu Qingyan at 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Transactions are limited to spirit stones, with a handling fee of 2 spirit stones per person. Real name verification is required for betting, and spirit stones must be delivered within 3 days, or the Zhitian Pavilion will personally collect the debt. This message was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir online. Numerous netizens flocked to the private live streaming room set up by the fortune teller, eagerly placing their bets. Ha! With the Zhitian Pavilion as the bookmaker, there's no way it'll crash. I'm in, betting 30 spirit stones on Zhu Qingyan. Me too. This is practically free money, a guaranteed win. I'm going all in with my savings, betting 70 spirit stones on Zhu Qingyan. However, the people of Yinyu City found themselves in a dilemma. Yun Mochen was their pride and spiritual pillar. But the opponent was the imperial daughter, Zhu Qingyan, whose strength far surpassed that of the useless Jiang Qing. If they lost the bet, they would suffer a huge loss. At that moment, a mysterious account appeared, instantly elevating the atmosphere in the live streaming room to a climax. Namal Egbuhuan, certified by the Luo clan. I bet 1 million spirit stones on Yun Mochen to win. This message was like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. Gasp. Oh my goodness. 1 million spirit stones. Heavens, a single spirit stone is nearly $20,000, and that's if you can even find one. 1 million spirit stones. The value is simply incalculable. Even billions might not buy that. That's a fortune ordinary people can't even dream of in hundreds of lifetimes. No wonder it's the Luo clan. Any random member can pull out 1 million spirit stones. Incredible. While everyone marveled at the financial power of the Luo clan, the mysterious account spoke again. Namal Egbuhuan, Certified by the Luo clan. I never cared about money. It's all for the sentiment. These words struck a massive blow to the people of Yinyu City. They blushed, and their inner conflict intensified. Damn it, so what if we're poor? If we from Yinyu City don't support Yun Mochen, who will? An influential figure in the nascent soul stage shouted angrily. Consider it a donation. I'm betting 500 spirit stones on Yun Mochen to win. This statement was like a fuse, igniting the passion of Yinyu City residents. They gritted their teeth and placed their bets. Damn, I'm all in too. Even if we lose, the pride and integrity of Yinyu City must not be lost. That's right. I'm betting 30 spirit stones on Yun Mochen to win too. Count me in. I'm betting as well. The fortune teller watched the screen filled with countless people placing frenzied bets, rubbing his hands together with glee. He secretly created a small account and went all in with 2,000 spirit stones betting on Zhu Huntian to win, which was originally his savings for marriage. Then, he announced in the live streaming room, the Yunju match is now closed for bets. Please wait for the results. To be on the safe side, the fortune teller opened the yellowed book in his hand, intending to cast a fortune. However, the moment the book opened, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted from his mouth. He collapsed on the stand, his eyes filled with despair, weakly murmuring, "The sky has fallen." With the bet serving as a catalyst, the showdown between Yun Mochen and Zhu Huntian instantly became the focus of the entire audience. The crowd's excitement boiled over, reaching a fever pitch. Jiang Nantian watched coldly, remarking dismissively, "Humph, what a pointless spectacle." However, he soon noticed Jiang Mo beside him, grinning at his phone. "Prince, I also bet 20,000 spirit stones. This is a sure win." Jiang Mo exclaimed excitedly. "Get lost." Jiang Nantian snapped. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun Mochen and Zhu Huntian slowly ascended the god-sealing platform. As they approached each other, instead of launching into battle, they exchanged pleasantries. "Long time no see, Huntian," Yun Mochen said gently. "Long time. We just saw each other." Zhu Huntian replied a bit awkwardly. "How have you been these days? Is your cold better?" "Pretty good. And you? Have you been thinking?" Zhu Huntian's words trailed off, her eyes soft with emotion. "I've missed you a lot." Yun Mochen confessed directly. "Your outfit today is really cool. I've never seen you like this before." Zhu Huntian blushed, avoiding Yun Mochen's intense gaze, and asked quietly, "Do you like it?" "Of course I love it. To me, you're always the most beautiful." Her cheeks reddened further, her heart racing as she tried to hide her smile, playfully accusing, "You're such a liar." The audience erupted at this display. "Come on, man. I was all set for a fight, and now this. This is the god-sealing platform. Start fighting already. Take your lovey-dovey stuff back home." A collective fear gripped the crowd. Could Zhu Huntian be planning to throw the fight? Their bets were on shaky ground. Jiang Nantian's expression darkened ominously, his body trembling with rage, the energy he emitted causing the surrounding space to quiver. Although he had no affection for Zhu Huntian, seeing his publicly acknowledged fiancé act so intimately in front of everyone felt like a massive humiliation. "Prince, take a deep breath." Jiang Mo attempted to calm him. "Get out." Jiang Nantian roared. In the stands, Zhu Huntian, wearing sunglasses, watched the scene unfold, recalling the 3 hours he was absent that night. His hand, holding a cigar, trembled as if he might inhale it entirely. Sensing the audience's dissatisfaction, Yun Mochen whispered to Zhu Huntian, "Remember what I told you?" "Yes, but I might hurt you," Zhu Huntian replied with concern. "No worries, a little injury is better than being mocked as a freeloader. Give me some face, Huntian." "Okay." With that, Yun Mochen drew the blood fiend's spear from his spatial ring, its fierce aura sweeping across the arena. Zhu Huntian flicked her high ponytail, unsheathing the Tang sword at her waist, and her gentle demeanor transformed into a formidable presence, her golden core stage level 7 energy surging forth. Phew, it's finally started. The atmosphere on the function platform suddenly became tense. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the two figures in the arena, silently wishing the best for the imperial daughter. Their expressions were solemn and serious, like devout believers awaiting a miracle. Suddenly, Yun Mochen moved. He appeared in front of Zhu Huntian like a phantom, his spear swinging fiercely. Zhu Huntian raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile on her lips as she quickly blocked with her Tang sword. Clang! With the crisp sound of metal clashing, both were pushed back dozens of meters. "Humph, you talk about me, but you're the same, hesitant to strike." Yun Mochen muttered to himself, then laughed heartily. "Huh? Huntian, you better be careful." In the next moment, a mysterious and terrifying power erupted from within Yun Mochen, flowing into his spear. He suddenly stomped the ground, shattering it instantly. Using the recoil, he shot forward like a speeding arrow towards Zhu Huntian. This was the first time Zhu Huntian faced such a direct spear intent. She dared not be careless. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her Tang sword traced a graceful arc in the air. Several sharp blade auras burst from the sword edge, directly attacking Yun Mochen. At the same time, Zhu Qingyan leaped into the air, suspending the Tang's sword above her palm. She quickly channeled her inner spiritual power, pushing it fiercely towards the sword handle. The Tang's sword emanated an extreme chill, like an icy blade stabbing straight at Yun Mochen. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, dust and smoke rose on the function platform. A figure shot out from the dust, stopping only after several hundred meters. It was Yun Mochen. Cough, cough, cough. Yun Mochen coughed violently, seemingly heavily injured. However, once he steadied himself, he was surprised to find he was unharmed except for being slightly out of breath. It turned out the rapidly approaching Tang's sword had precisely hit the spear's handle. Mochen, now you see how formidable I am. Zhu Qingyan shouted triumphantly. Heh, I love conquering formidable women. Yun Mochen laughed maniacally. Qingyan, take this. Before his words finished, Yun Mochen vanished from his spot. White light suddenly flared around Zhu Qingyan, countless spear and tents rising from the ground, enveloping her in an impenetrable white sphere. Zhu Qingyan was shocked, her scalp tingling. Instinctively, she swung her sword upward, slicing fiercely as she plummeted due to the spear attack, eventually landing heavily on the function platform. Qingyan, I love you. Before Zhu Qingyan could react, a broad hand wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Warm breath brushed her ear as Yun Mochen gazed at her with a smile, inhaling deeply, intoxicated by her sweet scent. Mochen, what are you trying to do? Zhu Qingyan asked nervously. Close your eyes, and I'll tell you. Oh, although Zhu Qingyan vaguely guessed what would happen next, she seemed enchanted, obediently closing her beautiful eyes. Her heart raced, filled with both nervousness and anticipation. Yun Mochen gazed lovingly at Zhu Qingyan's adorable expression, his eyes full of tenderness. Unconcerned about being on the function platform, he leaned in and kissed her. Zhu Qingyan's eyes flew open wide. Mochen, don't The people in the stands exchanged bewildered glances, shouting towards the function platform. What's happening in there? Imperial daughter, you must be okay. As Yun Mochen unleashed his gun intent, he frantically activated the heaven-covering technique, creating a double-layered barrier. Zhu Huntian felt a pang of worry, realizing he couldn't see through Yun Mochen's defense. Zhu Qingyan's beautiful face was now flushed with deep red, and she asked anxiously, Mochen, you can't defeat Zhang Nantian. Please give up, let me eliminate you, okay? Yun Mochen gazed steadily at Zhu Qingyan and said firmly, Qingyan, my promise to you will never change. No matter who the opponent is, you can always trust me. For you, I would even sacrifice my life. You are the entire meaning of my life, do you understand? Moved deeply by Yun Mochen's words, Zhu Qingyan quickly covered his mouth with her small hand, her voice choked with emotion. Mochen, don't say such things. Quickly say bad luck be gone. To ward off ill fortune. Yun Mochen smiled indulgently and obediently said, bad luck be gone. They exchanged smiles, but the worry in Zhu Qingyan's eyes remained. Mochen, Zhang Nantian is at the third level of the nascent soul stage. I know you have extraordinary talent and can reach the extreme realm, but compared to him, you're still lacking. How about waiting a few more years? Zhu Qingyan tried to persuade him. Yun Mochen suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, remember when I died once at the hands of the lustful ape for you? You owe me those 5,000 points for life. Miss Qingyan, are you willing? Zhu Qingyan's eyes widened in shock as she stammered. Mochen, ew, you're that sort. Yun Mochen gestured for silence, and Zhu Qingyan immediately understood, nodding repeatedly. Beyond shock, her eyes were filled with irrepressible excitement. After all, the mysterious sword immortal at the top of the void god ranking was her beloved. Seeing Zhu Qingyan's tears of joy, Yun Mochen softly asked, why are you crying? Aren't you happy that I'm a prodigy? Happy. So happy. Zhu Qingyan sobbed. With this, my father will definitely agree to us being together. Yun Mochen shook his head and said seriously, not yet. Only if I win the competition. Zhu Qingyan knew that persuading Yun Mochen any further would be futile. She could only silently pray for him, hoping he would emerge victorious in the dangerous competition. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Qingyan tightly grasped Yun Mochen's hand, her voice filled with concern. All right, I'll wait for you. But you must come back safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll make you wear 100 green hats. Yun Mochen's face twitched slightly, and he leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Suddenly, he placed his hand on her abdomen and gave a light push. In an instant, the white energy enveloping them both surged back into Yun Mochen's body. The outside world finally saw what was happening inside. The crowd gasped in surprise. Zhu Qingyan is out. But why is there blood at the corner of her mouth? Wait, she's still flying. If she keeps going, she'll fly off the Fengshen platform. Princess, please stop flying. My money, don't fly away. Under the concerned gazes of the crowd, a force projected from Zhu Qingyan's abdomen, pushing her out of the Fengshen platform without resistance. The blood at the corner of her mouth was just from biting Yun Mochen's tongue in her nervousness. Yun Mochen, holding his long spear, stood solemnly in place, watching Zhu Qingyan's retreating figure with a cold expression. He subconsciously licked the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth. The first round of the assessment is over. Yun Mochen wins. As Zhu Qingyan flew off the platform, it felt as if countless hearts flew out of their bodies, leaving behind empty, despairing shells. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Brother Yun, amazing. We can really ride high now. Brother Yun, so impressive. You beat Sister In. The young master won. Give me a kiss. Losers scram. But more voices were shouting. Refund. I want a refund. It was rigged. Give me my money back. The fortune teller remained unconscious, bleeding on the stands. The people of Yinyu City were even more fervent in their admiration for Yun Mochen. They not only gained respect, but also made money. With odds of 1.52, even betting just one spirit stone would yield a profit of 50 spirit stones after fees. Jiang Mo was crying even harder, having gambled away 20,000 spirit stones. Ugh, young master, can I kill Yun Mochen? My dreams are shattered. At that moment, Zhu Huntian cleared his throat and said expressionlessly, silence, please. The second group of candidates, please take the stage. The text on the big screen changed, displaying Jiang Nantian, Chu Shaoling. Jiang Nantian's face was dark as he slowly rose to approach the Fengshan platform, finding a target for his frustration. Chu Shaoling, however, was undaunted. She believed that even if she couldn't defeat Jiang Nantian, her brother would avenge her. Jiang Nantian, I'm not afraid of you. My brother is here. Just you wait. Chu Shaoling clenched her fists, determined not to disgrace her father this time. The Yun family never backed down, not even the women. In her heart, she called out, brother, you'll watch my match, won't you? Brother, I really want to see you. Haha. Yingu, you and Chu Xiaoling look like twins. Especially those eyes, they're practically identical. Su Jupang and Hai Nu exclaimed in unison, their gazes darting between Yun Mochen and Chu Xiaoling. Yun Mochen's heart skipped a beat at their words, and a complex expression crossed his face. Forcing a bitter smile, he waved them off, saying, how could that be? She's an imperial daughter, don't flatter me. Really? Yun Mochen quickly changed the subject. You two better focus on the match and learn some combat techniques. It'll be your turn soon. On the Fengshan platform, Chu Xiaoling gracefully approached Jiang Nantian. She held a slender sword, raising it lightly, its tip pointing directly at her opponent. Her eyes showed no fear, only confidence and pride, knowing her brother was watching from somewhere. Jiang Nantian, are you here to meet your doom? Chu Xiaoling said arrogantly. Already simmering with anger, Jiang Nantian's fury intensified at being belittled by a girl a head shorter than him. His face turned as dark as ink. Hope you can keep that mouth of yours once we're done. Jiang Nantian growled through clenched teeth. Green hat guy? What can you do besides throwing tantrums? Pathetic loser. Chu Xiaoling retorted mercilessly. What did you say? Jiang Nantian erupted in rage, unleashing the terrifying aura of a third-stage nascent soul cultivator, stirring up a storm of dust. Chu Xiaoling's expression tightened as she quickly channeled her internal spiritual power, using her sword to fend off the oppressive force. Yet, she soon realized she was struggling. How can I fight like this? Just resisting the pressure is exhausting, and he hasn't even really attacked yet. Chu Xiaoling thought anxiously. Jiang Nantian smirked coldly, standing still while gathering a formidable energy in his hands. With a slight flick of his finger, the energy shot towards Chu Xiaoling like an arrow. Thud. As expected, Chu Xiaoling was blasted away, spitting blood as she crashed heavily to the ground in a sorry state. Although clips circulating online showed Chu Xiaoling holding her own against Jiang Nantian, he was no longer holding back. Despite her 7th-stage golden core cultivation, she was no match for the 3rd-stage nascent soul Jiang Nantian. This was no contest of experience or skill, but sheer difference in power levels. After entering the nascent soul stage, cultivators could perform short-range teleportation. Compared to golden core cultivators, they experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, senses, and reflexes. Chu Xiaoling stood no chance. Wow, never seen such a pathetic imperial daughter before, someone in the audience mocked. Chu Xiaoling against a 3rd-stage nascent soul Jiang Nantian is like a boxing champion beating up a kindergarten kid. Total mismatch. Hey, by the way, another spectator suddenly remembered. Did you guys see that viral video online? Didn't Chu Xiaoling say she'd get her brother to avenge her? The Huaxiao rankings are almost at the final stage, and no one looks like her brother. Now that you mention it, someone nearby chimed in. We even speculated that the brother Chu Xiaoling talked about might actually be her little boyfriend. Among the remaining 30 candidates, there might just be an imperial offspring. It's unlikely that the Yun clan would suddenly produce an imperial descendant, but that possibility cannot be ignored. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the Fengshan platform, where Jiang Nantian was mercilessly humiliating Chu Xiaoling. Chu Xiaoling was brutally beaten by Jiang Nantian and lay on the ground in a sorry state. The audience began to whisper among themselves, some speculating on how long she could hold out, while others were curious about her so-called brother. Just then, Chu Xiaoling struggled to her feet, disregarding her injuries, and hurriedly dusted off her carefully chosen dress. You've ruined my clothes. I prepared this for my brother. Chu Xiaoling's voice was filled with anger. For days, she had dressed meticulously to surprise her brother and let him know he had a pretty and caring sister. Jiang Nantian sneered. Huh? So what if it's ruined? Then die. To everyone's surprise, Chu Xiaoling did not choose to surrender, but instead frantically channeled her inner spiritual power. Her delicate sword erupted with a torrent of sword energy, transforming into streaks of light that surged toward Jiang Nantian. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy bombarded Jiang Nantian's position, causing violent explosions. However, Jiang Nantian merely raised his left hand, and a barrier glowing with blue spiritual light effortlessly blocked all the sword energy. Half a minute later, the sword energy dissipated. Chu Xiaoling panted heavily, her expression grave. Jiang Nantian said coldly, "Had fun? Now it's my turn." Before the words finished, Jiang Nantian instantly appeared in front of Chu Xiaoling's slap. A crisp sound echoed as Chu Xiaoling was slapped away. Jiang Nantian followed closely, appearing above her and stomping down fiercely. Boom! The sky trembled as Chu Xiaoling spat blood, plummeting like an out-of-control elevator, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. An imperial daughter. Many Yun clan members in the stands exclaimed in shock. Yun Mochen watched the scene, a strange fury welling up within him. He instinctively clutched his chest, his heart racing, as if someone had torn open a scar that had already healed, causing intense pain. Jiang Nantian hovered in the air, speaking indifferently. It's fine to be stubborn, but without strength, that's pointless. Let me teach you on behalf of the Yun Emperor. From within the dust, Chu Xiaoling's weak yet defiant voice emerged. I scoff at you. Who do you think you are, to teach me on behalf of my father? Suddenly, Jiang Nantian's expression shifted. He sensed that Chu Xiaoling's aura was rapidly increasing, far surpassing the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Chu Xiaoling is using a secret technique. No, miss, came anxious cries from the stands. The spectators from the Yun clan gasped in shock, their expressions filled with extreme tension. It was well known that although secret arts could swiftly enhance one's power, the side effects were severe, and any slight misstep could lead to permanent damage. Such deep-seated abilities were usually reserved for the imperial clans and hidden noble families, who would never use them lightly. Chu Xiaoling's aura surged wildly, advancing through the stages, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Golden Core stage, finally breaking through to the 1st level of the Nascent Soul stage. As the dust settled, she stood up slowly, her face twitching and her delicate body trembling slightly, clearly enduring immense pain. The crowd was astonished, buzzing with speculation. What deep-seated enmity did Chu Xiaoling have with Jiang Nantian that she would risk damaging her foundation for this battle? In the next moment, a look of determination flashed in Chu Xiaoling's eyes. She flicked her wrist, causing her elegant sword to tremble violently. Instantly, a torrent of sword energy erupted, transforming into a massive silver-white phoenix. The audience drew a collective breath in shock. The energy fluctuation of this martial skill was at least at the low earth level. The Yun clan's heritage was indeed profound. Just this secret art to rapidly boost power was incredibly formidable, likely beyond the reach of other imperial clan science. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoling moved. She transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Jiang Nantian. The enormous phoenix spread its wings, the sword energy raging, causing ripples to spread through the space. Jiang Nantian sneered dismissively. Even if you use a secret art to enhance your power, in the face of absolute strength, it's all a joke. Before he finished speaking, a remarkable Tang sword appeared in Jiang Nantian's hand. He raised it abruptly, slashing fiercely at the approaching Chu Xiaoling. In an instant, a terrifying blade energy shot forth, as if to cleave the heavens, causing slight cracks to appear in the space. More bizarrely, Jiang Nantian's figure suddenly pixelated like a glitch, splitting into dozens of shadows, each wielding a Tang sword, flying towards Chu Xiaoling. Slash, dozens of ghastly cuts appeared on Chu Xiaoling's body. However, she did not resist the frenzied assault of these shadows. Instead, she once again channeled her internal energy, driving the silver phoenix towards Jiang Nantian. The entire audience held their breath, captivated by the heart-stopping scene. With an ethereal, crisp cry, the gigantic phoenix opened its massive maw, swallowing Jiang Nantian whole. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. What would be the outcome? The life-and-death battle between the two had everyone's nerves on edge. The intensity and power of this battle, without exaggeration, represent the pinnacle of the new generation's combat strength in China. All the spectators fixed their eyes on the function platform, afraid to miss a single detail. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the phoenix, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens, rapidly expanding at a visible speed. With a thunderous explosion, the phoenix's body erupted with numerous terrifying and bizarre energies, tearing it apart in an instant and transforming it into a storm of sword energy. That's blade intent, someone exclaimed, and it's triple blade intent. The audience was in shock and began to discuss. Zhang Nantian hid his strength too well. If it weren't for Chu Xiaoling using a secret technique, who would have thought he not only comprehended blade intent, but also achieved triple blade intent? The world has truly changed. Compared to these prodigies, what path lies ahead for us, ordinary people? Don't get down, my friend. Let's just happily spend our lives together in the Wandering Soul's banner. At that moment, a graceful figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Nantian hovered in the air, hands behind his back, with a distinct sword mark on his chest. The crowd was stunned. Chu Xiaoling, at the 7th level of the Gold Core stage, had actually managed to injure Zhang Nantian, who was at the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul stage. Princess, Miss, the crowd exclaimed. Chu Xiaoling was covered in injuries, her blood-soaked dress clinging to her. However, she remained conscious, struggling to get up from the ground. She scanned the stands and said with difficulty, "Brother, did you see? Xiaoling is amazing. I won't let you down. It's just that the dress I prepared for you to see got dirty. I hope you don't mind." With that, Chu Xiaoling finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly closed her eyes, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Nantian snorted coldly, "Brother? Even if he comes, he'll end up like you." With a flick of his finger, a strong blade intent blasted the unconscious Chu Xiaoling off the function platform. The Yun clan members, filled with anger, hurriedly took Chu Xiaoling away for treatment. Yun Mochen's expression was unusual, catching the attention of his longtime friend. "Yun, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset? Brother Yun, is it because your injury from last time hasn't healed yet? Why are you holding your chest like that?" Yun Mochen forced a smile. "It's nothing, just suddenly feeling a bit breathless." He instinctively glanced at Zhang Nantian, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. Above the sky, Emperor Luo said to Emperor Jiang, "Aren't you worried that old devil Yun will come knocking at your door at midnight for what your son did to Chu Xiaoling?" Emperor Jiang was unconcerned. "Ha ha ha, it's just a scuffle among the younger generation. Jiang is young and impulsive, doesn't know his own strength. I'm sure old devil Yun won't mind." Zhu Zhan cleared his throat and announced, "The second group's assessment is over. Zhang Nantian wins. Next, let's welcome the third group of examinees." After days of fierce battles, only 3 remained on the function platform. The names Zhang Nantian, Ming Yuan, and Yun Mochen shone brightly on the function platform. Zhang Nantian's advancement came as no surprise. Everyone had anticipated it. Ming Yuan had cleverly concealed her true cultivation level until her match against the young monk Bukong at the 7th stage of the Golden Core. The battle was intense, with Bukong's formidable strength almost knocking Ming Yuan off the platform. At the critical moment, Ming Yuan had to reveal her true strength at the 8th stage of the Golden Core to narrowly claim victory. However, it was Yun Mochen's path to advancement that left everyone astounded. In his first match, he faced Zhu Huntian, who clearly let him win. The second match was even more absurd, as his opponent was Su Jupang. Su Jupang leisurely ascended the platform without his spear, casually holding a string of boiled eggs, munching as he walked. He nonchalantly declared, "Oh no, too many eggs, my stomach hurts. Gotta go." With that, he jumped off the platform, leaving everyone dumbfounded, and hummed a tune as he returned to Hai Nu's side. This scene infuriated Emperor Luo, who furiously threatened to sever ties with Su Jupang. To everyone's surprise, Su Jupang responded even more defiantly by tossing a string of eggs at Emperor Luo in the sky, shouting, "Sever ties? Old Biden, you think I want to be your son? Fine, sever them. From now on, I'm the boss. You're nothing." If not for Zhu Huntian's timely intervention, Su Jupang might have met his end. Hai Nu's performance was equally unexpected. Initially considered a dark horse, she faced Yun Mochen in the third match. Unlike Su Jupang's blatant act, she symbolically raised her hand and was conveniently knocked back to her original seat in the stands. She flashed a sweet smile, revealing her tiger teeth, at Su Jupang, leaving everyone bewildered. Yun Mochen himself was shocked, incredulously staring at his hands and muttering, "I didn't even touch her with the blood fiend." At that moment, Zhu Huntian announced, "Congratulations to the 3 of you for reaching the finals. The next stage will be based on a point system. Each of you will have 2 matches, and the one with the fewest points will be eliminated. For the first match, please welcome Ming Yuan and Yun Mochen." As Zhu Huntian's words fell, the entire venue erupted in excitement. The audience shouted in unison, "Princess Ming Yuan," followed by a resounding chant, "Defeat Yun Mochen." It seemed almost everyone had lost money in the fortune teller's betting pool. Even those who hadn't participated had friends or family who did, fueling the collective fervor and desire to see Yun Mochen defeated. In the recent 2 matches, Yun Mochen blatantly threw the games, an act without any scruples that infuriated the audience. Some even sarcastically remarked that this was more outrageous than his performance in the last World Cup. Yet, at this moment, he walked onto the stage with a smile, waving calmly at the enthusiastic crowd. In a private room, Meng Yang lounged comfortably, watching the large screen displaying Meng Yuan's image, while enjoying a foot massage from a provocatively dressed woman. Ah Qing, put some strength into it. I can't feel a thing, Meng Yang said leisurely. In the stands, Zhu Qinggan watched Yun Machen's every move nervously. She had been grounded at home recently, and if today wasn't the last day of exams, Zhu Huntian wouldn't have allowed her to come and watch. Mochen, you can do it, she silently cheered him on, knowing well that Yun Machen's real abilities far exceeded what he had shown so far. On the field, Meng Yuan questioned him with a commanding presence. Yun Machen, even though you're my sister's partner, that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you, because my family's honor is at stake. You will, Yun Machen replied with just 3 words, leaving Meng Yuan and all the contestants stunned, followed by a burst of mocking laughter. Do you think just because you're handsome, everyone will give you face? Meng Yuan said disdainfully, pulling out a long whip from her space ring and advancing towards Yun Machen. However, when Yun Machen mentioned the incident with the Grand Elder, Meng Yuan's expression froze. She finally realized the true identity of the handsome young man before her, the once hideous, yet powerful sword immortal. Looking at Yun Machen's attractive face, she struggled to reconcile him with the extremely ugly youth from her memories. Yun Machen is the sword immortal? This shocking revelation left everyone present in utter disbelief. I don't believe it. Meng Yang suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. That ugly kid. How could he possibly be Yun Machen? How could his disguise fool me, let alone the head of the family? She shook her head, trying to convince herself. Yes, I must be dreaming. Turning to Qing beside her, her tone suddenly became suggestive. Qing, can we extend the time? I need to vent a bit. Get lost. You pervert. Qing snapped sharply. Meng Yang persisted. I'll pay extra. Qing hesitated for a moment. It's not impossible. Just then, something important seemed to occur to Meng Yang. She jumped out of bed, her expression shifting from shock to complete bewilderment. In the end, she had to accept the reality and, with trembling hands, dialed the phone number of Meng Di. I'm right here on the scene. Where are you? The deep voice on the other end made Meng Yang's soul almost leave her body. In a fluster, she pulled up her half-removed pants and disappeared instantly from the spot. Meanwhile, in the exam hall, the confrontation between Yun Machen and Meng Yuan left the surrounding examinees utterly confused. Normally, Meng Yuan should have been furious and would have beaten Yun Machen up. But the current situation was completely unexpected. What's all this about the Grand Elder? One examinee muttered quietly. The Grand Elder of the Meng clan is at least at the nascent soul stage, a top-tier expert in the entire Huaxia nation. They can establish a top family in any city. How could they have any connection with Yun Machen? It must be a misunderstanding, another examinee consoled themselves. Yeah, a misunderstanding. Yun Machen stood silently on the function platform, his white robe slightly stirred by the breeze. He neither attacked nor spoke. He simply gazed quietly at Meng Yuan. Zhu Qingyan watched this scene, showing no jealousy. She had already guessed Yun Machen's intention to inform Meng Yuan of his identity in the virtual space, so she would back off and avoid offending her friend. Miss, about this Yun Machen, Lu Yi began to speak, but was coldly interrupted by Zhu Qingyan. Say one more word, and you can leave. Zhu Qingyan turned her exquisitely beautiful face, her tone icy. Lu Yi trembled with fear and immediately knelt down to plead. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, I won't say anything more. Although Lu Yi was from an imperial family and usually close to Zhu Qingyan, once Zhu Qingyan truly got angry, the boundaries of master and servant became strikingly clear. Otherwise, it would be courting disaster. Su Jupang, seeing Meng Yuan's expression on the function platform, shouted excitedly. Awesome, brother Yun. I can't believe the Meng Yuan I couldn't get is secretly in love with you. It hurts, it hurts. Su Jupang suddenly screamed. Hai Nu, let's talk this over. It turned out that Hai Nu had reached out her small hand and pinched Su Jupang's belly fat hard. Brother Yun is not some playboy, Hai Nu said angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pinch you again. And who did you say had a secret crush? No one. Su Jupang quickly denied. Hai Nu pouted in dissatisfaction. On the function platform, Meng Yuan gradually calmed her emotions. She subconsciously tidied her hair, her eyes flickering, somewhat unable to meet Yun Machen's gaze. So, are we still fighting? She asked softly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Machen replied calmly. I've watched your previous battles. You're indeed strong, even stronger than Jian Fuxing, who is currently in the spotlight. Hearing this, Meng Yuan's body trembled slightly, and the blush on her face deepened. Since childhood, she had admired sword cultivators, finding their free-spirited and unrivaled nature incredibly charming provided they were handsome. She was a girl who judged by appearances, and only good-looking men could catch her eye. If Yun Mochen looked hideous with his mask on, she wouldn't force herself to like him. At that moment, Yun Mochen said something that instantly electrified the crowd. If I don't use my trump card, I might not be able to defeat you. The atmosphere erupted immediately. Ha, is Yun Mochen really that foolish? Does he really think that beating Jiang Qing, a 4th level golden core cultivator, makes him invincible and able to look down on the imperial princess? Exactly. I was starting to become a fan, but it turns out he's just an arrogant kid. He barely survived his fight with Jian Fuxing, a 9th level golden core cultivator. And now he dares to challenge the imperial princess? It's laughable. The noise rose like a tidal wave. Meng Muan first gave Zhu Qingyan a meaningful smile before turning to Yun Mochen with a teasing tone. Yun Mochen, you've already thrown 3 matches. If I let you win again, don't you care about your reputation as a man? Let's settle this with one move. In truth, Meng Muan felt a bit unconvinced. Although Yun Mochen had shown strength 5 minor stages higher than when he was at her home, he was still just a foundation establishment cultivator. She, on the other hand, was an 8th level golden core expert. Even if he had sword intent, it didn't mean she couldn't beat him. Besides, he was her father's newly appointed imperial son, but wasn't she the imperial daughter? No matter who won, the Ming clan wouldn't lose anything. So why not give it a try? As this thought took root, Meng Muan felt an unprecedented desire and urge to conquer. She wanted to conquer Yun Mochen, then brandish a whip. Meng Muan snapped back to reality, chastising herself. What are you thinking? Yun Mochen sensed Meng Muan's pride and said helplessly, all right then. If you get hurt, please forgive me. Enough talk, take this. Meng Muan snorted coldly, and the long whip in her hand erupted with terrifying energy, making the space around it tremble violently. In the next moment, Meng Muan moved. Her expression was fierce, as if she was pouring all her spiritual power into the whip. Suddenly, it burst into a terrifying blue flame, transforming into a blue spirit snake with 2 fangs, lashing out at Yun Mochen. Spirit snake rends the sky. Meng Muan shouted. The fearsome blue spirit snake lunged at Yun Mochen, causing the space around it to ripple. Yun Mochen remained expressionless, quickly channeling his double-layered spear intent into the blood fiend in his hand. Then, he launched himself towards Meng Muan with explosive force. Furious dragon devours the sky. Yun Mochen shouted in return. A phantom dragon appeared behind him, its jaws wide open as if to devour the world, charging straight at the spirit snake. Boom. With a thunderous explosion that seemed to shake the heavens, their weapons collided fiercely, and 2 terrifying forces clashed in the air. Behind them, the phantom dragon and spirit snake also engaged in a fierce battle. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't expected Yun Mochen to withstand Meng Muan's full-strength attack and still be able to channel his spiritual power and martial skills to fight back. However, because he hadn't yet broken through to the golden core stage, Yun Mochen gradually descended in the confrontation, his legs eventually crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Meng Muan scoffed. Yun Mochen, is this your trump card? How disappointing. Although Yun Mochen had sword intent, in a one-move showdown, he still used spear intent. This led Meng Muan to assume that the double-layered spear intent was his real trump card, hence her disdain. Haha. Yun Mochen's expression revealed signs of impending defeat. The crowd excitedly cheered for the imperial daughter, hoping she would overcome this formidable opponent. However, the situation took a dramatic turn. A flash of determination appeared in Yun Mochen's eyes as he internally roared, blood refinement. Activate. In an instant, his face twisted into a terrifying visage, and his aura surged. Meng Muan was shocked, desperately trying to mobilize her internal spiritual power, but Yun Mochen's power was increasing too rapidly for her to mount an effective defense. With a thunderous crash, Meng Muan was blasted away by an irresistible force, hitting the ground heavily. Debris scattered, and dust filled the air. All the spectators stood frozen, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Yun Mochen had defeated the imperial daughter with a single move. Yun Mochen stood emotionless, his white clothes spotless, quietly watching Meng Muan on the ground. You lost, he said calmly. Meng Muan coughed up blood, licking her red lips in disbelief. Though injured, it wasn't fatal. However, they had agreed that one move would decide the victor, and the result was clear. She had lost completely, while her opponent remained unscathed. Yun Mochen, I will challenge you again. Meng Muan's beautiful face showed no anger, but was filled with a desire for conquest and excitement. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, she slowly left the arena, leaving Yun Mochen standing alone. Meng Yang, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene with despair and sadness written all over his face. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his forehead. He turned around in anger, shouting, "Who the hell?" but stopped mid-sentence, terrified upon recognizing the person. Patriarch, don't just stand there. Take the imperial daughter for treatment, Meng Di commanded sternly. Meng Yang quickly teleported to Meng Muan's side, asking with concern, Imperial daughter, are you okay? I'll take you for treatment now. Ming Yuan waved him off. No, I want to watch his next battle. Elder, I'm fine, just a little injured cough. She then suddenly bowed towards the sky. Elder Zhu, I forfeit the next battle. At her words, the audience voiced their regret, but soon accepted her decision. After all, she couldn't defeat the other opponent, and continuing the competition was pointless. Zhu Huntian nodded slightly and announced, since Ming Yuan has chosen to forfeit, the final battle of this Huaxiao ranking tournament will be between Jiang Nantian and Yun Mochen. Jiang Nantian, please enter the arena. Yun Mochen, take a short rest. The match will officially begin in 2 hours once you've recovered your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of spirit stones fell from the sky, landing beside Yun Mochen. Yun Mochen respectfully bowed. Thank you, Elder Zhu. He then began to restore his spiritual power in preparation for the upcoming final showdown. Xiaoyao was about to take a swig from his wine gourd when he suddenly paused, turning to ask, did Yun Mochen just use some secret technique? His power surged all of a sudden, without any warning, as if it increased instantly. Jiang Mo, who had just recovered from the sorrow of losing 20,000 spirit stones meant for his wife's dowry, began to pay serious attention to the boy they had previously ignored. He nodded solemnly and whispered, Chu Xiaoling keeps mentioning her brother, and Yun Mochen's surname is Yun. A family that possesses such a top-tier secret technique, aside from the imperial clan, no other small family could have it. Don't you find it suspicious? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyao shuddered and suddenly realized that this might be the reason for his inexplicable unease. But he quickly shook his head, denying it. No. If Yun Mochen were the emperor's son from the Yun clan, when Chu Xiaoling was beaten by Jiang Nantian, I didn't hear him say a word. That's the most terrifying part. Jiang Mo urged, Xiaoyao, think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaoyao shook his head again. Do you think the Yun emperor would be foolish enough to let us guess that he's secretly protecting his son? Think from another angle. If Yun Mochen is indeed the emperor's son, and the Yun emperor is subtly pushing everyone to accept him, then something even more terrifying must be happening. Why? Jiang Mo asked. Because he might be leaving, or facing something dreadful, something that might lead to his downfall, Jiang Xiaoyao analyzed. So he has no choice but to gradually expose his hidden son to the public as a form of protection. After all, with his strength, even if he leaves, no one would know, and people would still fear the emperor's son. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyao suddenly laughed and patted Jiang Mo on the shoulder. And you say I'm mysterious. Look at yourself now. Stop overthinking it. Such a thing is practically impossible. What? Are you stupid? Jiang Mo retorted. Which emperor's son secretly protected isn't enjoying vast resources and treasures within the clan, with a group ready to rescue him at any danger? How could someone like Yun Mochen be thrown into an orphanage since childhood? Hearing this, Jiang Mo breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed the wine gourd from Jiang Xiaoyao, and drank it all. But soon, he showed a look of sadness. Ah, my dowry. Emperor's son, you must avenge me. On the viewing platform, a young man wearing rimless gold-framed glasses was flipping through a yellowed notebook. There were only a few words written inside. The fallen immortal emerges, calamities descend. Yun Mochen. This young man was the diviner, who pondered, could Yun Mochen really be the prophesied fallen immortal? A few days ago, the diviner received a letter from his clan, warning him not to offend these boys with great destiny. This led him to hold back his true strength during competitions with Su Jupang and Meng Mubai. However, because he ran a gambling ring under the name of the Zitianch, he ended up losing everything and didn't even dare to reply to the clan. He hadn't mentioned anything about Yun Mochen either, out of fear. The diviner was anxious. He had lost everything and was in debt, and the clan surely knew about it. His grandfather hadn't come to find him yet. Maybe he could settle this. No. With grandfather's personality, he either doesn't act or spills blood when he does. Has he been sharpening his knife these days? Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, conflict, despair, helplessness, the diviner suddenly closed his notebook, his gaze set firmly on Yun Mochen on the viewing platform, filled with determination and resolve. Damn it. Life and death are destined. Wealth is in the heavens. One more bet. Yun Mochen, my life is in your hands. The live stream at Zitiange was buzzing with excitement once again. The voice of the fortune teller echoed across the internet. Come on, take a look. Zitiange is taking bets again. He explained the betting rules in detail. Betting on Yun Mochen to win had odds of 1 to 200, while betting on Jiang Nantian had odds of 1 to 1.1. Only spirit stones were accepted, and each participant had to pay a transaction fee of 3 spirit stones. He also reminded everyone. As usual, bets must be placed with real name verification, and spirit stones must be delivered within 3 days, or we'll come to collect the debt ourselves. The comment section was flooded with messages. Some people cursed, screw you. I've already lost everything, and now you're opening bets again, you scammer. Another voice, however, was filled with awe. You're brave, man. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble with Zitiange? Before the insults subsided, a mysterious account suddenly verified its identity. revealing just 2 words, Jiang clan. This move took everyone's breath away, earning admiration for its boldness. Though Zitiange wasn't an imperial clan, it was shrouded in even more mystery. Its true strength was unknown, but it had stood firm in China for a century. It wasn't that no one dared to provoke them. It was that those who did vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhang Mo was staring at his phone screen, seething with anger and cursing. Zitiange is nothing. Try coming after me. However, the fortune teller's new message quickly caught everyone's attention. This match seemed to have a foregone conclusion. Yun Mochen was only at the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage, while Jiang Nantian was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Could there be an unexpected outcome like last time? Absolutely not. Unless Jiang Nantian secretly had feelings for Yun Mochen. In the chat, initially hesitant viewers began to stir. Going all in his wisdom, they murmured to themselves, all in, all in. This time, I must win. Soon, the fortune teller's private live stream was bustling. Someone declared with bravado, this time, I won't lose so badly. I'm betting 300 spirit stones on Jiang Nantian. Man, where did you get that kind of money? Didn't last time's bet leave you broke? Someone asked curiously. My ex-wife's family owns a mine. I've already booked a hotel for tonight. Once her husband leaves, I'll be there. Money? Easy come, easy go. Wow, you're the legendary neighbor Wang. Impressive. I've learned something. I'm calling my stepmom to have a chat in my room tonight. At that moment, a familiar wealthy account chimed in again. Womadan Buhuai Lu clan verified. I'm betting 50 million spirit stones on Yun Mochen to win. This was none other than Su Jipang, who had unexpectedly won 50 million spirit stones last time. Without hesitation, he was going all in again. Despite his gripes with his father, he always remembered his father's words. Those who cherish their wives will prosper. Those who neglect them will find no wealth. The unjust will find life unpredictable, while those who value righteousness will live a life of fortune. Yungu, your brother always believes in you. The moment Su Jipang placed his bet, the entire live stream erupted. The astronomical figure of 50 million spirit stones left all the viewers in shock, as if they had been struck by lightning. This fortune could build a grand castle and still have plenty left over. Su Jipang calmly typed a few more words. Don't ask. It's just that there's too much money to spend. This statement was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot, causing an even bigger uproar. Viewers expressed their envy openly. The world of the wealthy is indeed different. Meanwhile, the residents of Yinyu City knew what this competition meant for Yun Mochen. It was more than just a contest. It was a battle for dignity. They all placed bets supporting Yun Mochen, and winning or losing was no longer important. Yun Mochen's performance in the Huaxiao ranking tournament had already set a new historical high for Yinyu City. People secretly hoped that it wouldn't be long before Yinyu City would receive significant attention from Huaxiao's policies, enjoying substantial support and educational resources. And all of this was thanks to the boy they once underestimated. What's more astonishing was that he had just turned 18 this year. Suddenly, the phone of Shun Swansea rang. However, he chose to ignore it, his gaze fixed on the live stream. He wore a monocle with a legless gold frame, and a fierce white light flashed across the lens. On the other end of the line, an elderly man with white hair was sharpening a knife. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong arms. The 3-meter-long butcher's knife in his hand scraped back and forth on a large stone, creating a piercing sound. The old man muttered to himself, Shin Swansea, don't blame Grandpa. Another 2 days of sharpening. One strike should make it painless. 2 hours later, the long-awaited competition was finally about to begin. Zhu Qingyan's eyes twitched uncontrollably as she watched Yun Mochen on stage, completely ignoring Jiang Nantian, who stood not far away. She wasn't the only one. Everyone in Yinyu City, including Su Jupang, Hai Nu, and even those few misfits, held their breath, eyes fixed on the function platform. Yun Mochen slowly stood up and turned to Bamboo Elder, saying, Elder Bamboo, I have recovered. We can start the match. Bamboo Elder nodded slightly, then announced, next, the final battle of the Huaxiao ranking tournament begins now. His voice, though neither loud nor soft, seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly igniting an unparalleled passion in the hearts of people on the function platform and across the nation. At this moment, Jiang Nantian arrogantly approached Yun Mochen, a playful smile on his lips. Yun Mochen, finally, I get to see you here. To be honest, I've been looking forward to this day as much as you have. I've long wanted to have some fun with you, clown. Yun Mochen's expression remained unchanged as he coldly looked at Jiang Nantian and repeated, I said, you are a clown. Oh, Yun Mochen, I'll kill you today. Jiang Nantian roared, suddenly appearing behind Yun Mochen and delivering a fierce kick. Although Yun Mochen sensed the danger from behind, he instinctively swung his blood kuei to block. Unfortunately, he was a beat too slow and was sent flying. Mochen, Yun Ge, brother Yun, Young, the audience exclaimed. Jiang Nantian looked down at Yun Mochen, who was slowly getting up, with a face full of mockery. If you kneel before me and kowtow 1,000 times, I might spare your life. Oh, and don't think about surrendering. Your mouth isn't faster than mine. Hara! At that moment, Yun Mochen suddenly laughed up to the sky, his laughter devoid of any fear. Then, his expression returned to calm as he shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. Indeed, the spear is still too slow for me. I'll use a sword then. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yun Mochen planted his spear into the ground and retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring. What just happened? Yun Mochen's actions left everyone in shock. Instead of using his signature spear, he drew a gleaming sword from his spatial ring. The audience was left speechless. Could he also be a sword cultivator? Someone exclaimed. Impossible, another voice immediately countered. Yun Mochen has already mastered the second level of spear intent. His identity as a genius spear cultivator is an indisputable fact. Speculation buzzed through the crowd. Some wondered if Yun Mochen could excel in both spear and sword arts. But this idea was quickly dismissed. Don't be ridiculous. Even the top experts haven't mastered the intent of two weapons. A seasoned cultivator shook his head. In the history of Huaxia, no strong cultivator has been known to possess two intents simultaneously. Yun Mochen? Even less likely. So, why did Yun Mochen draw a sword? The answer seemed simple. Facing Jiang Nintian on the Fengshan platform meant certain death for Yun Mochen, given Jiang Nintian's personality. Unable to bring himself to surrender, Yun Mochen might as well go out in style, wielding a sword to leave a lasting impression in his final moments. This reasoning seemed quite plausible. The entire audience, and everyone across Huaxia watching the match, plunged into fervent discussion. In their eyes, even if Yun Mochen pulled a nuclear bomb from his spatial ring, it wouldn't change the outcome. The gap in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. Meanwhile, nearly everyone in Yinyu City was glued to the live broadcast of the match. Whether students, office workers, or those pursuing the path of immortality, their faces were marked with complex and worried expressions. They quickly realized that the young man in white on the screen was facing the threat of death. Will he choose to surrender? Someone whispered. No, he definitely won't, another replied firmly. Yun Mochen had already made it to the top 3 in the Huaxia rankings. Whether by luck or skill, his position in the top 3 was well-deserved and a tremendous honor. Moreover, he represented the pinnacle strength of Huaxia's new generation. Yet he did not choose to give up. Faced with an opponent he knew he couldn't defeat, he still resolutely chose to continue. Even though his opponent was determined to see him dead, Yun Mochen had endured much ridicule, mockery, and scorn along his journey. The audience couldn't help but think that if they were in his shoes, they might have long chosen to abandon the bet. At that moment, a powerful figure in the live stream, certified to be in the integration stage, suddenly spoke up. Damn it. I'm going to the scene to support him. He's brought so much honor to Yinyu City, way more than I ever did at his age. We can't just do nothing. These words instantly ignited the passion of Yinyu City's citizens, quietly brewing a massive support movement. His words set the residents of Yinyu City in the live stream into a frenzy. That's right. This young man has elevated the status of Yinyu City to unprecedented heights. He's really made us proud. We can't just sit here cheering at the screen. Hey, can someone take me along? I'm in too. My uncle is a top-notch formation master. If there's a powerful expert to help maintain the formation, we could carry thousands of cultivators and perform a spatial leap. The passionate citizens of Yinyu City were eager to show their support, ready to rush to the scene and assist Yun Mochen. However, netizens from other regions scoffed at this. Sure, a master in the fusion stage can perform spatial leaps, even faster than a teleportation array, but the distance from Yinyu City to the capital is such that even at full speed, it would take at least 10 minutes. Do you really think Yun Mochen can hold out until then? By the time you arrive, his body might already be collected. This ridicule instantly ignited the fury of Yinyu City's residents. A master in the fusion stage, enraged, shouted, "You coward! Do you dare to send your location? I can't guarantee Yun Mochen will win, but I can guarantee you won't survive today." The provocateur immediately deactivated his account. Seeing this, others refrained from making sarcastic comments, leaving only those with strong backgrounds to continue their verbal sparring with Yinyu City residents. At this moment, Jiang Nanshan's voice, filled with mockery and excitement, resonated. Yun Mochen, did you draw your sword to imitate Xiang Yu's suicide at Wujiang? He was a hero, but what are you? A useless coward. Honestly, if you can withstand a casual strike from me, I'll call you dad. Hara! Jiang Nanshan's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. He had waited for this moment for a long, long time. In his mind, he had already simulated countless horrific methods of torture. He intended to ruthlessly torment this disgraceful wretch before him to death. Unexpectedly, Yun Mochen, with a cold smile, suddenly retorted, "All right, son, here comes your dad." Before his words faded, Yun Mochen launched himself from the ground, the shattered surface sending a powerful force through his feet. He transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Jiang Nantian. Simultaneously, his sword unleashed countless sharp sword auras, distorting the space as they rushed towards Jiang Nantian. Its sword aura. Yun Mochen is truly a sword cultivator. My god, how can someone master two weapons at once? Is his talent really so extraordinary? This is unbelievable. How much more is Yun Mochen hiding? Everyone was in awe, as only those who could release sword aura and sever a strand of hair with a single stroke could be considered true sword cultivators. This level alone deterred countless cultivators. Otherwise, sword cultivation would be the most popular path in the Huaxia nation. Witnessing this strike, Jiang Nantian was briefly surprised but quickly dismissed it with disdain. He didn't even draw his own Tang sword, merely raising his hand slightly. A terrifying energy erupted from his palm, sweeping across the entire area. Die! Jiang Nantian gently pushed his palm, and the energy shot towards Yun Mochen like a cannonball, violently shaking the space it traversed and startling all present. Everyone held their breath, inwardly sighing. Yun Mochen's talent is undeniably strong, but Jiang Nantian is even stronger. At 18, he has already reached the third layer of the nascent soul stage. No novel would dare write this. Yun Mochen stands no chance. Alas, why must Yun exist when Jiang does? Just as Yun Mochen's sword was about to meet the terrifying energy rushing towards him, a shocking scene unfolded. Suddenly, an even more bizarre and formidable force erupted from Yun Mochen's body, like a volcano erupting in fury, surging toward the energy released by Jiang Nantian. What is this mysterious power erupting from Yun Mochen's body? I have no idea. And look at my sword. It's trembling like it's afraid of something. When Yun Mochen unleashed that mysterious power within him, the atmosphere inside the function platform suddenly became tense. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the young man on stage. Suddenly, the sound of swords resonated throughout the venue, as nearly every sword cultivator's weapon trembled madly, as if bowing to a formidable presence. That's sword intent. And it's triple sword intent. Chu Xiaoling's voice shattered the silence, her bright eyes shimmering with surprise and excitement. As the daughter of a sword immortal, she was intimately familiar with sword intent. Despite her injuries, she insisted on coming to the function platform, against the advice of the Yun Emperor, just to witness her brother. Her words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the audience. Exclamations and discussions erupted from the crowd. How is this possible? Yun Mochen's talent is off the charts. I thought his dual spear intent was his trump card, but he's also a sword cultivator. The last person to comprehend sword intent before turning 30 became an emperor. He's only 18. Could he be the reincarnation of a sword immortal? On the platform, Ming Yuan's usual indifference was replaced with shock. Her stunning face was filled with disbelief as she murmured, I never had the right to make him reveal his trump card. Chu Xiaoling stood up on her toes, trying to catch every movement of Yun Mochen. Hope reignited in her heart as she pondered. Could father have lied to me? Maybe my brother has already. At that moment, a loud crash interrupted everyone's thoughts. A figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. The energy ripple spread like waves, causing the protective shield to ripple and frightening the examinees into defensive stances. Dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's view. The audience held their breath, waiting for the outcome to be revealed. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Son, still feeling arrogant? Everyone was startled. It was Yun Mochen's voice. As the dust settled, the audience witnessed an unbelievable scene. Yun Mochen stood firmly in place, holding a long sword, his white robes as pristine as snow. His eyes radiated unmatched confidence, as if the previous battle had been nothing more than a warm-up. Like an ethereal wisp of celestial mist, Yun Mochen stood gracefully on the function platform, untouched by the mortal world. In stark contrast, Jiang Nantian struggled to his feet, his body marked by several fresh, bloody sword wounds. This scene left everyone in shock. Whether they were viewers in the official livestream or spectators at the function platform, all had their eyes wide open, hearts pounding, and breaths held. Yun Mochen, with only a foundation establishment cultivation level, had managed to injure Jiang Nantian, who was at the nascent soul stage, an almost impossible feat. Although it was clear to everyone that Jiang Nantian had not gone all out, nor had he used any martial skills, the fact that Yun Mochen could emerge unscathed and even counterattack against someone 2 major levels above him was enough to astonish the entire nation. Furious, Jiang Nantian shouted, Yun Mochen, you've thoroughly angered me. Today, I must see you dead. Even before he finished speaking, his aura surged wildly, and an intermediate-grade dark gold Tang sword appeared in his hand, far superior to the black Tang sword he wielded earlier. Yun Mochen gripped the intermediate-grade sword gifted by Luo Wuqing, his expression growing serious. He knew that his earlier surprise attack using blood refinement and triple sword intent had caught Jiang Nantian off guard, but that move had lost its effectiveness. Just as Yun Mochen contemplated whether to risk attempting the second stage of the 5 Great Realms, Fiery Heart, Jiang Nantian attacked. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yun Mochen, thrusting his tang sword forward with force. The white sword intent within Yun Mochen surged out once more, meeting the terrifying power of the Tang's sword. Simultaneously, he spun his sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, and turned to block the attack. Boom. The formidable sword intent was split in two by the Tang's sword, but it also diminished the sword's power. The clash of swords echoed with a violent explosion. Yun Mochen was sent flying tens of meters before he managed to steady himself, his sword hand trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Nantian gave him no respite, instantly teleporting to Yun Machen's side again. His body erupted with triple sword intent, unleashing it all towards Yun Mochen. One blade to sever time, he roared, as his Tang sword unleashed an even more terrifying energy wave, shattering the space around it into nothingness. Facing such a ferocious assault, Yun Mochen showed no fear. He roared back, his face contorted as he withstood the surrounding rampant sword intent, unleashing his ultimate martial skill, Heaven-slashing sword. Enhanced by blood refinement, the power of this strike reached the low grade of the earth level. The two terrifying energies collided on the function platform, sending countless debris flying and fiercely impacting the energy barrier. The deafening clash seemed to penetrate everyone's body, repeatedly hammering their hearts. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a figure was suddenly blasted away, crashing heavily onto the function platform. Mochen! Zhu Qingyan gasped in shock when she saw that the person retreating in panic was Yun Mochen. Her composed and stunning face crumbled instantly, tears falling like broken pearls. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, her nails digging deep into her palms as blood seeped through her fingers. At that moment, a mysterious female voice suddenly echoed in Zhu Qingyan's mind. Zhu Qingyan, stay calm. If you don't calm down, before I take over your body, that force will destroy both of us. The voice was filled with fear and anger. After a brief moment of composure, Zhu Qingyan replied coldly, yes, but don't think you can take over my body, even if I am you. Her gaze returned to Yun Mochen, filled with worry and tension. The female voice howled madly in her mind. Ha ha ha, foolish woman. Just wait. He will abandon you soon, just like in the last life. Zhu Qingyan ignored it, focusing intently on the young man in white on the stage. Unbeknownst to anyone, a terrifying power gathered in Zhu Qingyan's hand. Shockingly, this mysterious power did not spread, leaving those around her unaware. If she were to open her palm, everyone would be astonished. This was a power far beyond the capabilities of the Golden Core or even nascent soul stage. The space in her palm continuously collapsed and restored. Zhu Qingyan murmured to herself, Mochen, I won't let you die, I'm sorry. I'm about to break my promise. Meanwhile, Ming Yuan snapped out of her shock and anxiously looked at the Dream Emperor. Father, should we intervene? No matter what. He is the prince you personally appointed. Meeting the Dream Emperor's meaningful gaze, her cheeks flushed, her voice lowered, and her eyes avoided his. Meng Yang, hearing this, quickly interjected, Master, this is, after all, an event presided over by Elder Zhu, with Emperor Jiang and Emperor Luo assisting in the examination. You must not heed the princess's words. Intervening to save Yun Mochen would offend several factions, which would be detrimental to our Dream Clan. Ignoring her father's gaze, Meng Yuan urgently said, Father, if others learn that Jiang Nantian personally killed our clan's prince, how will our Dream Clan maintain its reputation in Huaxia Nation? After a long silence, the Dream Emperor finally spoke. Daughter, aside from our Dream Clan, who knows that Yun Mochen is our prince? In other words, even if he dies, who would know? Meng Yuan's body trembled violently as her beautiful eyes fluttered. She breathed heavily, thinking to herself, she hadn't defeated Yun Mochen, yet hadn't conquered him. She hadn't whipped. No, he couldn't die now. Absolutely not. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed her delicate brows, and it seemed Meng Yuan had made up her mind. Meng Yuan took a deep breath and said firmly, Father, if you won't save him, then I will. Before she could finish, the Dream Emperor interrupted her. Promise me one thing, and I'll save him. Master, please reconsider, Meng Yang began, but was immediately cut off by Meng Yuan. All right. She didn't even care what her father's condition was. She just wanted to save him as soon as possible. Meng Yang trembled violently upon hearing this, his expression pained as if he had been constipated for days. His face was filled with reluctance, and he thought despairingly to himself, the sky of the Dream Clan has truly collapsed. The scene shifts to another place where two people are conversing. Xiaoyao, do you feel that the long sword Yun Mochen is holding looks familiar? You feel that too. I wanted to ask you earlier, but I just couldn't remember. I must quit drinking from now on. I can't remember anything. Getting old, getting old. But speaking of which, Yun Mochen's talent is, in a way, as monstrous as the Emperor's son. Not only did he comprehend the second level of spear intent, but he also grasped the third level of sword intent. It's truly unbelievable. Humph. But he can only blame his bad luck for being born in the same era as our Emperor's son and even becoming his enemy. He can only be doomed to die. On the function platform, Yun Mochen lay motionless. Sujio looked at this scene and couldn't swallow the food in his mouth any longer. He glared angrily at Jiang Nantian, his body trembling, and shouted, "Jiang Nantian, damn you!" Beside him, the sea maiden wept like rain, nervously watching Yun Mochen, her mind repeatedly recalling the scene in the secret realm where Brother Yin stood in front of her. On one side of the stands, a middle-aged man with a black beard placed his hand on the butcher's knife at his waist, his murderous intent almost tangible. He whispered to the middle-aged woman beside him, "Isn't it time to act?" The middle-aged woman nodded in response. "Yes, the master has given the signal." She looked down at the basket in her arms, her eyes narrowing, and said coldly, "Once the Yun Emperor's cannon roars in the sky, the hidden army of 1,000,000 will eliminate anyone who obstructs the young master, including those 3 in the sky." In the sky above, only Zhu Huntian and 2 great emperors remained. On the other side of the stands, a stunning woman with braided hair opened her phone case, gently stroking the photo of a chubby baby boy inside, her eyes full of tenderness. Then her gaze shifted to the function platform, turning icy cold. "Young master, you will soon know your identity. I will personally tell you, I won't go back on my word." Suddenly, a thunderous shout came from outside the function platform. "Come on, Yin Mochen. We, the people of Misty Rain, have come to support you in battle. Get up for me." Everyone looked up in surprise to the sky, where nearly 1,000 cultivators hovered, shouting wildly. Their cultivation level was at least at the Golden Core stage. Below the platform, tens of thousands of lower-level cultivators from Misty Rain City were also shouting frantically, "Yin Mochen, get up for me. I've invited all the formation masters my uncle knows to support you. We've brought nearly 20,000 people from Misty Rain City to aid you. Don't let us down. Come on." As if responding to the calls of the crowd, the fallen Yun Mochen struggled to stand up from the massive crater, his body on the verge of collapse. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the energy within him surging violently. Above him, Jiang Nantian wore a sinister and crazed smile. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move, seemingly enjoying the feeling of trampling on the so-called prodigy. He wanted to give hope to those who cared about Yun Mochen, only to crush it again. Comprehending 2-weapon intents, so what? Understanding the 3rd level of sword intent, so what? Aren't you still going to be trampled under my feet? Hara! Jiang Nantian laughed wildly. "Yin Mochen, I'll give you one more chance. Come and lick my shoes clean. Maybe then I'll change my mind and leave you a complete corpse." Hara! Yin Mochen didn't pay him any attention, instead slowly raising his head to face the dazzling sunlight. He completely ignored Jiang Nantian in the sky, looking past him to the blue sky behind. To everyone's surprise, Yin Mochen smiled and softly said, "Finally, I can fly." Upon witnessing the scene, an eerie silence fell over the crowd on the function platform. All eyes instinctively turned to Yun Mochen, filled with confusion and shock. "What's happening to Yun Mochen?" someone whispered. "Is he scared out of his wits?" "What a pity," another person sighed. "Such a prodigious talent is about to fall. If he survives, he would surely become a formidable force in the future." "Blame it on his bad luck," someone sneered. "To think he could challenge the Imperial clan." The crowd buzzed with mixed opinions, some sympathetic, others mocking. They watched Yun Mochen, who, facing imminent death, looked up at the sky like a madman, a foolish grin on his face. "Really? What's so interesting in the sky?" someone scoffed. Before the voice could finish, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "The sky! Look at the sky!" All eyes were immediately drawn upward. The once clear blue sky had turned ominous, with dark clouds surging like tides, swirling frantically in a massive vortex. In the blink of an eye, the world darkened as if enveloped by a greedy hand of darkness. Terrifying thunder roared within the clouds, and lightning cracked across the sky like a whip. Each thunderclap seemed like the wrathful roar of the heavens, shaking the earth. This is a tribulation." Luo Di suddenly realized with fury. Who dares to undergo tribulation here? Are they tired of living? There are tens of thousands of people below. With these words, panic spread across the function platform. People trembled, teeth chattering, as someone cried out, "This tribulation is terrifying. I've seen nascent soul cultivators undergo tribulation, and their thunderclouds spanned only a few kilometers. But this must be hundreds of kilometers wide. Oh my god, this is a tribulation for a powerful being breaking through the Mahayana stage. Are we going to die? Boss, let's get out of here. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to be struck down by tribulation lightning." Amidst the panic, some sought solace in humor. "Aunt Kai, in our last moments, how about a kiss?" "Get lost." Zhu Lao also sensed the dreadful power of the tribulation. He cupped his hands and spoke with a voice like thunder. "Fellow Taoist, please leave the function platform immediately. If your tribulation descends, it will affect these young ones. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't show yourself, I will personally destroy your tribulation." No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying aura spread from beneath Zhu Huntian's feet, leaving cracks in the void, as if one more strike could shatter the entire sky. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds passed without a response. Zhu Huntian's expression hardened as he shouted, "The Huaxiao ranking competition is terminated. Everyone, leave the Fengshan platform immediately. Those with cultivation above the integration stage, join me to break through this tribulation." However, just as his words fell, a thunderclap even more shocking than before resounded through the air. A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the center of the swirling storm clouds, striking directly at the Fengshan platform. The speed was so fast that no one present had time to react. Emperor Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he was the first to act. He frantically channeled the spiritual power within him and swung his tang sword to slash at the lightning. "You sneaky brat. Wait until I cut down this lightning, then I'll deal with you." Emperor Jiang was furious, but he couldn't use his divine sense to find the instigator of the lightning tribulation. Mochen stood still, watching Emperor Jiang fend off the lightning for him, with a slight smirk on his lips, feeling secretly pleased. "Was my heaven-covering art meant to trouble you?" With a thunderous roar, the lightning dissipated, and Emperor Jiang was forced back hundreds of meters before he could steady himself. His face changed dramatically, amazed at the terrifying power contained in the lightning tribulation, which could drive back someone at the tribulation stage like him so far. Before he could catch his breath, another, even stronger bolt of lightning fell. Emperor Jiang shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Help out." He also warned his son, Jiang Nantian, "Stay away. This lightning tribulation can obliterate fusion stage cultivators." Jiang Nantian responded by moving to the edge of the Fengshan platform, not daring to fly out rashly. The energy shield could block part of the lightning, while flying out might result in being struck by scattered bolts. He didn't notice Mochen quietly moving closer to him. Suddenly, the previously straight-falling lightning took a bizarre turn, heading straight for Jiang Nantian. Jiang Nantian exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is this lightning tribulation chasing me?" He fled in panic, with the lightning close behind. Amidst the thunderous noise, Emperor Jiang and the others joined forces to shatter the lightning, but their faces were grim, their arms numb. Emperor Luo questioned Emperor Jiang. "This lightning tribulation isn't your son's, is it? Why is it chasing that kid all over?" Emperor Jiang cursed, "Nonsense. My son just passed his lightning tribulation. How could there be another one?" Before he could finish his sentence, an even more deafening roar erupted from the storm clouds. The third bolt of lightning transformed into a blue-black dragon, its eyes flashing with terrifying lightning as it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Jiang Nantian again. Jiang Nantian shouted in despair, "Why is it me again?" He ran desperately, with Mochen following closely behind. "Lightning tribulation taking form," an experienced cultivator exclaimed. "In the history of the Huaxia kingdom, only 5 great emperors have ever drawn a form-taking lightning tribulation." Elder Zhu, sensing the power of the lightning, unleashed a terrifying aura and punched fiercely at the lightning dragon. Emperor Jiang, Emperor Luo, and other great stage cultivators also attacked. With a thunderous explosion, the lightning dragon was blasted into nothingness, turning into countless stars. Everyone's expressions were grim, especially Emperor Jiang, who had exhausted all his strength, his face as pale as paper. As the storm clouds dissipated, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Yun, Yun, Mochen is flying." The crowd turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Mochen slowly rising from the ground, enveloped in a mysterious golden glow, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. A powerful aura emanated from beneath him, causing ripples in the space around him. He surveyed his surroundings with a stoic expression and spoke calmly, "Thank you, everyone." His words immediately sparked confusion among the onlookers. Why was he expressing gratitude? An ominous feeling crept into their hearts. Could this terrifying tribulation have been meant for Mochen? Jiang Di's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask, Yun Mochen, what do you mean by that?" Mochen lightly waved his hand, dispersing the golden light. He turned to Jiang Di, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Jiang Di, I might have inadvertently broken through my cultivation while fighting with your son. I hadn't expected to attract a tribulation." From the tone of Zhu Lao, "I thought it wasn't meant for me. It wasn't until I broke through to the golden core stage that I realized. It was quite a narrow escape." Feigning emotion, he continued, "I paid special attention when the tribulation struck, and you were the first to come to my rescue. Without your selfless help, I might have perished." His words sent shockwaves through the audience. They looked at Mochen as if he were a monster, and a heated discussion erupted. The tribulation that several powerful cultivators combined could barely withstand was actually meant for Mochen. To summon such a fearsome tribulation just by reaching the golden core stage, his talent must have reached a level that even the heavens wanted to extinguish. Jiang Di's face darkened with anger, his fury almost erupting. He suppressed his rage, roaring internally. "So all my efforts were just to save this little brat? I was trying to save my son. Who do you think you are?" If it weren't for Zhu Huntian's presence, he would have crushed Yun Mochen on the spot. Zhang Nantian realized the situation and roared with a twisted expression. So you followed me on purpose? Unfazed, Yun Mochen retorted. Yes, so what? You think you can kill me, but I can't kill you? His response once again shocked everyone. They couldn't believe Yun Mochen dared to be so audacious in front of Jiang Di. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Di coldly said, Fine, fine, fine. Zhu Lao, since the tribulation has passed, can the assessment continue? Zhu Huntian glanced at Jiang Di, and seeing no further objections, nodded in agreement. With permission granted, Jiang Nanshan's eyes turned red with rage, his madness on full display. Yun Mochen, don't think that just because you've reached the golden core stage, you can consider yourself truly powerful. Before he could finish, Yun Mochen impatiently interrupted. Enough talk. With a thunderous sound, before Zhang Nantian could continue, Yun Mochen suddenly vanished from his spot, and a deafening sonic boom echoed in everyone's minds. This astonishing speed left everyone present gasping in shock. Zhang Nanshan's expression changed abruptly, no longer concealing his strength. He swiftly drew a mid-level tang saber, his eyes sharply scanning the surroundings, muscles tensed, ready to counter any sudden attack. Your father is up there. A chilling voice suddenly rang out, sending a shiver down Zhang Nanshan's spine. Instinctively, he swung his saber upward with force. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing weapons resounded, and Zhang Nantian was sent flying by a tremendous force, tracing an arc in the air before stabilizing himself several meters away. His arm went numb from the impact, his expression growing more serious. However, Yun Mochen didn't give him a moment to breathe. He appeared in front of Zhang Nantian once more, his sword flashing with a cold light as he viciously slashed at his opponent. This seemingly simple strike carried the terrifying power boost of Yun Mochen's newly reached blood refinement state. Zhang Nanshan's pupils contracted as he sensed the formidable power within the sword. He frantically channeled his triple blade intent into his saber, meeting the attack with all his might. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yun Mochen was forced back several steps by the counterforce. Yet, rather than fear, his face showed excitement, eyes gleaming with battle spirit. Great! Let's go again. Yun Mochen was inwardly thrilled, like a hunter locking onto prey, as he launched himself at Zhang Nantian once more. Having broken through to the first level of the golden core stage, Yun Mochen felt a qualitative leap in his strength, speed, and reflexes. What excited him even more was that he felt no physical strain using blood refinement, as if he could maintain this state indefinitely. Except for the high spiritual energy consumption, there seemed to be no side effects. This feeling gave Yun Mochen the illusion that he could spar with Jiang Di with just a casual strike. Because of this, he chose not to use any martial skills or sword intent, relying solely on his blood refinement state to engage Zhang Nantian, eager to test the true limits of his strength. Heaven's crippling blade. At that moment, Zhang Nantian roared, rapidly forming hand seals. In an instant, his figure vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there. Where did Zhang Nantian go? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, eyes wide, trying to catch a glimpse of Zhang Nanshan's whereabouts. Suddenly, Yun Mochen sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. Instinctively, he swung his sword to block, but found it slicing through nothingness. His expression grew serious as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Just then, the space around Yun Mochen trembled violently in several directions. With a sidelong glance, he saw shadowy figures emerging from the tremors, each wielding a tang saber, lunging at him. These sabers emanated a chilling energy, distorting the space around them. Even more terrifying, the blades were infused with the fearsome power of triple blade intent. Yun Mochen is in trouble, the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Although Yun Mochen's strength had greatly increased after reaching the golden core stage, allowing him to initially hold his own against Zhang Nantian, the latter was a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Once he unleashed his true martial skills, Yun Mochen would struggle to withstand it. At this moment, Yun Mochen was completely surrounded by Zhang Nanshan's martial skill, with lethal attacks coming from all directions, leaving no room to evade. The Heaven's crippling blade, judging by its power, was at least mid-level. In previous battles, the strongest sword technique Yun Mochen used was only low-level. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, the crowd couldn't help but worry for Yun Mochen, uncertain how he could possibly counter this seemingly unavoidable deadly strike. On the viewing platform, the fortune teller's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he placed his yellowed notebook in front of him, clasped his hands together, and murmured like a prayer, Yun Mochen, you must win. Zhu Qingyan's expression grew colder, the power in his palms trembling violently, as if about to erupt. The odd spectators, such as Fatty Su and the Sea Maiden, along with everyone from Yinyu City, silently prayed for Yun Mochen to turn the tide. Just as the terrifying afterimages were about to pierce Yun Mochen with their tang swords, a bizarre scene unfolded. The swords seemed to be held by an invisible force, frozen in place, unable to advance even a fraction. The crowd gasped, eyes fixed on the spectacle before them. Suddenly, a brilliant blood-red energy erupted from Yun Machen's body, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, this crimson force unleashed a terrifying power, sweeping wildly in all directions. The afterimages offered a token resistance before being mercilessly obliterated by the mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. In the sky, the space trembled again, and a black silhouette plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Zhang Nantian, his face contorted with pain, his body seemingly enduring immense suffering as he struggled to rise. After taking a few shaky steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed once more. The audience stood up in disbelief, staring at the scene. They were shocked. What was the power Yun Machen released? It had severely injured Zhang Nantian, who was at the third level of the nascent soul stage. To think, Zhang Nantian had unleashed a mid-tier Earth-level Heaven's Remnant Blade, whose might could obliterate a low-level nascent soul stage cultivator. How did Yun Machen withstand it? Chu Xiaoling, witnessing it all, widened her eyes, tears welling up. She clenched her fists against her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably, gasping for air in an attempt to calm the storm within her heart. She cried out in her mind, "Is he my brother? He must be my brother. Brother, you've been with me all along. Xiaoling misses you so much." That blood-red mysterious power was all too familiar to her. At this moment, Emperor Zhang could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed, how could he possibly comprehend the fourfold sword intent? With his words, the entire place erupted. People screamed hysterically. What? Yun Machen comprehended the fourfold sword intent. My God, he's only 18. An 18-year-old sword king. Could he truly be the reincarnation of a sword immortal? It's absolutely insane. At this moment, the fortune teller was trembling violently as if he had taken a stimulant. 2 streams of hot tears, uncontrollable, slid down his nose and dripped to the ground. Yun Machen's figure streaked across the function platform like a bolt of lightning, capturing everyone's attention. The audience's eyes were filled with fervor and admiration, as if they were gazing at a true savior. Yun Mo? No. Yun Dad. I love you so much, someone couldn't help but shout, their voice brimming with excitement. Zhu Qingyan watched the scene unfold, the terrifying energy in her hands slowly dissipating. She looked around, searching for her father's figure, her eyes sparkling with pride and excitement. She couldn't wait to tell him, look, this is the man I chose, a true peerless genius who stands above all. Not only Zhu Qingyan, but also Su Jiupang, Hai Nu, and all who cared for Yun Machen, had expressions of fervent admiration. They shouted in unison, Brother Yun, you're amazing. Brother Yun, invincible. Long live the young master. Yun Machen, you are the god of Yenyu City. The audience on-site and netizens across the nation were deeply moved by the scene, their hearts filled with uncontrollable excitement. At this moment, no one dared to mock Yun Machen anymore, and no one belittled him for his humble origins. At 18, he became a sword king, comprehended the essence of 2 weapons, and used the foundation of the heavenly path to summon unrivaled heavenly thunder, effortlessly crushing Zhang Nantian of the nascent soul 3rd stage. This was a truly unmatched genius in the spotlight. Just then, Zhang Mo sighed in despair. It's over. I've lost everything. Although his voice was small, it was like lighting a fuse, once again igniting the entire scene. Damn, why am I so excited? I bet on Zhang Nantian to win. Someone suddenly realized their predicament and exclaimed, Zhang Nantian, get up. I'm begging you to win. Another person shouted hoarsely. Everyone snapped back to reality, their previously excited mood instantly replaced by despair. Yun Machen coldly looked at Zhang Nantian, who was lying on the ground, and said icily, will you die on your own, or shall I send you? These words made everyone gasp in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hiss. The Emperor is still in the sky. Does Yun Machen really want to kill Zhang Nantian? Does he not want to live? Previously, no one believed Yun Machen's words held any weight, thinking he was just boasting. But now, with the drastic reversal of power between the two, people couldn't help but speculate that Yun Machen might truly deliver a killing blow. Zhang Nantian staggered to his feet. Despite knowing he was no longer a match, he showed no fear upon hearing Yun Machen's threat. Instead, he suddenly laughed, a crazed and maniacal laugh. Ha ha, you can't kill me. You don't dare. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Nantian's pupils shrank. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Yun Machen's eyes. In the next instant, Yun Machen kicked off the ground, the surface beneath him shattering into dust. His sword, driven by frenzied spiritual power, turned him into a streak of light shooting towards Zhang Nantian. In a split second, the blood-red sword intent within Yun Machen surged forth, pouring into his sword. The terrifying force of the sword intent seemed to make the entire function platform tremble violently. Everywhere it passed, space shattered, cracks spreading all around. You, Zhang Nantian began, but Yun Machen's cold voice interrupted. Talk in your next life. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth as a violent blast erupted on the function platform. Countless fragments and dust pounded against the energy shield, the entire area enveloped in rolling smoke and debris. At that moment, a figure was hurled out from the smoke, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Ugh, came a muffled sound as the person spat out a mouthful of blood. As the dust gradually settled, everyone's eyes widened with urgency. To their shock, the figure that had been struck down was Yun Mochen. How is this possible? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. And behind Yun Mochen, within the dissipating smoke, three figures slowly emerged, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Who are these two? Why are they interfering in the battle between Yun Mochen and Jiang Nantian? This question exploded in the arena like a clap of thunder, drawing everyone's attention. As the dust settled, two elders appeared beside Jiang Nantian. One of them held a wine gourd, leisurely taking sips and appearing carefree. The disciples of the Dream Clan present had already recognized Yun Machen's identity. Seeing him targeted like this, they were instantly filled with indignation. Someone shouted, "Yeah, aren't Elder Zhu and the two emperors going to do something? Since when did the Huaxiao ranking tournament allow 3 against 1? At this moment, one of the elders spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "I am Jiang Mo, the great elder of the Jiang clan." He pointed to the wine drinker beside him. "This is the second elder, Jiang Xiaoyao." Jiang Mo turned to Yun Machen, his tone carrying a subtle complexity. "Yun Machen, consider this match your win. But the imperial son must not die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of the 8th level of the Mahayana stage erupted, sweeping across the arena like a tidal wave. The entire energy barrier trembled violently under this force, as if it might collapse at any moment. Jiang Xiaoyao remained silent, continuing to drink, but his twitching eyebrows betrayed his inner turmoil. He thought to himself, why does a mere first-level golden core stage child make me feel this way? When Yun Machen stepped onto the stage, the unease in Jiang Xiaoyao's heart surged tenfold. He suddenly realized that the strange psychological disturbance came from this young man in white before him. High above, Zhu Huntian slowly closed his eyes, ignoring the angry words ringing in his ears. From the moment Yun Machen displayed his overwhelming strength against Jiang Nantian, he had foreseen this outcome. Zhu Huntian weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If Jiang Nantian truly died, he would offend the entire Jiang clan, potentially causing turmoil in the entire Huaxiao nation. After all, Jiang Nantian represented the military of the whole country. Yun Machen's talent was indeed extraordinary, but he had not yet grown into a top-tier powerhouse. Even though he demonstrated dominance among his peers, he was still just a first-level golden core stage cultivator. Who could guarantee that extraordinary talent would necessarily lead to becoming a top-tier powerhouse like a Tribulation Transcendent or even an Emperor? In contrast, the Jiang clan had Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses, a force not to be underestimated. Zhu Huntian dared not gamble. Everything he did was to secure the greatest benefit for Huaxiao nation, even if it meant bearing the nation's scorn. At that moment, Jiang Nantian suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Yun Machen, I told you you can't kill me." His eyes gleamed with madness. "Let me tell you, from the moment we were born, you were never qualified to compete with me, understand?" Jiang Nanshan's voice was filled with contempt and mockery. "I am the imperial son of the entire Jiang clan, and the emperor's own son. And you? I investigated you long ago. You've been in an orphanage since you were young, with no mother to love you, no father to care for you. You're an abandoned child, understand? A fool nobody wants." His words pierced Yun Machen's heart like a sharp blade. "Besides having a bit more talent, what else do you have? Background, status, resources, luck. How can you compare to me? Are you even worthy of competing with me? I want to see how you plan to kill me today under the protection of Mahayana stage powerhouses." Jiang Nanshan's laughter echoed throughout the arena, and his gaze at Yun Machen was as if he were looking at a ridiculous clown. For a moment, everyone present, and even the entire nation watching the live broadcast, fell silent. They no longer cared about the outcome of the match, nor were they concerned about their losses. It seemed they suddenly realized something, and one by one, they fell into deep thought. Just because Jiang Nantian is the emperor's son from the Jiang clan, he can rightfully kill Yun Machen, while Yun Machen has no room for resistance. This thought pierced the hearts of the audience like a sharp blade, causing anguish in everyone. The crowd erupted in angry murmurs, their eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. This contest was not just about Yun Machen's fate. It was a reflection of the fate of ordinary people. In this era of universal cultivation, how different are low-level cultivators from ordinary people? They couldn't help but wonder if they were in Yun Machen's position. Would they also be at the mercy of others? "Come on, Yun Machen." This phrase echoed silently in the hearts of the people, even though they knew how powerless their support was. Suddenly, Yun Machen staggered to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, a sinister cold smile appearing on his face. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the three figures in the sky, finally pointing his sword at one of them, and shouted angrily, "Zhu Huntian, you old bastard, are you going to do something or not?" This roar was like thunder, shocking everyone present. Zhu Huntian's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet he kept his eyes closed, giving a ruthless answer with his silence. Jiang Nantian laughed arrogantly. "Yin Moching, don't waste your effort. No one will help you. Kill me? That's something you can never achieve in your lifetime." Before he finished speaking, Yin Moching vanished like a phantom. Jiang Nantian's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly hid behind Jiang Mo and Jiang Xiaoyao. "Jixin, open for me." Yin Moching shouted furiously in his heart, activating a second level he had never used before. Instantly, he felt a terrifying power surge through his body as if his blood was ignited. His meridians trembled violently, as if they would be torn apart by this power at any moment. Yun Moching frantically channeled the crimson sword intent within him, causing a storm of sword energy to rise and surge toward the longsword in his hand. "One sword sweeps the sky," he roared, swinging this terrifying sword technique under the shocked gazes of the crowd. With the support of Jixin and his golden core stage cultivation, the power of this sword approached the level of mid-tier earth grade, possibly even high tier. The sword energy tore through the surrounding space, rushing straight towards Jiang Nantian. The crowd was dumbfounded, instinctively clenching their fists, their bodies trembling slightly with tension. Faced with two experts of the Great Ascension stage, Yun Moching not only refused to submit, but dared to strike back with his sword. "Umph, arrogant brat." Jiang Mo snorted coldly, instantly gathering a terrifying energy in his hand and sending it flying towards Yun Moching without hesitation. The audience was horrified at this scene. The terrifying energy Jiang Mo released was clearly not meant to block Yun Moching's sword technique, but to take his life directly. On the stands, Su Jipang suddenly woke up. With a swing of his muscular arm, his spear flashed out of its sheath, gleaming as it aimed straight for the Fengshan platform. "Brother Yun, if you're going to die, I'll die with you." His shout echoed like thunder. Meanwhile, the Sea Maiden couldn't care about anything else. Her slender body tensed abruptly, and the spiritual power within her surged wildly. Countless torrents of seawater, filled with terrifying energy, gushed from her small hands like tidal waves towards the Fengshan platform. "Brother Yun." Her cry was filled with despair and determination. However, just as their techniques were about to reach their target, two mysterious forces appeared out of nowhere, neutralizing the attacks completely. Su Jipang and the Sea Maiden were suddenly immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains. "Father, if Brother Yun dies, I'll make sure you have no heirs." Su Jipang roared, veins bulging on his face. "Dad, don't stop me." The Sea Maiden pleaded desperately, tears streaming down her face. Yet the two mysterious forces ignored their cries, keeping them firmly restrained. On the other side of the stands, Meng Yuan's face was pale, her voice trembling. "Father, take action." But just as the Ming Emperor was about to intervene, he seemed to sense something, suddenly retracting his hand and crossing it behind his back. "Father!" Meng Yuan's cry was abruptly cut off as the Ming Emperor immobilized her with a wave of his hand. He solemnly watched the Fengshan platform, ignoring his daughter's call. "Brother, Xia Ling is coming to save you. You will be all right." Xia Ling's once adorable face twisted, her eyes burning with a frenzied fire. Her aura surged suddenly, as if a massive explosive had ignited within her. Recklessly rushing towards the Fengshan platform, she was burning her very soul. However, just as she was about to reach the platform, an invisible force stopped her in midair. "No!" Xia Ling screamed in anguish, watching helplessly as the terrifying energy headed towards Yun Mochen. At this critical moment, Zhu Qingyan's voice suddenly rang out. "Give your body to me. Save him. That's my only condition. Mochen, remember your promise. I love you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Qingyan's aura changed dramatically, surpassing even the strongest of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages. She flew towards Yun Mochen like an arrow released from a bow. Although a mysterious force tried to obstruct her, Zhu Qingyan simply waved her hand and dispersed it. Her eyes turned icy cold, as if she had become someone else entirely. "Daughter." On the Fengshan platform, a middle-aged man stood up abruptly and shouted at Zhu Qingyan. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground with a soft thud. She pulled the cloth off the basket in her hand, revealing an enormous cannon with a diameter of several dozen meters. This colossal weapon was aimed at the sky, and with a thunderous roar, it echoed through the clouds. "The Cloud Emperor Cannon," someone in the crowd exclaimed, causing a tremor of fear among everyone. This was the ultimate weapon used by the Cloud Tribe only when facing the threat of annihilation. As the Cloud Emperor Cannon fired, the sky and earth seemed to change color. Every member of the Cloud Tribe, no matter where they were or what they were doing, had to immediately drop everything and rush to join the battle. It was their sacred duty as members of the tribe. At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared opposite them. She wielded a long sword, dressed in a white chi pao, with a braided pigtail resting on her chest. In an instant, she unleashed a suffocating and terrifying aura. Blood-red sword intent erupted from her body, shooting straight into the sky. With a swift motion of her hand, 15 combat puppets appeared before her. Each puppet exuded the terrifying aura of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Together with the woman, they charged towards the function platform. The heavenly demon battle leader, the crowd gasped again. This was a precious treasure of the Cloud Tribe's heritage. How could it be here? Boom. The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Countless terrifying energies exploded, knocking everyone present to the ground. High-level cultivators spat blood, their faces pale. Those of lower cultivation simply fainted. On the function platform, a colossal butcher knife, thousands of meters long, cleaved the entire platform in two, embedding deeply into the ground. Mochen stood stunned beside the massive blade, while Jiang Imo looked in horror at his remaining half-body. The other half had been severed and was buried in the ground. Jiang Xiaoyao's wine gourd fell to the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Behind him, Jiang Nantian was petrified, staring in terror at the 100-meter blade, his face as pale as paper. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qingyan, not far from the function platform, remained motionless. She stood coldly, as if transformed, muttering to herself, "Just as in my past life. Mochen, the next time we meet, it will be when I kill you. Heartless man, you deserve a miserable end." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful icy aura erupted from her body, encasing her in ice and causing her to fall straight to the ground. "Who? What are you people from the Cloud Tribe doing? Do you want to start a war?" At that moment, countless presences were felt outside the function platform, accompanied by the sound of horns as they surged toward the scene. Some curious powerful beings flew into the air for a better view and nearly fainted from shock. Above the sky appeared over 1,000,000 cultivators. All of them were at least in the nascent soul stage. 60 cloud sky guards at the great ascension stage, 300 at the body integration stage, and 5,000 at the distraction stage, all present to assist the young cloud emperor. 30,000 cloud earth guards at the transformation stage, 200,000 at the nascent soul stage, and 1,000,000 at the golden core stage, all assembled. Fight! 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 The deafening chants surged like waves, making everyone tremble. Such a military force was unmatched even by the combined might of the other 4 great imperial tribes. When did the Cloud Tribe become so formidable? Is this the true power of a top-tier imperial tribe? The crowd was filled with shock and fear. What is the Cloud Tribe planning? Are they declaring war on everyone? At that moment, a familiar voice whispered in Machen's ear. "Mochen, I promised you that on the day of the college entrance exam, I would tell you your identity. Young master, we have always been by your side." Machen's body suddenly shuddered, and his breath caught in his throat. He slowly turned around, his mind racing with countless possibilities like a film reel. When he saw the 3 people behind him, shock coursed through him: teacher Luo Wuqing, the butcher, and Aunt Kai. These 3, who suddenly appeared, were the closest people in his life. Under the gaze of everyone, a stunning woman with braided hair walked gracefully towards him. Her mesmerizing face was adorned with a smile as she knelt on one knee in front of Machen, placing her hands respectfully on her chest, and softly said, "Young master, Luo Wuqing, commander of the Yundi Guards, welcomes you home." The word home made Machen tremble again, and as emotions surged in his dazed eyes, he murmured involuntarily, "Who am I really?" At that moment, the butcher stroked his dark beard and laughed heartily as he approached. "You brat, I guess I'll have to change how I address you now." Ha! His laughter was filled with the relief of releasing years of pent-up frustration. Luo Wuqing, hearing this, looked at the butcher and Aunt Kai in surprise, clearly not expecting their presence. Aunt Kai gently set down her basket and joined the butcher beside Luo Wuqing, nodding with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they too knelt on one knee, hands on their chests, and spoke with respect and joy. "Young master, Shi Shueshan too, commander of the Yuntian Guards, welcomes you home." "Young master, Kai Ming Dai, deputy commander of the Yuntian Guards, welcomes you home." Boom! The scene erupted instantly. "What on earth is going on?" someone exclaimed. Rumor has it that over a decade ago, the commanders of the Yuntian and Yundi Guards all disappeared after a mysterious and terrifying battle. How can they be here now? Shi Shueshan too. I remember, another person shouted excitedly. He's a top-tier expert at the first level of the tribulation stage, and he willingly stayed as a servant of the Yun clan for 100 years. It's unbelievable. And Kai Ming Dai too, someone added. She's at the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage, but reportedly escaped from a first-level tribulation stage expert, even fighting hundreds of moves and injuring them. Though I've never heard of Luo Wuqing, the sword intent she just released is at least 4th level, maybe even stronger, someone analyzed. Could she be the legendary sword cultivator of the Yun clan from the past century? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, didn't you hear?" They all called Machen young master. Does that mean Machen is the prince of the Yun clan? Boom! This speculation exploded like a bomb at the scene. Everyone, including the nationwide audience watching the broadcast, was left speechless in shock. In the sky above, Emperor Zhang's expression grew increasingly grave. He looked around and shouted angrily, "You an old devil. What do you mean by this?" Yet, the surroundings remained silent, with no response. Zhu Huntian and Emperor Luo were already stunned by this sudden turn of events. They exchanged a deep look, frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. "Young master, you are the prince of our Yun clan, a unique existence. Chu Xiaoling, the spirit emperor's daughter, is your sister." As Luo Wuqing finished speaking, an excited call echoed from the function platform. "Brother!" Yun Mochen was shocked, turning quickly to see Chu Xiaoling with tearful eyes running towards him without hesitation. Before he could react, a small, soft figure had already thrown herself into his arms. "Brother Sob, Xiaoling finally found you," she cried, holding Yun Mochen tightly. The sudden revelation of his identity left Yun Mochen in a daze, as if he were dreaming. Instinctively, he gently pushed Chu Xiaoling away and turned to Luo Wuqing and the others, his voice trembling. "You! Get up first. Tell me the truth. Why was I abandoned?" Despite the tears blurring his vision, Yun Mochen's heart instinctively resisted. For 18 years, he had fantasized countless times about having a happy family, with relatives who loved him. However, when these people suddenly claimed to be his closest kin, even servants, he was completely at a loss. Memories flooded back. He recalled his first day at school, the mocking voices of his classmates. "New kid. What's your name?" "Yun Mochen. Why are you dressed in rags? Didn't your mom get you new clothes?" "I don't have a mom." "What about your dad?" "I don't have a dad either. I'm an orphan." "Oh, so you're an unwanted child." Hara. He also remembered the time he handed in a blank paper during an exam, the teacher's scolding ringing in his ears. Today's essay topic is mother's love. Everyone else wrote well. Why did you hand in a blank paper? Just because cultural subjects aren't part of the entrance exams doesn't mean you don't have to study. You're so focused on training, you barely know how to read. Even if you have talent, you won't understand the text of the techniques. Or are you just an ungrateful child? I don't have a mom. Even if you don't have a mom, couldn't you see how others' moms love them? Can't you observe? Stand outside the door. During festivals, he felt the longing for family even more. Countless times, he watched the brightly lit homes along the streets, listening to the joyful voices. "Dad, Mom, I want dumplings. Eat more. You need to grow tall. Dad, Mom, let's set off fireworks. Let's go. We'll set off a safety firework for you, so you'll be safe every year." But he was always alone, in the cold night, silently watching the lights of others' homes. That year, he was 15, just out of the orphanage. "If only I had a happy family." It was a wish he had made countless times. Returning to the present, Yun Mochen slowly closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching. He didn't want to be a pawn in the interests of the imperial clan. He just longed for an answer that would make him accept everything. "Young master, the family head has not abandoned you," the butcher urgently explained, his voice lowered to a whisper. His gaze inadvertently swept over to Aunt Kai, who flashed him a warning look. The butcher understood immediately and fell silent, instead sending a discreet message to Yun Mochen. "Young master, there are too many eyes and ears here. The family head will explain everything once we return." Yun Mochen took a deep breath and nodded slightly. His eyes fell on Chu Xiaoling, who looked at him with a sense of grievance. Clearly, she was unaware of her true identity and did not understand why her brother was deliberately keeping his distance. Feeling a pang of softness in his heart, Yun Mochen gently wiped away the tears on Chu Xiaoling's face. Awkwardly, he called out softly, "Brother." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoling's face instantly lit up with a smile. Her big, round eyes were fixed on Yun Mochen, filled with joy and excitement. At that moment, the butcher suddenly turned around, his deep, resonant voice booming like thunder. "Jiang Emperor, if you don't want to die today, get lost. Your son will stay with our Yun clan. Either continue the assessment or come down and spar with me." He then turned to Zhu Huntian, scolding angrily. "Since when did Huaxiao become a place where connections allow you to do whatever you want? Cowards. We'll settle the score with you later." As soon as the butcher finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Spectators exclaimed, "Wow, the Yun clan truly lives up to its reputation. A Yun Tianwei commander daring to speak to the emperor like that. That's incredible. Yeah, haha. It's so satisfying to watch. It seems that to deal with someone with strong connections, you need even stronger ones." The Yun clan stance could probably sweep across the entire Huaxiao and the four great emperor clans. People always said the Yun clan was strong, but I didn't expect them to be this powerful. They have 60 or 70 in the great ascension stage. These mocking voices kept reaching the Jiang Emperor's ears, making his face darken like ink, his hands behind his back trembling slightly. Suppressing his anger, he coldly declared, "I'll be taking my son today. If the Yun clan doesn't want war, you better leave now. Then you can stay too." The three from the Yun clan spoke simultaneously, their tone full of disdain. "All Yun Tianwei, form the formation." All Yun Diwei, leave no one from the Jiang clan alive. Before the words had fully settled, a massive army surged toward them. The butcher suddenly soared into the air, pulling out an enormous cleaver from the ground. Without a word, he poured terrifying spiritual power into the blade, a fierce expression on his face. He swung the cleaver straight at the Jiang Emperor. In an instant, the space where the cleaver cut through shattered with explosive sounds. The terrifying aura emanating from the blade made everyone present feel suffocated. At the same time, Ant Kai teleported into the sky, and nearly 6,000 Yin Tianwei quickly formed a formation, their hands moving rapidly in a series of seals, instantly gathering a formidable momentum. In the next moment, a blue barrier appeared in front of the Yun Tianwei members, covered with mysterious totems and inscriptions. With a furious shout, Yun Lintian formation, activate! The elderly woman Kai raised her voice. Everyone pressed against the barrier, and thousands of streams of spiritual energy instantly converged into her palm. She suddenly raised her hand, unleashing a terrifying force containing the power of all present, hurling it like a cannonball towards Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang's expression changed drastically as he witnessed this. He unleashed the aura of the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, swinging his Tang sword to counter the attack. With a deafening explosion, the world shook violently. When everyone looked up, they saw a massive void in the sky, with space continuously repairing itself. A colossal blade, 10,000 meters long, spanned the sky, leaving an indelible impression. What was even more astonishing was the deep gash on Emperor Jiang's shoulder and a clear palm print on his chest. The Jiang clan members present felt a deep sense of despair. Some, driven by a strong survival instinct, began to frantically strip off their clothes, attempting to disguise themselves as non-Jiang clan members. Emperor Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked. He couldn't comprehend how the Yun clan's power had become so formidable in just a few years, especially the Yun Lintian formation, which could transmit the combined power of many with almost no loss. This formation must be of a level beyond the heavenly. Could it be of celestial origin? The prophecy flashed through his mind. In drizzling rain, immortals descend to dust. In misty fog, strangers are born. Emperor Jiang sensed impending danger and hurriedly reached out to grab Jiang Nantian on the ground. Seeing this, Yun Mochen immediately activated the second realm, Burning Heart, releasing a quadruple sword intent. The blood-red sword intent soared into the sky, merging with his sword technique, and shot towards Jiang Nantian. Luo Wuqing's expression changed, unleashing an even more terrifying blood-red sword intense word king of the 7th level of the Mahayana stage with quintuple sword intent. Simultaneously, 15 celestial demon warlords at her side joined in, using formidable martial arts to attack Jiang Mo and Jiang Xiaoyao. The butcher and the elderly woman Kai charged at Emperor Jiang once more. Knowing he couldn't withstand their assault, Emperor Jiang's face twisted in rage as he shouted towards the distant sky. If you don't come out now, the deal is off. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky trembled violently, and hundreds of spatial vortices suddenly appeared. Amidst the roaring sounds, these vortices transformed into deep blue black holes. Then, hundreds of towering figures, nearly 10 meters tall and clad in black robes, slowly emerged, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Who are they? Oh my god, are they even human? Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. The figures in black robes were unbelievably tall, almost reaching the clouds. Even with techniques to change one's form, this was beyond exaggerated. It was as if giants from a sci-fi novel had descended upon the earth. As everyone stood in astonishment, the leader of the black-robed figures suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the space trembled violently, and a terrifying energy burst forth from his palm. The surrounding air seemed unable to withstand the immense power, shattering into nothingness. This terrifying attack shot directly toward the martial skills released by Tu Fu and Kaidan Yang. Boom! The sky seemed to turn into a giant sheet of glass, shattering without resistance. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The terrifying power made them realize that the black-robed figure was at least a tribulation transcending expert. With just a casual strike, he countered 2 martial skills that could have severely injured the Emperor of Jiang. Meanwhile, the battle on the Fengshantai had reached a critical stage. Yin Machen's sword was about to pierce Jiang Nanshan's face. At this critical moment, the Emperor of Jiang's expression suddenly turned fierce. He swung his Tang blade with force, and a strange and terrifying power burst from the blade, shooting toward Yin Machen. Young master! Be careful, young master! Everyone cried out in alarm, but it was too late. The 15 heavenly demon battle puppets engaged in battle with Jiang Mo and Jiang Xiaoyao, sensed the danger and rushed toward the strange energy released by the Emperor of Jiang. However, they were all blown away. At the last moment, a slender and soft hand tightly grasped Yun Machen's wrist, pulling him forcefully behind. No! Teacher Luo Wuqing! Yun Machen screamed in agony, struggling with all his might to break free, but he couldn't budge Luo Wuqing, who was shielding him. The next moment, a powerful energy explosion erupted, and Yun Mochen was blown away by the force. No! Yun Mochen watched in despair as a massive cloud of dust rose before him, his heart aching. However, to his amazement, two figures soon emerged from the dust. One was Luo Wuqing flying toward him, and the other was the Emperor of Jiang retreating into the sky. Yun Mochen hurriedly stepped forward to catch Luo Wuqing, only to be shocked to find her unharmed. How was this possible? A full-force strike from a 5th-level tribulation transcending expert could devastate even a nascent soul cultivator, let alone someone at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Teacher Luo Wuqing Yu. Before Yun Mochen could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura emanating from the dust ahead. With a complex expression, he looked forward, watching as the dust slowly dispersed to reveal the silhouette of a middle-aged man in a white robe. In the next moment, the white-robed man raised his hand, and Zhang Nantian was pulled toward him as if by an invisible rope, appearing in his grasp. No, please, Emperor Yun, I beg you, don't kill me. Zhang Nantian cried out in terror, frantically pleading in the white-robed man's grip. However, the white-robed man seemed not to hear, carrying Zhang Nantian as he walked slowly toward Yun Mochen. Son, take out the handkerchief I gave you and wipe your face. I'll leave him to you. The Yun Emperor tossed Zhang Nantian to the ground like a piece of trash. As soon as he hit the ground, Zhang Nantian tried to use his internal spiritual power to escape. However, just as he managed to fly a meter, a terrifying force pinned him down, slamming him back to the earth, his eyes filled with despair. Yun Mochen stared at the man in white robes, who bore a slight resemblance to him, feeling a jolt of shock that left him frozen in place. This man was none other than the most formidable power of the Huaxia nation on the surface. Emperor Yun. Forcing out a few words, he said, "Thank you," though the tumult of emotions inside him prevented him from saying more. At that moment, the Jiang Emperor steadied himself and shouted in fear, "Emperor Yun, release my son, let's talk this out." The Yun Emperor slowly turned, casting his gaze toward the Jiang Emperor in the sky, and said calmly, "Finally, I've fished out the big catch. I suppose those hundreds of people aren't human, are they?" The crowd was stunned by his words. Speculations ran wild. Could those be heavenly demon battle puppets, similar to the Yun clan's treasured artifacts? But to craft puppets of the tribulation transcending level, the creator's strength must surpass that of the tribulation period. Could it be the work of an immortal? The Jiang Emperor's expression changed drastically as he asked gravely, You knew all along?" The Yun Emperor sneered, "Of course, and not just that. I also know you've colluded with foreign races, selling out the human race's interests. You even tried to covet the unparalleled physique of the Zhu clan's emperor's daughter. Am I wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted once more from the function platform. Zhu Huntian gently placed the unconscious Zhu Qingyan into Lu Yi's arms and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Nantian. His face was dark with anger and tension as he locked his hand onto Jiang Nantian's head. The Jiang Emperor shouted, "Zhu Huntian, how dare you?" He knew the dangers of soul-searching for practitioners. A slight mistake could cause brain damage. Zhu Huntian ignored him, roaring, "Interfere with me, and you will die today." A surge of energy flowed from his hand into Jiang Nantian's mind. In an instant, Jiang Nantian's eyes became vacant and hollow. Images began to flash through Zhu Huntian's mind. The conspiracy between foreign races and the Jiang Emperor, their coveting of the Zhu clan's emperor daughter's physique, the technique for transferring that physique, and the terrifying nature of the celestial ice phoenix divine body. All the secret dialogues and plans were laid bare before Zhu Huntian. Finally, the Jiang Emperor's question echoed in Zhu Huntian's mind. "How can I trust you all?" This scene unveiled the tip of an iceberg of a shocking conspiracy, revealing more unknown secrets and ambitions. To show sincerity, the foreign tribe proposed transferring the unique physique of one of their prodigies to the son of Emperor Jiang. While it couldn't match the divine ice phoenix physique, it was more than enough to outshine the new generation of human prodigies. The foreign leader cautiously suggested that instead of forcibly taking the emperor's daughter, they should deceive her into marriage, to avoid arousing suspicion and fear among other imperial clans. Emperor Jiang was infuriated upon hearing this, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "No way. That damn Emperor Zhu holds a grudge against me. We fought once when we were young, and after he lost, he ambushed me in the night, burning a dozen holes in my backside." Even at this point, Emperor Jiang's face contorted with pain, and he fell silent, unwilling to continue. The foreign leader coughed lightly and continued to persuade him. "Emperor Jiang, do not worry. Emperor Zhu's daughter's illness can only be cured by a supreme being from the upper realm or the Ice Phoenix Divine Stone." He went on to explain the origins of the Ice Phoenix Divine Stone and the spiritual resurgence 500 years ago that seemed fortunate, but was actually a calamity. Your planet expanded 1,000-fold, separating Huaxiao from other countries and surrounded by the abyss of fallen gods. This became your fortune, as other nations and new races cannot enter. The foreign leader coaxed. When Emperor Zhu's daughter's physique mutates, tell him there's a cure, with the marriage as a condition. Wouldn't our cooperation be easily achieved? A gleam flashed in Emperor Zhang's eyes as he inquired. And how will we keep the cure a secret from him? The foreign leader confidently replied. Our tribe possesses a divine pill that can temporarily suppress this power. However, the consequence is that when it truly erupts, her energy will be terrifyingly amplified, possibly rendering even the Ice Phoenix Divine Stone useless. Emperor Jiang turned to his son with a stern warning. Son, remember to keep this matter confidential. If successful, you'll become the supreme ruler of this world. The scene abruptly shifted back to reality. Zhu Huntian, with a ferocious expression and bloodshot eyes, hysterically shouted, Good, good, good. Emperor Jiang, you must die today. Before he finished speaking, he shot towards Emperor Jiang like an arrow. Unexpectedly, Emperor Jiang remained unfazed, hovering in the air without moving, as if he had no intention of fighting back. In the nick of time, the black-robed figure who had acted earlier suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Jiang. Without a word, he unleashed a fierce straight punch. There was no trace of martial skill, only pure and terrifying power. Boom. To everyone's shock, a figure was sent flying like a broken kite. How is this possible? Emperor Zhu was actually forced back with a single blow. Cries of shock echoed throughout the crowd. Emperor Zhu, a top-tier expert in the 5th stage of the tribulation period, was repelled so effortlessly. All eyes turned to the mysterious figures in black robes, and a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Could these beings be the legendary otherworldly race? Fear spread like wildfire among the people. If they truly were from another race and possessed such terrifying power, how could they possibly defend themselves? Emperor Zhu was internally alarmed, realizing that the opponent's strength was several times his own. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could the adversary be a Saint Emperor? In the cultivation world, titles are closely tied to one's level. Those in the 1st to 3rd stages of the tribulation period can be self-proclaimed as quasi-emperor. If their power is overwhelming, those in the 4th to 6th stages can be titled Great Emperor, while those in the 7th to 9th stages are revered as Saint Emperor. On the surface, these titles seem separated by small stages, but in reality, each stage is worlds apart. Many great emperors spend their entire lives unable to break through to become a Saint Emperor, as it requires not just an increase in power or speed, but a qualitative transformation of all bodily indicators. Because of this, there is no known Saint Emperor within China. At this moment, a cold voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Zhu Huntian, if you don't want your daughter to die soon, I suggest you stand with me and bring my son here. Otherwise, given your daughter's current condition, she won't last a year. Hearing this, Emperor Zhu was enraged. Jiang bastard, I'll kill you, he roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, Emperor Yun glanced around coldly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Are you all just going to stand by and watch? Or do you want to become the dogs of these otherworldly beings? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Ming soared into the sky, scoffing. Old Demon Yun, your son is the heir of my clan. Of course, I stand with you. As for the otherworldly invaders, they deserve to die for invading China. And the Jiang clan, colluding with them, deserves death even more. With that, he unleashed a terrifying martial skill towards Emperor Jiang. However, a keen observer might notice a hint of a smirk on his lips. Emperor Yun's eyelid twitched slightly, giving Yun Mochen a meaningful look, then loudly commanded, all members of the Yun clan, follow me to slay the otherworldly beings. Before he finished speaking, 1,000,000 troops charged fearlessly towards the enemies in the sky. Emperor Luo was still in the sky, looking helplessly at his son, blinking rapidly. Su Jipang, with an arrogant expression, transmitted a message to his father. Kid, beg me, and I'll ask my brother Yun to plead for leniency on your behalf. Hearing this, Emperor Luo shuddered. He quickly swallowed the last 2 spirit eggs he had, furiously channeling his internal energy into the talisman in his hand, and shot it towards Su Jipang. At this critical moment, a blue-haired middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Su Jipang, blocking the powerful talisman. He spoke. Family matters can be dealt with later, Emperor Luo. If you really kill my daughter's fiancé, she won't be happy. This middle-aged man was none other than King Hai, a formidable figure in the 3rd stage of the tribulation period. Upon hearing this, Hai Nu blushed and quickly explained, Dad, I wouldn't be unhappy, but Brother Jipang can't die. King Hai laughed heartily and, without waiting for Emperor Luo to respond, turned serious and charged towards the hundreds of massive figures in black robes. Zhu Huntian's expression showed a trace of regret, but he quickly transmitted to those around him. All officers watching the live broadcast, follow my orders. Initiate level 1 combat readiness. All cultivators in the military in China, anyone above the nascent soul stage, head to the capital immediately. All soldiers present, follow me to slay the otherworldly beings. Seeing this, Emperor Yun also ascended to the sky to engage the leader of the otherworldly race. The battle erupted instantly, and chaos reigned. Amidst the turmoil, Jiang Nantian lay curled up on the ground, a fierce glint in his eyes. Fight, all of you, fight, so I can escape, he thought to himself, though as he spoke, drool uncontrollably dripped from his mouth evidently. He was already paralyzed. Thud! The sound of a long sword piercing flesh suddenly echoed, leaving everyone in shock. Jiang Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils contracting as if witnessing something unimaginable. His gaze began to blur, and his arms fell limply to the ground. A long sword had pierced precisely into his heart. Mochen has killed Jiang Nantian. Cries erupted from the crowd. My son, Emperor Jiang, seeing his son collapse, lost all sense of reason. Ignoring the fearsome martial skills aimed at him, his face twisted in rage as he charged towards Mochen. Mochen, I'll kill you. The Tang sword in Emperor Jiang's hand erupted with terrifying energy, dark threads wreaking havoc in the air. Young master, be careful. That's the ninefold blade intent, someone shouted. At this critical moment, Emperor Yun suddenly appeared in front of Mochen, wielding a long sword that had appeared out of nowhere. Instantly, countless sword intents burst forth from him, surging towards Emperor Jiang. Zhu Huntian also appeared in an instant, quickly forming seals. A fearsome martial technique rose into the sky, also targeting Emperor Jiang. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, a figure was blasted back several kilometers, crashing heavily into a building. It was none other than Emperor Jiang. Instinctively, everyone looked towards Emperor Yun, who hovered slowly in the air, his aura reaching the 7th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence. What? Emperor Yun is actually a saint emperor. Cries of astonishment filled the air. The voice of the giant figure in the black robe in the sky was filled with fear. This is impossible. Humans, this world has only been recovering spiritual energy for a few hundred years. No matter how monstrous your talent, how could you reach the saint emperor level? Unless you possess the secret of the immortals. Emperor Yun replied calmly. If you don't leave, you'll all stay here today. The black-robed figure's expression was conflicted, then he roared in anger. Humans, if not for the heavenly way preventing my kind from entering, why would I fear a mere 7th-stage tribulation transcendence, ant like you? Too much talk, you can stay too. Emperor Yun coldly retorted. Whoosh! The long sword in Emperor Yun's scabbard suddenly unsheathed, emitting a piercing sword cry. The blade trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying energy directly at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's face changed dramatically, and he quickly waved his hand, absorbing Jiang Nantian's body from the ground. Retreat, he shouted. Mochen sensed Jiang Nantian's body being taken behind him, but there was no time to ponder the intention. Instinctively, he swung his sword in a fierce slash. Unfortunately, he was a step too late, only managing to cut off a small part of Jiang Nantian's corpse. Emperor Jiang, you won't get away. Zhu Huntian, seeing Emperor Jiang attempting to flee at the black-robed figure's signal, immediately moved to intercept him. Zhu Huntian charged forward once more, consumed by rage. His heart roared. If they took my only precious daughter, they won't live either. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles tense, as he prepared to unleash his most powerful attack. Destroy the moon, shatter the sun fist. Zhu Huntian shouted furiously, his right fist clenching as an immense and terrifying force erupted from it. His fist, like a meteor, shot straight towards Jiang Emperor. Ugh, already injured by Yun Emperor, Jiang Emperor was now sent flying thousands of meters by this punch. Despair filled his expression as a mouthful of blood spewed out, tracing a vivid red line through the air. Zhu Huntian showed no intention of stopping. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jiang Emperor, ready to strike again. Just then, a strong suction force suddenly appeared, pulling Jiang Emperor away and allowing him to narrowly escape the fatal blow. The leader of the giant black-robed figures grabbed Jiang Nantian's corpse with his left hand and the barely alive Jiang Emperor with his right, swiftly disappearing into a dark blue vortex. The other black-robed figures followed suit, vanishing without a trace. The hundreds of dark blue vortices in the sky disappeared instantly, as if they'd never existed. Zhu Huntian roared, Jiang Emperor, I will definitely catch you and kill you. Suddenly, Zhu Huntian remembered something and turned to angrily question Yun Emperor. Old demon Yun, you knew all along, why didn't you tell me? Yun Emperor gently shook his head and communicated telepathically. Though the pill they gave your daughter is indeed poison in the long run, without it to suppress her power, with her innate divine ice phoenix body, she might not have survived until now. Hearing this, Zhu Huntian staggered, filled with despair. He flew to Lu Yi's side, taking the unconscious Zhu Qingyan in his arms, and said to Yun Emperor, Old demon Yun, my clan will follow your orders, as long as you promise me one thing: the Jiang clan must be destroyed. Yun Emperor looked solemnly towards the horizon and nodded slightly. Then, Zhu Huntian, holding Zhu Qingyan, disappeared from sight. Zhu Huntian and Luo Emperor approached Yun Emperor with complex expressions. Yun Emperor, now at the level of a Saint Emperor, had surpassed them, rendering their rivalry meaningless. Yun Emperor spoke calmly. Zhu Huntian, the military needs reformation. It's time for a change in leadership. Zhu Huntian trembled, not daring to argue, and respectfully bowed. Yes, I will step down today. Yun Emperor glanced at him, sighing deeply. I understand you've always considered the nation's interests. But pursuing absolute gain excessively can lead to losing sight of the bigger picture and even one's original intentions. Only those who win the people's hearts can achieve lasting peace and stability, even in this world of cultivation where the strong prey on the weak. At this moment, Luo Emperor trembled as he pleaded. Yun Emperor, can you spare me? I truly didn't intend to allow this to happen. If I had known Yun Mochen was your clan's heir, I would have been the first to stop it. Yun Emperor replied. It's all right. The father's sins are repaid by the son. I noticed young Luo Zihan tried to help save my son, which was quite commendable. Just as Luo Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, Yin Emperor asked, but I heard you severed your father-son relationship? Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed in. That's right, Yin Emperor, this old bastard did cut ties with me. But we've reconciled. Now I'm the old man. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Yin Emperor raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Emperor with a smile. Luo Emperor shuddered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as if he had made up his mind, and nodded. Yes, it's true. 3 days later, in the Yun clan, Yun Mochen lay in bed, feeling his body gradually recover. Over these 3 days, his injuries had finally healed with careful treatment, but the person he longed to see had yet to appear. His gaze frequently darted to the doorway, and every sound made his heart skip a beat, only to be met with disappointment each time. In his spare moments, Yun Mochen kept an eye on happenings outside. Aside from the news of his own top performance in the college entrance exam, there were a few other national events that caused a stir. Under the leadership of Yun Di, all the forces and families within Huaxia launched a fierce attack on the Jiang clan, leaving no survivors. However, Jiang Di and the senior members of the Jiang clan vanished without a trace, leaving a cloud of mystery. The fate of Grand Elder Jiang Mo and Jiang Xiaoyao was even more tragic. After being captured by Luo Wuqing, they were publicly executed in a nationwide broadcast the following day. Two powerful figures in the Mahayana stage fell under the eyes of the entire nation. Yun Di later appeared in an official broadcast, sternly warning all major forces and families. Anyone colluding with foreign tribes would meet the same fate. The intimidating power behind these words sent ripples through the entire cultivation world. Meanwhile, an amusing story circulated within the cultivation community. A fortune teller, having made a fortune from Yun Mochen's success, returned to the Zhitian pavilion and, during a family dinner, stood on the table to eat and boasted about it on social media. As a result, his grandfather, the elder of Zhitian Pavilion, chased him with a 3-meter-long butcher knife for 3 days and nights. This story brought a wave of laughter, providing a moment of levity amidst the tense atmosphere. Su Jipang's situation was even more bizarre. He forced his father to admit in front of Yun Di that he had become the son, while the son had become the father. This absurd scene filled Su Jipang with such shame that he refused to return to his clan. In the end, he kept his live stream open continuously, only daring to follow Luo Di back to the family. He even made sure to tell Luo Di that the live stream was real-time and that Yun Ge could see it all, implying that if even a hair on his head was harmed, Yun Ge would not let it go. As for the engagement between Su Jipang and the Sea Maiden, it seemed to be quietly shelved by some invisible force, with both sides tacitly agreeing to remain silent about it. However, what weighed most heavily on Yun Mochen's mind was the disappearance of Zhu Qingyan. Every message he sent seemed to vanish into thin air, receiving no response. Yun Mochen resolved that once he got answers from Yun Di, he would use his covert skills to sneak into the Zhu clan and find Zhu Qingyan. Just as Yun Mochen's thoughts were swirling, the doors suddenly creaked open. Son, how are you recovering? Yun Di's voice came through. I just finished dealing with the recent events and finally have time to talk to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Seeing Yun Di, Yun Mochen's body tensed and his eyes flickered. Countless questions flooded his mind, yet he didn't know where to start. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, is my mother still alive? Despite his deep reluctance to use the term, his intense curiosity drove him to ask. She's not, Yun Di replied heavily. Yun Mochen's heart sank as he pressed on. Why? To save you. Yun Di's tone grew even more somber, as if unwilling to delve into the topic. At that moment, Yun Di retrieved a crystal ball the size of an ostrich egg from his spatial ring. When you were young, your mother sealed some of your memories in here. Once you watch it, I'll explain everything. Sealed memories? Yun Mochen was puzzled. I remember my childhood was always in the orphanage. Under Yun Mochen's confused gaze, Yun Di gently channeled his spiritual energy, directing waves of power into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball began to display vivid scenes. The first scene appeared, showing a 1-year-old Yun Mochen holding his even younger sister, Chu Xiaoling. They stood before a group of tall individuals, and Yun Mochen innocently asked, "Brother, why are all these tall people afraid of us?" "Sister, it's because I'm the emperor's son and you're the emperor's daughter, so they have to listen to us." Little Yun Mochen puffed out his chest and turned to look at Luo Wuqing beside him. "Isn't that right, Teacher Luo Wuqing?" Luo Wuqing smiled gently. "Yes, young master, you're absolutely right. Now listen to your teacher, hold your sister, and stand still, and I'll take a picture with you." "Wait a minute," Yun Mochen suddenly shouted. "Teacher Luo Wuqing, I, I like your braided hairstyle. Can you listen to me like those tall people do?" "Of course, young master. If you like it, I can keep it braided forever." "Wow, sister, look. Teacher Luo Wuqing is even prettier now." "Young master, listen up. After the photo with your sister, you have to leave, okay? No crying." "I won't cry." "Hurrah. Come on, young master, princess, 3, 2, 1. Cheese." The image froze at that moment. Little Yun Mochen holding his sister, happily making a peace sign. Standing beside them was Luo Wuqing, her beauty unchanged over the years. Yet, deep within her eyes was a sadness and melancholy that the young Yun Mochen could not comprehend. This photo had been carefully kept by Luo Wuqing in her phone case, quietly accompanying her for 17 years. "So, my teacher Luo Wuqing has been with me since I was little," Yun Mochen whispered softly. The scenes in the crystal ball shifted again, this time revealing an incredibly beautiful woman, Yun Mochen's mother. "Mom, Dad is so strict all the time. He wouldn't even let me and my sister go out to play." Little Yun Mochen pouted in complaint. "Mochen, how about Mom takes you to give Dad a hard time?" "Okay, Mom, and when Dad eats, let's add some laxatives." "All right." The scene switched to the dining room, where the family of 4 sat around an elegant round table. Little Yun Mochen tried hard to suppress his laughter, occasionally sneaking glances at his mother. "Dad, I made this porridge for you myself. You should try it." Emperor Yun, knowing there was a trick, still played along and drank it, then exaggeratedly clutched his stomach. "Oh no. What's happening? My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom." The scene shifted again, this time to Yun Mochen and his sister tiptoeing over the sleeping Emperor Yun. "Mochen, what are you and your sister up to, sneaking around your dad like that?" "Shoo, Mom. My sister and I are putting eye drops in Dad's eyes. I saw on TV that people with tired eyes should use eye drops every day. Dad always looks so tired." "But, Mochen, why are you and your sister holding a bottle of Super 502 glue?" "Oh no. Sister, run. We've been found out. Don't let Mom catch us and spank us." "Wah, brother, don't run too fast. Wait for me." Watching these warm scenes, Yun Mochen couldn't help but ask, "Such a warm scene. Is that really me?" "Yes, your mother and I both love you and your sister very much." Yun Mochen's body suddenly trembled, his vision becoming blurred at some unknown moment. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if questioning, "Why?" Emperor Yun took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual power into the crystal ball once more. Countless warm memories flashed rapidly within the ball, finally freezing on a heart-wrenching scene. "Chuxin, you said they're coming?" A man's voice was filled with worry. "Yes, Qinyu." A woman replied softly. "Did you remember everything I told you? And make sure to hide that item well. Leave it for Mochen. He's the older brother. Let him protect Xia Ling for life." "Chuxin, can't you stay?" the man pleaded urgently. "Trust me, I can keep you safe here. The heavenly Tao here is strong. Any outsider's power will be affected upon entering. I believe they will be targeted by the heavenly Tao too. I can do it." The woman shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness and determination. "Qinyu, their power transcends this universe, even beyond immortals. We have no way." In the image, Emperor Yun and the exceptionally beautiful woman appeared once more. They hovered in the sky, their expressions extremely solemn as they gazed at the unknown disturbance above. Yun Qinyu was Emperor Yun's name, and Yun Mochen's mother was named Chuxin. Suddenly, the sky seemed to tear apart, a massive black hole opening like the gaping maw of a beast. The space twisted and spun wildly, its dark hues chilling to the bone. In an instant, 100 mysterious figures teleported out of the distorted space. They appeared human, but wore luxurious and exquisite clothing. More terrifying was that with just a casual wave of their hands, the surrounding space shattered, unable to be repaired. "Who are you to dare trespass in this realm?" Emperor Yin shouted sternly. At that moment, the sky filled with thunderclouds, and 2 enormous eyes, crackling with lightning, suddenly appeared, the eyes of the heavenly Tao. "Leave." One of the mysterious figures uttered a single word, and an overwhelming force swept across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With successive explosions, the eyes of the heavenly Tao instantly dissolved into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Emperor Yun witnessed this scene, his heart filled with dread. Just one word could shatter the heavenly Tao's eyes, something even ascendants struggle against. Such terrifying power left him feeling utterly powerless. Instinctively, he tightly grasped Chuxin's hands. After a moment of daze, his gaze became more resolute. Even if he had to die, he wanted to keep Chuxin. Hundreds of mysterious figures flew before them, suddenly dropping to one knee, respectfully saying, "Princess Chuxin, please take that item and return with us." "Yes, let's go," Chuxin responded softly, stepping forward. "Who are you to take my wife?" Just as Chuxin was about to fly forward, Emperor Yun suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling her behind him, his expression cold as he questioned. "Wife?" The leading mysterious figure slowly stood, his expression filled with disdain. "Princess Chuxin, if the Lord learns of this, do you know the consequences?" Upon hearing this, a trace of tension flashed across Chuxin's beautiful face, and she said to Emperor Yun, "Jinyu, let me go." Simultaneously, she used a secret technique to transmit a message to Emperor Yun. "Don't forget, we still have our children." Emperor Yun's body shook. He was acutely aware that the opposing power far exceeded his own. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he might not be able to harm them in the slightest. He could die fighting for Chuxin, but he had 2 children to care for behind him. This harsh reality left him in a dilemma. "I'll go with you, but you must promise not to harm anything here. Otherwise, you'll never get that thing." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and a figure in white appeared out of thin air beside the group. The mysterious newcomer was a well-built, middle-aged man with distinctive markings on the back of his hand. However, his face was shrouded in a strange power, making it impossible for anyone to discern his true features. Hmm? The power of time and space. "Who are you?" Hundreds of mysterious individuals tensed up instantly, drawing their weapons and questioning warily. The man in white spoke coldly. "Hand over that thing to me." "Give it to you? Who do you think you are?" One of the mysterious figures scolded angrily. "Do you know where we come from?" Before he could finish, a crisp sword sound suddenly rang out. A terrifying sword light flashed, and the speaking man's words were abruptly cut off as his head slowly slid off his shoulders. How powerful! Who is he? The others were terrified. No one noticed that Chuxin's body trembled suddenly. Her gaze locked on the middle-aged man in white, tears welling up deep in her eyes. The man in white's voice, processed to sound cold and robotic, said, "Give me the thing. I don't want to kill. This is your last chance. Stop talking. Let's take him down together," the leader of the mysterious group shouted. As soon as the words fell, several sword lights flashed again. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of hundreds of mysterious individuals exploded, leaving only the leader alive. He looked at the man in white in terror, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying power in this world? Who is he? Why does he know about that thing? The man in white's patience had run out, his voice low and threatening. "If you don't speak, I'll kill him." Chuxin spoke calmly. "Don't even think about it. I won't give it to you." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying energy erupted from her, sending the Cloud Emperor flying. "No, she's going to self-destruct," the mysterious person exclaimed. The man in white instantly appeared in front of Chuxin, raising his hand to release golden spiritual power at her soul, which was burning fiercely. "Give me the thing quickly, or I really will kill you." Surprisingly, Chuxin calmly transmitted, "You can't change it, just go." Hearing this, the man in white visibly trembled, the golden spiritual power in his palm becoming chaotic. Chuxin slowly raised her hand, seemingly wanting to touch his face, but the next moment, the power within her surged again, violently pushing the man in white away. "No." The man in white watched helplessly as Chuxin's body began to dissipate, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Chuxin turned to the last remaining mysterious person and shouted angrily, "Get lost. Go back and tell him that I've refined the thing. If I die, it will go with me. None of you will ever get it." The mysterious person was shocked and, sensing the hostility of the man in white, immediately disappeared from sight. Chuxin gave one last look at the unconscious Cloud Emperor, her eyes full of sadness and reluctance. "Jinyu, in the next life, I'll still be your wife. Take good care of them both." The man in white stood frozen, watching Chuxin turn into nothingness, collapsing to his knees in despair. Just then, a strange golden light flashed behind him, and he too vanished. The scene ended there. Mochen could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. The Cloud Emperor slowly opened his hand, revealing an object resembling a rectangular prism. It was small, only half a finger in length, covered in densely packed mysterious runes, exuding an aura of mystery. Strangely, the bottom of the prism was very irregular, in stark contrast to its neat top, as if a piece had been forcibly broken off. The Cloud Emperor's expression was somber as he spoke slowly. "This is the thing your mother left for you." She called it the Time and Space Monument. Boom. As the last 3 words from Emperor Yun fell, Yun Mochen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The space-time monument, wasn't that the name of the system? His eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart raced. Could the system have been left for him by his mother? This was no mere coincidence. Just as Yun Mochen was about to question the system, Emperor Yun continued speaking. His voice was deep and filled with the weight of endless past events. "Later, I realized that your mother's power far surpassed this world. She could have easily escaped, but chose to stay. For you, for Xiaoling, and for me, she couldn't let us go. A complex emotion flickered in Emperor Yun's eyes. He took a deep breath and continued. Your mother told me that the space-time monument contains earth-shattering secrets. It governs the time and space laws of the entire universe, and possessing it can determine the fate of the universe. Emperor Yun's voice trembled slightly. She knew my nature well, that I would never leave her behind. So, she didn't leave the space-time monument to me, but chose you. I respected all her decisions. Now it is yours. Yun Mochen took the space-time monument from his father's hand, his breathing becoming rapid. The time and space laws of the entire universe? Could time and space really be controlled? He examined the small rectangular object closely, his expression complex. He gently caressed the surface of the monument, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He could feel his mother's presence on it. But how does this relate to abandoning me? Yun Mochen struggled to utter these words, as if using all his strength. Emperor Yun gently placed his hand on Yun Mochen's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. A strained smile appeared on his face, filled with memories. When I first met your mother, I was captivated by her beauty and playful nature. But what truly shocked me was her ability to know my name, preferences, habits, even everything about me. Emperor Yun's voice was tinged with nostalgia. My curiosity about her gradually turned into affection, and eventually, we fell in love. A few days before that event happened, she finally told me she had met me countless times in the river of time. I believed every word she said because she never deceived me. Emperor Yun continued his story. Over the past decade or so, she single-handedly elevated the strength of our Yun clan dozens, even hundreds of times. I gradually realized she must not belong to this world. During those days, she revealed many things about the future to me, including yours, mine, almost everything. I remembered them all. Emperor Yun's expression grew serious. She repeatedly emphasized one thing: to strip you of all your talents, bloodline, and anything related to her, even your name. When you turned 18, I was to give you the space-time monument and expose you to the public eye. He explained. She told me that the space-time monument chose you the moment you were born. Only by hiding you could you evade those pursuing you. That's why on the day you and Xiaoling were born, you took the surname Yun, and your sister took the surname Chu. Xiaoling has no connection to the space-time monument, and your mother used her great power to erase everyone's memory of you, except for the 3 people you know. So in everyone's memory, there is only an imperial daughter named Chu Xiaoling. After hearing his father's words, Yun Mochen's heart surged with complex emotions. He held the space-time monument tightly, feeling the warmth left by his mother, and struggled to digest this astonishing truth. Yun Mochen stood there, his brow slightly furrowed, listening intently as the Yun Emperor spoke. 18 years ago, an accident not only claimed 3 lives, but also buried their true identities. It was only now that this secret finally reached Yun Mochen's ears. Why am I no longer afraid of those people hunting me after I turn 18? Yun Mochen asked, puzzled, recalling the formidable figures he had seen in the crystal ball. The Yun Emperor gently shook his head. Your mother didn't tell me the exact reason. She only said that at 18, even if we let you grow on your own, you would find your own opportunities. Yun Mochen was taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be the heaven covering technique? This powerful technique that even those in the tribulation stage couldn't detect might indeed help him evade pursuit. The Yun Emperor continued. Your mother also said that exposing you at 18 was a test for you. From the moment you were born, you were destined for extraordinary things, with your identity intertwined with countless fates. His tone turned serious. So you must become strong, strong enough to make everyone listen to you calmly, strong enough to protect your sister. Remember, your mother's only task for you is to live well and protect your sister. The Yun Emperor's voice lowered. As for me, I don't expect you to use the secret of the space-time monument to save your mother. I only hope you and your sister can live well. I won't pass the grudges of the previous generation onto you. They drove your mother to her death, and I won't let them go. As he spoke, the aura around the Yun Emperor began to spread, yet he deliberately kept a distance from Yun Mochen, as if afraid of hurting him. Yun Mochen instinctively scanned with his spiritual sense and was shocked. This aura far surpassed the tribulation stage strength he had shown on the divine platform before. It had reached the 9th level of the tribulation stage. Yun Mochen exclaimed. The Yun Emperor's expression was solemn. Son, I feel the ascension tribulation is near. I will soon leave this world. I've always been carefree, indifferent to power and status, but I must avenge your mother in this lifetime. He continued. Soon, the myriad races will descend upon the world. I hope you can live like a true man. Regarding your girlfriend's constitution issue, your mother said you would have a solution, and I shouldn't interfere. She believed I could help you temporarily, but not forever. The future path is yours to walk. The Yun Emperor looked deeply at Yun Mochen. You've indeed suffered over the years, and I've seen it all. You can choose not to acknowledge me as your father, or even hate me, and I would understand. But I only hope you promise me one thing. Don't resent your mother. With that, the Yun Emperor took a deep breath, patted Yun Machen's shoulder, and turned to leave. Dad, Yun Machen called softly. Hearing this, the Yun Emperor's steps suddenly halted, his body trembling violently. He didn't turn around, only saying softly, rest well. With that, he walked out the door. The Yun Emperor didn't return to the main hall, but instead instantly appeared in his bedroom. He took out a photograph from under his pillow and hugged it tightly, silently weeping. In the photo, he embraced a stunning woman, holding two adorable babies in his arms, all with radiant smiles. Chushin, did you hear that? The Yun Emperor choked up. 17 years. He finally called me dad again. Tears flowed silently, soaking the pillow. Speak up, or I'll have to hit you, Yun Machen said, his eyes piercing as he stared at the system in the void. The system's voice trembled slightly. Huh? Master, what do you mean? Yun Machen let out a cold laugh. Just self-destruct. I'm too tired of this life. I don't want to live anymore. All right. The system immediately started a countdown. 109,210.99. Okay, Master, you win. The system's voice was filled with defeat. Yun Machen frowned. What exactly are you? Master, what exactly are you? The system retorted. Then its tone became serious. I can't say because if I do, you'll get entangled in some more terrifying karmic ties that you cannot bear at the moment. Tell me what you can. Yun Machen pressed on. Master, I can't say anything, the system insisted. After a moment of silence, Yun Machen suddenly asked, the middle-aged man in white inside the crystal ball? Is that me? The system fell into a prolonged silence. Yun Machen's gaze sharpened as he recalled the scene he had witnessed. The middle-aged man in white not only possessed the power of time and space, but also used golden spiritual energy on his soul-burning mother. What puzzled him more was that his mother's eyes showed no surprise, as if everything was expected, without any hint of disgust or hatred. Master, I can assure you, that is definitely not you. The system finally spoke. As for who he is, I cannot say. Because if the secrets of heaven are revealed, everything in destiny will change, and the resulting time paradox will be an even more terrible consequence. Yun Machen pondered deeply. He knew the system wouldn't mess around with crucial matters. If it wasn't him, who would save his mother? His dad? Impossible. The time-space monument was with him. Xiaoling? Even less likely. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yun Machen's mind. System, why is the time-space monument broken in half? And who has the other half? And are you the spirit of the time-space monument, or something else? The system remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Master, you will find out in the future. And no, I am not the spirit of the time-space monument. I'm sorry, if I said anything, everything would change. Yun Machen felt as though his mind was being gnawed by countless ants, unable to comprehend. The identity of the middle-aged man in white and the true nature of the system became unsolvable mysteries. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time, Yun Machen resolved to himself. As long as I'm strong enough, any conspiracy or secret is a joke. He stopped dwelling on the issue and turned to walk outside. The system silently whispered in its heart. Master, the cost of revealing the past life has already appeared in this life. Please forgive my concealment. This was something it did not let Yun Machen hear. As Yun Machen stepped out the door, he saw the butcher crouched on a rooftop, looking stealthy. Uncle Tu, what are you doing? Yun Machen asked curiously. Shoo, keep it down, young master. The butcher hurriedly motioned for him to be quiet. Just then, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out. Who? In the next moment, a powerful energy surged towards the butcher's location. Boom! With a loud explosion, a middle-aged woman in a bathrobe appeared out of thin air. Oh no, just missed it, the butcher lamented, pounding his chest. Young master, you ruined my plan. Quickly turning to Granny Kai, Yun Machen waved his hands frantically, his voice tinged with panic. Granny Kai, let's not jump to conclusions. I'm just enjoying the nice weather on the rooftop, soaking up some warmth. Please don't misunderstand. Before he could finish, Granny Kai had already pulled out a Gatling gun. Yun Machen's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, the deafening sound of gunfire filled the air. Witnessing this, Yun Machen's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. He couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up to the butcher. Watching Granny Kai bathe in broad daylight certainly took some guts. Initially, he intended to ask the butcher about the whereabouts of the Zhu clan, but clearly, this was not the right time. Forget it, I'll go find Xiaoling instead, he thought to himself. Not far ahead, a petite figure caught his eye. Chu Xiaoling was bouncing towards him with her hair in pigtails, her braids swinging adorably. Brother, she waved from afar, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing his suddenly grown-up sister, the resistance Yun Machen once felt had long vanished, replaced by an indescribable affection. He shook his head gently, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Xiaoling, can I ask you for a favor? Of course. Chu Xiaoling patted her chest, feigning seriousness. Tell me, brother, leave it all to me. Yun Machen hesitated before speaking. Do you know where Sister Zhu Qingyan's room is? A mischievous glint flashed in Chu Xiaoling's eyes, and she teased, "Oh brother, why are you asking about that? Can you take me there? Or at least tell me where it is, I'll go myself." "I can't get in touch with her," Yun Mochen explained. Chu Xiaoling crossed her arms, pouting in mock displeasure. "Humph. Brother just came back a few days ago, barely recovered, and now you're off to see sister in, ignoring your little sister." Yun Mochen awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "If you take me, I'll spend more time with you when I get back. How about that?" Hearing this, Chu Xiaoling's eyes lit up. She nudged Yun Mochen's stomach with her elbow, raising her eyebrows playfully. "Brother, leave it to me." Soon after, they arrived at a large tree outside the Zhu clan's gates. Both Yun Mochen and Chu Xiaoling held binoculars, seriously observing the inside of the Zhu clan. Yun Mochen's heart raced, almost leaping to his throat, but luckily, he was using his secret technique to mask their presence. Chu Xiaoling pointed into the distance. "Brother, see the small castle at 8 o'clock, about 8 kilometers away? That's Sister Anne's room." "But," she frowned, "the Zhu clan is heavily guarded, and I heard Sister Anne is sick these days. Even the old man, Emperor Zhu, won't let us visit her. He's so mean. How are we going to get in?" Yun Mochen pondered for a moment before a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "Xiaoling, how about we make a deal?" "What is it?" Chu Xiaoling eyed him warily. "Brother, with that look, I feel like you're planning to trick your sister." Yun Mochen lowered his voice. "You go to the gate and shout for Sister Anne. Make a big scene to draw their attention. After a few minutes, head back to the Yun clan and wait for me, okay?" Chu Xiaoling frowned deeper. "Brother, that's not fair. Using your little sister as a decoy just to see Sister Anne. Prioritizing romance over family. Ugh, over siblings. I promise to spend more time with you when I get back. How about that?" Yun Mochen quickly promised. "Humph, all right then." Chu Xiaoling reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, inside the small castle, Zhu Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Her stunning face was as pale as snow, as if covered with a layer of frost. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, the intent to kill was almost tangible. She whispered coldly, "Heartless man, you really left after all. Zhu Laotu, I want to see Sister Anne." Chu Xiaoling's voice rang out clearly and firmly outside the gates of the Zhu family. The guards at the entrance looked troubled. One of them explained, "Oh, it's the princess of the Yun clan. Our princess is currently unwell and needs to rest, so she can't see visitors at the moment." Chu Xiaoling was undeterred, her small face flushed with determination. "No, I must see Sister Anne. I haven't played with her in days, and if she's sick, I should definitely visit her." She stood with her hands on her hips, her little head held high, stubbornly glaring at the guards. The guards exchanged helpless glances and said, "Princess, please understand. The head of the family has ordered that no one is to see the princess. We're just following orders." Chu Xiaoling ignored them and took a step forward, attempting to rush inside. The guards quickly retracted their weapons into their spatial rings and reached out to stop her. However, before they could even touch her, Chu Xiaoling suddenly burst into tears. "Wah, they're hitting me. The Zhu family guards are hitting me." Her cries echoed around, attracting the attention of the disciples and elders from the clan who were training nearby. Chu Xiaoling lay on the ground, heedless of the dust, rubbing her already reddened eyes with her little hands, performing with Oscar-worthy skill. If Jun Songling were alive, he would surely declare her performance deserving of an award. The current situation threw everyone into a panic. The Yun clan's power was well known, and the Yun Emperor, now referred to as the Holy Emperor Yun, was not someone the Zhu clan could afford to offend. Moreover, the Zhu clan had already handed over military command to the Yun Emperor, and now, with the Yun clan's princess attacked at their gate, the situation was dire. Chaos ensued. Some reprimanded the guards, others hurried to comfort Chu Xiaoling, and still others rushed to report to the Zhu Emperor. Amidst the commotion, no one noticed a figure silently slipping over the rooftop. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingyan lay quietly on her bed, fully focused on observing a mysterious energy within her body. Although she was only at the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, she had already developed her own sea of consciousness, something typically achieved at the nascent soul stage. Even more astonishing was the vastness of her sea of consciousness, far exceeding the millions of square meters usually reached by ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Above this endless expanse of water, two terrifyingly powerful and mysterious energies swirled like frenzied fog. One of these, she knew well, was the energy source of the celestial ice phoenix physique, emitting an icy aura that mercilessly froze the surrounding sea. Yet, 10,000 meters away from this icy energy, there existed another, even more bizarre and terrifying energy that she couldn't fathom. Zhu Qingyan's mental projection stood on the surface of the sea, slowly approaching the mysterious energy, attempting to touch it. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by an incredibly sharp needle, sending a wave of intense pain throughout her entire body, jolting her back into reality. "What was that? Yun Mochen, what did you do to me in a past life?" Zhu Qingyan was shocked, roaring in her mind. Her beautiful face twisted into a mask of fury. Unbeknownst to her, Within that strange energy, a rectangular object quivered slightly before falling silent again. The small castle didn't seem large, but it had many rooms. Which room could Qingyan be in? Yun Mochen stealthily slipped inside, using his skill to conceal his presence. He opened room after room, but couldn't find the one where Zhu Qingyan was. His heart raced, terrified that he'd open a door and find not Zhu Qingyan, but Zhu Di instead. Wait, why is Dad here again? Zhu Qingyan noticed the faint sound of footsteps approaching her door. She quickly composed herself, lay back on the bed, closed her eyes, and turned off the bedside lamp. Creaked door opened quietly. Huh, this room doesn't even have windows, it's pitch black. Yun Mochen thought to himself as he cautiously stepped inside, first with his left foot, then the right, followed by his waist, and finally his head. He figured that if he encountered Zhu Di, he might just lose a foot, but with his ugly mask and skills, he could escape. If he led with his head, that was less certain. There was a light switch by the door, but he didn't dare use it. Instead, he held a wisp of white sword energy in his palm, its faint glow guiding his way. Why is there a sword energy aura here? Did Dad call Yun Di for help? Zhu Qingyan furrowed her brows in confusion, but kept her eyes closed. Yun Mochen searched the room for a long time without finding Zhu Qingyan. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed another door deeper inside the room. The door seemed protected by some kind of barrier, glowing faintly purple under the weak light of his sword energy. System, help me open this. I owe you 50,000 vitality points. I'll pay you back in a few days. Yun Mochen felt this inconspicuous, well-guarded room was likely where Zhu Qingyan was. As for vitality points, he was back in the Yun clan, so he wasn't worried about that. His dad had tricked him out of a fortune before ascending, leaving him with everything 5 million vitality points. Stupid system. Now do I go? Hearing the system's response, Yun Mochen's face twitched, but he didn't hesitate for long and made up his mind. Creaked door's barrier was forcibly removed by the system. He gently pushed the door open, finding the room just as dark as the previous one. Through the faint sword energy light, Yun Mochen could barely make out a figure lying on the bed, facing away from him. It was Zhu Qingyan. In the darkness, Yun Mochen's eyes lit up like he'd spotted prey, his heart racing faster. He walked to the bedside and gently tapped her shoulder. But as his fingers touched her, Zhu Qingyan vanished like a wisp of smoke before his eyes. Who are you? A cold female voice came from behind him, making Yun Mochen freeze. The voice was familiar, yet strangely distant. He felt a chill at his neck, where a gleaming tang sword reflected the faint light of his sword energy. Yun Mochen stood still, contemplating whether to use an alias and a mask. Ultimately, he decided to use his real name, believing it would increase his chances of survival. Just then, a sharp sound interrupted his thoughts. Clang. The chill around his neck suddenly vanished, and Yun Mochen quickly realized what had happened. He recognized the familiar voice. It was Zhu Qingyan. Overcome with excitement, he spun around, completely ignoring the coldness and shock in Zhu Qingyan's eyes, and embraced her tightly. Zhu Qingyan instinctively tried to push Yun Mochen away, but found herself unable to muster any strength. She said coldly, "Get away from me." Mistaking her reaction as fear of being discovered by Emperor Zhu, Yun Mochen held her even tighter. He whispered softly in her ear, "Qingyan, I've missed you so much." His warm breath brushed her ear, causing Zhu Qingyan to shiver as if she had lost all her strength, her hands slowly dropping. Suddenly, Yun Mochen sensed something was wrong. He gently pushed Zhu Qingyan away, holding her slender arms, and asked with concern, "Qingyan, why is your body so cold?" He touched her forehead and then her small hands. A flash of disbelief crossed the depths of Zhu Qingyan's cold eyes. She seemed frozen, allowing Yun Mochen to move her as he wished. Yun Mochen pressed on. "Qingyan, tell me the truth. What's wrong with your body?" As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Zhu Qingyan shouldn't have such an abnormal body temperature. The moment Yun Mochen touched her skin, it was as if he had plunged his hand into a freezing ice cellar. Inside, Zhu Qingyan's heart roared. "No, Zhu Qingyan, you must remember. Even if he doesn't leave now, he will eventually. In a past life, this heartless man made you wait for 10,000 years." The millennia of waiting had extinguished all her love for Yun Mochen. Even though the current situation was different, the resentment deep within her still convinced her that this young man would ultimately abandon her. As her thoughts churned, Zhu Qingyan's expression turned cold again, with murderous intent and anger growing wildly in her heart. She instinctively began to gather energy in her hand, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Yun Mochen's warm hand enveloped hers, interrupting her spellcasting. He said, "Never mind, seeing you're not in good shape, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Let's go, don't stand here and catch a chill. Let's get you to bed to rest." Before Zhu Qingyan could react, Yun Mochen had already taken her hand and led her towards the bed. To bed. A flicker of shock crossed Zhu Qingyan's eyes once more. What is this heartless man up to? Zhu Qingyan was furious, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She let out a cold laugh, thinking to herself, In this life, he seems even more of a scoundrel than in the last. Trying to ugh. Today, I'll make him understand what true suffering feels like. Zhu Qingyan's small hands suddenly clenched tightly. Outwardly, she obediently followed Yun Mochen to bed, her cold, stunning face slightly tilted up, her beautiful eyes narrowing. In the darkness, Yun Mochen withdrew his sword intent, completely unaware of the change in Zhu Qingyan's expression. Yun Mochen pondered to himself. Could what Dad said about Qingyan's constitution be the reason for her current state? He recalled his father's words and realized he had been focusing entirely on the crystal ball sealing memories and the reason for abandonment, completely overlooking this issue. Just then, Yun Mochen knelt on the bed, reaching forward with one hand. Zhu Qingyan cursed inwardly. You scumbag, just as I thought. Go to hell. However, her words were cut short. At some point, she felt an extra blanket on her, tucked securely under her chin, wrapping her tightly. Yun Mochen spoke softly. If you're cold, cover yourself more, wrap up well, and stop kicking the blanket to the corner of the bed. Don't let the wind in. I'll go ask Dad about what's happening with your constitution. Don't worry, Qingyan, I'll always be here to face this with you. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Mochen gently kissed her forehead as she stood there stunned. He carefully brushed her hair away from her forehead, then quietly left. Inside, Zhu Qingyan screamed. Resist, Zhu Qingyan. Don't let this heartless man deceive you again. But her expression had lost its coldness and murderous intent, leaving her frozen in place until Yun Mochen left. After Yun Mochen left, Zhu Qingyan slowly closed her eyes, reached out from under the blanket, and pulled it over her beautiful face. She whispered softly, liar. The heavy blanket gradually became soaked with tears. The system watched Zhu Qingyan and sighed inwardly. Oh, mistress, there's no soul possession. This is the obsession born from awakening your past life memories. Don't worry, the time monument is damaged, and the master won't disappear in this life. After leaving, Yun Mochen saw Chu Xiaoling still crying on the ground, and gave her an approving glance before quietly leaving. Back at the Yun clan, Yun Mochen immediately sought out Yun Di to inquire about Zhu Qingyan's situation. So, Dad, does Qingyan really only have 1 year left? Yun Mochen struggled to accept this reality. Yun Di replied, yes, under normal circumstances, that's true. But as I mentioned, if you can find the Ice Phoenix Divine Stone, there might still be a glimmer of hope. It's not guaranteed to save her, though. Damn Jiangdi. He's been feeding her foreign pills for over a decade, causing her constitution to unleash energy far beyond any previous outbreak. Yun Di continued. I've secretly searched the entire Huaxia country for you. But not only have I not found anyone who's seen such a divine stone, I haven't even found anyone who's heard of it. But don't worry too much, your mother told me you'd find a way. So I hope you'll also think carefully about how to save her. After Yun Di left, Yun Mochen stumbled into his room, looking lost. He muttered to himself, name your price, just say it. Oh, master, you're making me feel a bit embarrassed, don't make me scold you. The system's voice teased. Yun Mochen frowned, silently criticizing the system's unserious tone. Come on, master, let me give you a hint, the system continued. What? A lottery draw? Yun Mochen's face darkened as he recalled his previous lottery experiences. The odds were always absurdly low, as if the system was deliberately controlling the outcome. However, this thought reminded him of something he had forgotten: winning Zhang and Tian during the college entrance exam and the unclaimed long sword reward. What was the name of that sword? Lian Tian. Yes, it's a growth-type weapon, Yun Mochen muttered, but he quickly set these thoughts aside. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Yun Mochen went straight to find Yun Di and asked directly, Dad, how many blood supplements do we have in the clan? Yun Di looked puzzled. Why are you asking about that? Those are for low-level cultivators, you don't need them. He paused, about 30 million bottles. Yun Mochen's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, Dad, give them to me, I want them all. Yun Di was even more confused, but suddenly remembered Chu Xin's advice not to be surprised by his son's actions. He resisted the urge to question further, took out a key from his space ring, and handed it to Yun Mochen. Your old man is about to ascend after the tribulation. All that's left is for you, and Xiaoling, use it wisely, Yun Di advised. Got it. Yun Mochen nodded, taking the key and heading straight to the treasure pavilion without hesitation. Master, you're hitting the jackpot, the system exclaimed excitedly. Yun Mochen replied briefly, stepping into the treasure pavilion. Inside, the pavilion was filled with dazzling treasures, more impressive than the Dream Clan's treasure pavilion. For the first time, Yun Mochen truly understood the depth of a top-tier Imperial clan's resources. However, his mindset was completely different from when he was in the Dream Clan. He was expressionless and calm. System, you're not going to make me drink all 30 million bottles of blood supplements, are you? Yun Mochen asked. The system let out a strange laugh. Hehehe. Master, how did you know what I was thinking? Self-destruct, Yun Mochen said coldly. All right, no more teasing. Leave it to me. The system said seriously. As soon as the words were spoken, A strange energy erupted from within Yun Mochen, surging towards the treasure pavilion like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the 30 million bottles of blood supplements vanished into thin air, leaving Yun Mochen dumbfounded. So, you could always absorb them directly, but you made me drink them one by one? Yun Mochen angrily questioned. Oops, the system feigned ignorance. Get out! Yun Mochen shouted in fury. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Yun Mochen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your points have surpassed 1 billion. The system will automatically upgrade. Countdown 600. 599. 10 minutes later, Yun Mochen calmly asked, what's going on? The system explained, Master, given your level and increased ability to absorb blood, the blood lottery system will raise the standard for blood absorption. According to the original requirements, you've absorbed 4.27 billion blood value. But since most of it is artificial blood, it can only be converted to 42,700 blood value. However, the lottery points remain unchanged. It's still 1,000 points per draw. Damn system, you're really ripping me off. What? Yun Mochen was enraged, trembling with anger. Because, Master, you're exploiting a bug, the system explained. As your cultivation improves, your requirement for blood quality will also increase, not just those low-level artificial bloods. Yun Mochen could no longer hold back and started cursing. He even considered taking the blood fiend from his space ring and smashing it into his head, ready to go down with this damned system. According to the system, it meant. Yun Mochen stood in front of the treasure pavilion, looking at the blood supplement in his hand with a complicated expression. Over 30 million bottles had only yielded a few thousand blood points, prompting him to silently curse the system for its deceit. He realized that from now on, acquiring blood points would require hunting beasts. As for hunting cultivators, as someone who does not wish to kill indiscriminately, he decided to put that option aside for now. Draw all the prizes. Yun Mochen made up his mind, silently hoping for the rewards he desired. However, as the system continually announced penalty draws, his expression grew increasingly grim, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. A minute later, the system announced in a deliberately elongated tone, Congratulations, Master, you've drawn 6 intermediate comprehension stones and 1 advanced comprehension stone, along with 35 penalty tasks. Would the host like to combine them into one big penalty? Fine. Yun Mochen was numb by now, merely hoping that the penalty tasks would include the Celestial Ice Phoenix Divine Stone. The system immediately issued a task. Proceed to the domain of 10,000 cities and claim the top spot on the talent list. The reward is related to the lady, while the penalty for failure is to taste a special type of sashimi. Confused, Yun Mochen asked, System, where in Huaxia is the domain of 10,000 cities? The system replied, I don't know. Guess for yourself, or pay 100 billion blood points. Get lost. Yun Mochen shouted angrily. At that moment, the space-time monument in his spatial ring emitted a flash of red light, indicating a resurrection progress of 0.43. Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, Yun Mochen encountered teacher Luo Wuqing. Despite forcing a smile, the matter of Zhu Qinggan still weighed heavily on him. Luo Wuqing noticed his distress and asked with concern. Yun Mochen explained the situation and asked if she knew about the domain of 10,000 cities. Luo Wuqing pondered for a moment and said, Young master, though I enjoyed traveling the world in my youth, I've never heard of the domain of 10,000 cities. However, the Zhiqian Pavilion might have the answer. Yun Mochen's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. Meanwhile, tension filled the air inside the Zhiqian Pavilion. The elders looked on in horror at the scene outside the door, where a shirtless, white-bearded old man was sharpening a butcher's knife on a large stone, while the diviner was suspended upside down from the ceiling. The old man sneered. Diviner, didn't you like standing on tables to eat? Well, Grandpa will satisfy you today. Esteemed elders, dinner will be delayed today, as I sharpen my knife a bit more. Enjoy the freshest sashimi. Before setting off, Yun Mochen sought reassurance by confirming with Emperor Yun multiple times. However, the response he received was identical to that of Luo Wuqing. Just as he stepped out of the Emperor's office hall, a familiar figure caught his eye. A little girl with pigtails, hands on her hips, marched toward him angrily. Yun Mochen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly donned a hideous mask and tried to nonchalantly walk in the opposite direction. Hey, you over there. Yes, you. Stop right there, came the angry, childish voice from behind him. Feeling a chill down his spine, Yun Mochen slowly turned around, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth with an awkward smile. What's wrong, princess? He asked. The little girl feigned nausea. Ugh. Never mind, you can go. Feeling as if he had been pardoned, Yun Mochen turned and quickly left. He silently thanked the mask for its effectiveness but also sighed inwardly. Having a sister is nice, but when she's too clingy, it's not always a good thing. He recalled how Xiaoling had once been disgusted by his appearance at the butcher's shop and thought to himself, this girl is spoiled and acts like a little princess. If one day neither Dad nor I are around, she'll definitely suffer. It seems I need to teach her not to judge people by their looks. To save time, Yun Mochen headed straight to the butcher's residence and briefly explained his purpose. The butcher, who was at the first stage of the tribulation transcendence, acted as a driver, and within minutes, they reached the Zhitian pavilion. The pavilion was perched atop a celestial mountain, shrouded in mist and surrounded by breathtaking scenery. From a distance, Yun Mochen saw an old man with a white beard, bare-chested, busy in front of a giant rock, seemingly sharpening a knife. Who goes there? A guard shouted. Yun Tianwei, commander, bloodthirsty butcher. The butcher replied in a deep voice. A member of the Yun clan, the guard exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this from 1,000 meters away, the old man stopped what he was doing and instantly appeared before Yun Mochen and the butcher. Squinting at Yun Mochen, he hadn't yet spoken when the butcher interjected. Shun Tianji, this is our Yun clan's prince. Feigning surprise, Shun Tianji spread his arms and stepped aside, saying, Ah, the prince himself, please come in. The butcher, unimpressed by Shun Tianji's false politeness, retorted coldly. Enough with the act, Shun Tianji. You weren't this courteous when you kicked our master out before. At these words, Shun Tianji seemed to ignite in fury. Butcher, how dare you speak? Every divination costs me years of my life. Other imperial clans bring lavish gifts when they come for a reading. Humph, but your Yun clan, that old demon Yun not only had me do a reading, but also swindled countless treasures from me. Don't you have any shame? The butcher crossed his arms and replied calmly. Can't even accept your losses without whining, coward. You arg. Come on, dare to see who's tougher? Beat me, and I'll admit you're great. Shun Tianji fumed. Huh, you think I'm scared? The butcher shot back, undaunted. Yun Mochen watched in disbelief as the two elders started unbuckling their belts, and quickly coughed twice. Ahem, Uncle too. Let's take care of business first. The butcher quickly adjusted his belt and respectfully replied. Yes, young master. At that moment, Shun Tianji's sharp gaze swept over to meet the butcher's eyes. Both of them snorted almost simultaneously and then tacitly shifted their gazes to the sides. Caught in the middle, Yun Mochen could only smile awkwardly, inwardly crying out, help. Suddenly, Yun Mochen's ears perked up as he heard a faint cry for help coming from a nearby pavilion. Curious, he glanced at Shun Tianji and cautiously asked, Old Master GM. Old Master Shen, what's going on? As soon as he spoke, Shun Tianji's eyelid twitched sharply. Yun Mochen quickly corrected himself, or else Shun Tianji's hand might have reached for the butcher knife at his waist. Even so, Shun Tianji's demeanor was still intimidating. He wore a butcher knife over 3 meters long at his waist, its tip dragging on the ground with a grating sound. His upper body was bare, and beneath his white beard was a face devoid of any kindness, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Shun Tianji coldly said, Humph, kid, that boy is my grandson. You're just in time for dinner. Come in and help me prepare some sashimi seasoning, and we can discuss your purpose after we eat. Sashimi seasoning? Yun Mochen thought to himself. That's quite sophisticated. Under Shun Tianji's lead, Yun Mochen and the butcher entered the pavilion. As soon as the divine calculator saw Yun Mochen, his previously hopeless eyes lit up with a spark of hope. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and let out a hysterical scream. Help! Savior Yun! Save me! My grandpa wants to make sashimi out of me. Yun Mochen's face involuntarily twitched, thinking this old guy is indeed hard to deal with. Shun Tianji snorted, smiling slyly at Yun Mochen, and asked, Do you prefer wasabi soy sauce or grated radish with vinegar? Oh, by the way, I recently came across a new seasoning online called egg yolk sashimi sauce. They say it's quite good, especially with human flesh. Yun Mochen and the butcher exchanged twisted expressions. Just then, the sound of dripping water echoed in the room. An elder awkwardly smiled and pointed at his plate, saying, Master, the divine calculator, peed in my plate. Everyone's gaze followed, seeing a pale yellow liquid trickling from the divine calculator's neck, down his cheek, and dripping from his hair onto the plate. Yun Mochen quickly regained a serious demeanor and said, Old Master Shun, let's focus on the main issue. Hearing this, Shun Tianji didn't say more, but gestured with his hand, sit. Then, his gaze turned to an elder sitting tightly on his seat. The elder immediately felt a chill down his spine, his eyelid twitching violently, and nervously asked Shun Tianji, Master, what did I do wrong again? Please tell me. You're making me anxious. However, in the next moment, Shun Tianji abruptly kicked the elder out of his seat and coldly said, Competing for a spot with me. Turning back to Yun Mochen, Shun Tianji began to explain. In my place, there are 2 methods of fortune telling. One is a courtesy calculation, and the other is a gambling calculation. Courtesy calculation is straightforward: offer me something satisfactory, and I'll do a reading for you. As for gambling calculation, it's like what your father did, swearing by the heavenly way and gambling with me for 3 rounds, 2 wins deciding the outcome. Yun Mochen pondered for a moment and asked, What if I lose? A calculating look flashed in Shun Tianji's eyes as he gently tapped the table and slowly said, If you lose, you'll stay in my Zitianj for 3 years, working diligently as a proper laborer. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.